Star Odyssey chapter 4257 to chapter 4309. Xizong was still as cold as ever. Luin looked outside. 8 colors, are you there? The 8-colored voice replied, I will always be here. Let's talk alone. Go ahead. I want to know about the civilization that can teleport. 8 colors was silent for a moment. Did you encounter it? Yes. Luin didn't hide anything. I can't tell you, you need to complete a mission. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, you need to complete a mission? I told you, there's a price to pay for knowledge. Okay, what's the corresponding mission? A 3 stars mission is fine. Destroy Tuofeng? That's the mission you received before, you can do it. You're not saying that just to get me to destroy Tuofeng, are you? There's a corresponding mission reward. Luin sighed, I just want to know about that civilization. Isn't it too much to destroy a civilization with 5 Eternals? It's up to you whether you want to or not. Luin was helpless, but after some thought, he shouted, Demao, are you there? No one answered. Haha, old man, are you there? Still no answer. Lan Meng, are you there? Still no answer. Luin was speechless, completely ignoring him. 8 colors, are those guys there? No comment. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, I encountered a strange bird, the kind that can teleport. He couldn't get any information from 8 colors, so he could only see if he could get it from the other unknowns. So they went to you, ha ha ha, you're unlucky, little human, you're in trouble. Laughter rang out. Luin sneered, Demao, why are you pretending to be dead? Are you afraid to face me? Humph, you're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. Who can make me face death? That strange bird? Sorry, I beat it back. There was another burst of laughter, but this time Luin heard an unfamiliar voice that he hadn't heard before. Little guy, you need to complete a 3 stars mission if you want to know about those strange birds. We can't tell you, but we can give you some pointers. For example, those birds don't know the concept of retreating, Demao gloated. The old man chuckled, their teleportation often appears randomly. They don't know the concept of fear, and for an innate gift like teleportation, there's no such thing as retreating, because they can appear in front of you at any time. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn, as this was not a bad idea. Normally, if an enemy was forced to retreat, they would at least have to come over to fight again. However, this strange bird could instantly appear in front of you. How could that be considered as retreating? Humans. Luin narrowed his eyes. Are you saying that the strange bird will attack the human civilization? Definitely. Demao, were you the one who lured those strange birds to our human civilization? Luin suddenly shouted. Demao sneered. A familiar voice suddenly came, so it's you. I remember now. We've met before. Luin was surprised, Che? He was too familiar with this voice. Although they hadn't spoken much, it was imprinted in the depths of his memory. Yes, it was Che's voice. He was the one who had reminded him in the consciousness universe. He was the first Eternal Realm powerhouse he had met besides Master Grass. Che belonged to the unknown. Luin knew this, but he hadn't met Che several times. For an Eternal Realm powerhouse, it was normal to not appear for thousands of years. On the contrary, it was abnormal for Demao and the old man to keep track of him. He didn't expect Che to come suddenly. Che smiled, you still remember me? Luin exhaled, of course, long time no see. Not too long. About 1,000 years. I didn't expect you to join the unknown. Welcome. Che? Do you know each other? Demao asked. Che replied, we met once. Why didn't you kill him? What a pity. Demao regretted. Luin raised his eyebrows, Demao, do you want to visit my human civilization? I'll treat you well. Human civilization? Humph, civilizations targeted by those strange birds are bound to be destroyed. Your human civilization is finished and you still want to be a guest? Demao mocked. The old man's voice came out, little guy, those strange birds are called Xianling. They are called the Xianling civilization. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, Xianling? Xianling. The characteristic of the Xianling civilization is that it has a tendency to kill eternal beings. Your human civilization is very suitable to be its hunting ground because you seem to have a lot of eternal beings. Go back and think about how to deal with them. Luin was puzzled. Why would eternal beings take the initiative to kill eternal beings? Aren't they afraid of karma? If you want to know more, you can only complete the 3 stars mission. The old man said. Lu Yin's heart was heavy. Che said, Luin, teleportation is one of the reasons why you can join the unknown. Those strange birds are your enemies and also something we need to destroy. I hope you can successfully kill one. Luin asked, is what Demao said true? That strange bird holds a grudge? Demao? Che was puzzled. It's me. Demao said, then reacted, bah, it's not me. So it's you, how appropriate, Che said. Demao was angry, just because of these 2 words, I want to destroy the human civilization. Sorry, it's difficult for you to destroy the human civilization with your strength, Che said. The old man continued, not all of the human civilization, just a branch. Strictly speaking, it's abandoned bait. Luin raised his eyebrows, they all knew. Demao sneered, yes, it's just bait, but I didn't expect that the bait of the human civilization could grow, but it doesn't matter. Without the inheritance of the 9 bases, this human civilization is nothing. Demao, the human civilization invites you to be a guest, Luin interrupted. Demao sneered, wait until you can deal with that strange bird. Pushing open the hanging coffin, Luin walked out and exhaled. Although he didn't know the details of the Xianling civilization, he knew a little, but this knowledge was depressing. He told Qinglian Shangyu and the others about this situation, and everyone's heart was heavy. They didn't know where the strange bird was, so they couldn't take the initiative to attack. Even if they did, it would be useless as the bird could disappear in an instant. It wasn't Luo Chan. Even if Qinglian Shangyu attacked with all his strength, it would be difficult to catch it immediately, let alone the blood tower protector. Teleportation was their innate gift, and they must have the power to cooperate with it. After all, it had been passed down for countless years. This was the most troublesome thing. Unable to think of a way for the time being, Qinglian Shangyu could only keep an eye on the karmic celestial phenomenon and warn him when the strange bird appeared. Luin rubbed his head. He thought that after dealing with the hive civilization and obtaining teleportation, he wouldn't be disgusted by this innate gift. Now, that feeling came again. It was even more disgusting than facing Luo Chan. That strange bird was very strong. Although it didn't conform to the laws of the 2 universes and wasn't an opponent of boss level, it had the advantage of being fast. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. The strange bird didn't appear. In these 2 years, Luin went to the unknown from time to probe for information, but the unknown wasn't stupid. They were all cunning, and no matter how he probed, he couldn't get more useful information. He deliberately chatted with Che. This unknown was very polite, very polite. Perhaps he would tell him something. However, Clear directly refused and apologized several times. He also didn't say anything about the immortal plume civilization, which left Luin helpless. Luin wanted to find Lan Meng the most. As long as he knew where Lan Meng was, Qinglian Shangyu and the others could capture him, and he would be able to obtain some information about the immortal plume civilization through Lan Meng. Lan Meng was the one that Luin felt was the least threatening of the unknown. In Ninifirmament's universe, on a giant branch in the crown of a tree, Dan Hong looked at the colored glass in his hand. Senior Sky Carrier, this glass is smaller than before. In the distance, a giant snail opened its eyes and stared at Dan Hong. I've vomited for so many years. How much longer do you want me to vomit? Dan Hong bowed. This isn't something that I can decide. I'm only responsible for the transportation. Sky Carrier Forever was dissatisfied. I'm an Eternal, and I helped you deal with the unknown. Is this how you repay me? I don't want to vomit anymore. Dan Hong was helpless. Then I'll report to Qinglian Shangyu. Please wait a moment. Sky Carrier Forever closed his eyes and didn't mind. He had vomited for so many years, and he was tired. Suddenly, an indescribable horror descended upon him, and he subconsciously spat out a spatial swamp. His entire body began to boil with vitality, and a shadow appeared behind him. It was Yulu. Yulu stared at Sky Carrier Forever and flung out a feather from her wings. It was the same feather spear that she had used against Master Bitter Lamp. The feather pierced through both the spatial swamp and the vitality, but these two forces were useless. It continued until it pierced through the shell on Sky Carrier Forever's back and cracked it open. The feather pierced through from one side of the shell to the other, making Sky Carrier Forever feel as if he was infinitely close to death. He stared blankly at Yulu, unable to understand why his defenses had been completely useless. Even when he had tried to kill Lu, the spatial swamp had been useful. At this moment, Karma descended, and Luing instantly appeared. However, he was still a step too late as Yulu had disappeared. She had disappeared with a carefree smile. She had appeared in an instant just to unleash a single attack, and that was all. Sky Carrier Forever had been heavily injured. Luing looked at Sky Carrier Forever. Sky Carrier Forever's enormous body had shrunk, and the shell on his back had cracked open. He was in an extremely miserable state. Dan Hong had seen everything from beginning to end. She had seen the strange bird appear, unleash a single attack, and then disappear. Everything had happened in an instant, but that instant had been enough to heavily injure an Eternal. That strange bird had cast a shadow over her. No, more accurately, it had cast a shadow over all of human civilization. The strange bird had completely disappeared. Qingli and Xianxia couldn't find it even after looking through Karma. Luing clenched his fists and asked why Sky Carrier Forever hadn't been able to block it. Just like Master Bitter Lamp, Sky Carrier Forever couldn't explain it, but he could sense the laws of the universe. He had waited for 2 years before attacking. If the strange bird attacked irregularly in the future, what would happen to the human civilization? Cultivation would become a problem. As for building a high wall of mental state, he could forget about it as it could be interrupted at any time. As a last resort, all the eternal beings of the human civilization were in groups of 2. Even if they were ambushed, nothing would happen. A year later, the strange bird appeared and attacked the startled Gate Upper Imperial. It had completely determined the location of the Eternal Realm. However, its sneak attack was useless. Alarmed Gate of Xianxia was already deserted, and he wanted to catch the bird instead. He even cooperated with Master Qudang. However, instant transmission was really unsolvable, and the strange bird only appeared for a moment and then disappeared. Alarmed Gate of Xianxia was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Then another year passed. It was still a sneak attack on the startled Gate Upper Imperial, which was unexpected. In fact, the group of Eternal Realm did not leave the location locked by the strange bird. They were afraid that once they left, the strange bird would attack indiscriminately. They could block it, but the people below could not. However, even with the Eternal Realm, the strange bird did not attack the startled Gate Upper Imperial this time. Instead, it attacked the startled Sparrow platform, flapping its wings and almost overturning it. Then more than a year passed. The strange bird attacked the back mountain of the Above Heaven sect. It did not hurt anyone, but it shocked the Above Heaven sect and shocked many cultivators. In desperation, Luing went to the area of the technological civilization through the Gate of Arts. He had no choice but to attack the Devouring Seal civilization and complete the mission as much as possible. He wanted to know more about the Immortal Plume civilization so that he could target it. He did not know how many more times the strange bird would attack. The intervals were different, and no one could guard against it. Also, did the strange bird come to the human civilization by accident? Could it be the Immortal Master? Or was it related to the unknown? Louis needed to know more to analyze. The human civilization could not suffer such a big loss. Louis brought the door out far away from the technological civilization and then instantly appeared next to the other 2 doors. He put down the 3rd door and disappeared again. This was the correct way to use teleportation. Looking back, there were already 3 doors. At the same time, there was a huge oval light far away from the door. A sound came from inside. Beep, foreign matter detected. Beep, foreign matter detected. Don't remind me. It's the 3rd door. Another civilization behind it. They really know how to use us. Do you want to send the information to the Empire? Of course, I'll send it immediately. Luing left, leaving the door open. Technological civilizations lacked resources the most. If other civilizations destroyed other civilizations because of their guesses about the universe, then technological civilizations would destroy other civilizations even if they did not have guesses. This was because they needed endless resources and could not stop. Once it stopped, it would mean a decline. In the space of an inch, decline meant destruction. He just didn't know how long it would take for them to attack the Devourer civilization. Luin thought about the advantages and disadvantages of technological civilizations, and he was sure that they would definitely attack the devouring domain instead of directly destroying the portal. However, he had underestimated the technological civilization. There was only one word that the technological civilization sent back to this place: wait. It was true that technological civilizations had to destroy other civilizations to seize their resources, which was equivalent to using war to support war, but they could wait. After the first 2 times that Luin had opened the door, they had analyzed that the civilization that was using them was in a hurry. Every time they went to the other side of the door, 2 civilizations would be fighting each other. Since they had decided not to rush to the other side, there had to be another civilization fighting each other. Even if that wasn't the case, the civilization behind the door had to be dealt with by the civilization that was using them. Since that was the case, he would wait for a while before making his move. It might take 100 years or 1,000 years, but as long as the door was still there, they would be able to reach the other side and seize the resources. However, the civilization or life form that was using them might not be able to wait. Luin did not know this, and he did not know that the technological civilization had already decided to wait. No one was perfect, and it was impossible to take every situation into consideration, especially when facing an entire civilization. It was only a few years later that he realized this point. Seeing that the technological civilization had no intention of attacking the devouring domain through the door, Luin knew that they would not make a move for the time being. In Yahai, Uppermost Lotus was helpless. After all, it's a civilization. We can't be used forever. This technological civilization did not destroy the door. It's obvious that they want to go over as well. Technology cannot be separated from resources, but they are not in a hurry to go over. They must be waiting for us. They can afford it since they don't lack the resources of a civilization, but we can't afford it, Uppermost Lotus said in a low voice. Lu Yin's head hurt. They were all too smart, and his heart was tired. Can we sow discord? Boss asked. The strange bird had ambushed the consciousness universe, and he could not stay out of it. He then looked at Luin. He clearly remembered that Luin was the one who had instigated the war between the Black Apocalypse and the technological civilization. He was very good at this. Luin was helpless. It was not easy to sow discord. Was he supposed to trick the devouring domain into attacking the technological civilization? It was not impossible, but since the devouring domain was listed as a 3 stars mission by the unknowns, it was very likely that they understood the unknowns and had fought them before. Once the door appeared, they would most likely destroy it instead of attacking it. It was just like the human civilization. They would either prevent the unknowns from activating the door, such as the Door of Arts, or destroy it. These were the only 2 choices that a civilization that understood the unknowns would make unless they had the confidence to face the unknowns head-on. Mr. Mu said, "We can't influence the technological civilization's choice. We can only consider how to deal with it ourselves." Wei Rong visited during this time and gave us a solution. Luin looked at Mr. Mu. He had not met Wei Rong, and Mr. Mu was the one overseeing the back mountain. Mr. Mu said, "All creatures have a purpose in their actions. Since this strange bird has a tendency to kill the eternal realm, let it kill it and let it achieve its goal." Luin was surprised. "Master, what do you mean?" Mr. Mu said, "Since the technological civilization does not want to attack the devouring domain, we will attack and use the eternal lives of the devouring domain in exchange for this strange bird's departure." Everyone pondered. They had not thought of this. It was not impossible. This strange bird must have a reason for killing the eternal realm, so they would capture the eternal realm and give it to it. It was better than it endlessly attacking the human civilization. Moreover, there was a karmic restriction. Even if the strange bird wanted to attack, it could not do so. At most, it could kill 2 or 3 Eternal Realm beings. However, it felt very uncomfortable to do so. The human civilization had reached this stage and was already very strong. They even had the confidence to face the unknowns and the fishing civilizations. Now, they were being forced to such a state by a bird. Luin alone would not be enough to capture and devour the Eternal Realm experts of the Feng civilization. The other side had 5 Eternal Realm experts, and the human civilization would have to dispatch at least 5 Eternal Realm experts, or even more. The karmic restraints of the Eternal Realm experts' actions would be too great. They were forced to such a state for a bird. No, absolutely not. What do you think, Mr. Alarmed Lord asked and looked at Mr. Mu. Mr. Mu smiled and said, no. Qinglian Lord and the others all looked at Mr. Mu. Mr. Mu said, the reason why I'm telling you this is because this method may be able to solve the interference of the strange bird. It's out of respect for all of you. But if it's solved like this, where is the dignity of our human civilization? We have worked so hard to reach this stage. No matter what, we can't be forced to such a state by a bird. Boss grinned. The 7 treasures heavenly toad, can't stand this humiliation. If we really do this, what's the difference between this and slavery? We might as well be eaten by that bird as snacks. Eternal life bearer. He was also here, but he did not speak. He felt that these words had insulted him. Master Greengrass was also here. Even he, who would rather surrender to the unknowns and give up on the human civilization, did not want to do so at this moment. It was too sullen. The strange bird could not threaten the survival of the human civilization, but it forced the Eternal Realm beings into a difficult situation. He could not take this lying down. Lu Yin's expression was gloomy. Then kill. Think of a way to kill that strange bird. The Immortal Plume civilization is very strong. Otherwise, the unknowns would not be afraid. But I don't believe that the Immortal Plume civilization can attack us all at once. The unknowns will not agree either. Che said that teleportation was one of the reasons why I could join the unknowns. Teleportation is my talent and has nothing to do with the unknowns. But since the unknowns need this talent, it should be to deal with the Immortal Plume civilization. Qinglian Lord agreed. The Immortal Plume civilization can't easily kill their way here. The arrival of this strange bird is just not enough to attract the unknown's attention. A fishing civilization has a circle. If the Immortal Plume civilization really wants to destroy the human civilization, the unknowns will be the first to bear the brunt. This was what Grandmaster Shan said. The unknowns were both enemies and barriers. Qinglian Lord wanted to say something, but his expression changed. Mr. Liu, bring Lord Jiang here. He has come out of seclusion. During this period, Jiang Feng seemed to have realized something. He had been in seclusion in White Cloud City for decades and had just come out. Lu Yin arrived at the Tianyuan universe in an instant and brought Jiang Feng here. Lu Yin told him about the strange bird. Jiang Feng did not expect such a thing to happen. Teleportation? It is indeed troublesome, but I remember that teleportation is not unbreakable. He looked at Lu Yin. Luo Chan was restrained before. Lu Yin nodded. Luo Chan was indeed captured before. If not for the Immortal Master, Luo Chan would not have been able to escape in the first war between the Insect Nest civilization and the Ninth Heaven universe. But Luo Chan is Luo Chan, and that strange bird is a strange bird. The strange bird is eternal. Jiang Feng said, using the same method to deal with Luo Chan will not work against the strange bird. It will not be able to trap it at all. But what if we don't trap it? We should follow it. As long as we can touch it, it will not be able to shake us off. This was also the characteristic of teleportation. It could take away anything it touched. The problem was how to touch it. Everyone was silent. Heaven carrying immortality glanced at Jiang Feng. Nonsense. How could he not think of this? The problem was how to touch it. I have a way to restrain it for a moment. The moment it attacks, I restrain it for another moment. That is 2 moments. Lu Yin, this way, can you touch it? Jiang Feng asked. Everyone looked at him in surprise. You can restrain it for a moment? Alarmed Lord exclaimed. Jiang Feng was confident. The law of the universe is that everything begins with nothing. This rule is related to the grass master. Jiangfeng looked at the grass master. Back then, you deprived me of everything, and I fell into darkness. There was nothing there, and it lasted for a long time. Later, with the help of Xiaoyu, I walked out of the darkness, but that darkness remained in my memory forever. Now that I'm in line with the laws of the universe, everything starts from nothing. Teleportation requires contact with the universe, and that was the principle when I caught Luo Chan. Then, I'll use the laws of the universe to separate the strange bird from the universe. Although it's only for a moment and can be easily broken, will that extra moment be enough? Lu Yin's eyes were burning. I can try. It was difficult to make an eternal being not contact with the universe, even for the Azure Lotus Guard. But Jiang Feng was in line with the laws of the universe. Although it was only for a moment, many things could be done in a moment. Teleportation was a moment, and Lu Yin could teleport too. No matter what, he had to try first. 7 years had passed since the door was placed in the technological civilization. In these 7 years, the technological civilization did not cross the door, and the strange bird did not attack the human civilization. It would be good if it stayed like this. But on this day, the strange bird appeared, not in the human civilization, but behind the door of arts. The strange bird appeared in front of the Blood Tower Guard, and its feathers pierced out. The Blood Tower Guard held the blood knife and slashed down. The blade cut the feathers gently, and in an instant, the feathers pierced through the Blood Tower Guard's body, penetrating his shoulder. The Blood Tower Guard was shocked. It was ineffective? His blood knife was ineffective, just as Ku Deng and the sky-bearing sword had said. He turned around without hesitation and entered the door of arts. Although the Blood Tower Guard was injured, the strange bird was forced to take a step back by the blade chi. It could not do anything, and could only cry unwillingly as it passed through the door of arts. No one noticed the movements of the battle here, especially the strange bird's cry that spread through the starry sky. It attracted a round ball with a metallic surface that flickered with red light. The Blood Tower Guard passed through the door of arts and returned. The next moment, the strange bird rushed out and disappeared in an instant. This scene shocked all the law domain experts, and made Lu Yin and the others feel even more depressed. The strange bird was clearly in the starry sky of the human civilization and had not passed through the door of arts, but it could sneak attack the Blood Tower Guard. What did this mean? It meant that the strange bird had moved from the human civilization to the starry sky behind the door of arts. This meant that even though the starry sky was far away, it could still be reached. This also meant that no matter how far it was, as long as the strange bird had gone to a place before, it would be able to go there again. It also meant that the place behind the Gate of Arts, which had always been guarded by only one Eternal Life Realm expert, could also face the sneak attack of the strange birds at any time. As for whether the strange birds would encounter a technological civilization, and whether they would engage in war or communicate with the technological civilization, it was hard to say. The purpose of this strange bird was to kill those in the Eternal Life Realm. Although the technological civilization had weapons that reached the power of eternal life, they were not in the Eternal Life Realm. If they were of no value to the strange bird was not stupid. It was very likely that it would lead the technological civilization to the human civilization. Since the unknown knew about the strange bird must also know about the unknown. In that case, it was not impossible for a civilization to attack another civilization. Every fact that was analyzed was unsettling. He looked up at the sky and wished that he could create a bird cage that could cover the entire universe and capture all the strange birds. There was one more person guarding the back of the Gate of Arts. The Lord of the Blood Tower still had to guard there, but Master Bitter Lamp was also there. 2 Eternal Life Realm experts joined hands to guard the Gate of Arts. In this way, even if the strange bird launched a sneak attack, it would be useless. As for the human civilization, there was no lack of Eternal Life Realm experts. They continued to wait. Since the strange bird had followed them through the Gate of Arts, it meant that its next target was the human civilization. Otherwise, it would not have followed them. No matter how far it was from the human civilization to the starry sky behind the Gate of Arts, there was no need for it to waste time. Originally, everyone had discussed that the Eternal Life Realm experts should form groups of 2, but at this moment, because of Jiang Feng's methods, they decided to spread out in order to lure the strange bird. Of course, such an abnormal behavior would inevitably arouse the bird's vigilance, so the Eternal Life Realm experts also closed the distance between each other. It was a plan to deal with the strange bird's sneak attack. They had thought that the strange bird's sneak attack would take at least a few years, but who would have thought that Master Grass would see the strange bird half a year later? Yulu's charming eyes were filled with mockery, coldness, killing intent, and disdain. It was the second time that she attacked Master Grass. Master Grass stared blankly at Yulu's feather god spear, watching the feather approach. He could not block it no matter how hard he tried. Even the Lord of the Blood Tower could not block it. The feather god spear easily pierced Master Grass's body. He retreated step by step, staining the ground with blood. He did not defend himself because he wanted to see this move clearly. He stared at the feather god spear and felt the changes in the starry sky. He breathed at a frequency that ordinary people could not understand. The universe also had breathing. This was the law of the universe. When the feather god spear completely pierced his body, he saw it clearly. Fusion and transfer. The killing intent in Yulu's eyes skyrocketed. This Eternal Life Realm expert had seen its feather god spear clearly at the cost of serious injuries. But so what? Could a human block it? Master Grass coughed up blood and was extremely weak. He was like a candle in the wind, extinguished with a blow. However, Yulu did not hesitate at all. She had no intention of chasing after him and was about to teleport and disappear. At this moment, the world suddenly turned dark. Everything ceased to exist, and everything began from nothing. Teleportation failed, and Yulu was shocked. She screamed at the sky and tore the world apart. Endless karma descended, and at the same time a hand appeared on her claws. It was Luine. Yulu was large, and Luine could only grab her claws while standing. However, it was enough. Luine looked up, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Caught you. Karma covered heaven and earth. In front of him, Master Grass changed his weakened state and threw out a bamboo fence that turned into a vine. Behind Luine, the triple firmament sword intent appeared. Yulu's eyes were cold, and the void distorted. In an instant, her body split into 2, 2 into 3, 3 into 5, 5 into 17. In the blink of an eye, thousands of Yulu appeared in the void and then disappeared at the same time. Only the Yulu that Luine had encountered remained in place. Luine stared at Yulu in a daze. Yulu looked at him, and her eyes were full of mockery. Then, all of it disappeared, leaving only a dull look. When karma descended, Yulu's body was scattered and disappeared into the starry sky, leaving only a feather floating down. Luine raised his hand and caught the feather. He watched it dissipate in his hand. He had failed. Should he say that it was expected? The Immortal Plume civilization had the absolute method of teleportation. After countless years of inheritance, they must have created the ability to coordinate with teleportation. If they could catch this strange bird, the other civilizations in the universe, especially the fishing civilizations, could do so. Therefore, that ability just now was the absolute method to escape with teleportation. Although Uncle Jiang could suppress it for an instant, it could only be for an instant. Qinglian Xianxia and Jiang Feng had both arrived, and Luine also released Boss from Mount Supreme. That's right, Boss was placed in Mount Supreme again, so that Boss could act when he caught the strange bird. He couldn't guarantee that he could kill this strange bird himself. But Boss was different. Unfortunately, he still couldn't catch it. You failed? Boss asked. He didn't see the process. Luine recounted the process, and Boss said helplessly, as expected, a civilization with teleportation isn't easy to deal with. If only Father was here, that strange bird wouldn't have been able to escape. Maybe Ancestor Shan knows more about this strange bird. Luine said. Boss sighed. Qinglian Xianxia put his hands behind his back. No matter what, we forced this strange bird to use its escape method. Step by step, against our entire civilization, I don't believe that we can't deal with a single bird. Luine said, I'll go to Xixian and ask again. Not long after, he came to Xixian while lying in the hanging coffin. Who's there? Come out and talk. Lu Yin's voice sounded. Every time he came, Xian was very lively. Luyin, I'm here. This was Che, always so polite. Luyin didn't want to face Che. Facing such a guy, he couldn't scold him, and he wouldn't tell him if he asked. He was worse than Demao and the others, at least he could get something out of him through scolding. But he couldn't ignore the greeting. Hello, Che. Hello, Luyin. Lan Meng, is Lan Meng here? We haven't talked in a long time. We haven't seen each other since you were almost killed by Ancestor Shan. Let's talk. No one answered. Is Demao here? Haha, old man? Why aren't they here? No, they definitely don't want to talk. You all want to see me make a fool of myself, right? Let me tell you, a strange bird can't deal with my human civilization. I almost pulled all its feathers. Che's voice sounded, Luyin, don't underestimate the immortal plume civilization. They are very powerful. You might just be facing the weakest one. Luyin was speechless. This guy was polite, but did he know how to talk? The weakest one could force the human civilization to such a state? He didn't believe it. Che, what's the strength of the weakest strange bird? Tell me and I'll compare. I'm sorry, I can't say. Then how many eternal stage strange birds are there in the immortal plume civilization? Can you tell me? I'm really sorry, I can't say. How many strange birds have you dealt with? I'm really sorry, I can't say. Luyin wanted to scold him. He realized that he would rather face the old man than Che. At least, although the old man was choking and his words were airtight, he could at least let Luyin scold him. Haha, old man, are you here? Why don't I call you Ermao? It's more convenient. Luyin provoked. Haha, didn't you give the name Ermao to another one? The old man said. Luyin sneered, sure enough, you're here. Old man, how about we make a bet? You've always wanted to see the human civilization become a joke. I'll catch that strange bird. As long as I can catch it, you have to promise me one thing. The old man laughed, what does it have to do with me whether your human civilization can catch that strange bird? I'm not betting. I'll bet with you. This was Demao. Luyin said, you're not worthy. What did you say? Demao was furious. Luyin was disdainful, you don't know anything. Haha, this old man is different from you. He knows who is targeting the patriarch Shan. I know that too, Demao said. Hearing Demao's words, Lu Yin's eyes flashed. I don't believe it. It's up to you to believe it or not. If you don't believe it, then don't bet. You can't catch it at all. There's no point in betting. Luyin was proud. I almost caught it today. If it hadn't used a life-saving move, I would have been able to carry it and bet with you. You would have been scared to death. Demao was shocked. What life-saving move? It's to split up thousands of strange birds and run away. 1,000 feathers, 1,000 transformations? The old man was shocked. I didn't expect you to force the strange bird to use this move. 1,000 feathers, 1,000 transformations? It seemed very powerful. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. What's there to not expect? There are many masters in the human civilization. The boss of the 7 treasures Heavenly Toad is with us. It fits the laws of the 2 universes. Why can't we deal with a strange bird? The old man chuckled and said, it's not the same. This is not a fight, but a sneak attack. Those disgusting strange birds love to sneak attack you. Anyway, you can't catch them. It seems easy to cut off their teleportation, but how many people can do it? It's not easy for you to force them to use 1,000 feathers, 1,000 transformations. If I'm not wrong, your teleportation also contributed. Congratulations, little guy. You're one of the few civilizations that can threaten the immortal plume civilization. Demao smiled coldly. The immortal plume civilization will remember you now. Human civilization, you will constantly face the sneak attacks of those strange birds in the future. Those strange birds will not allow any civilization in the universe that can deal with them unless their absolute strength exceeds theirs. You're finished, hee. Luyin asked, what about the unknown? You're enemies with those strange birds, right? Does their existence mean that the unknown has surpassed the immortal plume civilization? 8 Colors' voice sounded at the right time. Luine, you've completed the 3 stars mission. You can learn about the situation of the Immortal Plume civilization. Luine was helpless. 8 Colors' interruption stopped him from probing further. This time, he did find out something. Of course, it was something that made him more uneasy. It was what Demao had said. If what it said was true, the human civilization would not be stable in the future. He had to think of a way. There was one more thing. Demao also knew who had targeted Elder Shan, just like the old man. Was this for real? Luine hoped that it was fake, as if this was an open secret of a certain level, then there would be more than one person in the unknown realms who could deal with old ancestor Shan, and the strength of the unknown realms would be even more unimaginable. This was not something that Luine was willing to accept. Clear's voice rang out, Luine, Demao's warning is right. You have to be careful and be wary of those strange birds at all times. They hold grudges and lack a sense of security. You are a threat to them, especially since you can teleport. This is not something they can accept, so you have to be mentally prepared. I'm not reminding you, I'm just happy. Ha 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 ha, human civilization, you'll regret this. The best solution is to sacrifice 1 or 2 eternal life realm warriors at the beginning to drive that strange bird away. It's just a coincidence that it appeared in your human civilization. It's different from normal fishing civilizations, but it's different now. You've been targeted, and it's too late for regrets, haha. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, even if you had told me from the start, I still wouldn't have done it. Human civilization would rather die standing than live kneeling. With that, he left. After Luine left, Clear exclaimed, actually, I've always admired human civilization. Demao sneered, if it wasn't for the destruction of Ninth Base, the Immortal Plume civilization wouldn't have dared to provoke them no matter what. It seems that the Immortal Plume civilization that ambushed them didn't know much about human civilization. It should have been added recently. This is interesting. I wonder which one will awaken next. Haha, the Immortal Plume civilization contributed a lot to the destruction of Ninth Base. I don't know if any of you have experienced it, but do you still remember the Red Lotus tomb? The old man spoke slowly. When he said the last 3 words, Clear Trace fell silent inexplicably. After a while, a voice rang out, to be able to force out the 1,000 Feathers transformation, coupled with the little guy's teleportation, that little Immortal Plume civilization shouldn't cause trouble for human civilization anymore. Ba Color, I suggest that we be more lenient with this little guy. Let him break through to eternal life as soon as possible. This will make it easier for us to deal with the Immortal Plume civilization. Demao immediately refused, no, we're breaking the rules. The old man said, if this little guy can help us deal with the Immortal Plume civilization, then we can't let him break through. He's much more troublesome than the Immortal Plume civilization. In the past, Ninth Base, how many of you were stained with blood and how many of you were not? You know in your heart that this guy will take revenge. An unfamiliar voice said, it's just difficult for us to deal with teleportation. It doesn't mean that it's difficult to deal with human civilization. At the same time, far away from the Karma Celestial phenomenon, Yulu licked its feathers and stared at the Karma Celestial phenomenon. There was a rare look of fear in its eyes. It had actually been caught. If not for the 1,000 Feathers transformation, it really wouldn't have been able to get rid of that human. It didn't care about a scoundrel, but since that scoundrel could catch it, it meant that he was definitely prepared. Its existence was just a bridge. The ones who would really attack it were the other powerhouses. This was the reason why it was afraid of Luine and had left. Otherwise, it really wouldn't have been afraid of being caught by Luine. If the 1,000 Feathers transformation could get rid of that human once, it could do so countless times. This was what Luine and the others knew. However, in reality, the 1,000 Feathers transformation wasn't invincible. There was no such thing as absolute invincibility in the universe. As the name suggested, the 1,000 Feathers transformation was extremely powerful. It could only transform into 1,000 birds. Among these 1,000 birds, only one would be real while the rest would be fake. It was just like Luine. Even if he caught Yulu, once Yulu used the 1,000 Feathers transformation, the one he caught might become fake. As for which one was real and which one was fake, even Yulu couldn't control it. This wouldn't give the enemy a chance. If it could control it, the enemy would also be able to determine the real and fake through schemes. However, if it couldn't control the real and fake, the enemy naturally wouldn't be able to tell. However, catching a fake once didn't mean that it would always be fake. Although there was only a 1 in 1,000 chance, since there was a chance, it was possible to be caught. Yulu knew very well that if it continued to sneak attack the human civilization, it might be caught the next time. At that time, its life and death would be unpredictable. They weren't immortal. 1,000 feathers and 1,000 transformations had its advantages as well as its disadvantages. Yulu looked at the human civilization for a long time and finally left. However, this grudge would never be forgotten. This civilization would definitely be destroyed. It felt like it had seen this civilization somewhere before. There was a sense of familiarity and disgust that came from the source of its bloodline. At this moment, the human civilization didn't know that Yulu had temporarily abandoned them. Luin told everyone the information he had brought back from Xixing. It could be said that he had brought back bad news that made the human civilization uneasy. How long had the human civilization been stable? This kind of thing had happened again. No one thought that the strange bird had appeared by coincidence. It must have been guided by someone. Otherwise, how could it coincidentally appear in the human civilization when it was so far away? Luin thought so too. However, he couldn't find out who had done it. Lan Meng? He wasn't qualified. Demao? It was possible, especially the existence that was watching Patriarch Shan. It was most likely. He had deliberately found Master Qingqiao to talk to the mysterious Eternal Realm through him. In fact, he had wanted to find the mysterious Eternal Realm through Master Qingqiao several times before, but Master Qingqiao had said that he didn't know who the Eternal Realm was. Perhaps he had left, and Luin couldn't do anything about it. Senior, you should be very clear about the strength of the strange bird after encountering danger twice. I can tell you that the strange bird is the weakest in the immortal plume civilization, Luin said. He didn't believe Che's words and thought that it was an alarmist, but it didn't stop him from using it to threaten Master Qingqiao. Master Qingqiao looked solemn and looked at Luin. I really can't find the mysterious Eternal Realm you're talking about. Luin frowned. Senior, the situation is serious. Don't force me to do something I don't want to do. Master Qingqiao said, I haven't finished speaking. I can't find the mysterious Eternal Realm, but I can pass on a message. What do you want to say? Luin stared at Master Qingqiao for a while, and his tone softened. I want to know who is watching Patriarch Shan. Perhaps it's that existence that lured the strange bird here. Master Qingqiao asked, aren't you afraid that the mysterious Eternal Realm is watching Patriarch Shan? Luin said, if you dare to admit it, I don't mind having one more enemy. Master Qingqiao sighed. You won't get the answer. It's one thing to have an answer, but you can ask. Okay. A few years later, Luin met Master Qingqiao again and wanted to know the answer. In the past few years, they had been guarding against the strange bird, but it didn't appear. They didn't let down their guard. The longest interval between the strange bird's attack was 7 years. Even 70 years was not a problem for the Eternal Realm, let alone 7 years. Therefore, this was also the reason why Luin was anxious to find an answer to this matter. They couldn't keep guarding against it, and it was too disadvantageous for the cultivation of human civilization. He hadn't built a high wall of his heart all these years, and his heart couldn't calm down at all. Master Qingqiao faced Luin. There's no answer. Luin narrowed his eyes. Master Qingqiao continued, even if you kill me, there's no answer. I've asked, but it's like a stone sinking into the sea. Since you joined the unknown, that existence has already left, and I might not be able to get in touch with it at all. Luin left and didn't say anything else. Time continued to pass. 10 years passed, and the strange bird didn't appear. Luin and the others didn't relax, but became more vigilant. The longer the interval, the more prepared the strange bird was. The next sneak attack might not be so simple. But soon, more than 20 years passed, and the strange bird still didn't appear. They continued to wait. More than 10 years passed, and it still didn't appear. Luin couldn't sit still and went to trace to sound it out, but no matter what he said, Demao and the others didn't reply. Perhaps they really weren't there. Che was there, but Luing didn't want to say a word to him. It was meaningless to scold someone who couldn't even speak. Time continued to pass. It had been 100 years since the strange bird's last sneak attack on Master Qingqiao. In these 100 years, Lu Yin and the others had been waiting for the first few decades, and they were still waiting for the next few decades. 100 years was just a snap of the fingers for the Eternal Realm. Perhaps the strange bird's next sneak attack would be a few hundred years later when the human civilization was lax. This made him rather uncomfortable. Lu Yin could not accept not being able to take the initiative, so he did one thing in the next few decades, which was to nurture Xian. That's right, to nurture Xian. Back when he first went to the Seven Treasures Heaven Toad's territory, the Immortal Master had constantly scattered bug nests along the way. Lu Yin had followed him and scattered pathfinding stones. The Immortal Master did not understand the meaning of Lu Yin's actions. Now that so many years had passed, the consciousness on the pathfinding stones should have dissipated long ago. However, Lu Yin would still add consciousness to some of the stones, such as those that came into contact with a certain civilization. The Immortal Master had scattered bug nests to find civilizations and nurture Xian. Most bug nests floated in space and were meaningless, but occasionally, some would come into contact with civilizations. For example, the civilization that Lu Yin had descended to already had many bugs. If not for his help, this civilization would have been occupied by the bug nest civilization. This civilization did not have many powerhouses, and the most powerful creature was only at the progenitor realm. It was about the same as the space tree of the Tianyuan universe. This kind of strength was far inferior to the bug nest civilization. However, it was enough to nurture Xian. Lu Yin stood on the mountain peak with a strange-looking creature behind him. This creature was actually Xian, and its appearance was the same as this civilization's creature. Lu Yin had specially nurtured Xian in the hope that the Immortal Master would notice it and lure the bug nest civilization over. The bug nest civilization's model was destined to develop very quickly. Back then, the Immortal Master only had Luochan left, but now, there might be countless bugs. If the bug nest civilization was not too far away, they should be able to sense Xian's existence. Mabai could lure the bug nest civilization over from the Tianyuan universe. Since the Immortal Master had scattered the bug nest, he had not completely abandoned this area. However, Xian had been nurtured for more than 30 years. He had tried to contact the bug nest civilization, but he could not. Lu Yin guessed that the Immortal Master was too far away and could not sense it. If that was the case, there was nothing he could do. However, if the Immortal Master sensed it but did not come, that would not do. Lu Yin followed the latter guess and found Patriarch Lu Yuan to give the Immortal Master some strong medicine. Cultivate the Immortal Master's power? Patriarch Lu Yuan was surprised. Lu Yin nodded. I want to understand the Immortal Plume civilization through the Immortal Master. We don't know when that strange bird will attack again. We can't guard against it forever. My cultivation has been delayed. Old Master Lu Yuan was infuriated the moment he heard that. Preposterous. It's just a bird. All right, I'll do whatever you say. Lu Yin replied, just cultivate the Immortal Master's power. Back when you had the innate gift of teleportation, the Immortal Master's power had already seeped into your body. Now, just guide that power out to cultivate. If the Immortal Master senses it, he will definitely come. It would be strange if the Immortal Master did not come to take a look when his own power suddenly appeared. This was the medicine he wanted to give the Immortal Master. If he did not lure the Immortal Master over, how would he be able to recognize the Immortal Plume civilization? That technological civilization had yet to make a move against the Tuofeng civilization. He could not afford to wait. Lu Yin could see that the technological civilization was stalling for time. They were unwilling to give up on devouring the sealed civilization, but they also didn't want to help themselves, so they were stalling for time. Only the heavens knew how long this delay would take, and Lu Yin did not want to wait any longer. Thus, he could only seek help from the Immortal Master. Furthermore, it was time to settle the score. The grudge between the human civilization and the insectoid nest civilization had been settled, but the appearance of that strange bird might have been caused by the Immortal Master. The immortal master had been very difficult to deal with in the past, but it was different now. Old Master Lu Yuan had always had the immortal master's power in his body. Due to his misgivings, he had not cultivated it. Now, he could cultivate without restraint. The Azure Lotus Imperial, Mr. Mu, and the others had all seen Old Master Lu Yuan's cultivation, so there was no problem. A few years later, Old Master Lu Yuan opened his eyes with a strange gaze. "How is it, Old Master?" Lu Yun asked. Old Master Lu Yuan smiled and said, "It feels very good. This power is too compatible with me. In the past, I did not know how long it would take for me to cultivate to the peak of Ku adversity or even the limit of combat power below eternal life. Now, I have an idea. Can you sense the existence of the immortal master's other powers?" "I can't sense them. After all, I've only cultivated for a short period of time." Old Master Lu Yuan continued to cultivate while Lu Yun spent most of his time in the human civilization. Little 18 accompanied Old Master Lu Yuan. Little 18 could not be of much use in the consciousness universe. Even if the strange bird ambushed it, it would not do anything to it. It could not stay in the consciousness universe and always wanted to go out. Lu Yun simply brought it here and let it accompany Old Master Lu Yuan as a form of protection. In the blink of an eye, another 100 years passed. It had been 200 years since the strange bird's last ambush, but it still did not appear. However, the human civilization could not be careless. The strange bird had the initiative, and it could ambush them at any time. The human civilization could not afford to lose. This feeling was very uncomfortable. The more uncomfortable it was, the more Lu Yun wanted to find the strange bird. No matter what he did, he could not give the initiative to others. At a distance of an unknown distance, Qinghe stood tall and flickered with a faint light. This light was extremely small at a distance of an inch, but to some creatures, it was the sky. Luo Chan was one of them. No matter how far it teleported, it would find this light. "Master, Xianxia is summoning you." Qinghe swayed and said softly, "I felt it 100 years ago, but I don't want to go in that direction." "Master, when you accompanied Lu Yun to the Seven Treasures Heaven's Toad tribe's territory, you must have left behind a bug nest along the way and bred Xianxia. Are you worried that the location is too close to the human civilization?" "I don't want to be entangled with the human civilization anymore. The human civilization is more troublesome than we thought." "Have you forgotten the information you saw at the crack in the sky?" Luo Chan understood. "Yes, Master." Several years passed. On this day, Luo Chan came again. "Master, your power has appeared." Qinghe swayed and was puzzled. "What?" "I accidentally teleported close to the human civilization and sensed your power." "It was not Xianxia. That Xianxia has been summoning you, but your power appeared at the same location," Luo Chan said. The Divine Master was silent. After a while, he said, "Are you sure it's my power?" "I'm sure. Master's power is like eternal light." "I can't be wrong," Luo Chan said. Then it was puzzled. "But why did your power appear at that location?" Qinghe turned and seemed to be looking into the distance. It muttered to itself, "My power? Could it be that Xianxia can awaken my power?" Luo Chan was overjoyed. "Congratulations, Master. If that's the case, it must be the powerful Xianxia." The Divine Master hesitated. He did not know if this was the case. Logically speaking, Xianxia should not have awakened its power unless its talent was too unique. Thinking of this, he looked at Luo Chan. Luo Chan was a representative of unique talents. All the bug masters under its command had strange talents. There were too many strange talents in the square distance. There might be talents that could allow Xianxia to awaken its power directly. If that was the case, Xianxia's future might not be inferior to Luo Chan's. The more he thought about it, the more he was tempted. The civilization that gave birth to Xianxia must be very unique. Although it might not be strong, if it cooperated with the Bug Nest civilization to continue giving birth to Xianxia, it was not impossible for it to break away from the immortal Plume civilization. This was the reason why it kept looking for new civilizations and spreading bug nests. But that location made it afraid. "Master?" Luo Chan shouted. The Divine Master said, "You want to go?" Luo Chan was actually a clone of the Divine Master. He could almost sense Luo Chan's thoughts, but Luo Chan was different from other clones. It was born from the immortal plume civilization and had the absolute means of the immortal plume civilization. To a certain extent, it restrained the Divine Master's control over Luo Chan. That was why Luo Chan kept calling it Master. It was both a clone and not a clone. To be honest, Master, I'm not satisfied. You want to take revenge on the humans? I don't know why, but I hate the human civilization. Qinghe swayed. It seems to be related to the source of your talent, but I won't cause trouble for the human civilization anymore. The more you hate it, the more I hope that the human civilization will become stronger. Do you understand? Luo Chan said in a low voice, I understand. The Divine Master had always wanted to break away from the immortal plume civilization, but the civilization was too powerful. Luo Chan's talent originated from the immortal plume civilization. If Luo Chan hated the human civilization, it meant that the human civilization had a grudge with the immortal plume civilization. The stronger the human civilization was, the more it could share the pressure of the immortal plume civilization. The reason it said this to Luo Chan was that Luo Chan would not betray it. It was true that Luo Chan was placed by the immortal plume civilization, but most of Luo Chan's power came from it. Luo Chan's existence allowed the immortal plume civilization to control it, but that was all. Let's go and take a look. Perhaps it's my chance, the Divine Master said. Then, he disappeared. Luo Chan teleported with it and headed in a certain direction. Several years later, Patriarch Lu Yuan suddenly woke up. The power of the same origin is close. Little 18 quivered and hurriedly looked at the starry sky. Where? Where? Patriarch Lu Yuan stared in a certain direction. Little 7, come quickly. Luin frequently traveled between this universe and the human civilization. After all, the Divine Master could teleport as well. If he was not careful, the Divine Master might arrive when he was in the human civilization. That would be troublesome. Patriarch Lu Yuan would be the first to suffer. However, no matter how frequent it was, he could not travel more than 10 times a day. Fortunately, other than Patriarch Lu Yuan, there was another person who could sense the Divine Master's power, Yan Ruyu. Patriarch Lu Yuan was in another universe attracting the Divine Master's attention, while Yan Ruyu was in the human civilization. Not long after, Yan Ruyu sensed that the Divine Master's power was getting closer and closer. Lu Yin immediately brought Jiang Feng and Mr. Mu to the universe where Patriarch Lu Yuan was. He had waited for so long for this moment. Of course, he had to be on guard against that strange bird. Behind the Divine Master was the immortal plume civilization. He could not rule out the possibility that the Divine Master's arrival had been instructed by Yu Lu to lure him away. Therefore, when Lu Yin was preparing to ambush the Divine Master, Azure Lotus Lord caused the karma celestial phenomenon to boil. He was also prepared to take action at any time. Azure Lotus Lord had even arrived at the Tianyuan universe. Patriarch Shan had settled his own karma. It was time to settle the Divine Master's karma as well. More than 10 years later, outside the universe where Patriarch Lu Yuan was, the Immortal Master and Luo Chan appeared instantly. At the same time, a snow-white bird appeared. This was the Xianxia, the most powerful Xianxia that the insect nest civilization had nurtured over the years. It was close to the level of the former 4 insect masters. The snow-white bird leaped down and headed towards the universe. It wanted to scout the way. After being tricked by Lu Yin once, the Immortal Master had to be more cautious. Luo Chan was attached to him, ready to disappear at any time. As long as Luo Chan could make it leave instantly, there was nothing to be afraid of. Lu Yin did not expect the Immortal Master to take so long to arrive. The journey would definitely not take that long. He was probably deliberately stalling for time to guard against Lu Yin. Just like those technological civilizations, everyone wanted to waste time. Everything started from nothing. The sky turned dark, and everything ceased to exist. It was so sudden. Go, the Immortal Master shouted. Without moving, the Qinghe swayed and instantly broke the rules. Luo Chan disappeared. In front of him, Lu Yin's lips curled up as he smiled at him. He held the trembling Luo Chan in his hand. The starry sky was silent. Only the Immortal Master and Luin stood facing each other. "Long time no see, Immortal Master," Luin said with a smile and carefree. The Xianxia shook and shone even brighter. The Immortal Master said, "Teleportation." Luin smiled. "Show me." The Immortal Master would never have dreamed that Luin could teleport. That was teleportation, the absolute technique of the Immortal Plume civilization. It was precisely because of teleportation that the Immortal Plume civilization could be so unrestrained and fearless. How did Luin know it? Why did he know it? Other than the Immortal Plume civilization, there should not be any creatures that could teleport, especially humans. The Immortal Master knew how aggrieved humans were when they faced Luo Chan's teleportation. With teleportation, the insect nest civilization could be invincible. But now, this human could do it. In an instant, past experiences flashed past, especially when Luo Chan was captured. Combined with the fact that Luin could teleport, the Immortal Master understood. "You knew teleportation before going to the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad Tribe's territory. That's why you dared to ask me to accompany you. You were not afraid that I would attack you. Even if I did not care about Luo Chan's life, you were not afraid." Luin nodded. "That's right. I knew it then. That's why you suddenly changed your mind and were willing to let Luo Chan go. It's because you've already obtained this talent." The Immortal Master's voice had never been so low. Even when Luo Chan had been captured, he hadn't been like this. Luin sighed. "There's nothing we can do about it. We've suffered too much due to our innate gift of teleportation. Perhaps you don't understand our human civilization, but our civilization is very strange. The more we fall, the more we have to climb back up." The Immortal Master's tone was heavy. "Where's my power? This is your trap again, but I can't figure out how you did it. How did you get the teleportation talent, and how did you get my power?" Luin locked Luo Chan in Mount Supreme and clasped his hands behind his back. "Even now, I still don't plan on telling you. Why did you lure me here? My grudge with your human civilization has already been settled. I don't believe that you will pay the price of karma to attack me for a grudge that has already been settled," said the Immortal Master. As he spoke, Little 18, Jiang Feng, and Mr. Mu appeared. There was no need to hide. The Immortal Master was very powerful, and he couldn't hide it. It was an existence that could fight against the Blue Lotus Emperor. The Immortal Master looked around. There was a Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad and 2 unfamiliar humans in the Eternal Realm. Another unfamiliar Eternal Realm. How many Eternal Realm experts did the human civilization have now? Also, why did the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad help them? He always felt that many things had happened while he was away from the human civilization. Luin clenched his fist and shook his arm. "I have something to talk to you about, but it's useless to just talk about it. Immortal Master, I've always been curious about what your true form is." After speaking, he instantly appeared in front of the Immortal Master and punched him. This punch released all of his strength. It was the strength that could withstand the 35 abyss realms of the Wonder Gate. At the same time, Little 18, Jiang Feng, and Mr. Mu all attacked. The reason why so many experts surrounded him was to take him down in the shortest time possible. The fewer times they attacked, the fewer karma restraints Jiang Feng and Mr. Mu would have. Xianxia swayed, boiling with life energy. 9 revolutions Qian Yuan. Xianxia expanded, and the faint green light took Lu Yin's punch without breaking. At the same time, Little 18's steel fork, Jiang Feng's sword, and Mr. Mu's palm were all blocked. Luin didn't expect the Immortal Master to use the 9 revolutions Qian Yuan right off the bat. This was the Immortal Master's ultimate battle technique. Back then, the humanoid immortal Xianxia had only cultivated to the 3rd revolution's Qian Yuan, forcing him to use the One of Wishes. Thunder rumbled as Jiang Feng's sword vibrated and slashed horizontally. In a breath, the universe was cut open. Little 18 roared, and life energy poured into the steel fork as it stabbed out fiercely. Mr. Mu retreated instead of advancing. In front of him, the phantom of a cauldron appeared, and the 9-yang cauldron was pushed horizontally. Luin took out the Go Lian and slashed. With a bang, the green light shattered, and the 9 revolutions Qian Yuan was broken. Xianxia spun like a green wheat ear, releasing a stream of air that blasted towards the 4 people. Little 18 was the first to be hit by the stream of air. He was stunned at first, then he spat out blood and flew backward. Then, Jiang Feng and Mr. Mu were also hit by the stream of air. They kept retreating, the corners of their mouths stained with blood. Lu Ying teleported to avoid the stream of air, but the moment he got close to Xianxia, the stream of air wrapped around him and rushed into his body. Was this life energy? Single aura technique, the immortal master growled, releasing even more air. Lu Ying retreated step by step. What a majestic life energy! He finally understood why Mr. Mu and the others had been hit. It wasn't that the stream of air couldn't be avoided, but rather that it was a type of life energy. One's instincts could not sense any danger from it, but it had come from the immortal master's attack. Even if one's instincts had been delayed for a moment, they would still have been hit. Life energy entering one's body was like entering a living universe, and it could easily cause one to explode. Seeing Xianxia continue to release life energy, Lu Ying raised the Go Lian. Release life energy. The surging life energy surged towards Xianxia, and the immortal master retreated at the same time. He was astonished. What was this? Xianxia wanted to use life energy to kill others, but Lu Ying also wanted to use life energy to kill Xianxia. The immortal master stared at the Go Lian in Lu Yin's hand. Was that eternal life? At that moment, the sword slashed in front of the immortal master. The immortal master was a beat too slow, and a corner of Xianxia was torn apart by the sword. It had come from Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng did not know how to teleport, but his attack was no weaker than a teleport. It came from that indescribable breath, from the beginning of nothing. At that moment, Mr. Mu pressed down with both hands. 9 Suns Cauldron Transformation. The immortal master's Xianxia trembled once again. 9 Revolutions Universe Essence instantly magnified countless times and propped up the 9 Suns Cauldron Transformation. At the same time, Xianxia's branches and leaves spread out and pressed towards Lu Ying and Jiang Feng. Little 18's attack had almost no effect on it, and it did not even care. Lu Ying released his power of will and merged it with the universe's will behind him. He struck out with a palm at Xianxia. Thunder rumbled in front of Jiang Feng's eyes. With the help of life energy and eternal matter, it forcefully withstood the pressure of the branches and leaves and retreated step by step. The sword in its hand drooped down, and it closed its eyes. Its breathing became even softer. Lu Ying, you underestimate me too much. You can't win against me at all. You want me to take Luochan away? It's meaningless for you to capture it. You don't even know what's behind it. The immortal master's voice rang out. He did not want to fight either. In a short period of time, only the Azure Lotus Emperor of the human civilization could fight against him. Now, he was being besieged by others. These people were not simple, and even the 9 Revolutions Universe Essence could not suppress them. It felt like he was facing the migrating Silver Sky Army. Lu Ying suddenly released the heavenly path of karma, and strands of karma descended and rushed towards the immortal master. The immortal master easily dodged. Your karma is useless against me. Suddenly, the pressure came. The heavenly eye suppressed all living things. The immortal master was caught off guard and was pressed down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Mr. Mu raised his hand again and pressed down with the cauldron. This was not the 9 Yang cauldron transformation, but the weapon-suppressing turbid treasure. At this moment, he displayed his own law at the same time, suppressing all things in the world. The immortal master was shocked. What kind of power was this? Xianxia wanted to dodge, but Lu Ying waved the Go Lian horizontal slash, and the surging vitality descended like a torrential river. There was blood at the corner of little 18's mouth. Star-toed star-picking hand. Jiang Feng suddenly opened his eyes and breathed in and out. He took a step forward and pointed his sword at the starry sky. It was only a point, but it seemed to strike the entire universe and bend in one direction. This move made Lu Ying look askance. He originally thought that Uncle Jiang was only an ordinary eternal life realm expert, but now it seemed that it was not that simple. And no matter how he looked at it, the law of everything beginning from nothing did not only have the characteristic of making people unable to escape. Boom! The weapon-suppressing turbid treasure descended and pressed down on Xianxia, causing it to bend and crack. Mr. Mu pressed down with both hands with a solemn expression. With his law and the weapon suppressing turbid treasure, Qinghe had been suppressed to the point where it was difficult to resist. The immortal master was very strong, but it was not that easy to break through. At this moment, karma pierced through Qinghe. Luin stared at the karma as the divine seal catalog appeared behind him, and countless sword intents slashed out. The triple firmament sword intent, hidden sword. Humans, you're courting death. The immortal master roared. His originally light and gentle voice became as irritable as the thunder in the sky. The countless swords of the three heavens suddenly stopped, as if they were being held back by an invisible force. At the same time, little 18, Jiang Feng, and even Mr. Mu were sent flying by this invisible force. Luin teleported away, and the void cracked open. He looked back and saw a phantom. Was that Qinghe? It was exactly the same Qinghe. He teleported again, and Qinghe phantoms appeared everywhere in the universe. They tore through the void and struck the world. This was an invisible world that came from the immortal master. There was a loud bang, and the weapon suppressing turbid treasure was sent flying. Qinghe expanded, and green light decorated the starry sky like a blooming flower. Luin and the others were buried by the flowers. Qinghe realm. Luin teleported again and again, bringing Mr. Mu and the others far away. However, there were always Qinghe phantoms around them, covering the entire area. Luin gritted his teeth and directly teleported back to the human civilization. No matter how vast this invisible world was, could it cover the karma great celestial phenomenon? Now, it was time for the others to make a move. After the immortal master released the Qinghe realm, he left without hesitation. Without Luo Chan, he could no longer teleport. However, in the next moment, two pitchforks and a spear stabbed over from afar, tearing through the void. The power of the three combined directly tore through the Qinghe realm and headed towards the immortal master. The immortal master turned around, and Qinghe's branches and leaves fell. 9 revolutions Qian Yuan 1. A branch and leaf enveloped the starry sky, and it was as if a new world had descended as it viciously slammed into the distance. The branches and leaves were torn apart. The immortal master had underestimated the 3 weapons. The 2 pitchforks came from Old Fourth and Old Fifth. They were both eternal life forms of the 7 treasures heavenly toad, and their strength was about the same as Mr. Mu's. As for the spear, it came from Startling Cloud, which came from the Startling Gate. Yunjiao had also once fought against Lan Meng. Even the immortal master would not be able to easily break through the combined attack of the 3 forces. The immortal master was shocked. Luin brought Jiang Feng, Mr. Mu, and little 18 back. He then brought OL4, OL5, and Startle Gate Xianxia. That strange bird did not join forces with the immortal master. Otherwise, it would have attacked long ago. Tearing apart the branches and leaves, the 2 pitchforks were the first to stab at the immortal master, but they were repelled by the immortal master's flickering green light. Yunjiao's stab streaked across the Qinghe tree, tearing it apart. Luin suddenly appeared. His body was withered, and he charged towards the immortal master with the Go Lian in his hand. The green radiance that greeted him continuously restored him. His withered body was restored again and again. The Go Lian slashed down, and a surge of vitality rushed towards him. The immortal master released the 1 Qi art, and the vitality was even more vigorous than before. It came from the Qinghe realm and from the many Qinghe phantoms. The vitality collided with the life force, and Luin was forced back several steps. He could not hold on any longer, as this vitality was far inferior to the immortal master's life force. From this point alone, it could be seen that the eternal life form with the vitality was far inferior to the immortal master's. However, there was one thing that Luin had not expected: the immortal master did not conform to the laws of the 2 universes. Logically speaking, an existence that could fight against the Blue Lotus Emperor and cause the Blue Lotus Emperor to be apprehensive should fit the 2 laws. Old Ancestor Shan's evaluation of the immortal master's strength was not low. The immortal master should have the strength to face the 7 treasures heavenly toad head-on, and it could be seen that he wasn't weak from the way he attacked just now. However, why didn't he conform to the 2 laws? The difference between 2 laws and 1 law could be felt in this kind of battle. The suppression of the life force made it difficult for Luin to breathe. His body was filled with life force, and his withered body was constantly recovering. Finally, he had accumulated a certain amount of power, and he suddenly released it. Accompanied by the power of will, he struck out with his palm, shattering the Qinghe realm inch by inch as he continued to close in on the immortal master. The immortal master was astonished. How could this scoundrel have such strength? Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. After he finished speaking, in the starry sky of the universe, numerous illusory figures of Qinghe grew. The qi of life fused with the Qinghe illusory figures nearby, causing them to gradually wither. This was reverse growth. Logically speaking, the qi of life should make the Qinghe illusory more luxuriant. However, it caused the Qinghe illusory figures to wither. It was just like how the immortal master used the qi of life to kill his enemies. This wasn't the first time Luin had encountered such a strange and contradictory method, and he knew that this method was even more difficult to deal with. Teleportation. His body disappeared and reappeared right in front of the immortal master. He struck out with his palm. No matter what kind of power you used, as long as you couldn't release it in time, no matter how strong it would be useless. Suddenly, Luin felt his heart palpitate. He stared in front of him, and he did not know if it was just his imagination, but he saw Qinghe smile. Green light shot out from Qinghe's phantom images and transformed into a curtain that covered the surroundings, isolating them from the rest of the universe. He had been tricked. The immortal master had a method to prevent Luin from teleporting, which was similar to Uncle Zhang's beginning from nothing. Luin shifted his palm and broke through the void, instantly disappearing. The immortal master did not move from his original position. He had never truly thought of trapping Luin and had only used this method to divert Lu Yin's attack. If Luin had attacked with that palm, he would have had to endure the immortal master's attack, and he did not know if he could withstand it. It had not been easy for Luin to accumulate the strength that he had used to reach an extreme, but now, all his efforts had been for naught. Not only had he failed to injure the immortal master, but he had even given the immortal master enough time to attack. The Qinghe illusory figures completely withered and then blossomed. An indescribable power surged towards the immortal master and continuously fused into his body. The immortal master's aura skyrocketed, and it was different from before. At this moment, the immortal master gave off a feeling that he was hovering between life and death. Luin instantly disappeared, and the immortal master's Qinghe swayed. An invisible power caused the void to melt until it disappeared. Upon seeing Luin escape, the Qinghe once again charged in a different direction. It did not want to continue fighting, even if it had used this much power. The power of life and death? No wonder this Qinghe is your original body. The azure lotus defense appeared, and endless karma spread out. Thousand faces karma, heavenly finger. Wheel. Karma transformed into numerous arms that unleashed a shocking finger attack. The immortal master simultaneously unleashed his own power, not showing any fear in the face of the heavenly finger wheel. Boom! The universe distorted and shattered. The entire void shuttled through like a stream of water. Luin stood in the distance and watched. The immortal master blocked the azure lotus defense's heavenly finger wheel head-on. This was an attack that had severely injured Lan Meng and shattered the hanging coffin. As he watched the Qinghe sway and attack again, Luin exhaled. Perhaps the immortal master had never imagined that he would one day be besieged by so many eternal realms. With Luo Chan around, it had always been the one besieging others, but now, it was the other way around. The phantom of the Qinghe spread out, constantly releasing the power of life and death towards the immortal master. Facing the azure lotus defense, the immortal master took the initiative to attack. The azure lotus defense descended, and the second attack, the heavenly finger wheel, caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. For the starry sky, even for Luin, the power of the collision at this moment felt like the sky was collapsing and the earth was cracking. The surface of his body withered, and he instantly appeared behind the immortal master. At this moment, the immortal master's body was shrouded in a layer of invisible power, which was the same power as the Qinghe's used to attack the heavenly finger wheel. Seeing Luin appear, the immortal master did not care. He was confident that Luin could not break through the protection of this power. The immortal master lived in accordance with the laws of the universe and could grow on its own. The Qinghe swayed and could also cultivate insect nests, giving birth to strange Xianxia, and drive a civilization with its own power. This was the strength of the immortal master. However, this was not all. When one was in accordance with the laws of life in the universe, one could see the laws of death. The alternation of life and death was released in the Xianxia realm. This was the immortal master's application of the laws of the universe. With the Xianxia as the carrier, the alternating power of life and death was equivalent to the strength of the two laws of the universe. This was the immortal master's true strength. At this moment, Luyin could not shake the immortal master at all. Luyin did not expect that although the immortal master had not comprehended the two laws of the universe, he could use one law, himself as the carrier, and the invisible world as the source to forcefully strike out the strength of the two laws. Fortunately, from the beginning, the immortal master that Luyin knew was in accordance with the two laws. He had also always treated the immortal master as the boss of the seven treasures heavenly toad and had never underestimated him. In this siege, if there was even the slightest mistake, the immortal master would have escaped. Even without Luo Chan, the immortal master was so far away that it was difficult for Luyin to know which direction he ran in. It was impossible for great ancestor Lu Yuan to detect the immortal master, who had concealed his power, and Yan Ruyu could not detect him either. The immortal master was very strong, but as long as he could see clearly, it would be over. They had besieged the immortal master time and time again in order to see clearly. Now, they could do it. Boom! There was another loud bang as the third heavenly finger wheel collided with the immortal master's power of life and death. The immortal master and the Azure Lotus Defender retreated at the same time. Compared to the Azure Lotus Defender, the immortal master retreated a few more steps in the direction of Luyin. Xianxia shook, and the power of life and death swept through the surroundings. Whether Luyin was around or not, it had no effect on him. If Luyin dared to resist, he would definitely die. This was the immortal master's understanding. However, when he saw a huge toad appear, horror filled his entire body. Boss grinned. The void was heavy, and gravity was limitless. Xianxia was completely crushed. Boss flipped over and slashed down with his claws. At the same time, the Azure Lotus Defender unleashed the fourth heavenly finger wheel. The immortal master cried out miserably. He had thought that the Azure Lotus Defender's attack was the limit of this siege. He had not expected that the boss of the seven treasures heavenly toad would come. He had seen this aura before. It was the star toad under the lake in the Rainbow Land. It was the star toad that had forced Luyin to fight the shameless toad. It was an existence that made him wary. Had the seven treasures heavenly toad tribe submitted to the human civilization? Therefore, the toad called Little 18 had also attacked from the beginning. No matter how he thought about it, he could not figure it out. No matter how strong the toad was, it was completely suppressed by the joint attack of Boss and the Azure Lotus Defender. Xianxia kept cracking, and the Xianxia realm directly collapsed. The branches and leaves kept falling off, and the power of life and death was crushed into pieces. It was completely unable to resist. Luyin instantly disappeared and reappeared. Mr. Mu was brought over. He raised his hand, and the treasure suppression turbid cauldron fell from the sky. It was in accordance with the law of the universe, suppression. When the starry sky calmed down, Luyin saw the crushed Xianxia under the cauldron. On both sides, the seven treasures heavenly toad's boss and the Azure Lotus Defender stood tall. In the distance, Old 4, Old 5, and the startled defender watched. Luyin stood in front of Xianxia with a calm gaze. Was he happy? He had suppressed the immortal master. He was not too happy. Unless one was a powerhouse like Patriarch Shan or had an escape method like teleportation, anyone would have to suffer in the face of this siege. However, this siege made Luyin see the shortcomings of the human civilization. Although the human civilization now had many eternal realm cultivators, in reality, once they encountered an absolute powerhouse, they still had to rely on the Azure Lotus Defender. Boss could not be counted on. He could help the human civilization once, twice, or even thrice, but he could not help too many times. After all, he was also concerned about the constraints of karma. The human civilization still needed powerhouses with a strong foundation. After all, Mr. Mu had just broken through, and Uncle Jiang still had the hidden danger of bitter adversity. The startled defender had used Mi Jin Shangyu to cultivate his spirit, But his strength had only increased to the same level as the Blood Tower defender. They were all slightly weaker. Not to mention Master Qudang, Master Xianxia, and the Heaven-Bearer Immortal. Send them back, Mr. Mu said. The human civilization still had to guard against the strange bird's sneak attack. Luin immediately teleported and sent everyone back. In the end, only he, Mr. Mu, and Boss stayed behind. Under the cauldron, Qinghe's body was much smaller than before the battle. Its surface was covered in cracks, and the green glow flickered. It was obvious that it had suffered heavy injuries. Luin did not expect Qinghe to be the Divine Master's main body. The Divine Master had always appeared in his original form, but they did not know. Let's talk again now, Divine Master, Luin said calmly as he looked at Qinghe. Green light gathered on the surface of Qinghe's body, and it stared at Luin like an eye. They looked at each other, and the Divine Master said weakly, I didn't expect the 7 treasures heavenly towed to be used by the human civilization. If it weren't for the 7 treasures heavenly towed, you wouldn't have been able to catch me. Luin nodded. That's right. If it weren't for Boss, we wouldn't have been willing to pay the price to get rid of you. However, if it weren't for Boss, I wouldn't have planned to deal with you. The moment I decided to attack you, the outcome was already decided. The Divine Master said bitterly, I should have killed you a long time ago. Luin smiled. It's useless to say this now. Being able to capture you has confirmed part of my guess. It seems that you weren't the one who lured those strange birds to the human civilization. More than 10 years later, outside the universe where Patriarch Lu Yuan was, the Immortal Master and Luo Chan appeared instantly. At the same time, a snow-white bird appeared. This was the Xianxia, the most powerful Xianxia that the insect nest civilization had nurtured over the years. It was close to the level of the former 4 insect masters. The snow-white bird leaped down and headed towards the universe. It wanted to scout the way. After being tricked by Luin once, the Immortal Master had to be more cautious. Luo Chan was attached to him, ready to disappear at any time. As long as Luo Chan could make it leave instantly, there was nothing to be afraid of. Luin did not expect the Immortal Master to take so long to arrive. The journey would definitely not take that long. He was probably deliberately stalling for time to guard against Luin. Just like those technological civilizations, everyone wanted to waste time. Everything started from nothing. The sky turned dark, and everything ceased to exist. It was so sudden. Go, the Immortal Master shouted. Without moving, the Qinghe swayed and instantly broke the rules. Luo Chan disappeared. In front of him, Lu Yin's lips curled up as he smiled at him. He held the trembling Luo Chan in his hand. The starry sky was silent. Only the Immortal Master and Luin stood facing each other. Long time no see, Immortal Master, Luin said with a smile and carefree. The Qinghe shook and shone even brighter. The Immortal Master said, teleportation. Luin smiled. Show me. The Immortal Master would never have dreamed that Luin could teleport. That was teleportation, the absolute technique of the Immortal Plume civilization. It was precisely because of teleportation that the Immortal Plume civilization could be so unrestrained and fearless. How did Luin know it? Why did he know it? Other than the Immortal Plume civilization, there should not be any creatures that could teleport, especially humans. The Immortal Master knew how aggrieved humans were when they faced Luo Chan's teleportation. With teleportation, the insect nest civilization could be invincible. But now, this human could do it. In an instant, past experiences flashed past, especially when Luo Chan was captured. Combined with the fact that Luin could teleport, the Immortal Master understood. You knew teleportation before going to the 7 Treasures Heavenly Toad tribe's territory. That's why you dared to ask me to accompany you. You were not afraid that I would attack you. Even if I did not care about Luo Chan's life, you were not afraid. Luin nodded. That's right. I knew it then. That's why you suddenly changed your mind and were willing to let Luo Chan go. It's because you've already obtained this talent. The Immortal Master's voice had never been so low. Even when Luo Chan had been captured, he hadn't been like this. Luin sighed. There's nothing we can do about it. We've suffered too much due to our innate gift of teleportation. Perhaps you don't understand our human civilization, but our civilization is very strange. The more we fall, the more we have to climb back up. The immortal master's tone was heavy. Where's my power? This is your trap again, but I can't figure out how you did it. How did you get the teleportation talent, and how did you get my power? Luin locked Luo Chan in Mount Supreme with his hands behind his back. Even now, I still don't plan on telling you. Why did you lure me here? My grudge with your human civilization has already been settled. I don't believe that you will pay the price of karma to attack me for a grudge that has already been settled, said Immortal Master. As he spoke, Little 18, Jiang Feng, and Mr. Mu appeared. There was no need to hide. The Immortal Master was very powerful, and he couldn't hide it. It was an existence that could fight against the Blue Lotus Emperor. The Immortal Master looked around. There was a 7 treasures heavenly toad and 2 unfamiliar humans in the Eternal Realm. Another unfamiliar Eternal Realm. How many Eternal Realm experts did the human civilization have now? Also, why did the 7 treasures heavenly toad help them? He felt that a lot of things had happened while he was away from the human civilization. Luin clenched his fist and shook his arm. I have something to talk to you about, but it's useless to just talk about it. Immortal Master, I've always been curious about what your true form is. After speaking, he instantly appeared in front of the Immortal Master and punched him. This punch released all of his power. It was the power that could withstand the 35 abyss realms of the Wonder Gate. At the same time, Little 18, Jiang Feng, and Mr. Mu all attacked. The reason why so many experts surrounded him was to take him down in the shortest time possible. The fewer times they attacked, the fewer karma restraints Jiang Feng and Mr. Mu would have. Xianxia swayed, boiling with life energy. 9 revolutions Qian Yuan. Xianxia expanded, and the faint green light took Lu Yin's punch without breaking. At the same time, Little 18's steel fork, Jiang Feng's sword, and Mr. Mu's palm were all blocked. Lu Yin didn't expect the Immortal Master to use the 9 revolutions Qian Yuan right off the bat. This was the Immortal Master's ultimate battle technique. Back then, the humanoid immortal Xianxia had only cultivated to the 3rd revolution's Qian Yuan, forcing him to use the One of Wishes. Thunder rumbled as Jiang Feng's sword vibrated and slashed horizontally. In a breath, the universe was cut open. Little 18 roared, and life energy poured into the steel fork as it stabbed out fiercely. Mr. Mu retreated instead of advancing. In front of him, the phantom of a cauldron appeared, and the 9-yang cauldron was pushed horizontally. Lu Yin took out the Go Lian and slashed. With a bang, the green light shattered, and the 9 revolutions Qian Yuan was broken. Xianxia spun like a green wheat ear, releasing a stream of air that blasted towards the 4 people. Little 18 was the first to be hit by the stream of air. He was stunned at first, then he spat out blood and flew backward. Then, Jiang Feng and Mr. Mu were also hit by the stream of air. They kept retreating, and the corners of their mouths were stained with blood. Lu Yin teleported to avoid the stream of air, but the moment he got close to Xianxia, the stream of air wrapped around him and rushed into his body. Was this life energy? Single aura technique, the Immortal Master growled, releasing even more air. Lu Yin retreated step by step. What a boundless life energy! He finally understood why Mr. Mu and the others had been hit. It wasn't that this stream of air couldn't be avoided, but rather that it was a type of life energy. One's instincts couldn't sense any danger from it, but it had come from the Immortal Master's attack. Even if one's instincts had been delayed for a split second, they would still have been hit. When the life energy entered one's body, it was just like when the universe was alive, and it could easily cause one's body to explode. When he saw Xianxia continue to release life energy, Lu Yin raised the Go Lian and slashed. Life energy surged towards Xianxia, and the Immortal Master retreated at the same time. He was astonished. What was this? If Xianxia wanted to use life energy to kill others, then Lu Yin would use life energy to kill Xianxia as well. The Immortal Master stared at the Go Lian in Lu Yin's hand. Was that eternal life? At that moment, Lu Yin's sword slashed in front of him. The Immortal Master was a beat too slow, and a corner of Xianxia was torn apart by the sword's edge. It had come from Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng didn't know how to teleport, but his attack wasn't any weaker than that. It came from that indescribable breath and the beginning of everything. At that moment, Mr. Mu pressed down with both hands. 9 Yang Cauldron Transformation. The immortal master's Xianxia shook once again. 9 Revolutions universe elements instantly magnified countless times and propped up the 9 Yang Cauldron Transformation. At the same time, Xianxia's branches and leaves extended towards Lu Yin and Jiangfeng. Little 18's attack had almost no effect on it, and it didn't even care. Lu Yin released his power of will and merged it with the universe's will behind him as he struck Xianxia with a palm. Thunder rumbled in front of Jiangfeng's eyes. With the help of life energy and eternal matter, it forcefully withstood the pressure of the branches and leaves and retreated step by step. The sword in its hand drooped down, and it closed its eyes. Its breathing became even softer. Lu Yin, you underestimate me too much. You can't beat me at all. You want me to take Luochan away? It's meaningless for you to capture it. You don't even know what's behind it. The immortal master's voice rang out. It didn't want to fight either. In a short period of time, only Qinglian Yu of the human civilization could fight against it. Now, it was surrounded by others. These people weren't simple, and even the 9 Revolutions universe elements couldn't suppress them. It felt like he was facing the migrating silver heavenly army. Lu Yin suddenly released his heavenly Tao of karma, and strands of karma descended towards the immortal master. The immortal master easily dodged them. Your karma is useless against me. Suddenly, the pressure came. The heavenly I suppressed all living things. The immortal master was caught off guard and was pressed down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Mr. Mu raised his hand again, and the cauldron pressed down. This wasn't the 9 Yang Cauldron Transformation, but the weapon-suppressing turbid treasure. At this moment, he displayed his own law at the same time, suppressing everything in the world. The immortal master was shocked. What kind of power was this? Qinhe wanted to dodge, but Lu Yin waved the Go Lian horizontal slash, and the surging vitality descended like a torrential river. There was blood at the corner of little 18's mouth. Star Toad Star Picking Hand. Jiangfeng suddenly opened his eyes. He breathed in, and took a step forward. His sword pointed at the starry sky. It was only a point, but it seemed to have struck the entire universe and bent it in one direction. This move made Lu Yin look askance. He thought that Uncle Jiang was only an ordinary Eternal Realm expert, but now it seemed that it wasn't that simple. And no matter how he looked at it, the law of everything beginning with nothing didn't only have this characteristic of making people unable to escape. Boom! The weapon-suppressing turbid treasure descended and pressed down on Qinhe, causing it to bend and crack. Mr. Mu pressed down with both hands with a solemn expression. With his law and the weapon-suppressing turbid treasure, Qinhe had been suppressed to the point that it was difficult to resist. The immortal master was very strong, but it wasn't that easy to break through. At this moment, strands of karma pierced through Qinhe. Lu Yin stared at them as the divine seal catalog appeared behind him, and countless sword intents slashed out. 3 blue sword intents, hidden sword. Humans, you're courting death. The immortal master bellowed. His originally light and gentle voice became as irritable as the thunder in the sky. The countless 3 firmament sword wills suddenly stopped, as if they were being held back by an invisible force. At the same time, little 18, Jiangfeng, and even Mr. Mu were sent flying by this invisible force. Lu Yin teleported away, and the void cracked open. He looked back and saw a phantom. Was that Qinhe? It was exactly the same Qinhe. He teleported again, and Qinhe phantoms appeared everywhere in the universe. They tore through the void and struck the world. This was an invisible world that came from the immortal master. There was a loud bang, and the weapon-suppressing turbid treasure was sent flying. Qinhe swelled up, and green light decorated the starry sky like a blooming flower. Lu Yin and the others were buried by the flowers. Xianxia realm. Lu Yin teleported again and again, bringing Mr. Mu and the others far away. However, there were always Qinhe phantoms around them, covering the entire area. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and directly teleported back to the human civilization. No matter how vast this invisible world was, could it cover the karmic grade astronomical phenomenon? Now, it was time for the others to make a move. After the immortal master released the Xianxia realm, he left without hesitation. Without Luo Chan, he could no longer teleport. But in the next moment, 2 pitchforks and a spear stabbed over from afar, tearing through the void. The power of the 3 combined directly tore through the Qinghe realm and headed towards the Immortal Master. The Immortal Master turned around, and Qinghe's branches and leaves pressed down. 9 revolutions Qian Yuan 1. A branch and leaf enveloped the starry sky, and it was as if a new world had descended as it fiercely slammed into the distance. The branches and leaves were torn apart. The Immortal Master had underestimated the 3 weapons. The 2 pitchforks came from Old Fourth and Old Fifth. They were both eternal life forms of the 7 treasures Heavenly Toad, and their strength was about the same as Mr. Mu's. As for the spear, it came from Startling Cloud, which came from the Startling Gate. Yunjiao had also once fought against Lan Meng. Even the Immortal Master would not be able to easily break through the combined attack of the 3 forces. The Immortal Master was shocked. Luyin brought Jiang Feng, Mr. Mu, and Little 18 back. He then brought OL4, OL5, and Jingmen Shanyu back. That strange bird did not join forces with the Immortal Master. Otherwise, it would have attacked long ago. Tearing apart the branches and leaves, the 2 pitchforks were the first to stab at the Immortal Master, but they were repelled by the Immortal Master's flickering green light. Yunjiao's stab streaked across the Qinghe tree, tearing it apart. Luyin suddenly appeared. His body was withered, and he charged towards the Immortal Master with the Go Lian in his hand. Green light continuously healed him, and his withered body was restored again and again. The Go Lian slashed down, and a surge of vitality rushed towards him. The Immortal Master released the 1 Qi art, and the vitality was even more vigorous than before. It came from the Qinghe realm and from the many Qinghe phantoms. The vitality collided with the life force, and Luyin was forced back several steps. He could not hold on any longer, as this vitality was far inferior to the Immortal Master's life force. From this point alone, it could be seen that the eternal life form with the vitality was far inferior to the Immortal Master's. However, there was one thing that Luyin had not expected: the Immortal Master did not conform to the laws of the 2 universes. Logically speaking, an existence that could fight against the Blue Lotus Emperor and cause the Blue Lotus Emperor to be apprehensive should fit the 2 laws. Old Ancestor Shan's evaluation of the Immortal Master's strength was not low. The Immortal Master should have the strength to face the 7 treasures Heavenly Toad head-on, and it could be seen that he wasn't weak from the way he attacked just now. However, why didn't he conform to the 2 laws? The difference between 2 laws and 1 law could be felt in this kind of battle. The suppression of the life force made it difficult for Luyin to breathe. His body was filled with life force, and his withered body was constantly recovering. Finally, he had accumulated a certain amount of power, and he suddenly released it. Accompanied by the power of will, he struck out with his palm, shattering the Qinghe realm inch by inch as he continued to close in on the Immortal Master. The Immortal Master was astonished. How could this scoundrel have such strength? Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. After he finished speaking, in the starry sky of the universe, numerous illusory figures of Qinghe grew. The Qi of life fused with the Qinghe illusory figures nearby, causing them to gradually wither. This was reverse growth. Logically speaking, the Qi of life should make the Qinghe illusory more luxuriant. However, it caused the Qinghe illusory figures to wither. It was just like how the Immortal Master used the Qi of life to kill his enemies. This wasn't the first time Luyin had encountered such a strange and contradictory method, and he knew that this method was even more difficult to deal with. Teleportation. His body disappeared and reappeared right in front of the Immortal Master. He struck out with his palm. No matter what kind of power you used, as long as you couldn't release it in time, no matter how strong it would be useless. Suddenly, Luyin felt his heart palpitate. He stared in front of him, and he did not know if it was just his imagination, but he saw Qinghe smile. Green light shot out from Qinghe's phantom images and transformed into a curtain that covered the surroundings, isolating them from the rest of the universe. He had been tricked. The Immortal Master had a method to prevent Luyin from teleporting, which was similar to Uncle Zhang's beginning from nothing. Luyin shifted his palm and broke through the void, instantly disappearing. The Immortal Master did not move from his original position. He had never truly thought of trapping Luyin and had only used this method to divert Lu Yin's attack. If Lu Ying had attacked with that palm, he would have had to endure the Immortal Master's attack, and he did not know if he could withstand it. It had not been easy for Lu Ying to accumulate the strength that he had used to reach an extreme, but now, all his efforts had been for naught. Not only had he failed to injure the Immortal Master, but he had even given the Immortal Master enough time to attack. The Xianxia illusory figures completely withered and then blossomed. An indescribable power surged towards the Immortal Master and continuously fused into his body. The Immortal Master's aura skyrocketed, and it was different from before. At this moment, the Immortal Master gave off a feeling that he was hovering between life and death. Lu Ying instantly disappeared, and the Immortal Master's Xianxia swayed. An invisible power caused the void to melt until it disappeared. Upon seeing Lu Ying escape, the Xianxia once again charged in a different direction. It did not want to continue fighting, even if it had used this much power. The power of life and death? No wonder this Xianxia is your original body. The Azure Lotus defense appeared, and endless karma spread out. Thousand Faces Karma, Heavenly Finger Wheel. Karma transformed into numerous arms that unleashed a shocking finger attack. The Immortal Master simultaneously unleashed his own power, not showing any fear in the face of the Heavenly Finger Wheel. Boom! The universe distorted and shattered. The entire void shuttled through like a stream of water. Lu Ying stood in the distance and watched. The Immortal Master blocked the Azure Lotus Defense's Heavenly Finger Wheel head-on. This was an attack that had severely injured Lan Meng and shattered the hanging coffin. As he watched the Xianxia sway and attack again, Lu Ying exhaled. Perhaps the Immortal Master had never imagined that he would one day be besieged by so many eternal realms. With Luo Chan around, it had always been the one besieging others, but now, it was the other way around. The phantom of the Xianxia spread out, constantly releasing the power of life and death towards the Immortal Master. Facing the Azure Lotus defense, the Immortal Master took the initiative to attack. The Azure Lotus defense descended, and the second attack, the Heavenly Finger Wheel, caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. For the starry sky, even for Lu Ying, the power of the collision at this moment felt like the sky was collapsing and the earth was cracking. The surface of his body withered, and he instantly appeared behind the Immortal Master. At this moment, the Immortal Master's body was shrouded in a layer of invisible power, which was the same power as the Xianxia's used to attack the Heavenly Finger Wheel. Seeing Lu Ying appear, the Immortal Master did not care. He was confident that Lu Ying could not break through the protection of this power. The Immortal Master lived in accordance with the laws of the universe and could grow on its own. The Xianxia swayed and could also cultivate insect nests, giving birth to strange Xianxian, and drive a civilization with its own power. This was the strength of the Immortal Master. However, this was not all. When one was in accordance with the laws of life in the universe, one could see the laws of death. The alternation of life and death was released in the Xianxia realm. This was the Immortal Master's application of the laws of the universe. With the Xianxia as the carrier, the alternating power of life and death was equivalent to the strength of the two laws of the universe. This was the Immortal Master's true strength. At this moment, Lu Ying could not shake the Immortal Master at all. Lu Ying did not expect that although the Immortal Master had not comprehended the two laws of the universe, he could use one law, himself as the carrier, and the invisible world as the source to forcefully strike out the strength of the two laws. Fortunately, from the beginning, the Immortal Master that Lu Ying knew was in accordance with the two laws. He had also always treated the Immortal Master as the boss of the Seven Treasures' Heavenly Toad and had never underestimated him. In this siege, if there was even the slightest mistake, the Immortal Master would have escaped. Even without Luo Chan, the Immortal Master was so far away that it was difficult for Lu Ying to know which direction he ran in. It was impossible for great ancestor Lu Yuan to detect the Immortal Master, who had concealed his power, and Yan Ruyu could not detect him either. The Immortal Master was very strong, but as long as he could see clearly, it would be over. They had besieged the Immortal Master time and time again in order to see clearly. Now, they could do it. Boom! There was another loud bang as the third Heavenly Finger Wheel collided with the Immortal Master's power of life and death. The Immortal Master and the Azure Lotus Defender retreated at the same time. Compared to the Azure Lotus Defender, the Immortal Master retreated a few more steps in the direction of Lu Ying. Xianxia shook, and the power of life and death swept through the surroundings. Whether Luin was around or not, it had no effect on him. If Luin dared to resist, he would definitely die. This was the immortal master's understanding. However, when he saw a huge toad appear, horror filled his entire body. Boss grinned. The void was heavy, and gravity was limitless. Xianxia was completely crushed. Boss flipped over and slashed down with his claws. At the same time, the Azure Lotus Defender unleashed the fourth heavenly finger wheel. The immortal master cried out miserably. He had thought that the Azure Lotus Defender's attack was the limit of this siege. He had not expected that the boss of the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad would come. He had seen this aura before. It was the Star Toad under the lake in the Rainbow Land. It was the Star Toad that had forced Luin to fight the Shameless Toad. It was an existence that made him wary. Had the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad tribe submitted to the human civilization? Therefore, the toad called Little 18 had also attacked from the beginning. No matter how he thought about it, he could not figure it out. No matter how strong the toad's power was, it was completely suppressed by the joint attack of Boss and the Azure Lotus Defender. Xianxia kept cracking, and the Xianxia realm directly collapsed. The branches and leaves kept falling off, and the power of life and death was crushed into pieces. It was completely unable to resist. Luin instantly disappeared and reappeared. Mr. Mu was brought over. He raised his hand, and the treasure suppression turbid cauldron fell from the sky. It was in accordance with the law of the universe, suppression. When the starry sky calmed down, Luin saw the crushed Xianxia under the cauldron. On both sides, the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad's boss and the Azure Lotus Defender stood tall. In the distance, Old 4, Old 5, and the startled Defender were watching. Luin stood in front of Xianxia with a calm gaze. Was he happy? He had suppressed the immortal master. He was not too happy. Unless one was a powerhouse like Patriarch Xian or had an escape method like teleportation, anyone who faced this siege would have to suffer. This siege made Luin see the inadequacies of the human civilization. Although the human civilization now had many eternal realm cultivators, in reality, once they encountered an absolute powerhouse, they still had to rely on the Azure Lotus Defender. Boss could not be counted on. He could help the human civilization once, twice, or even thrice, but he could not help too many times. After all, he was also bound by karma. The human civilization still needed powerhouses with a strong foundation. After all, Mr. Mu had just broken through, and Uncle Jiang still had Kuai's hidden danger. The startled Defender had used Jin Shangyu to cultivate his spirit, but his strength had only increased to the same level as the Shuata Defender. They were all slightly weaker. Not to mention Master Qudang, Master Qin Chao, and the Heaven-Bearer Immortal. Send them back, Mr. Mu said. The human civilization still had to guard against the strange bird's sneak attack. Luin immediately teleported and sent everyone back. In the end, only he, Mr. Mu, and Boss stayed behind. Under the cauldron, Xianxia's body was much smaller than before the battle. Its surface was covered in cracks, and the green glow flickered. It was obvious that it had suffered heavy injuries. Luin did not expect Xianxia to be the Divine Master's main body. The Divine Master had always appeared in his original form, but they did not know. Let's talk again now, Divine Master, Luin said calmly as he looked at Xianxia. Green light gathered on the surface of Xianxia's body, and it stared at Luin like an eye. They looked at each other, and the Divine Master said in a weak voice, I didn't expect the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad to be used by the human civilization. If it weren't for the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad, you wouldn't have been able to catch me. Luin nodded. That's right. If it weren't for Boss, we wouldn't have been willing to pay the price to get rid of you. However, if it weren't for Boss, I wouldn't have planned to deal with you. The moment I decided to attack you, the outcome was already decided. The Divine Master said bitterly, I should have killed you long ago. Luin smiled. It's useless to say this now. Being able to capture you has confirmed part of my guess. It seems that you weren't the one who lured those strange birds to the human civilization. If the strange bird was lured here by the Divine Master, it would be impossible for the strange bird to not attack when they surrounded and attacked the Divine Master. If the Divine Master and the strange bird joined forces, it would be impossible for them to successfully surround and attack them. The appearance of the strange bird had nothing to do with the Divine Master. What strange bird? The Divine Master was puzzled. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The Immortal Plume Civilization. The Divine Master was shocked and looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. How did you know? After thinking for a while, he figured it out. You thought that I lured the Immortal Plume to your place, so you attacked me. Now I'm sure you didn't. The Immortal Plume has awakened? Yes, it's about time. As he spoke, the surface of Qinghe's body swayed, and the green light became brighter. He looked very excited. You can't do anything to the Immortal Plume, right? So you want to understand them through me. This is the real reason why you attacked me. Lu Yin was helpless. That strange bird is too difficult to deal with. There's no other way. It can escape even if we catch it. Which Immortal Plume attacked you? How many are there in total? 10. They're called the 10 Plume. Lu Yin and Mr. Mu looked at each other. Although they had guessed it, this answer still made their hearts sink to the bottom. 10. There were actually 10 of those strange birds. No wonder they felt that it was troublesome. As expected of a fishing civilization. Which one ambushed you? What's its name? Lu Yin was puzzled. You seem to be very willing to share information with us. The Divine Master said in a low voice, if I tell you that I also want to get rid of these Immortal Plume, will you let me go? Are you begging me for mercy? Lu Yin asked. The Divine Master was silent for a moment. Think what you want. Mr. Mu's voice sounded. What's the relationship between Luo Chan and the Immortal Plume Civilization? The Divine Master said slowly, by chance, a bug nest floated to the Immortal Plume Civilization's nest and gave birth to Luo Chan, who had the innate talent of teleportation. Luo Chan called out to me and lured me to the Immortal Plume Civilization. However, that was the Immortal Plume Civilization. Lu Yin already knew the result. He felt sorry for the Divine Master. After being lured to the Immortal Plume Civilization, it was lucky that it didn't die. In the face of the Immortal Plume Civilization, I had no power to resist. However, because of Luo Chan's existence, the Immortal Plume Civilization became interested in me and used me as a means of fishing. They hoped that the Insect Nest Civilization would provide the coordinates of civilizations with eternal life and that I would be able to cultivate more green immortals with strange talents. To them, I was a lamp to explore the universe, although the Immortal Plume Civilization did not need to explore. From then on, I've lost my freedom. The Hive Civilization can't break free from the Immortal Plume Civilization. The Immortal Master's voice grew louder. I hope to break free from the Immortal Plume Civilization, but I'm too weak. I can't do it. Lu Yin replied, even if you say that, we still won't work with you. There's no trust between us, and you don't have the qualifications to work with us right now. The Immortal Master didn't say anything. Lu Yin looked at it. The strange bird that ambushed us had pink feathers. It was wearing a pink dress and white boots. It moved like a human. You Lu. The Immortal Master said. It's called Moon Heron? That's right. You should have seen Thousand Feathers, Thousand Transformations. With Thousand Feathers, Thousand Transformations and teleportation, no one can catch it. The 10 feathers have mastered both of these techniques. Lu Yin exhaled. His heart was heavy. Tell us in detail about the abilities of the 10 feathers. The Immortal Master said bitterly, I can't do it. I only know 5 of them. The Immortal Plume Civilization is very special. They don't destroy civilizations. They only kill eternal life. Doing so will increase the karmic restraints. Therefore, the Immortal Plume Civilization has an inherited power. It's called the Eternal Dream. With the Eternal Dream sleeping in the egg, the flow of time in the egg is extremely fast. It's far from what the outside world can compare to. It's as if the long river of time is being dragged. The time when the Immortal Plume Civilization wakes up is when its karmic restraints are exhausted to an acceptable extent. This also means that it can come out to hunt. I don't know why the Immortal Plume Civilization hunts eternal life. They bring eternal life to their nest. From then on, the eternal life will never appear again. It's like a bird catching a bug. Lu Yin frowned. This analogy was very disgusting. The Immortal Master continued, from the moment I came into contact with the Immortal Plume civilization until now, I've only seen a total of 5 Immortal Plume civilizations awaken. The Moon Heron happens to be one of them. Among these 5 Moon Herons, its strength should be considered the weakest. Boss bared his teeth. Weakest? A weakling had actually caused such a commotion between the human civilization and the 7 treasures heavenly toad. This was a little disgusting. Luin narrowed his eyes. Then how powerful is the strongest Immortal Plume civilization you've seen? The Immortal Master was silent for a moment. Then, he slowly said, it gives me the same feeling as that Patriarch Xian. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Was it compatible with the 3 laws of the universe? Mr. Mu was shocked. It couldn't be. Boss stared at Xianxia. Was this for real? There were definitely not many powerhouses like his father in the universe. However, this was not unexpected. That was the Immortal Plume civilization. It was an existence that made the unknowns fearful. Patriarch Xian had once seen the Immortal Plume civilization but did not enter. He was fearful of the unknowns. It was not unusual for the Immortal Plume civilization to have powerhouses similar to Patriarch Xian. The trouble was that the Immortal Master had only seen 5 Immortal Plume civilizations. God knew how powerful the remaining 5 Immortal Plume civilizations were. This was troublesome. Big trouble. Demao's mocking voice rang in his ears. No, humans could not afford to provoke this kind of trouble. They had to get rid of it. In your opinion, will Lu still attack our human civilization? Mr. Mu asked. The Immortal Master did not hesitate. Yes. But not now. Since you've seen 1,000 feathers and 1,000 transformations, it proves that you've pushed Lu to the limit. It won't cause trouble for your human civilization for the time being. However, it's impossible to give up. Those Immortal Plume civilizations are very vengeful. If one can't defeat them, they'll kill too. Don't think that I'm scaring you. This is the truth. If it were not for the information he obtained from the Immortal Master, Luin might have thought that the Immortal Master was scaring them to protect himself. However, he knew very well that this was indeed the truth. He was not the only one who said that those strange birds were vengeful. The more vengeful they were, the more troublesome it would be. Luin did not believe that the human civilization could destroy the Immortal Plume civilization. Those Immortal Plume civilizations were terrifyingly powerful. Only the unknowns could deal with them. So you're saying that we don't have to worry about Lu for the time being? It won't attack us in the near future? Luin asked. The Immortal Master said, it should be, unless a second Immortal Plume civilization awakens. When Lu attacks you again, it means that it has the competence to kill you Immortal Realm humans. Lu Yin's head hurt. I'll say the same thing again. Tell me everything you know about the Immortal Plume civilization. The Immortal Master did not refuse and was rather cooperative. It told him everything it knew about the Immortal Plume civilization. If there was no teleportation, Luin would not have such a headache even if there was a powerhouse like Patriarch Xian in the Immortal Plume civilization. He did not expect that he would be disgusted by teleportation after mastering it. At the same time, the Immortal Master secretly hated Lu for not telling him that the human civilization had mastered teleportation in time. It wanted to get rid of the Immortal Plume civilization, but now it wanted to get rid of the human civilization even more. Its life and death were controlled by the human civilization. As the Immortal Master spoke, Luin used karma to see its past karma. The Immortal Master knew very well that its karma had been seen. Although Luin could not see anything, it would make it hesitate and not dare to speak nonsense. The Immortal Master did not know much about the Immortal Plume civilization and finished speaking very quickly. Luin asked Boss to throw it into his general appointment platform hell. The Immortal Master looked at the general appointment platform hell. It did not understand what it was for, but it was not afraid. With its strength, Luin would not be able to kill it that easily. Boss picked up Xianxia like a chicken and threw it into the general appointment platform hell. The cauldron floated above the general appointment platform hell. The moment the Immortal Master entered the general appointment platform hell, the heavenly Tao of karma expanded uncontrollably and crazily spread out. It covered a distance of a square inch and easily covered the distant universe. Luin closed his eyes. Up until now, the Immortal Master had increased his karma the most. Before this, he had also obtained eternal life's karma, but the Immortal Master was definitely the one who had obtained the most. Boss, Mr. Mu, and the others all looked at the sky as if they were looking at a second karma phenomenon. Luin did not know how wide the heavenly Tao of karma would ultimately be. Only the heavens knew how long the Immortal Master had lived. Perhaps he had lived even longer than Qing Lianyu. Time continued to pass, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. The heavenly Tao of karma was still increasing. At this moment, the heavenly Tao of karma's range was enough to cover 3 universes, which was equivalent to a small portion of the heavenly Tao of karma, and it was still increasing. The sudden increase in the heavenly Tao of karma's range meant that the Immortal Master of karma's karma would also increase. Luin entered a state of enlightenment. He had once thought that when the Immortal Master of karma's range expanded to a certain extent, it would bring about a transformation. Now, the transformation had occurred. Lu Yin's path of karma was more inclined towards deduction and looking back at his karma experiences. This inclination was related to his Dai's enhance. He had learned too many secrets through his Dai's enhance, which had become a shortcut on his cultivation path. Thus, his karma had also unconsciously leaned towards this path. Now, he had changed this inclination. Karma also had the Tao of slaughter. Luin looked back at the first half of his life, and battle after battle flashed through his mind. Countless enemies, countless methods, all sorts of strange battle techniques, and innate gifts flowed through his mind like flowing water. All of this came from his karma and his past. Suddenly, he raised a hand and grabbed at a piece of karma. He saw a person within it, Maiden. Maiden was someone who could use the flow of time to sever the past. Such a method inspired Luin, and he casually waved his hand, causing a river of karma to descend. He put 2 fingers together and severed it, causing the piece of karma to disappear. Karma, karma. If there was a cause, then there was an effect. If he could sever karma and use it as the cause, then the effect would be ineffective. This was karma severing. Luin swam freely in the sea of karma, trying again and again to sever karma. He severed his own karma, and he could clearly sense that when his karma was severed, it was the same as losing his past experiences and memories of those experiences. Fortunately, this was a karma that he had control over, so he could sever it or continue it. But what would happen if someone else's karma was severed? Uncle Jiang had once been deprived of time by the Grass Grandmaster, who had used it to deprive Uncle Jiang of his past experiences. However, the Grass Grandmaster had not been able to deprive Uncle Jiang of his past memories, and Uncle Jiang could still recover them. That was just time that had been deprived, and it could be recovered. But what about karma? Once a piece of karma was severed, it was the same as depriving one of their past karma. How could they recover? It would take more than 200 years to find the one-line sky even with the speed of an eternal life realm. The reason why the Divine Master could get here so quickly was because of Luo Chan's teleportation. Luo Chan did not teleport at full speed. It must be stalling for time. Otherwise, it would have arrived very quickly. However, Luin did not have a pathfinding stone. He could not see into the distance and could not teleport. He could only rely on others to travel and scatter pathfinding stones for him along the way. This journey of more than 200 years was too long and a waste of time. No one had the time, and Luin should not waste this time. They all thought of the 7 treasures Heavenly Toad. Especially when they thought of Little 18. Little 18 had been very bored recently. When he was in the 7 treasures Heavenly Toad's territory, he could not stay still and kept going to the tricolor sky-carrying tribe. Firstly, he wanted to eat. Secondly, he wanted to relax. He did not like to stay in one place. If Old 4 believed that he was elegant and Old 5 believed that he was intelligent, Little 18 believed that he had a romantic heart. Luin almost burst out laughing when he heard his boss say the word romantic in such a serious manner. That child has a heart that pursues freedom and romance. If it were not for the elder ancestor, he would have run away long ago. Boss said helplessly, the reason why he works hard to cultivate is to leave the tribe as soon as possible. Only with the strength of an eternal life realm can he protect himself. You can let him go on this trip. Luin was grateful. Thank you. Little 18 was excited and thanked Luin profusely. He did not want to stay in the consciousness universe anymore, but he could not go to the human universe. Where else could he go? The human civilization was not peaceful. It was quiet for a while, and then something happened. Now, he could finally leave with a mission. Yes, with a bird. The snow-white bird was a road sign. How could he explore without it? He was too far away from the Divine Master and could not find his previous position. However, Luin had checked the Divine Master's path through karma and found the approximate route. He could find it as long as he reached a certain position. Luin looked at little 18 seriously. Although we are in a hurry, we are not sure if the route is right. It is easy to get lost. Secondly, we may encounter strong enemies along the way. Thirdly, be careful of this bird. It is Xianxia and has the Divine Master behind her. You will be in danger if they contact you. So, little 18, I will ask you again. Are you willing to go? If you're not willing, I can ask someone else. Little 18 grinned, but before he could say anything, he was smacked on the back of his head by Big Boss. Don't ask. This kid will definitely be willing, no matter how dangerous it is. I, the 7 treasures heavenly toad, am not afraid of danger. 18 glanced at his boss with grievance, and then nodded solemnly to Luin, for romance. Luin was speechless. He knew that it was pursuing romance, so he had completely let go of it and didn't hide it at all. Does every toad have a restless heart? What was old ancestor Sean pursuing? Luin really wanted to ask. Little 18 left, dragging the flying bird with his claws in a rather barbaric manner. Luin was afraid that the bird's neck would be snapped in half. The addition of the 7 treasures heavenly toad tribe made things much easier for Luin. Big Bro helped out time and time again, while OL4 and OL5 helped out as well. Trivial matters like traveling were left to little 18. He had done the right thing by helping them. The fishing civilization had destroyed one civilization after another with their strength. Then, could they attract more civilizations with their strength? Patriarch Shan's words flashed through Lu Yin's mind. When the human civilization truly became a fishing civilization, would they also take this path? What would happen to the civilizations that joined forces with the human civilization? He didn't want to think about that. There was still a long way to go. In the following time, Luin continued to build a high mental wall. He hoped that the strange bird would not come for the time being, as the Immortal Master said. The Immortal Plume civilization was still a huge hidden danger. One day, a few years later, Master Greengrass came to see Luin. Luin looked at Master Greengrass. I joined the unknown. But they didn't take the initiative to contact me. Why do they have to go through you? Master Greengrass said, I've worshipped the divine tree. The unknown has the ability to actively summon me. I can agree or refuse. This is the unknown's way of contacting me. As for you, the unknown can't take the initiative to contact you. Luin thought about it and agreed. He hadn't gone to the divine tree yet. He didn't plan to go either. Since you can still go to the divine tree, help me find out if there are any newcomers who want to join, Luin said. Master Greengrass was puzzled. Find out? What find out? The divine tree wasn't a market. Not long after, Lu Yin's consciousness entered the divine tree. Who's looking for me? Demao? Haha, old man? Is it you? I'm here. As soon as Luin arrived, the atmosphere changed. 8 Color's voice came out, I'm the one looking for you. Only I can take the initiative to call you here? Divine tree. Luin understood, what's the matter? 8 Color. How's the battle with Immortal Plume? Battle situation? What battle situation? There's no battle situation. 8 Color? Luin said casually, just beat it up. It won't dare to come after a beating. 8 Color was curious, ever since you used 1,000 feathers 1,000 transformations, you haven't been to the human civilization? Luin asked, you don't sound surprised. Why didn't you tell me before? You made me worry for so many years. Humph, didn't you say there was no battle situation? Demao mocked. Luin laughed, would you have come out if I didn't say that? Demao, I'm not trying to criticize you, but you've always been holding your IQ tight. You need to break through a little. You. Demel was furious. 8-Color said, I called you here to hear your opinion on Immortal Plume. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. My opinion is, can we make a huge birdcage to keep all those strange birds in? Haha, you're not the first to think like that. Unfortunately, it can't be realized. The old man also came out. Lu Yin was puzzled. You're here too? I say, you old guys stay in Divine Tree all day long. Don't you do missions? 8-Color, this won't do. We've been fighting outside all day for the unknown. Our sincerity can be seen by heaven and earth. These old guys are just idling around. What, you think you're so great just because you've worked for a long time? Haha, it's longer than you can imagine. The old man was not angry. Lu Yin sneered, as long as your name? You know my name? Haha, old guy, I named it. The old man was speechless. You've beaten Immortal Plume away once. There will be a second time, a third time. Your human civilization will be destroyed sooner or later. Demel was disdainful. Lu Yin mocked, it's better than being a coward. Look at how scared you are. Scared? During the battle in the Habitat universe, I crushed an Immortal Plume. Demel's voice rose. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Habitat universe? Crushed? Lu Yin, the Immortal Plume civilization is also my unknown enemy. The next battle might be with them. If they're forced to enlist, you'd better not refuse. Otherwise, you won't be able to understand the Immortal Plume civilization. Only by cooperating with the unknown can you inflict serious damage. 8-Color spoke, interrupting Demel. That's why I called you here. Lu Yin ignored 8-Color. Demel, are you sure we're talking about the same civilization? Those are Immortal Plume civilization. Don't talk about crushing an Immortal Plume. If you see one Immortal Plume civilization, you'll kneel quickly. Haha, little guy, don't test anymore. It's said enough. The old man said. Lu Yin frowned. This old guy was disgusting. Demel stopped talking. Lu Yin shouted a few more times, but Demel still did not speak. It was obvious that he had said something he should not have. Lu Yin did not know any history of the Habitat universe. He had not even heard of this universe. 8-Color, you called me here because you don't want me to refuse the next forced enlistment? If the opponent is Immortal Plume civilization, you can understand them without completing the mission and cooperate with us to kill as many Immortal Plume civilization as possible. Are you sure the opponent is Immortal Plume civilization? I'm not sure. Will you tell me who the opponent is in advance? No. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. If it's not Immortal Plume civilization, won't I lose? Out? The opportunity to refuse the forced enlistment is always there, 8-Color said. Lu Yin asked, then when is the forced enlistment? I don't know yet. Alright, then, I'm leaving? 8-Color did not answer. Demel, I'm leaving? Haha, old guy? No one answered. Lu Yin sighed, none of them dared to speak in front of the Immortal Plume civilization. How pitiful. He left after saying that. After he left, the old guy said, this little guy will still refuse the next enlistment. 8-Color, the more you remind him, the more he'll refuse. Demel laughed strangely, but there's only one chance to refuse. If you use it, it'll be gone. 8-Color, do you want to enlist him now? 8-Color's voice sounded, the unknowns won't randomly initiate enlistment. This is unfair to you. There are also existences among you who haven't used the opportunity to refuse the forced enlistment. Demel was surprised, there are still those who haven't used it? Haha. 10 years later, the Tuofing civilization, which was far away from the human civilization, ushered in a war. A huge oval-shaped light beam shot out from one end of the door. Drifting did not hesitate and kept shooting. At the same time, countless balls were thrown in all directions. The Tuofing civilization had 5 eternal beings. Drifting's continuous shooting directly obliterated one eternal being. The human civilization did not know about this war. It had been more than 200 years since Lu Yin placed the door connecting to the Tuofing civilization in the technological civilization. The threat of the strange birds had temporarily been removed. He had even fought with the Divine Master and buried the Taoist sword. He had forgotten about this matter. The Tuofeng civilization was far away from the human civilization. It was nearly 20 years away from the speed of an eternal being. No matter how large the range of drifting was, it would be difficult for it to reach them. It would not be noticed by the human civilization at all. The war lasted for a year. With the previous few lessons learned, this time, the technological civilization had prepared for more than 200 years. They were too well prepared. They killed as soon as they arrived. They did not even look at it. As a result, the Tuofeng civilization was completely wiped out in a mere year. The war this year was completely calculated by the technological civilization. There was almost no deviation. Under the sharp edge of the technological civilization, the number of eternal beings did not mean much. If they could not resist, even 10 eternal beings would die. If they could resist, one eternal being could destroy the technological civilization. This was a characteristic that could be seen. It was also the absolute advantage of the technological civilization that did not care about karma. Only 2 eternal beings escaped. One day, 18 years later, 2 figures looked at each other from afar. What's that? What a majestic power. That's the world of eternal life. It's the power of karma. Karma? You can see karma? Just because you can't see it doesn't mean that I can't see it. This is a top-notch expert. It's very likely that he's a legendary expert who fits the laws of 2 universes. Otherwise, the range wouldn't be so large, and he wouldn't dare to release it so recklessly. He's doing this to deter us. Let's go and change directions. We can't provoke that civilization. Sigh, after all, my civilization has 5 eternal lives. If we were at our peak, we might not have been afraid of this civilization. Cut the crap. If this expert dares to deter us so recklessly, his civilization must be very strong. But it's definitely not a fishing civilization. What a pity. If only we had discovered this civilization earlier. If we had joined forces with them, we might not have been afraid of that technological civilization. It's not technological civilization that will destroy us, it's the unknowns. After a moment of silence, he said, it doesn't matter. I wasn't born in the devouring civilization anyway. Let's go. Let's leave this area. We can't be found by the unknowns. Luin looked at the Grassmaster in front of him. So from now on, you'll be specially passing messages to the unknowns, right? The Grassmaster said helplessly, unless they're forcibly recruited to participate in the war, the unknowns won't take the initiative to contact us. Am I the only special one? I've already passed the message. It's up to you whether you want to go or not. The Grassmaster didn't want to pass the message either, but he had no choice. After all, Luin didn't worship the divine tree. In fact, according to the normal process, if Luin joined the unknowns, he would worship the divine tree, obtain the resources and power given by the unknowns, and bring them back to his civilization. The Grassmaster should be a part of the unknowns in Lu Yin's civilization, just like how Xia had the migrating Silver Sky Army. The unknowns could have subordinates to do things for them. However, Luin didn't take the normal path at all. He didn't worship the divine tree and was wary of the unknowns. Even the Grassmaster was now in a dilemma. In the past, when he joined the unknowns to deal with the human civilization, he was rejected by the alarmed Xianxia and the others. If not for Xiangyu's instructions and fear of karma and the threat of the unknowns, he might have died. But now that Luin had joined the unknowns, he was still rejected. He was still hated by everyone. Although everyone knew that he had joined the unknowns, it was not necessarily wrong to look at it from his perspective. He had seen the unknowns use civilization to destroy a civilization with 10 eternal life realm experts. The shock it brought was unparalleled, and it made him very clear that human civilization could not stop the unknowns. But knowing was one thing, the death of Mijin Xiangyu was still in everyone's mind, and they couldn't let it go. Therefore, Master Greengrass stayed in the spiritualized universe and did not come into contact with anyone. He would only show up occasionally to teach cultivators. But now, there was one more thing to do, and that was to pass a message to Luin on behalf of the unknown. When Luin arrived, he immediately greeted them, "De Mao, hee hee, old men, are you all here?" "I'm here again." The eight-colored voice sounded, Luin, congratulations on completing the mission. You may choose your reward. Luin was taken aback. What do you mean, complete the mission? Suddenly, his expression changed and he hurriedly left. He pushed open the lid of the hanging coffin and instantly disappeared, heading towards the devouring seal civilization. There was only one possibility for the completion of the mission, and that was that the devouring seal civilization had been destroyed by the technological civilization. He had forgotten about this. He did not expect the technological civilization to delay until now. More than 200 years had passed, and they must have made ample preparations. He was not surprised that they could destroy the devouring seal civilization, even if there were 5 eternal life realm experts. What he was worried about now was whether the technological civilization would find the human civilization after destroying the devouring seal civilization. The devouring seal civilization was not like the bramble bird civilization, which was far away from the human civilization. They were right next to it. Luin teleported again and again. Some of the consciousness on the pathfinding stones dissipated, while others were still useful. Half a year later, he arrived outside the devouring seal civilization. The entire universe was completely different from what he had seen before. It was filled with a sense of withering. Countless cracks were everywhere, and the stars outside the universe were unstable. It was obvious that the attacks came from wandering. He did not know how many wandering attacks the devouring seal civilization had endured. At this moment, the technological civilization was constantly sending out oval-shaped lights of various sizes through the unknown door, heading towards the devouring seal civilization's universe. Oval-shaped lights appeared in all directions outside the universe. Luin teleported again and again, circling around the devouring seal civilization. He confirmed that there were 4 huge oval-shaped lights that could be used to launch wandering attacks. These were the same oval-shaped lights that had participated in the battle in the Rainbow Lands, but there were more of them now. There were a total of 4, and they had launched 4 wandering attacks at once. It was no wonder that the devouring seal civilization had been destroyed. Luin believed that these 4 huge oval-shaped lights would not be easy for the technological civilization. This was a power that could destroy 5 eternal life realm experts. It was definitely powerful, but it was ineffective against him. Luin slowly clenched his fists, and the surface of his body withered. A terrifying power was constantly released as he stared into the distance. At the same time, an alarm sounded from one of the oval-shaped lights closest to Luin. Activate Absolute Analysis. Absolute Analysis activating. Analyze. Analyze. Boom. There was a loud bang as the huge oval-shaped light fell. Luin stepped into the void and instantly disappeared. He reappeared at the side of the light and punched out again. He had not expected that his full-powered punch would not immediately break through the oval-shaped light. This thing's defense was extremely strong. It was normal. If he had relied on wandering, he would not have been able to withstand it, and he would not have been able to win. But how many times could he withstand it? Release wandering immediately. Warning. Please confirm whether or not to release wandering. The Third Fleet cannot withstand it except for this warship. There are a total of. Cut the crap. Release. Wandering in preparation, wandering in preparation. Bang. Lu Yin's punch shattered the defense outside the huge oval-shaped light. Around him, countless attacks fell, drowning him and the huge oval-shaped light. However, these attacks were ineffective against Luin. The strongest attack was the crystal fall that he had seen before, and it was not enough to dry up his body and recover. However, the huge oval-shaped light's defense was broken. It could not withstand the attacks and directly disintegrated. Luin saw the strange creature inside dissipate under the countless attacks. A huge oval-shaped light had the ability to withstand all his strength several times, and wandering also had the destructive power to severely injure ordinary eternal life realm experts. This was the method of a technological civilization. A huge oval-shaped light was equivalent to an eternal life realm expert. And because it was a visible law used by a technological civilization, for an eternal life realm expert, it was very simple to withstand. If they could not withstand it, they would die. When a technological civilization's destructive power reached the level of an eternal life realm expert, numbers were their absolute means. In all directions, the light illuminated the universe's star dome. The other three directions launched wandering at the same time, enveloping the entire universe. Luin looked up and saw that the core space was being pulled. He did not want to withstand this attack. It was not that he could not withstand it, but that it was unnecessary. He teleported and disappeared. The universe of the engulfing civilization was distorted, and the entire universe was being pulled. The void reversed and drifted. Except for the three huge oval-shaped lights, the other oval-shaped lights were all destroyed. At the same time, the engulfing civilization was also destroyed. The string of the engulfing civilization sequence was completely torn, and the universe restarted. A technological civilization had an advantage against an eternal life realm expert, and Luin had an even greater advantage against a technological civilization. He could teleport and disappear, and wandering would not pose any threat to him. In the knowledge of a technological civilization, wandering's range was large enough that ordinary eternal life realm experts could not avoid it. But once they avoided it, wandering would not be a threat. The three huge oval-shaped lights moved towards the core space. The engulfing universe was restarting, and they did not want to withstand it. Bang! There was a loud bang, and an alarm sounded from one of the huge oval-shaped lights. Launch wandering immediately. Immediately. In the distance, the other two huge oval-shaped lights sounded the alarm at the same time. It's him. It's the creature that used us. He's not injured at all. Wandering is ineffective against him? He avoided wandering. Wandering is effective against any creature. This is the law of the universe. Energy transfer. Let the fourth flagship withstand it. We'll use Wandering's limit to pull. No matter how fast he is, he won't be able to escape. Prepare to sacrifice the fourth flagship. Luin raised his hand, and Go Lian appeared and slashed down. The huge oval-shaped light shone brightly and blocked Go Lian's slash. This was beyond Lu Yin's expectations. It was much stronger than the previous one. No, it was not from the oval-shaped light itself. Luin looked back and saw that in the distance, the void was flowing in reverse, and wandering was gone again. He teleported and disappeared. Luin did not know that the other two huge oval-shaped lights were using the one he had attacked as bait to pull wandering to its limit. They wanted to envelop him. It did not matter if he knew. No matter how far the oval-shaped light could reach, it could not reach the human civilization. That kind of distance was beyond the understanding of ordinary eternal life forms. The Azure Lotus Defense's karmic celestial phenomenon could only cover the distance of an eternal life form's speed for 3 years, while Wandering's normal range could cover the distance of an eternal life form's speed for more than a month. This meant that only a powerful eternal life form like Mr. Mu could possibly avoid it. As for Wandering's extreme pull, it sacrificed the surrounding area to cover the distance of an eternal life form's speed in a straight line. This was very exaggerated. Even a powerhouse like the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad's boss might not be able to escape, but he did not need to. But even 10 years of speed would not be able to cover Luin, let alone 1 year of speed. They did not know what they were facing. That was teleportation, an absolute technique of the immortal Plume civilization. It was a terrifying innate gift that could only be blocked by those who were in line with the 3 laws of the universe. It was on a completely different level from what they knew. Wandering's extreme pull was not released just once, but 6 times at the same time. The huge oval-shaped light was released 3 times. 6 extreme pulls were enough to severely injure any eternal life form. Even if it could not kill Luin, it should be enough to render him powerless. Luin returned to the human civilization and found OL5. He asked OL5 to take Dan Hong, Qing Xing, and the others to the devouring seal civilization and search for the human civilization along the way. Anything related to technology must be destroyed. They must not let the technological civilization locate the human civilization. Although the distance was far, it was useless to locate them. But it was always good to be safe. He did not have time to search along the way. This search would take at least 10 years, or even longer. OL5 did not refuse. This could be considered to be a way for Dan Hong and the others to get more accustomed to the square-inch distance. No one knew what the future of the human civilization would be like. Perhaps the war would shift from the universe to the square-inch distance. The Avicii flow from the armor piece had been passed down long ago, so it was a good time for them to try it out. Luin found a place and lay down in the hanging coffin again. His consciousness entered the knowing trace. 8 colors, I'm here. 8 colors' voice was curious. Why did you suddenly leave before? Luin said, to deal with some personal matters. Demao, haha, old man, are you there? I'm back. No one responded. Only 8 colors spoke. Luin, congratulations on completing the 3 stars mission. You can choose your reward now. Luin asked, what is the reward? Anything, as long as it corresponds to the 3 stars mission. Is that so? The devouring seal civilization has 5 eternal lives. Destroying them is not easy. Is there any way to increase the number of eternal lives in the human civilization? Not many, just 2 will do. 8 colors said, in the philosophy of the unknown, there is no such thing as helping. It's not helping, it's a mission reward. There is no such reward. Then why did you say anything is possible? 8 colors was speechless. Luin asked, I'm curious. What reward did Lan Meng ask for when he wanted to destroy the human civilization? 8 colors said, this is the reward Lan Meng asked for. No comment. What if this is the mission reward? Still, no comment. The situation of the unknown members will not be revealed. Then why did you say anything is possible? 8 colors was speechless. Can you choose the reward that normal people would choose? For example? Battle skills, techniques, knowledge, information, etc. What do you think I should choose? Luin, please choose the reward you want. Luin sighed. You have nothing. 8 colors stopped talking. At this time, the conversation between him and 8 color could not be heard by outsiders. After all, they were choosing the reward. When Luin saw that 8 colors was ignoring him, he said, then give me a way to see very far, just as I thought. Ba color said, yes, the light mirror technique comes from a civilization that was destroyed by an unknown force. In theory, it can see the entire square inch. Luin was shocked. What? The entire square inch? You must be joking. 8 colors said calmly, I never joke. Do you know how big the square inch is? Don't you know that you've seen everything within the square inch? Unknown. My understanding of the square inch distance is still limited. Then why are you spouting nonsense? In theory. Lu Yin's interest was piqued. Even in theory, it's still an exaggeration. So it corresponds to a 3 stars mission, Ba Se said. Lu Yin thought about it and agreed. That was the reward for a 3 stars mission, which was to destroy 5 civilizations with eternal life. When he had first entered the 9th heaven universe, how many eternal life realm experts did the human civilization have? Including the green grass masters, there were only 4 of them. That was not even comparable to the devouring civilization. Lan Meng's mission to destroy their civilization also corresponded to a 3 stars mission, so the reward it wanted was also 3 stars mission. This light mirror technique was on the same level as the reward Lan Meng desired. Theoretically speaking, it was not impossible to obtain a reward from destroying a civilization with 5 eternal lives. What is this light mirror technique? A battle technique? An innate gift? It's an application of light perception. Light? Lu Yin's first thought was a technological civilization, but this light mirror technique had been destroyed by an unknown force, so it could not be a technological civilization. Technological civilization still existed. Tell me the details. Light mirror technique combines, folds, and magnifies the light within one's line of sight. After listening to Ba Color's explanation, Lu Yin understood. This light mirror technique actually integrated the way all creatures in the universe saw light and deduced even more ways to gather them into a single piece of light. This piece of light was not an external object, but condensed outside one's eyes. With this piece of light, one could see into the endless distance. Lu Yin did not really understand the theory, as he had come into contact with too few creatures. Some creatures' vision was very mysterious, such as the pulsating vision that no one could explain. This light mirror technique combined many mysterious visions and had been deduced for countless years with the power of civilization. Luin said, I want this. Give me the light mirror technique. You have to come to Xixing to get it. The light mirror technique originates from a civilization ray, and that ray is in Xixing. Lu Yin's heart sank, and he frowned. Do I have to get it myself? Ba Color slowly said, the reward for an unknown mission is obtained through Xixing. Can't you just teach me? I don't know how to, and I won't teach you. Luin felt a headache coming on. He was very interested in this technique, and it was not inferior to pulsating vision. In fact, it could determine how far he could see, and sometimes it would help him even more than pulsating vision. Pulsating vision could allow him to instantly go to places that no one could find, but it was very difficult to lock onto his tracks and search for something. If he cultivated this technique according to the theory, then one day, even if he could not see everything, he would be able to see his surroundings and even Xixing. He needed it. However, it would be troublesome if he came to get it himself. Luin, what are you worried about? Ba Color's voice sounded. Luin looked at the tree outside the hanging coffin. What was the point of asking such an awkward question? He asked it every time. I'm curious. What happened to the civilization that created the light mirror technique? Like I said, it was destroyed. How strong was it? A 4 stars mission. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. A 4 stars mission meant that the civilization had about 10 Eternals. This was a rather exaggerated number, and the current human civilization had about the same strength. Who completed the mission? No comment. Is that civilization nearby? Far away. Not in the same ecosystem as the unknown? Ba Color said indifferently, what's an ecosystem? Luin did not believe that Ba Color did not understand. Don't pretend. I'm not testing you. I know everything I need to know. Ancestor Shan from the 7 Treasures Sky Toad even came to Xixing and told me a lot of things, such as the knowledge of the fishing civilization and how it will eventually be destroyed. Ba Color's tone was still flat. I don't understand. Luin laughed. Fine, if you don't understand, then so be it. Luin, can I understand what you mean by an ecosystem? You're still getting excited, Ba Color. There's no need to pretend. An ecosystem is first of all an ecosystem with life and civilization. Next is a circle, which means that a certain civilization or civilization is included in the circle, right? That's right. Then I understand. Ba Color's tone was terrifyingly calm. For the unknown, there is no circle. Luin raised his brows. What do you mean? For the unknown, there is no circle. Lu Yin's expression was solemn. No circle? Luin, there are a lot of things that aren't as complicated as you think. The ecosphere that you're talking about is a fishing civilization, right? It's undeniable that there might be fishing civilizations that are forever stuck in a certain location, but if they're fixed, how can they fish? If civilizations are constantly destroyed in a certain area, then new civilizations appear. That's not fishing, but rearing in captivity. The distance of an inch is not as peaceful as you think. Destroyed civilizations are destroyed and will not appear again. When a civilization in a certain area is destroyed, it must go to another area. That is the distance of an inch. Luin silently exited Zytrace. 8 Colors' words revealed the cruel truth of the core space, even though they had always known about it. The ecosphere in Ancestor Shan's words and the non-existent ecosphere in 8 Colors' words did not contradict each other. When some civilizations were not destroyed, there would be an ecosphere. When some civilizations were destroyed, there would be no ecosphere. What determined the existence of an ecosphere was not the fishing civilization, but the enclosed civilizations. From 8 Colors' point of view, there was indeed no ecosphere, but from the perspective of human civilization, the unknowns were the ecosphere that enclosed them. This was a kind of thinking about the structure. But if one thought about it from another perspective, what would happen if the ecosphere in 8 Colors' words did not exist because of strength? Just like how the dead universe used source boxes to seal bone fishing, technological civilizations bought the coordinates of evil thieves to fish, and the unknowns used the door to fish. The unknowns used the door to fish, and the springboard civilization fished for everything. This kind of supreme dominance fully demonstrated what strength was. Did 8-Color also want to express this? Luin pondered for a while and found Master Xianxia. Master Xianxia looked at Luin blankly. Help you get something from Xitrace? Luin nodded. Master Xianxia looked at Luin in disbelief. Luin looked at him. Is it strange? Master Xianxia said, I know you're afraid that the unknowns will attack you, but one day you will leave Xitrace. Luin said, maybe I won't be afraid of that day. Master Xianxia smiled bitterly. The unknowns are strong. Don't talk to me about this. I don't need to know how strong the unknowns are. Anyway, you've been to Xitrace before. Now go again and help me get something. I've even brought you the door. After he finished speaking, he took out the door drawn on the top of the hanging coffin lid. Through this door, one could enter Xitrace directly. This was a privilege that only the unknowns had. Back then, Kay had wanted to escape to Xitrace. If Luin had not blocked the door, he would not have been able to kill it. Master Xianxia looked at Luin and then at the door. He had just been mocked, and now he was using him again. This little guy was really shameless. Facing Luin, he knew that it was meaningless to refuse, so he helplessly entered the door alone. Not long after, Master Xianxia returned. Luin immediately put the door away, afraid that someone from Xitrace would follow him. Master Grass raised his hand, revealing a piece of light the size of a fingernail. This is what you wanted. 8-Colors wants you to go again. Luin took the piece of light and studied it carefully. There were all sorts of intertwining rays of light within it. Cultivating the mirroring technique required one to condense these intertwining rays of light into the void in front of one's eyes. One layer after another, the second layer was more complicated than the first, and the third layer was more complicated than the second. If he wanted to see further, he would have to continuously increase the number of layers. The distance that Luin could currently see with his naked eye was equivalent to the limit of what an ordinary eternal life form could see. This distance was not very significant, and even if he constantly teleported in this state, the distance of an inch was extremely small. He needed to see further, and further. Luin teleported and disappeared. He lay down in the hanging coffin once more, and his consciousness entered Knowledge Tracker. Why are you looking for me? Mission. Luin had forgotten that he still needed to take on missions, and he hadn't known that this was the rule. Same old, 3 stars mission. You are qualified to accept a 4 stars mission. No, 3 stars. 3 stars mission, capture Jade. A line of sky. Luin was puzzled. Not to destroy a civilization? The value of destroying a civilization is equivalent to that of destroying a civilization. Jade. A line of sky belongs to the Jade universe. The Jade universe is not a fishing civilization, but it is constantly developing toward a fishing civilization. Its style of doing things is similar to that of a fishing civilization. They use the line of sky as bait to fish. Your mission is to capture the line of sky and use it to find the Jade universe. Luin understood. This Jade universe is a 4 stars mission. 4 stars mission, destroy the Jade universe. It has already been accepted. Even if you want to accept the 4 stars mission, it has nothing to do with the Jade universe. Are you sure you want to accept the 3 stars mission, capture Jade? A line of sky. Luin did not hesitate. Okay, I'll accept it. By the way, does this line of sky run around? If it's too far away from my human civilization, I can't find it. The Jade universe thinks of itself as a fishing civilization, but it doesn't have the knowledge of a fishing civilization. Using your knowledge, they are constantly moving from one ecosystem to another, and they have thrown out a lot of jades. Among them, there is a line of sky that is heading in the direction of your human civilization. That's why this mission is given. Since you know the whereabouts of the line of sky, why don't you capture it yourself? Right now, I'm capturing it myself. Luin understood. He did not know. Now that he knew the whereabouts of the line of sky, he was the one who had captured it. But did the 8-Colors really not know that he was stalling for time? If he could not complete it, he would not complete it. This was his way of thinking. When it came to a 4 stars mission, the Jade universe was definitely not easy to deal with. It had about 10 Eternals, and if it was not destroyed in the end, it would lead to trouble for the human civilization. A civilization that could develop 10 Eternals, who knew what kind of powerhouses existed inside. The Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad clan did not have that many Eternals, and they still had ancestor Xian. To deal with the Jade Universe, it was obvious that there was a problem with the unknowns splitting into two missions. The human civilization did not want to take on this trouble. After leaving Xizong, Luyin went to the Heavenly Imperial Court to see the progenitor, who was still the same. He then went to the Mirage Domain to see the Desolate Ancestor, who was still the same. It was normal for cultivators to go into seclusion for millions of years. He could not use his own cultivation path to look at other cultivators. Since he was in the Mirage Domain, he might as well cultivate the mirroring technique. The mirroring technique did not require anything else but time. The more time he had, the more layers he could accumulate, and the further he could see. There was no place more suitable than the Mirage Domain. Luyin stayed in the Mirage Domain and continued to accumulate mirroring technique. Each layer was more complicated than the last. The first 100 layers were not difficult for Luyin, but after that, the complexity suddenly increased several times. Moreover, it was still more complicated with each layer. Luyin did not know how long he had been accumulating in the Mirage Domain, but it should have been a long time. This was because he knew that Zhao Ran had gone down the river of time several times, coming and going again. The Blood Tower's Lord had also come once. Ever since the strange bird had attacked Master Bitter Lamp, there had always been 2 Eternal Realm cultivators behind the door of techniques. However, it had recently recovered, as the Immortal Master had told Luyin to confirm that the strange bird would not come again in the near future. But just in case, whoever was behind the door of techniques would be closer to the door of techniques. Almost half of them were inside the door of techniques while the other half were outside. They were always vigilant in case of a sneak attack. If the strange bird attacked again, it might not be just one, which was the most frightening thing. There was no other way, as they could not always have 2 Eternal Realm cultivators guarding the door of techniques. Eternal Realm cultivators also needed to cultivate. Because of this, the Blood Tower's Lord would be idle when he was guarding the door of techniques. This rotation was about once every 50 years. He could not always have Master Bitter Lamp guard the door of techniques. In the Mirage Domain, Luyin opened his eyes and exhaled heavily. He rubbed his eyes, he was too tired. The mirror light technique had reached 137 layers, which was quite a lot. It was like a light curtain floating in front of him. Luyin could now see the distance of 20 years of eternal life. This was a very exaggerated distance, as the entire karma celestial phenomenon only covered the distance of 3 years. It meant that Luyin could see half the distance between the human civilization and the Rainbow Land if he used the mirror light technique, which was extremely terrifying. This was the reward for a mission worthy of 3 stars. For this mirror light technique, an entire civilization had been destroyed. However, the current layers made Luyin feel complicated, mainly because it was too tiring to calculate all the time. Is it over? Zhao Ran approached him on a boat. Luyin nodded, it's over for now. I'm too tired, so I won't do it for now. By the way, has the Blood Tower's Lord left? Zhao Ran looked helpless at the mention of this, he left. They take turns guarding the door of techniques every 50 years. Luyin smiled, you want to calculate when he will come out? He must have thought of it too. He won't let you calculate it. Just change the order a little. Zhao Ran sighed. She did not hate the Blood Tower's Lord, but she was annoyed. She could not refuse. If not for the Blood Tower's Lord, she would have been gone. Luyin stood by the river of time and looked into the distance. There were other places in that direction besides the Karma Forbidden Zone. There was more than one Forbidden Zone in the Mirage Domain. You want to go in? Zhao Ran's voice sounded. Luyin retracted his gaze, forget it, I won't go in. He had thought about going in before, but Zhao Ran's words terrified him. An Eternal Realm expert was buried there. With such a simple sentence, Luyin did not want to go in. He had experienced the horror of the Karma Forbidden Zone. Although he had comprehended karma, what if he had not? He would have been completely trapped there and could not come out. The other Forbidden Zones would not be worse than the Karma Forbidden Zone. Although Zhao Ran did not have as many memories as Wei knew, she occasionally knew some things. For example, she knew that the River of Time could not be without a ferryman. She knew that the master of the River of Time and so on, but there were some things that she could not explain clearly. The Mirage Domain's Forbidden Zone had buried an Eternal Realm expert. This was her memory, but she did not know which Eternal Realm expert it was. Luin had wanted to ask Wei Nu before, but he had never had the chance. He remembered that when Etion K was approaching the palace, he had encountered a memory shock. He had seen a woman in red walking in a direction with her back to him and singing. That was the Mirage Domain. At that moment, he had experienced the sorrow of self-destruction, and his eyes had turned red. Self-destruction. The Mirage Domain was probably a forbidden zone. It was also when the memory shock had appeared that the words hanging coffin had split open his previous memories and allowed him to see Xianxia for the second time. To gain something, one had to pay a price. In the world of cultivation, one had to risk one's life. However, the current human civilization could not afford to lose Luin, not only because he was a scoundrel who could kill an Eternal Realm expert, but also because of his teleportation. Perhaps one day, when the human civilization truly stood at the level of a fishing civilization, he would take the risk to explore the Forbidden Zone. He also wanted to know the relationship between the woman in red and Xianxia. After leaving the Mirage Domain, the time in the outside world was still the same. However, Luin was already very tired. Calculating the Mirage technique made him dizzy. He suddenly thought of the limitless empire. Would it be better to calculate with technological means? Master Ku Dang passed through the door of arts and smashed the enlarged needles with a wave of his hand. He found some balls flickering within the broken needles and immediately smashed them again. At the same time, Uppermost Lotus and the others sensed the change in the door of arts, especially Master Qing Chao, who had been in the spiritualized universe and hurried over. Far away from the human civilization, when the enlarged needles passed through the door of arts, one of the balls closest to the human civilization flickered with light. The two balls flickered at the same frequency, and even though Master Ku Dang smashed the balls, it was enough for a technological fishing civilization. Bang! When Master Ku Dang passed through the Gate of Arts and smashed those balls, the Gate of Arts was shattered by the Green Lotus Protector. The Green Lotus Protector descended with the power of karma, falling one step ahead of Master Green Grass and smashing the Gate of Arts. Master Ku Dang had never encountered a technological civilization before, but Uppermost Lotus had encountered it twice. Both times, he had been attacked by crystal drops and could tell at a glance that it was from a technological civilization. The human civilization could not be found by a technological civilization. The destruction of the Door of Arts left the human civilization without a way out, but compared to being found by a technological civilization, the price was worth it. Master Ku Dang and Master Qing Chao looked at the shattered Door of Arts in a daze. One had been guarding the Door of Arts for so many years, while the other had always been concerned about the Door of Arts. He had wanted to activate it but could not. Now, the Door of Arts was gone. On the other side of the shattered Door of Arts, far away from the Door of Arts, huge oval-shaped lights filled the sky. There were 6 of them in total, 2 more than when they had attacked the Tuofeng civilization. The crystal drops had come from these oval-shaped lights. The door is broken. We can't find that civilization through it. Let's hope we can connect. When we attacked the Tunfeng civilization, we immediately released signals. Those signals were moving in all directions. If this civilization and the Tunfeng civilization are under the same sky, we will be able to confirm one day. As long as the 2 signals are connected, we can lead the other signals to find the second line that connects to us. Then, we will be able to find this civilization. No civilization can use the Empire. This civilization has used the Empire 3 times, so they should pay the price. The Empire is already prepared. They're also researching ways to deal with the high-speed movement. They'll definitely succeed. Let's just wait. On the human side, the Azure Lotus ruler had destroyed the Gate of Techniques. Luin was still in the Tianyuan universe, so he hadn't noticed. However, the Limitless Empire contacted him and told him that the sphere had reacted. Luin hurried over to the Limitless Empire. He had wanted to borrow the Limitless Empire's power too. Calculate the mirror light technique, but they weren't strong enough. Thus, he had left behind the sphere he had obtained from the eye, hoping that the limitless empire would be able to obtain some useful technology from it. It had only been 100 years, but the ball suddenly had a reaction. When he arrived at the limitless empire, Elder Huan solemnly informed him that the sphere's reaction represented the coordinates of the human civilization. After 100 years, this sphere has helped us a little. Even though we still can't understand this thing, we do understand a little. It has just received the coordinates. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. The coordinates of the human civilization? According to Mr. Huan, the coordinates were in the direction of the continent of the 9 clouds. They had formed a fixed position with the sphere. One of the spheres had located the coordinates, and because that sphere had located the coordinates, the sphere had been able to receive them. Lu Yin immediately headed to the continent of the 9 clouds, where he found out that the gate of techniques had been destroyed and that the technological civilization had found this place. Lu Yin didn't have much time to think, and he took his sphere to find the sphere that had transmitted the coordinates of the human civilization. He had to find it, as this was a method of the technological civilization. Before he had cultivated the mirror light technique, it wouldn't have been easy for him to find the sphere. Knowing its location was one thing, but he couldn't see it. It would have taken him a long time to get there, but now that he had cultivated the technique, he could see the sphere as long as he could determine its location. Found it. Lu Yin looked at the sphere in his hand and crushed it. The limitless empire couldn't completely analyze the sphere, which meant that they couldn't stop it from transmitting the coordinates of the human civilization. They could only destroy it. Lu Yin's sphere only received the coordinates and didn't transmit them. Since there was one sphere, there had to be others. The technological civilization had definitely thought of a method to suddenly attack, and this sphere had obviously come from the devouring universe. When Lu Yin had destroyed the technological civilization that had attacked the devouring universe, he had already scanned the area. OL5 and the others had been searching for the technological civilization's power all these years, but they hadn't been able to find it. There was only one possibility: the technological civilization had thrown these spheres out long before the devouring universe had been destroyed. This meant that the entire process, from the attack on the devouring universe to the attack on Kudang, had been within the technological civilization's calculations. The moment they attacked the devouring universe, they had thrown out these spheres as carriers to receive signals and locate the coordinates of the human civilization. After that, they had attacked Kudang once in a while, taking advantage of the moment when he had retreated to the human civilization to throw the spheres in. Even though Kudang had quickly smashed the spheres, that instant was enough for the technological fishing civilization to release a signal. They had connected with these carriers that had been thrown out in advance to determine the coordinates of the human civilization. Then, these carriers would transmit the coordinates of the human civilization to other spheres, gradually determining the location of the human civilization. Lu Yin sighed. He had successfully used the technological civilization 3 times, but they weren't stupid. They had also used his methods to determine the coordinates of the human civilization. One couldn't underestimate any civilization, especially fishing civilizations. Lu Yin had never underestimated them, but he had still been taken advantage of. It could only be said that no one could have a perfect plan, and the other party would always have a way to break your tricks. The moment he had found the carrier sphere, the signal from one of the eyes had suddenly been extinguished, which meant that the other spheres would no longer release signals. However, it didn't mean that they wouldn't work. They just used this method to avoid his detection. Our location has been exposed. Now I just hope that the technological civilization can't receive the signal here. Lu Yin said. Startled Lord Yu said, they shouldn't be able to receive it, the distance is too far. Blue Lotus Lord's face was solemn, they are a fishing civilization. Since they have made a move, they must have been prepared. Besides, are we really that far away from the technological civilization? Xian Ling had teleported from here to the Gate of Arts to attack Kudang. Although it took a long time, 20 years, it had been teleporting all the time. Obviously not. Lu Yin said, it has been so many years since I asked Ancestor Lu Yuan to lure the Immortal Master here, but the location of the one-line sky obtained from the Immortal Master's karma could be reached in just over 200 years. With the speed of Luo Chan's teleportation, the distance of 200 years couldn't have been covered in 20 years. so we can't really determine the distance. Lord Yu of the Blood Tower said in a low voice, the distance can't be determined, but it's definitely more than the distance between the one-line sky and the human civilization. In our knowledge, even fishing civilizations can't contact each other from such a long distance. Blue Lotus Lord nodded, yes, so what we need to do now is to cut off the technological civilization and reduce the distance. There are also spheres, and many of them. Mr. Mu added. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, I'll look for them. The mirroring technique can see very far away. If those spheres want to contact the technological civilization and determine the location of the human civilization, they must be close to the human civilization. I don't believe that we can't find them after circling around the civilization. Everyone was silent. This was the only way. The snow-white bird shouted, I'm a worm. Worm grass. Worms don't have grass. Shut up. The snow-white bird lowered its head helplessly. At first, it was still struggling when little 18 grabbed it, but now it was powerless. This damn toad was stubborn and had a nasty mouth. However, its combat power was terrifying. It would only be unlucky if it tried to escape. Little 18 was a very particular toad. It had a nasty personality like the other toads in the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad. Its actions could be despicable, but it was also honest. It promised Luin to find the one-line sky first, so it wouldn't delay at all. Although the romance in its bones made it want to change direction and go to an unknown place, it had to complete this mission first. A few years later, little 18 rubbed its eyes. What was in front? There was a mass of green, cloud-like things floating quietly in front of it. It was particularly prominent in this dark and deep universe. Although it was small, it was eye-catching. The snow-white bird looked over. Eh? The one-line sky? Little 18 felt it too. The one-line sky was the kind of existence that made you feel like it was the one-line sky. It was like a creature instinctively searching for a chance of survival. The one-line sky was the chance of survival for countless weak civilizations. Is this the one-line sky you went to? Little 18 asked. The snow-white bird rolled its eyes. Of course not. It's far from there. Then what's going on? What does it have to do with me? I didn't build it. Little 18 stared at the one-line sky in front of it. After thinking for a while, it took a detour. The snow-white bird was puzzled. But it's a bit similar to the one-line sky I went to. That was a water surface. This is like a cloud or fog. It's green and looks like jade at first glance. Little 18 took a detour. There was no time to delay. The sooner he completed the mission, the sooner he could be free and pursue his romance. However, when it circled around the jade-green sliver of sky, its figure disappeared. It directly disappeared into the starry sky as if it had never appeared. Vaguely, the jade-green sliver of sky blocked out the starry sky and covered everything. From afar, it seemed that this deep space had been bitten. Decades passed. Luin kept searching from the engulfing civilization to the human civilization. He expanded his search, but he couldn't find a single sphere. He didn't know if it was good news or bad news. Either there were no spheres, or these spheres were dormant, waiting for the right opportunity to awaken in the future. The instructions from the technological civilization, or rather, the settings. From his point of view, the latter was the most likely possibility. This was because the technological civilization had been delaying their attack on the Devourer's civilization, and then attacking at a moment when they were least expecting it. Wars between civilizations were not child's play. Since technological civilizations had taken action, they would have arranged everything well. Even though Luin had not found the sphere, he had discovered quite a few other civilizations in the area. However, none of them had eternal life and were generally weak in terms of combat power. There was even a civilization that was technologically advanced, but it could not even compare to the Limitless Empire. These civilizations were far from being able to unify their own universe. Only by unifying their own universe could they be called a universal civilization. None of these civilizations could do it. However, in one of the civilizations, Luin had unintentionally found a piece of black armor. It was one of the 100 seals of Mahakala, and it had excited him greatly. When he returned and showed it to his boss, he was disappointed when he found out that it was a record of the Star-Toad star-seizing hand. However, this matter also gave him hope, the hope of finding the armor plate. Some of these pieces of armor had been transported far away by the spatial turbulence, while others should still be in the vicinity. After that, he had added another item to his search, which was this piece of black armor. The difficulty of finding the black armor plate was similar to finding the sphere. No, it was even more difficult. The sphere should be in outer space, but if the armor plate had fallen into the hands of a life form, it could be hidden away, such as a cosmic ring. The armor plate that he had found before had been a stroke of luck, and it had been auctioned off by that civilization. He had wanted to learn more about that civilization, but that civilization's strongest life form had been present at the auction. When he had seen the armor plate, he had immediately disappeared with it. The disappearance of the armor plate would probably be attributed to that civilization's strongest life form. Otherwise, even if he knew that the armor plate was in that civilization, it would be very difficult to find it once it was hidden away in a cosmic ring. One day, more than 10 years later, Lu Yin landed in a deathly still universe. He looked around and saw that spatial cracks had appeared like raindrops, and the rumbling of thunder made him feel uneasy. This was a civilization that had experienced a reboot of the universe. This civilization was 30 years away from the human civilization's eternal life, and it was in a parallel direction from the human civilization to the Devourer's civilization. He had entered this universe because he was familiar with it. That's right, it was familiar. Extremely familiar. At first, Lu Yin had thought that this familiarity came from his bloodline, and the first thing he thought of was the astral red coats that had been abandoned by the Azure Lotus Protector. He had thought that the astral red coats civilization had been destroyed in this universe. After all, they were both human civilizations, so they were familiar with each other. But after entering, he realized that this was not the case. This familiarity came from his consciousness. More accurately, it came from Yuya's consciousness. Yuya was born from the consciousness of an eternal life, and Lu Yin's consciousness contained the remnant consciousness of a certain eternal life. It was this remnant that had allowed him to see the universe of death, and now, this familiarity came from this remnant as well. Lu Yin's consciousness spread out, wanting to strengthen this sense of familiarity. He even spread out his consciousness from his mind matter, wanting to become one with this universe. His gaze suddenly trembled, and various scenes suddenly appeared in his mind. He saw the black plaza filled with white bones and the sky filled with dark clouds. He saw an incomparably large finger bone descend and pierce a hole in the sky. This was the scene that he had seen through Yuya's consciousness when he had seen the last page of the Qin clan's secret scroll. Now, he was seeing it again. Suddenly, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and Lu Yin looked up along the finger bone. He saw an incomparably large white bone towering over him. The black plaza was like a toy that was being held in the palm of one of its skeletal hands. It was difficult to describe Lu Yin's feelings at that moment. Fear and horror. No, these were not Lu Yin's feelings, but rather the consciousness's own feelings. When the owner of this consciousness saw this scene, it was afraid and terrified. Escape. This was its only thought at that time, and it wanted to escape as far as possible. The incomparably large white bone suddenly stared over, its hollow eyes like vortexes that could suck in everything. The scene suddenly shattered, and Lu Yin's eyes widened. Unknowingly, his back was drenched in sweat. This was the scene of the eternal life that had given birth to Yuya's consciousness encountering the universe of death. Had the owner of that consciousness died at that time? It was not impossible. If it had died, then it would have encountered the universe of death close to the human civilization. Otherwise, Yuya's consciousness would not have appeared in the ninth firmament universe, and that life's corpse would not have fallen into the eternal zone of disaster. Lu Yin stared at the sky in a daze as he recalled the scene that the consciousness had seen. That incomparably large white bone giant that seemed to be able to overlook everything. Why was he in human form? That consciousness had seen that the skeletons standing in the black plaza were all in human form. Why? There was also Zhu, who had been unlocked from the source box, and he was also in human form. There were countless civilizations in the universe, and there were countless life forms. Why were there humanoid skeletons? Could it be that the universe of death was also one of the 9 basis civilizations? Impossible. If it was, then Qinglian you would have known about it. Furthermore, Zhu had done everything he could to contact the universe of death in order to destroy the human civilization. Luin pondered this, but he could not figure it out. That universe of death was very powerful, terrifyingly powerful. Luin raised a hand, and the power of deathly stillness appeared in his palm. It was a pure black that resembled fireworks. He raised his other hand as well, and a pure white energy surged out of it. One black and one white, these two energies had reached a balance. The resulting destruction was enough to give everyone a pleasant surprise. Now, he had one more thing to try, and that was to roll his die. Using the power of deathly stillness, he rolled 6 pips. There weren't many hidden dangers left in human civilization, aside from the mysterious eternal realm and eternal. It was precisely because of these two that Luin had been threatened by the mysterious eternal realm expert to join the unknowns. For many years, Azure Lotus Protector had been monitoring the karmic phenomena, and as long as those two appeared, they would be captured. However, Luin did not know if they were still sealed in their source boxes or if they had been taken away by the mysterious eternal realm expert. Since Eternal cultivated the power of deathly stillness, then perhaps Luin could find it by fusing Enhance into Eternal's body. The power of deathly stillness was too unstable, and the remnant power of deathly stillness that Luin was absorbing was the true power of the death universe. This was the only power that he could try to find. After returning to human civilization, Luin thought for a moment and then appeared in the space around Ninth Firmament Universe. He raised his hand, and his die appeared as he tapped it. The die spun slowly, and after Enhance, something useless fell out. Continue, Enhance, 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 Enhance. Luin was speechless. Was this a little increment? Continue. At Enhance, Lu Yin's body boiled with the power of deathly stillness, and his consciousness appeared in the dark space to search. After a while, Luin opened his eyes and did not find anything. However, he did not give up and continued. Time continued to pass, and 3 months later, Luin rolled Enhance for the 5th time. His consciousness entered the dark space once more, and he suddenly saw a ball of light in the distance. It was very weak and not very bright to him, but its appearance excited him. It was definitely eternal. Aside from eternal, the other existences of deathly stillness had all been dealt with. I've finally found you. There was a barrier between him and that ball of light, which meant that the two were not in the same spacetime. However, it did not matter, as Luin could easily break through the barrier. His consciousness continued to approach it, and finally, it fused with it. Darkness and slumber. This was the only feeling Luin had after fusing with it. He suddenly opened his eyes, and in front of him was a familiar face, Eternal. Luin looked at Eternal, and the two stood facing each other. They were very close to each other, and both had been sealed within their source boxes. He had really merged into Zhu's body. Zhu was just a skeleton. But back then, he could even merge into machinery, let alone a skeleton. Was he still inside the source box? Had he not been taken away by that mysterious unknown? Luin subconsciously wanted to break through the source box and bring eternity back, but after thinking about it, he suppressed that impulse. Slay and eternity were no longer a threat to him. The real threat was the mysterious unknown. Now, no one knew that he could enter Death's body. The mysterious unknown didn't know either. That meant that one day, if he forced the mysterious unknown to use death and eternity to threaten him, he might be able to find out who the mysterious unknown was. Luin looked at eternity's familiar face. This face brought him back to more than 1,000 years ago. How long has it been? It's been more than 1,500 years. Back then, he had still been an ant-like figure in the Tianyuan cosmos, but now, he had already grown to such a level. The Eternals, a familiar yet strange name, had long been buried in the corner of his memory. Only when the Eternal was completely dead would this existence disappear forever. Scenes from Zhu's memory surfaced in his mind. Luin saw how it had been unlocked from the source box, how it had torn apart a cultivator's flesh, put on a skin, camouflaged itself, survived, and created deathly stillness. He had seen all sorts of bloody and cruel scenes, and at the same time, he had also learned Bonespiel. Bonespiel was a terrifying battle technique that had been created using the power of deathly stillness. As long as there was enough deathly stillness, even an Eternal's bones could be imbued with life and separated from their flesh. This was a rather frightening and powerful battle technique, and it gave Luin the feeling that things would develop in the opposite direction once they reached an extreme. It would grow stronger as the user grew stronger, and there was no absolute upper limit as long as there was enough deathly stillness. Based on the amount of deathly stillness that Luin currently possessed, he should be able to imbue an Eternal's bonespiel. Although this battle technique was powerful, its true use was to deal with the Death Cosmos. Bonespiel was a killing technique that the Death Cosmos used against civilized beings, but it was now ineffective against human civilization. Luin wanted to know what had happened to Zhu in the Death Cosmos. It had been there before it had been sealed away by the source box. But he had no memories of that, and he had no memories of the Death Cosmos. What a pity. Lu Yin's consciousness returned to his body, and he sighed as he continued to search for the sphere. Soon, another few decades passed, and he still could not find it. Lu Yin discussed with Qinglianyu and the others and decided to look for Little 18 first. Actually, with the Mirror Light Technique's ability, there was no need for Little 18 to scout ahead. It would take Little 18 more than 200 years to complete the journey, but Lu Yin only needed to use the technique 7 times at most, which meant that he could teleport 7 times to find the crack in the sky. However, because he had been searching for the sphere and Little 18 had been gone for so long, he decided to wait until Little 18 found the crack in the sky before reuniting with it. It would not be a waste of Little 18's efforts. Lu Yin sensed the consciousness of the pathfinding stones and teleported away. Some of the stones' consciousnesses were still present, while others had already dissipated. Perhaps some had been found and destroyed by other civilizations. Lu Yin did not care, as it did not matter whether he needed the stones or not. Mirroring could allow him to teleport at the speed of an eternal life realm. Cultivator in 20 years. After teleporting again and again, Lu Yin stopped in outer space and looked around in confusion. What was going on? He could no longer sense the stone's consciousnesses. This place was about 100 years away from human civilization at the speed of an eternal life realm cultivator, which meant that he had only covered half the distance. For the rest of the journey, it was impossible for the stone's consciousnesses to completely dissipate, but after this point, there was no trace of them. Where was their consciousnesses? Did Little 18 not scatter the stones along the way? That was impossible. Did it go the wrong way? Then there should be other stones' consciousnesses in other directions. But from here onwards, there was nothing, only the consciousness of going back. Lu Yin frowned as he had a bad feeling. Mirroring. Lu Yin looked into the distance and teleported away, but he still could not sense the stone's consciousnesses. He hoped that the stone's consciousnesses had just disappeared in the middle. After all, the stone's consciousnesses also had a distance. Beyond that distance, even the stone's consciousnesses could not sense anything. But beyond the distance of 20 years' speed of an eternal life realm cultivator, he still could not sense the stone's consciousnesses. Lu Yin knew that something had happened. Little 18 stopped at the previous position. He returned to the previous position and used mirroring again and again to search in all directions. The range he searched was from that position as the center. The distance of 5 uses of mirroring was the distance of 100 years' speed of an eternal life realm cultivator. This was the furthest range that Little 18 could go in this direction, and it had reached its limit. But after searching in all directions, he still could not find Little 18. The wider the range, the more impossible it was to search completely. Lu Yin could only search roughly. His face was solemn. If something happened to Little 18, he did not know how to explain it to the 7 Treasures Heavenly Toad clan. Even though it was the boss who agreed to let Little 18 make this trip. Lu Yin was full of expectations and headed towards the one-line sky that Little 18 was searching for. This was the only direction he had hope Indiana. And the method of communication was paper boats. A paper boat floated over, and Lu Yin reached out to grab it. It was not big, but there were many conversations on the boat's hull. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Where is this place? I subconsciously came here when I saw this water surface, as if something was attracting me. If you're attracted, then it means that you're weak. This is the one-line sky, a place that teaches weak civilizations how terrifying the core space is. Hello, weakling. Hello, I'm weak. May I ask how terrifying the core space is? Can you tell me? No, weakling. Sorry, I'm weak too. I want to know too. Luin released the paper boat and allowed it to float away. He then grabbed another one. I'm a life form from a civilization that's currently being attacked. I beg the civilization that's attacking us to retreat. Our civilization has nothing. If you can see it, then please retreat. I beg of you. Your pleading is useless. This is the law of survival in the universe. How pitiful. I'm curious to see how far your civilization has been attacked. If you can enter, then you might be the strongest person in your civilization. Does the attacking civilization have any Eternal Realm experts? Do you even need to ask? Of course not. If they did, then how could they find the one-line sky? They can't even leave their own universe. Please, respected and powerful civilization, retreat. We really don't want to fight anymore. Please, please, please. Luin released the boat. Pleading? If it was useful, then the universe would not be so cruel. The more they pleaded, the more their opponents would attack without restraint. It could only be said that this civilization was still far from being able to see the core space clearly. In fact, if not for the one-line sky, this civilization would not even have a place to plead. Luin looked at the boats one by one. Although there were no bubbles at the bottom of the river, there were many boats that came from the creatures that had accidentally entered. Master of the one-line sky, can you return to where you were and put me down? I don't even know where I've been taken. I'll be lost if I leave the one-line sky. Me too. Why did the master of the one-line sky take us away without even saying goodbye? How laughable. You expect the master of the one-line sky to be your nanny? The one-line sky is only giving you a chance to see the core space clearly. It didn't say that it would help you. To ants like you, the one-line sky is also dangerous. Ha ha ha. Eh? This laughter is righteous. Is it you? Who are you? How do you know my nickname? Nonsense, I'm your father. Father, you're not dead? I've been in one-line sky for a long time. Righteousness, why are you here? Father and son can even acknowledge each other like this? The two of you can cry on the side. This is a family reunion. Luin shook his head and continued reading. He looked at many paper boats, and he also left some words on the paper boats to look for little 18. He directly asked if anyone had seen a large toad before, and received all sorts of strange replies, but they were all useless. Suddenly, his gaze turned cold as he stared at the paper boat in his hand. It's not easy for everyone to gather at the one-line sky. I'll be leaving soon. Before I leave, I'll tell you about the fishing civilization I know so that you won't fall into a trap. Once you do, you'll be wiped out. There are 2 fishing civilizations that I know of. The first is the one that constantly places springboards, and I'm sure that many civilizations know about this. I've been to no less than 3 one-line sky, and every time I mention it, there are civilizations that have seen it before. So, once you see a springboard, don't touch it. Remember, don't touch it. The second civilization is the red coats and red umbrellas. Once you see a creature with this characteristic within the cube, avoid it. Stay far away from it. Don't lead it to your civilization, or you'll be in trouble. Right, this is the creature's form. Luin saw a human form. This was the conversation that the snow-white bird had seen earlier. He also saw a creature reply that said that it knew the location of the red coats civilization, but no one replied after that. Luin tried to write at the bottom, but he couldn't write. It was obvious that the owner of the one-line sky had stopped him. Luin let go of the paper boat and took the other one. The paper boat was filled with words that discussed the core distance. Every civilization had their own guesses about the cube, and Luin was very interested in these guesses. He glanced at the paper and wrote at the bottom, I've also seen the civilization with the red coats and red umbrellas. Everyone, be careful. They run everywhere, and you might be next. He then picked up another paper boat and continued writing. This scene was very familiar. It had been the same back in the one-line sky, where he had continuously written on rocks and then thrown them out. After half a month, Luin had written these words on many paper boats. Finally, he saw a reply. Don't scare me. Go find whoever says so. I don't believe you. Another paper boat, since it's a fishing civilization, it should have some sort of fishing technique. What is the civilization's fishing technique? I want to know too. Shoo. Don't reply. This might be a fishing technique. Didn't you reply as well? Another paper boat, there are actually people discussing this civilization. The owner of the one-line sky seems to have stopped them. We discussed it a while ago, but we couldn't continue after a few sentences. Everyone is very interested in the fishing civilization. Do you want to discuss the civilization that placed the springboard? With my many years of experience, I can tell that it's not simple. Nonsense. Nonsense. Lewin looked through them one by one, but he couldn't find a reply from the person who had said that he knew the location of the Red Coat civilization. At this moment, the water rippled as if a layer of brilliance had swept across it. He looked at the boat again and saw that all information about the Red Coat civilization had been erased, including the springboard. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. This was being stopped, but why had the owner of the one-line sky stopped him? Suddenly, the scene around him reversed, and in that instant, the starry sky returned to normal. Lewin left the bottom of the water, and he looked up to see that he was surrounded by a square inch. He had been chased out by the sliver of heaven, and the owner of the sliver of heaven had clearly seen him. He was in human form, and he had also asked about the underworld red specters. Trying to run? Interesting. He had indeed moved very far away from the surface of the water in an instant. This was an eternal technique, and without mirroring, Lewin wouldn't have been able to find him. Even with blink, as long as the one-line sky's distance exceeded what he could see, it would be very difficult to find him. But now, no one would be able to escape. Mirroring. Lewin looked around and suddenly stared in a certain direction. His lips curled up, he'd found him. He disappeared and reappeared in front of the water with a smile on his face. Come out. The surface of the water suddenly distorted and then quickly moved in another direction like a streak of light. Anyone who had established the one-line sky had the ability to move quickly, or else the one-line sky itself would be a danger to them. Lewin had been thrown off by the one-line sky before, but that was impossible now. Lewin appeared in front of the water with his hands behind his back. Let's talk. Since you're willing to establish the one-line sky, it means that you want to give weaker civilizations a chance to survive. I don't want to be rough with you. You're one of the red coats? A voice came from the water. It was very low, and it was impossible to tell if it was a man or a woman. Lewin replied, I'm looking for them. It has nothing to do with me. You're a scoundrel, but I'm an eternal. If we really fought, you wouldn't be my match even if you had that incredible movement speed. Move aside, I won't participate in your matters. Lewin was curious, why don't you let us discuss the red coats? What are you hiding for them? I just don't want to come into contact with any fishing civilizations. How do you know that the red coats are a fishing civilization? He opened the paper boat and folded it. To be more precise, it was a painting. There were mountains, rivers, land, birds, insects, fish, all kinds of creatures, and cities built by civilizations. The painting wasn't big, but it contained as many things as the stars in the sky. Who would draw so many things on a piece of paper? It was as if an entire civilization had been drawn on it. Wait, civilization? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Wait, civilization, wait. Could this be the weight of a civilization? He suddenly looked at the water. What is this? The water was alert. You want to find the astral red specter. I'll give you the creature that knows the location of the astral red specter. You and I have nothing to do with each other. Lewin stared at the water. I want to know how you did it. I've never thought that a creature could draw a civilization. Is this your gift? Come out. He vaguely guessed something and his tone wasn't as polite. Human, don't go too far. Human? It seems like you know about us. All the more reason I can't let you go. Come out. Lewin took a step forward and teleported behind the water. He pointed his finger and used the finger sword technique. The void was torn apart and a black curtain behind the water was lifted, revealing a palm-sized object. Cement? Luin stared blankly at it. It was really cement, a block of cement. However, it was this block of cement that was moving the water. The Eternal Realm powerhouse he was fighting with was this block of cement. On the surface of the cement, life energy was released and blasted at Luin. Luin raised his hand and pressed against the life energy. He had withstood the life energy of an immortal master before, let alone this cement. Unexpectedly, the cement was caught. It could be said that it was caught without any resistance. Luin subconsciously felt that something was wrong. The weakest Eternal Realm powerhouses he had encountered were the monster and the humanoid green immortal, but even they couldn't be caught so easily. There was something wrong with this cement. He immediately released his hand. However, the cement seemed to stick to his hand and suddenly expanded like a giant mouth that wanted to swallow him. Luin raised his hand and Go Lian appeared and slashed horizontally. A surge of vitality flowed into the cement and it was torn apart by Go Lian. It fell in two and quickly merged again. At the same time, a blank paper appeared and gradually drew Lu Yin's appearance on it. The more Luin came into contact with the core of the universe, the more he understood that there were many strange innate abilities. Some were so strange that it was unimaginable. Some abilities, no matter how strong you are hard to break. Luin immediately cut down Go Lian. He didn't care what Go Lian was trying to do, as long as he could stop it. The painting was torn apart by Go Lian. His body had been wrapped up by an endless amount of invisible matter, making it difficult for him to move even an inch. Every corner of his body felt like it was about to explode. This was an invisible world. At the same time, the cement once again drew Lu Yin's image. Luin frowned and opened his celestial eye. His eye of truth suppressed all living beings. The purple pressure suddenly descended, causing the surrounding space to tremble. This was a pressure that was enough to suppress an ordinary Eternal Realm cultivator. Even the cement was unwittingly crushed, and the material that was trapping Luin was also suppressed. Luin instantly appeared beside the cement and used his eye power and external pupil incarnation to seal the cement's surroundings. The cement wanted to rush out. Although Lu Yin's external avatar wasn't strong, it still needed the 12 pieces of armor that had already been fused into it to block an expert's attack. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to block the attack at all. However, the cement wasn't an expert. At best, it had some strange techniques and wasn't good at frontal attacks. It could not escape. Inside the purple mirror, the cement continued to smash against it, but it couldn't escape. Luin looked at the painting beside him, not knowing what kind of effect it would have on him once it was completed. This was definitely the cement's killer move. Stop struggling. I didn't even use half of my strength to deal with you, Luin said coldly. The cement said, impossible, there's no such strong rogue. Luin sneered, and a golden light bloomed behind him as the Divine Seal catalog appeared. Immediately after, streaks of triple firmament sword intent emerged from the catalog and formed a second circle around the mirror. This second circle completely trapped the cement, and this circle was formed by the triple firmament sword intent. Luin could unleash 10,000 swords in an instant and tear the cement to pieces. These triple firmament sword intents came from the Divine Seal catalog, which Luin had left behind over the years. Triple firmament sword intent, hidden sword. The cement stopped moving. It could feel that these triple firmament sword intents were completely different from the ones before. These were terrifying sword intents that could cause it harm. How could there be so many of them? It was like an ordinary person being surrounded by countless swords. The feeling of being torn to pieces at any time was enough to make one despair. Do you believe me now? The cement was shocked. How can a rogue be so strong? Shouldn't a rogue be able to fight against an ordinary eternal being at most? You shouldn't be my opponent, but how can you? It couldn't think of a reasonable explanation because Luin really wasn't an eternal being. Luin himself didn't know how to explain it. His existence was a special case. Human, you win. The cement deflated and stopped struggling. Luin didn't take back the Divine Seal catalog. The golden light made him look like an immortal god. Under the threat of 10,000 swords, the cement couldn't tell who was a rogue and who was an eternal being for a while. I'm very good at interrogation because I'm a rogue and don't like scheming. I'll only ask this question once. If the answer you give doesn't satisfy me, you can die. The cement was silent. By the way, I also comprehended karma. The cement was shocked. What? Karma? Luin smiled, and a karma spiral appeared at his fingertips. Can you see it? The cement was confused. I can't see it. Luin waved his hand, and the karma spiral flew towards the cement. Some eternal beings could see karma, but some couldn't. He didn't know if it had anything to do with strength. It shouldn't have anything to do with karma. The karma spiral rushed towards the cement. The cement subconsciously wanted to avoid it, but there was no way to avoid it here. It was afraid that it would be pierced by the sword. The karma spiral penetrated the cement, and suddenly, a feeling of being seen through appeared. The cement was shocked. Is this karma? It seems that you haven't come into contact with karma. Then, let me see. Luin was calm at first, but after seeing the cement's karma past, his face gradually sank. You really are fishing. The cement created the one-line sky, giving weak civilizations a chance to communicate with each other. This was the meaning of the one-line sky. The life that created the one-line sky was actually worthy of respect. However, some fishing civilizations would specifically use the one-line sky to lure creatures in to find the civilization behind the creatures. Luin originally thought that the cement was sincere in creating the one-line sky. It didn't immediately attack him, but instead warned him. This made Luin respect it. However, he didn't expect it to also be fishing. Luin saw the picture of the folding paper boat and vaguely guessed it. However, it wasn't a fishing civilization that would destroy it. Instead, it was a collection of civilizations. Luin looked at the cement's karma past and understood where the picture of the paper boat came from. It was indeed as he had guessed, it was a civilization. Drawing with a civilization was the truth of the paper boat, which was why it was so heavy. Luin didn't care about this at first. It was normal for civilizations to be destroyed, let alone be included in a painting. However, he didn't expect the cement to use the one-line sky as bait. It would follow the traces of any creature that entered the one-line sky to find the civilization of that creature, and then include it in the painting to become its method. Wasn't it afraid of karma? Cement said, you even comprehended karma. This shouldn't be the strength of a scoundrel. Luin stared at the cement, and killing intent gradually appeared in his eyes. It was not easy for a weak civilization to survive, and this kind of fishing method was too despicable. Luin was not the kind of person who was overflowing with sympathy. If he encountered a civilization that destroyed a civilization, he would not intervene as long as it had nothing to do with human civilization. But he could not stand such despicable means. Weak civilizations yearned for a chance of survival, but this chance happened to be the abyss. The former human civilization had also walked through this abyss, and he understood it too well. Another point was that he actually had a trace of respect for this cement just now, and he felt that he had been deceived. Human, it's not strange for anything to happen in a square inch. Many civilizations use fishing methods like the one-line sky. Where can you find a powerhouse who truly sympathizes with a weak civilization? There used to be, but now there are fewer and fewer. As for those civilizations that I have included in the painting, they have nothing to do with you humans. Cement felt Lu Yin's killing intent and hurriedly explained. Lu Yin's tone was cold. Aren't you afraid of karma? Cement said, including them in the painting doesn't mean they are dead. I just changed their living environment. But they can't move. At least he didn't die. If he hadn't met me, he would have died. If not for me, but other fishing creatures, they are all dead. Luin was amused, so they should thank you? Give them a life worse than death. Human, are you sympathizing with them? I'm just disgusted by your methods. Cement did not speak. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. You should be using this method to restrain the eternal realm. Including a civilization in a painting, the civilization was not destroyed. The creature was not dead, so it would not add karma to it, but once the paper boat was torn apart, the civilization inside would be torn apart. Then, it must bear part of the increased karma. So this method was not beneficial to it. The only benefit was to restrain the eternal realm so that the eternal realm would not dare to attack it. It was reaching a balance with a strong enemy in this way. Cement said, yes, if you encounter a strong enemy, this is a very effective method. I just want to live. Luin exhaled, your civilization does this? Cement replied, I don't have a civilization. Creatures like us are all scattered and wander about within a square inch of each other. Perhaps there are some of us who have joined forces, but there shouldn't be many of us. What would have happened if I'd let you finish drawing my image? Luin asked, but before Cement could answer, he continued, I'll only give you one chance to answer. I'll verify your answer through karma. Then why don't you directly seek the answer through karma? Are you teaching me how to do things? Cement said in a low voice, as long as I finish drawing your image, I can erase it. Luin raised an eyebrow. Erase it. It was a simple word, but it was terrifying. Once the image is erased, wouldn't I be gone then? It's not that exaggerated. My talent is not invincible. It's just that the more I wipe, the more serious your injuries will be. With your strength, there's no way I can wipe it off directly. After a short pause, the Cement continued, if you encounter a creature that can be directly wiped out, then that creature will indeed be gone. You know about humans, so how much do you know about their civilization? I really don't know much, but because of Skyline, I've recorded a few civilizations. I learned about the existence of red specters from those civilizations, as well as the existence of human civilization. The word human exists in the historical records of many civilizations. Luin was astonished, there are quite a few? Cement replied, if there are records of a few civilizations, then that's already quite a few. There shouldn't be any communication between civilizations. Tell me all the records of humans, Luin said indifferently. Cement replied, it would be better for you to look at them directly. I've recorded all of those civilizations. It then took out several scrolls. Luin was puzzled, how many civilizations have you recorded? The more civilizations you record, the better it is for you to protect yourself. That's why fishing civilizations destroy civilizations when they see one. I record civilizations when I see one, but none of them have eternal life. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to record them. Cement then opened up one of the 3 scrolls. Luin looked over and saw that every civilization had a different living environment. This painting was all dark green, and the creatures inside were short and small like monkeys. No, they were much uglier than monkeys. Cement tapped on a certain area in the painting, and that area suddenly expanded and stretched across the starry sky. The area in the painting was very small and could not be seen clearly with the naked eye, but when magnified in the starry sky, it was a huge area. After all, this painting had recorded an entire civilization. Even if a civilization did not have an entire universe, it was still close. The magnified area had been freed from the painting, and the dark green spread across the starry sky in the blink of an eye. The short creatures in the area fled in panic, shrieking as they did so. Cement explained, their memories are still stuck at the moment they were recorded in the painting, but in the blink of an eye, they appeared in a foreign starry sky. That's why they're so afraid. Lu Yin's consciousness swept out, becoming the sky that suppressed the entire area, and none of the creatures dared to move. The strongest of these creatures had the cultivation of Ku adversity, but it was still able to know about human civilization. Lu Yin summoned the strongest creature and looked at it, do you recognize me? The strongest creature was also very ugly and old. It looked at Lu Yin with confusion and contemplation, but then its eyes widened and it spoke in a hoarse voice, human, human. Take out your records of human civilization for me to see. The ugly creature did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly took out a giant stone tablet from a storage device similar to a cosmic ring. Lu Yin looked at it and was able to read the words on it with a single thought. Apart from the words, there were also engraved images of humans. There weren't many descriptions of humans on it, only a few lines. This civilization is called humans. My descendants, do not encounter them. Do not encounter them. If you encounter them, flee. This is a fishing civilization. Stay away from them. You must stay away from them. Lu Yin looked at the ugly creature. Who was the one who wrote these words? An ancestor of our civilization who once reached eternal life, but that ancestor has long since disappeared. Lu Yin was astonished and sized up this creature. How could such a civilization give birth to eternal life? The universe was truly mysterious, giving birth to countless civilizations and species. Some creatures were born very strong, but their upper limits were very low, while others were born very weak, but their upper limits were extremely high. This civilization was very similar to human civilization, and from these written records, it could be seen that their intelligence was not low. From the perspective of a civilization that had been passed down for countless years, it was not impossible for it to give birth to eternal life. Just like human civilization, how many eternal life forms had been born since the Nine Ramparts era? Is this all the records of human civilization? Yes, this is all. Not long after, Lu Yin saw a second record of humans. It was similar to the ugly creatures, and they were both wary of human civilization. The records of these civilizations were extremely ancient, and their understanding of human civilization might have stopped at the Nine Ramparts era. The Nine Ramparts era was the most glorious period of human civilization. With the 9 ramparts in the sky, every stronghold was incomparably powerful, and every stronghold could be seen as a fishing civilization. The last record of humans caused Lu Yin's expression to darken, and he slowly clenched his hand. My descendants, remember to stay away from that civilization that brings death. That civilization is too terrifying, and they have an endless supply of skeletons. They can control the skeletons and destroy everything. They are synonymous with death. Look at this form. This is the human race, a laughable and pitiful race. I've never seen such miserable creatures before. They suffered the most humiliating torture before they were destroyed. The civilization that brought death tortured them, making them crawl on the ground, shattering their knees, torturing their body and spirit. In contrast, there was the sad music of death's praise. I will never forget that kind of sad music. I've never seen human civilization before, but at this moment, I will never forget it. Their misery is something I've never felt since I stepped into eternal life. Do not come into contact with death, do not come into contact with death. Lu Yin stared at the records on the jade. This jade came from the civilization that had been recorded in the cement, and these words were a record of that civilization. The creature standing in front of him trembled. It was the strongest of that civilization, but it was only a primordial realm cultivator. Clearly, this civilization had been completely weakened. Let alone eternal life, it did not even have the life to survive the calamity. However, it just so happened that this civilization had recorded the most information about humans. Is that all? Lu Yin asked. The creature was terrified. Yes, that's all. Have you seen the eternal life form that recorded all of this? No, that's our ancestor. Only my grandfather has seen him before. Bring your grandfather here. Soon after, another creature arrived. It was trembling as if it could not even walk properly. Lu Yin asked the same question, and the creature recalled, the ancestor once taught us. I was still very young at the time, and I remember the ancestor saying that when death comes, death will also come. We didn't understand what that meant. The ancestor did not explain. He only repeated some things. Those words left a deep impression on me. The creature looked at Lu Yin and said in a hoarse voice, that civilization knelt down, not because they were afraid, but because their knees were all shattered. They wanted to get close to the person who had died in battle, and the only way to do so was to crawl over on their knees. They all crawled towards the person who had died in battle, but there was a line of death in front of them. Touching that line of death meant death. On that day, that civilization experienced the darkness of despair, and the lives of the entire civilization filled up that line of death. Once that line was filled up, they could cross it. No one hesitated, and they all crawled towards that line of death. They wanted to fill it up so that they could collect the corpse of the person who had died in battle and give him their final respect. That civilization was very tragic, but it earned my respect. Unfortunately, in the face of death, they were insignificant. End of chapter. Lu Yin listened quietly and closed his eyes. An image of the abyss devouring life after life appeared in his mind. The people whose knees had been shattered were crawling towards the people on the other side of the abyss. He had to collect the corpse of that person. Even if the entire civilization was buried, he had to fill that abyss. Too many people had died at the bottom of the abyss, it was a line of death. Lu Yin clenched his fists. Had humans ever encountered such a thing? After they died, something even more terrifying happened. The creature looked at Luin again and spoke in a trembling voice, "Bones." Bones crawled out from their corpses. They crawled out of the abyss and beyond the line of death towards the person who had died in battle. They danced around that person, and even though their knees were shattered, they still danced and sang for death, mocking them. They crawled even faster. They filled the line of death without hesitation and crawled over. They pushed the bones away, mocking death. Mocking the person who had died in battle. Mocking the human civilization. But the more they crawled, the more bones there were, despair. They brought an entire civilization. So what if the entire civilization was filled in? Death looked down from above, its gaze forever filled with mockery and amusement. To death, this was just a game, a form of entertainment. Don't touch death, don't touch death. No, no more. Luin calmly stood in place and slowly opened his eyes. Who had encountered such a thing? One of the 9 bases? Death. It was the universe of death. Controlling the bones and making them leave the body was the universe of death. Had such a thing happened in the ancient past? Making the bones dance, drawing the line of death, and the universe of death. You guys really know how to play. These 3 recorded civilizations were released, and they were still in the vicinity. As for what would happen in the end, it had nothing to do with Luin. They had brought him information, and he had given them freedom. This was an exchange. Everything else had nothing to do with Luin. He had no need to save any civilization other than the human civilization. You know that the human civilization has encountered this before? Luin looked at Cement. Cement replied, every civilization has encountered a tragedy. It's normal. The records of the human civilization are not remarkable. How did you know? I'm used to flipping through the history of a civilization after recording it. Perhaps I can find a connection with some of the current civilizations. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. Indeed, this was a good idea. Through that civilization, Lu Yin already knew what the undead universe had done to the human civilization. Otherwise, if he encountered the undead universe in the future, he might still foolishly cooperate with them. That's right, no wonder the Azure Lotus Lord could draw away the death universe. This was because Qing Lian Yu was a human powerhouse who had cultivated to a high level. He was a powerful enemy to the death universe. That was why he was lured away. It also explained why so many skeletons in the death universe were in the form of humans. These skeletons might have come from the War of the 9 Bases. Following that, Lu Yin had Cement bring out the creature that knew the coordinates of the Red Coat civilization. He wanted to search for them. This was a creature that had reached the level of Du Kuer, and it was also terrified of Lu Yin. Lu Yin's aura was as oppressive as the sky. Are you sure it's in this direction? Lu Yin asked. This creature had provided him with a rough location, and it wasn't too far away. The creature replied, this is what was recorded in the clan, it should be in this direction. Otherwise, how could a being that had undergone bitter adversity know where the underworld red specters were? Lu Yin faced that direction and used the mirror light technique. 20 years was enough for him to reach the eternal realm. Following the mirroring technique, Lu Yin slowly shifted his gaze and soon saw a part of the universe. It was there that he had teleported away with the Cement and the creature. When he reappeared, he was already far away from that part of the universe, where even Eternals could see him with their naked eyes. The moment they appeared, a vast aura rushed over from the universe in front of them. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. The Eternal Realm? Red Coat ahead. Retreat. These 5 simple words carried a supreme domineering aura, as if the word Red Coat was a deterrent. Lu Yin instantly disappeared with Cement and the creature, leaving far away. In the civilization ahead, a man in red opened his eyes and looked. Gone? That fast? How long had it been since the last eternal being? He just didn't know what civilization this eternal being belonged to. What he sensed was not Lu Yin's aura, but Cement's aura. He did not see Lu Yin. However, Lu Yin had seen him. After leaving the underworld Red Coat civilization, the first thing Lu Yin did was attack Cement. The triple Tsong sword intent, hidden sword slashed through nearly half of Cement's body. Cement could not dodge and was heavily injured. More than half of its body was torn apart. It shouted angrily, "Human, why are you still attacking me?" Lu Yin's gaze was cold. Previously, he did not attack because he wanted to find the underworld red coat civilization. Now that he had found it, he did not have to kill Cement, but he definitely had to trap it. Its methods were torture to the civilization, so it was impossible to let it go. Moreover, he had to bring it back to look at the karma. He just did not have the time to look at it now. The triple Tsang sword intent was still not enough. Lu Yin personally took action and continuously injured Cement. In the end, Cement was almost the same as Kuei. Only then did Lu Yin throw it into the general appointment platform hell to increase the karma first. He did not release the karma heavenly Dao. Lu Yin knew that the karma heavenly Dao's current range was equivalent to the range before he planted the Dao sword on the immortal lord. It was quite large. A few more eternal beings would be enough to rival the karma heavenly Dao. That was what Lu Yin was looking forward to. A few months later, Lu Yin locked Cement in Mount Supreme. Then, he looked at the underworld red coat civilization. He did not go directly. Instead, he returned to the human civilization to discuss with Green Lotus Emperor and the others. In particular, Green Lotus Emperor had previously given up on the underworld red coat civilization. It was obviously not right. If Green Lotus Emperor had given up on it, it meant that the underworld red coat civilization was very weak. However, the underworld red coat civilization he had just seen was definitely not weak. There was more than one eternal being. Then, what was the underworld red coat civilization that Green Lotus Emperor had given up on? It was just a few teleportations, which was not as long as increasing the karma heavenly Dao. Lu Yin quickly returned to the Nine Heavens universe and learned that Green Lotus Emperor was in seclusion. Senior Green Lotus is in seclusion? Lu Yin was surprised. In front of him, Mingjue said, "That's right." Master said that Mr. Lu's use of karma gave him inspiration. He immediately went into seclusion. Unless there's an emergency, don't disturb him. He also asked me to pass a message to Mr. Lu. After a pause, Mingjue looked at Lu Yin. "Mr. Lu, you can make all the decisions regarding the human civilization." Lu Yin nodded, "I understand." Since Green Lotus Emperor was in seclusion, Lu Yin could only greet Mr. Mu and the others and tell them that he had found the underworld red coat civilization. Then, he went to the underworld red coat civilization alone to understand more. Of course, he also looked for Hong before leaving. "Is your civilization really the underworld red coat civilization?" Hong was still in the mangrove forest. When she saw Lu Yin, her expression was calm. "Yes." "What's their strength?" Hong said, "A strength that can be abandoned. A strength that is useless to the Nine Heavens universe." "Is there any eternal being?" "Of course not." "How can you be sure that your civilization is the underworld red coat civilization?" Lu Yin asked. Hong was stunned by the question and looked at Lu Yin blankly. What did he mean? She did not know what her own civilization was? After a moment of silence, she asked, "What do you want to say, Mr. Lu?" Lu Yin did not ask and directly used karma to investigate. After all, Green Lotus Emperor had said that he could ask whatever he wanted. He wanted to see Hong past karma. Scenes of karma appeared, and Lu Yin saw Hong civilization and her experiences. It was indeed a civilization, and many cultivators were dressed in red. That's right, red clothes, red umbrellas, and red swords. It should be the underworld red coat civilization. What was going on? In Hong past experience, her civilization was the same as the legendary underworld red coat civilization. Other than their strength, everything else was similar. It was normal for their strength to be different from the legends. The 3rd and 9th strongholds were very weak, and the 1st and 7th strongholds were nowhere to be found. Perhaps they had been destroyed. After the Battle of 9 Bases, this should be the case for the underworld red coat civilization. In the Nine Heavens universe, the Tianyuan universe, and the other humans who had been abandoned as bait had miraculously risen. But what was going on with the other underworld red coat civilization? Lu Yin left. He could not get an answer from Hong so he went to the underworld red coat universe to take a look. Not long after, Lu Yin arrived outside the underworld red coat universe again. He saw the Eternal Realm cultivator again. He was dressed in red, and as he looked at Lu Yin, he suddenly opened his eyes and stared in Lu Yin's direction. He could not see Lu Yin because he was far away, but he knew that someone was watching him. He opened his mouth and spoke, and the sound waves swept into the distance like a storm, intimidating the stars. Lu Yin changed his direction and looked ahead with the mirroring technique. Another Eternal Realm cultivator was sitting cross-legged outside the universe. Then, he kept changing his position. There were 4 Eternal Realms in 4 directions. A total of 4 Eternal Realms were guarding the 4 directions of the universe. This was the strength of the civilization in front of him. Their human civilization was protected by the karmic Great Celestial Phenomenon, which came from the power of the Azure Lotus Protector. The human civilization in front of him had 4 Eternal Realm cultivators guarding the 4 directions. This Eternal Realm cultivator was not lacking at all. If he brought this human civilization to his own, the strength of that civilization would immediately transform. Just the number of Eternal Realm cultivators alone would make them a fishing civilization. But Lu Yin was not so optimistic. First of all, he did not know what relationship Hunger's civilization had with this one. Second of all, the 4 Eternal Realm cultivators he had just seen gave him an indescribable sense of indifference. Especially when they looked at each other, the coldness and indifference that came from their bones seemed to be able to freeze time and space. This gaze reminded Lu Yin of the Eternals. Of course, they were not Eternals and did not have scarlet vertical eyes, but their gazes were similar. Under normal circumstances, one could not enter this universe and had to be guarded by an Eternal Realm cultivator. However, Lu Yin could teleport. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yin entered the universe and appeared in a bustling city. He easily looked into the universe with the mirroring technique and saw the rotation of planets, the rise and fall of continents, and many cultivators. End of chapter. The city was bustling, and Lu Yin's appearance was not out of the ordinary since not everyone wore red. This civilization was similar to the one that Hunger had been born in. Many cultivators wore red clothes and umbrellas, but there were not that many of them. Most of the regions in this universe were shrouded in red mist. Lu Yin used his mirroring technique to see that these regions were densely packed and covered the entire universe. With his current strength, he did not need to slowly understand them. With a sweep of his consciousness, he was able to understand many things. The regions shrouded in red mist were called emotionless valleys, and the entire universe was filled with underworld red coats. At the very least, that was the case in this universe. Wherever the red coats passed, not even a blade of grass would grow. This was what the cultivators of this universal civilization knew about themselves. However, underworld red coats did not refer to the entire civilization. Only those who were recognized by the civilization and qualified to wear the red umbrellas were qualified to be called underworld red coats. Underworld red coats were not a realm or group, but a symbol for the powerhouses of the civilization. Many cultivators did not wear red clothes because they did not want to, but because they did not have the qualifications. Only those who joined the Heartless sect were qualified to wear red clothes, and only those who were recognized by the Heartless sect were qualified to wear the red umbrellas and become underworld red coats. The Heartless sect was the strongest and only sect in this universe. It spread the Heartless path throughout the universe, and the Heartless valleys were used as a test. Only one person from each Heartless valley could survive and join the Heartless sect. The Heartless valleys were spread throughout the entire universe, and they could continuously send talents to the Heartless sect. These people had all walked out of a sea of slaughter. When Lu Yin found out about this, he did not know how to describe it. There was no lack of similar cultivation paths in human civilization, but they were usually unorthodox and used slaughter as a stepping stone. They could never be passed down to the entire civilization, and Lu Yin had never considered this point. However, this point had been passed down in this human civilization and was accepted by everyone. The Heartless path had become the strongest and only cultivation path of the mind in this civilization. This cultivation path could not be considered wrong, as it went against normal human emotions. However, heartlessness was also a type of emotion. But could a person really be completely heartless? Lu Yin believed that it was impossible, unless it was the Eternals. He had been cultivating his mind all this time, and he had seen too much. No one was truly heartless. No one. Then how could the Heartless Tao reach the pinnacle in this universe? The strongest existence in this universe had shattered his understanding. That person was called the Red Hero, and he was also known as the Hero Ancestor. The Hero Ancestor's existence had shattered Lu Yin's understanding of emotions, as the Hero Ancestor had truly accomplished himself through the Heartless Tao. Based on Lu Yin's quick understanding of this cosmic civilization, this heroic ancestor was an absolute powerhouse who had lived for a very long time. At the very least, he was a powerhouse who was compatible with two universal laws. How could such a powerhouse walk up the emotionless Tao? Slaughter, a sea of blood, and competition had become the eternal theme of this universe. Lu Yin teleported and appeared in Heartless Valley. There was slaughter all around him, and the ground was littered with corpses. The river had long since been dyed red, and the red mist was clearly the color of blood. The man's eyes were cold and emotionless, which reminded Lu Yin of the four eternal realms who were overseeing the universe. He went to another Heartless Valley, and it was the same. Regardless of gender, old or young, as long as one entered the Heartless Valley, it was as if they had become another person. Everyone had lost their souls to their blades, and everyone's blades and swords had been dyed red. He squatted beside a woman who was covered in blood and had half of her body cut off. He asked calmly, "Do you regret it?" The woman's eyes were badly mangled, and she was on the verge of death. She could not see Lu Yin's face clearly, but when faced with this question, she laughed loudly. "Yes, I regret that I didn't prepare more. I regret that I didn't kill that guy in the beginning. He was the most threatening person among all of us. I regret that I used too much energy in the beginning. I regret it." Lu Yin watched her die. Even before she died, she did not regret entering Heartless Valley. The perception of a civilization could not be changed by a few words. Lu Yin looked at each of the Heartless Valleys. Slaughter could not change anyone's expression, and what shocked him the most was that there were very few people who had entered Heartless Valley who had any attachments. These people's fathers, sons, daughters, or wives. Outside of cultivation, they had all sorts of identities in their lives. However, after entering Heartless Valley, there were very few attachments in their lives. Most of their family members had not come. Lu Yin spread out his consciousness and easily found these people's family members and friends. No, they almost had no friends, and their family members were just coldly doing their own things. It was as if entering Heartless Valley was an eternal farewell. In fact, this was also the case. Only one person in each Heartless Valley could survive to the end. Heartless. This was heartless. Lu Yin did not know how to describe his heart. He could not accept this method of cultivation, but he was not qualified to say that it was wrong. This was because this civilization had indeed given birth to powerhouses through the Heartless Path, and the number of Eternal Life Realm experts even exceeded that of the humans in his civilization. He was like a spectator, walking through the Heartless Valleys one after another, watching people fall one after another. Their eyes never changed from the beginning to the end. They were so cold, disregarding the lives of others, and even more so, disregarding their own lives. In this civilization, indifference and ruthlessness were engraved in their bones. In the face of such a civilization, it seemed reasonable and even reasonable to abandon some people as bait for their own survival. Lu Yin gradually understood the feelings of those who had been abandoned. What they resented was not the fact that they had been abandoned, nor was it for the continuation of human civilization. Instead, they resented the indifference and indifference in the bones of those who had abandoned them. They resented the continuation of their civilization at the cost of death, but they did not even have a tombstone or a word of thanks. Lu Yin hesitated. What would come of being recognized by such a civilization? They were both human civilizations, but the red coats under the astral stars seemed to be another civilization, one that was completely different from human emotions. Lu Yin could not accept the cultivation path that they had taken. Currently, the human civilization on his side was harmonious. Of course, there were killings and fights among the cultivators, and there were also despicable and evil. These were unavoidable, but the darkness in the corners could not hide the overall light. The threat of civilization war caused all of their conflicts to be directed toward the stars. Even Eternal Life Realm experts frequently appeared to give guidance. This kind of atmosphere could easily be disturbed if one came into contact with the red coats under the astral stars. This was an entire civilization, not just one or two people. Luin sat on the mountain in silence. A distant mountain peak was faintly discernible, as if it was in the clouds or above the 9 heavens. That was the Heartless sect. Everyone who survived from the Heartless Valley would be accepted into the Heartless sect, where they would be considered to have taken the first step in cultivation. 100 days later, the sound of bamboo filled the sky. This bamboo sound was clear and cold, like the morning of winter. This was the sound of bamboo hitting the ribs of the red umbrella. It was also the sound of the Heartless sect accepting disciples. The red fog in the Heartless Valley opened up, revealing the last survivors. Some were standing, some were sitting, and some were lying down. Some were crippled and only had half their bodies left. Some only had consciousness in their heads, but they were not far from death. Beams of light from the Heartless sect shone in every corner of the universe, accurately picking up the last survivors from the Heartless Valley. Regardless of whether they were crippled or not, even if they only had a trace of life left, it was a success if they could survive until the Heartless sect accepted disciples. The Heartless sect would heal them. A woman stood outside the main hall of the Heartless sect. The entire Heartless sect's red umbrella was open, covering the stars and illuminating the world in red. You are all very good. The Heartless path has long disregarded life and death. The woman continued to speak as if she was educating everyone. She was an eternal realm cultivator, so her voice could be heard by everyone. Luin looked at the cities and the people whose relatives had entered the Heartless Valley. Their expressions did not change. If their relatives had survived, they would have known by now. However, most of them had died in the Heartless Valley, and their expressions did not change. They lived a numb life and listened to the woman speak. Luin looked at the woman again, and his eyes moved. Outside the hall, the woman paused and looked in Luin's direction. Their eyes met, and there was surprise and confusion in her eyes. Luin looked at her calmly. His expression was the same as those who cultivated the Heartless path, but his indifference could never compare to those people. Those people were indifferent to their bones. The woman looked away, said a few more words, and disappeared. Not long after, she appeared in front of Luin and examined him. Who are you? Where are you from? Luin looked at her. Human civilization, Luin. The woman frowned. Human civilization? Other than the Understar red coats, there is also a human civilization in the area of Square. How did you get in? Luin stood up and faced the woman. I have my ways. You are Bayou? With a sweep of his consciousness, he learned many things. This woman's name was Bayou, and she was the leader of the Heartless sect. She was an eternal realm cultivator. However, Luin felt that she was far weaker than Jingmin Shangyu. At most, she was on par with Master Qudang. Bayou stared at Luin. How dare you call an eternal realm cultivator by his name? Follow me. With that, she turned and walked toward the Heartless sect. She was very confident and was not worried that Luin would run away. Luin did not plan to run away. He followed Bayou into the Heartless sect. No one saw them along the way. Although Luin was not an eternal realm cultivator, his aura made Bayou wary. Bayou knew that this person might have reached the limit of combat power below the eternal realm. There were not many cultivators with such combat power in the entire Understar Red Coat civilization, and ordinary cultivators could not see them. If she had not sensed Luin's strength, she would have attacked when Luin called out Bayou's name. He followed Bayou into the Heartless sect. In the main hall, everything was red as far as the eye could see. There was a red umbrella behind every chair. Only then did Luin notice that the blades were inserted into the ribs of the umbrellas. The handles of the umbrellas were actually sword hilts. Red shirt, red umbrella, and red sword. This is the legendary red shirt beneath the stars. It's no wonder why everyone says that wherever a red shirt passes by, not even a blade of grass will grow. You guys cultivate the path of heartlessness, so you don't care about anything, Luin said as he casually sat down on a chair. Bayou suddenly turned around. You're too presumptuous. As she spoke, she raised her hand and pressed down. Her red clothes fluttered without any wind, and life energy and immortal matter gathered in her palm. Under normal circumstances, even those below immortal life would be in a difficult situation facing this palm. It was enough for Bayou to show her might. However, Luin did not move at all and allowed the palm to land. Ba Yu's palm stopped less than half an inch from Lu Yin's forehead. She stared at Luin. Aren't you afraid of death? Luin looked up. Why don't you hit me? Ba Yu sneered. Because you're from the human civilization, you know that I want to find the human civilization through you. Therefore, you think that I won't kill you. You're quite brave. Luin smiled. It seemed that he could understand it this way. Ba Yu retracted her hand and sat in the main seat. Tell me your origin, location, and purpose. I can give you the treatment you deserve. As a human, you can enjoy what you enjoy in your civilization here. If he had met someone who could make such a decision before coming into contact with the Red Coat civilization, Luin would have been tempted. Unfortunately, after seeing this ruthless path, he had no interest in this civilization. It was only because they were both from the human civilization, they could help each other. However, they could not let the two human civilizations come into contact. The ruthless path did not care about anything, but they were different. They were easily disturbed by the ruthless path. More importantly, tell me how you came in. Ba Yu's gaze was deep. She stared at Luin. This was very important. The 4 directions of the civilization were guarded by 4 eternal life realms. Even an immortal could not enter quietly, let alone someone below immortal life. However, Luin had entered. Perhaps there was a loophole in the civilization's defense. This was a big deal. Luin shrugged. Would you believe me if I said that I came in openly? Ba Yu frowned. You're Luin, right? Yes. Don't force me to attack you. Since you can come here, it means that your civilization is not far from here. If you want to find it, you can still find it. Don't use your own life to joke with me. You can't afford it, Ba Yu said coldly. Luin nodded. You're right. There's no point in telling you. I'll let you make the decision. Presumptuous. Ba Yu attacked again, and this time, she was truly enraged. She did not hold back at all as she viciously swatted down with her palm. However, before her palm could land, the red umbrella on the chair behind Luin automatically opened up. He blocked Ba Yu's palm. Ba Yu looked to the other side. An old man had appeared out of nowhere. He wasn't wearing red clothes. Instead, he wore a long robe and looked like a teacher. He held a wine gourd in his hand and smiled as he looked over. Luin looked at the old man as well, and his gaze swept past Ba Yu. Sect Master. Ba Yu did not understand. This person is too impudent. The old man shook his head with a smile and waved his hand. I know. Alright, there's no need to scare him. This kid isn't scared at all. Ba Yu looked at Luin and saw that his eyes were calm and even had a faint smile on them. She couldn't understand how a brat who hadn't even reached the eternal realm dared to be so impudent. Could it be that this kid was a scoundrel? You're too close to me. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Ba Yu glared, wanting to attack again. Luin looked at the elder. Are you the leader of the Heartless clan? The old man smiled and nodded. This old man will ask. Luin glanced at the wine gourd. Those who drink are all sentimental people. Jiawen smiled. There are also sentimental people, but you haven't seen them. After speaking, he looked at Ba Yu. Sit down, girl. Don't be so impulsive. Luin looked at Ba Yu. You don't cultivate the heartless path. He had purposely provoked Ba Yu just now, and she had been easily angered. This was not how someone who cultivated the heartless path should behave. Ba Yu narrowed her eyes. You'd better tell me the truth. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the pain of the heartless path, even if you're a scoundrel. Oh? You guessed it. That's right. I'm a scoundrel. Luin smiled. Ba Yu did not say anything. A scoundrel was qualified to speak to her as an equal. Jiawen looked at Luin with interest. Alright, kid. What's your name? Luin looked at Jiawen. Luin. Good name. The wording describes the lives of countless cultivators. Many people only want to hide themselves in the end, just like civilizations, Jiawen said emotionally. Luin said, Senior's name is good. Wen Jiao. Everything is in the wine. Wen laughed. Is that so? My master gave me this name. I didn't want to be called this back then. I named myself Jiao Tian, but my master didn't agree. Luyin was speechless. Ba Yu frowned. Sect master, this kid comes from another human civilization. Wen grunted. I know. I can tell. Those who don't cultivate the heartless path are like rare animals in our civilization. You were lucky to reach immortality, but this kid is different. He looked at Luyin and asked, Luyin, do you mind telling us about the situation of your human civilization? Luyin said directly, I mind. Ba Yu's gaze was cold. Wen was puzzled. Why? We're all from the same civilization, so we should support each other. Human civilization is one family. Luyin said, do the red coats under the stars really treat human civilization as one family? Of course. But you don't even care about your own family. So you're biased against the heartless path. Wen sighed. We have no choice. This is the cultivation path of our civilization. If we don't cultivate the heartless path, we would have been destroyed long ago. If we cultivate the heartless path, we still have a chance of survival. What do you think we should choose? Luyin did not refute. He did not have the right to criticize the heartless path. Perhaps it was just as Wen said. If they did not cultivate the heartless path, they would be destroyed. But don't worry. If we come into contact with your civilization, we won't pass the heartless path over. What do you think the heartless path is? Is it that easy to cultivate? Wen asked again. Ba Yu's tone was cold. There are less than 1 in 1,000 people in our civilization who are qualified to cultivate the heartless path. Even if almost all cultivators walk the heartless path, how many of them can kill their way out of the heartless valley? Only those who enter the heartless sect can cultivate the heartless path. Everyone else can't be completely heartless. Luyin was curious. What does the red coats under the stars have to do with the 9th base? Wen laughed happily. Good, that's great. Finally, there are still people who have preserved their inheritance. Little fellow, do you know how long we spent looking for our own race when the 9th base was destroyed? I was afraid that your civilization did not have the 9th base's inheritance. Now that you've mentioned the 9th base, I'm relieved. The red coats under the stars civilization used to be the 2nd stronghold. Luyin heaved a sigh of relief. The 2nd stronghold? He had found the right person. Then what was the red coats under the stars that the Azure Lotus Lord had abandoned? Luyin, which stronghold was your civilization at? Wen was curious. Ba Yu was also curious. The 9th base was at the peak of human civilization. It was extremely powerful, and any stronghold had the strength to fight against a fishing civilization. The 9 ramparts array was a colossus that could ignore any civilization. Ba Yu did not know how the 9th base was destroyed at that time. Even though the red coats under the stars were the 2nd stronghold, there were very few records of the 9th base era in her race. Even she, who was at the Eternal Realm, did not know much about it. At the end of the day, although the red coats under the stars had passed down their inheritance, they had lost a lot in the war that destroyed the 9th base civilization. They also hoped to make up for this history through other human civilizations. Luyin looked at Wen and asked, it's not a stronghold? Wen was surprised. It's not a stronghold? Ba Yu was confused. If it was not a stronghold, then what was it? The 9th base was in the sky, and all humans should be gathered there. Luyin said slowly, when the 9th base civilization encountered a strong enemy, some people were taken away as inheritors on the surface, but they were actually bait. Ba Yu was shocked. I'm a descendant of those baits. Ba Yu stared at Luyin in a daze. Bait? Wen also looked at Luyin. Luyin met his gaze, but he did not see a trace of shock in Wen's eyes, let alone remorse. There was nothing. Wen was terrifyingly calm. I see. Senior, what do you think of this? Luyin asked. Wen said, it's war, so there's no choice. Someone has to be sacrificed. Sacrificing honorably and being used as bait are 2 different things. So what do you want? Luyin stared at Wen. Jiawen's cold gaze made him feel rather uncomfortable. His ancestors had clearly fought to the death for these people and were used as bait, but they were not grateful at all. It was as if it was only natural. If they were used as bait openly, they would have nothing to say. This was a sacrifice for the sake of human civilization. However, they had been deceived. They had been deceived. They had carried the hope of survival and the guilt they felt towards everyone in the ninth base civilization. They were reluctant to part with them, and they had carried the burden of the inheritance with them as they fled. In the end, they had been deceived as bait, and that had been a huge blow to them. What they hated was not the sacrifice, but being deceived. Perhaps many people in the ninth base civilization thought that they had really fled with the hope of passing on their inheritance. However, who knew what had happened to them? "What do you want from us?" Jiawen asked again. Ba Yu looked at Jiawen and remained silent. Lu Yin's tone was low. "Do you think I'm here to collect a debt?" Jiawen laughed. "Collecting a debt is not something a brat like you can come here to collect. It doesn't matter if you're here to explore or if you came here by accident. Since you've experienced this before, the red shirt civilization under the astral stars can compensate you. Tell me, what do you want? Don't tell me that you can't compensate our ancestors who died. Countless creatures die every day within the square kilometer, and civilizations are destroyed every day. Death is insignificant, and it is impossible for everything to be fair in one's life. You can take revenge for the injustice they suffered. Our ancestors were wrong, and now we have to compensate them. This is the process. Kid, sometimes don't think too much. The ninth base civilization nurtured your ancestors, and your ancestors died for the ninth base civilization. This is what they should do. The path of heartlessness requires you to abandon all distracting thoughts in order to step through suffering and achieve eternal life. Aren't you curious about our civilization's path of heartlessness? I can tell you now that suffering comes from emotions. The reason it is difficult to step into eternal life is because they cannot find their own suffering. If you abandon all distracting thoughts from the beginning, suffering will naturally be less, and the possibility of stepping into eternal life will be greater. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. He did not want to look at Jiawen's cold eyes anymore. Jiawen's voice rang out. I admire your ancestors for being able to pass on their legacy and even nurture a rogue like you. However, you will eventually return to the ninth base civilization. Since you have no home to return to, come to us. Otherwise, you will be destroyed one day. End of chapter. Hearing Jiawen's words, Lu Yin nodded. Yes, they might be destroyed one day. Does your civilization have an eternal life realm? Ba Yu asked. Lu Yin said, yes. How many? 1. Only 1? Ba Yu was disappointed. Jiawen said, it's good enough to have 1. After all, he's the descendant of Bait. Lu Yin frowned. However, he quickly relaxed. But with you, it's equivalent to 2. Also, a scoundrel is more useful than an eternal life realm. Jiawen smiled at Lu Yin. A scoundrel can kill at will. You seem to like killing. Killing to stop killing is the way to survive in the universe. This is the heartless path. The distance is heartless, so there is the heartless path. Only the heartless path can step into eternal life. Jiawen took a sip of wine and shook the wine gourd. Your civilization only has 1 eternal life realm. Then you should know how difficult it is to step into eternal life. Lu Yin said, the heartless path breaks away from the essence of life. Jiawen's eyes flashed. Why did you suddenly think of the essence of life? Lu Yin smiled faintly. I can think of many things. Occasionally, I like to daydream. Jiawen laughed and shook his head. You're cultivating your state of mind, so you naturally think of many things. But little fellow, if you can't step into the eternal life realm, how can you have the essence of life? His eyes were filled with vicissitudes as he looked outside the heartless sect. Without the heartless path, do you know how many of those little fellows outside would be alive? Even if there are a few eternal life realms guarding the 4 directions, who can be sure to step into eternal life? Let me tell you, maybe none. Just like in your universe. The premise of the essence of life is life. Only with life can there be essence. If there is no life, what's the use of essence? Luin was about to speak. Jiawen suddenly thought of something. Right, how did you get in? Yu stared at Luin. She cared about this question too. She finally got to the point. Luin said bluntly, no comment. Jiawen looked at him. He looked at Jiawen without fear. Jiawen smiled. He took a sip of wine. Yu stood up. She stared at Luin. You have no right to hide anything from the sect master. Luin said, so the disciples of the Heartless sect? Do you not know how big the gap between you and the sect master is? Yu asked. Luin looked at Jiawen. He could sense that Jiawen's aura was very strong, but he wasn't sure exactly how strong it was. Legend had it that the most powerful being in this universe was Red Hero. That was the true ancestor. This Jiawen might have broken through to the eternal life realm on his own, or he might be an expert who conformed to the laws of two universes. Becoming a scoundrel makes you think that you can be fearless, but you don't know that the gap between you and the eternal life realm is still huge. Girl, this little guy should have seen very few eternal beings. Apart from the one in his own civilization, the eternal beings he encountered must not be very powerful. Otherwise, he might not have made it here alive. He doesn't know much. Yu said, but he knows about the 9 bases. Is there no record of the 9 bases inheritance? Jiawen looked at Luin. During the 9 bases era, your ancestors were deceived, which means that they took away some important inheritances. How much of those inheritances do you still have? Luin replied, I don't know what kind of inheritance it is, but I saw the words 9th base on a mural, and it carried the resentment of the ancestors. Jiawen nodded and said, so be it. It's nothing much. It's not easy for you to survive until now. It's unlikely that you'll keep the inheritance. Forget it. If you don't want to say something, then don't say it. What do you plan to do now? Yu looked at Luin. It was impossible for them to leave. Even if Luin did not want to reveal the location of their civilization, the Heartless sect would not give up on another human civilization. Luin thought that he could do whatever he wanted by relying on his strength as a scoundrel. It was his ability to enter this universe, but now that they had their eyes on him, it was impossible for him to leave. It was best not to force the sect master to take action. That was a power that he could not resist. Luin pretended to be deep in thought. If he wanted to leave, no one would be able to stop him. Unless the heroic ancestor was as strong as Patriarch Xian and could cover a distance of 20 years, he was confident that he could teleport away. He was not in a hurry to return to the human civilization. He wanted to stay here and see the Red Coat civilization clearly. No matter what he thought of the Heartless sect, the human civilization was still the human civilization. The Red Coats under the stars were still humans. If I want to return to the civilization I'm in, can I leave? Luin asked. Yu's eyes flashed coldly. Jiawen smiled and said, of course, but it's very dangerous to travel within a square inch. You're not in the eternal realm, so your speed is not fast. I'm willing to send you on your way. Luin sat back on the chair. I want to stay here and take a look. At the same time, I want to experience the Heartless sect. Jiawen's smile did not change. That's fine. You can stay for as long as you want. If you want to learn the Heartless sect, you can join the Heartless sect. If you don't want to learn, it's up to you. As a scoundrel, your status in the Red Coat civilization is equal to that of the Eternal Realm. Luin was curious. 7% Red Coat? He did not specifically understand this. After entering this civilization, he only cared about understanding the Heartless sect. The main reason was that he was stunned by the atmosphere of this civilization. It was even more cold-blooded and heartless than the Eternals. He had never thought that killing would become the constant theme of this human civilization. Yu explained, there are 12 red specters under the stars, and we can determine the level of red specters. Only those who have reached the eternal life realm can become 7 red specters. Above that, there are naturally 8 red specters, 9 red specters, and all the way up to 12 red specters. There's no need to introduce the rest. It's meaningless to you. Luin did not understand. What does this mean? Jiawen said, wherever a red coat passes, nothing will grow. It's 12% Heartless sect. The yin-yang burning sky mirror refers to the red coats under the stars. The heartless sect emphasizes one's state of mind. The more heartless one is, the more compatible one is with the sect. The stronger the heartless sect, the stronger one's combat power. This is the so-called 12% heartless sect. When one becomes a red coat, one will be given a red umbrella. The umbrella's frame is supported by the heartless sect. 1% heartless sect is one umbrella frame. 12% heartless sect is one umbrella frame. Thus, one can distinguish how much heartless sect the other party is through the umbrella frame. Luin understood. This was related to the power of the red coats under the stars. Umbrella frame? It was easy to distinguish. Did anyone deliberately hide the umbrella frame? Jiawen smiled and said, if there are no benefits, why hide? The more umbrella frames one has, the higher one's status. How much red coat are you? Luin looked at Ba Yu. Ba Yu said coldly, I don't cultivate the heartless sect. As an Eternal Realm expert, I was specially given 7% red coat. Luin looked at Jiawen and asked, what about you? Ba Yu frowned. Since you were given 7% red coat, don't be too rude to the sect leader. Jiawen waved his hand. It's all right. You are a guest from afar. I am 11% red coat. Luin asked, what about the hero ancestor? Jiawen's expression was solemn. The hero ancestor is the ancestor of the red coats under the stars. He is also the ruler, 12% red coat. Luin was shocked. 12% red coat. Is the hero ancestor the only red coat under the star civilization? That's right. The hero ancestor is extremely powerful. I would like to pay him a visit. Wait until you are familiar with the red coats under the stars. The hero ancestor is not someone anyone can meet. Jiawen said. Then, he waved his hand. 3 red lights flashed from the back of the mountain and stopped in front of Luin. They were red coat, red umbrella, and red sword. Jiawen's expression was serious. If you accept my red coat, you will be considered half a red coat under the stars. Luin, think carefully. If you betray the red coats under the stars one day, the red coats under the stars will not rest until you are dead. Even if you escape to the edge of heaven and earth, the edge of the universe, even if time passes, even if life does not exist, we will hunt you down forever. We will use your corpse as a sacrifice to our ancestors. Are you willing to accept? Luin accepted without hesitation. Hunt me down? They were both from the same civilization. Unless the red coat under the stars betrayed the humans, he would not do anything to the red coat under the stars. Even if he was really hunted down by the red coat under the stars, how could he catch up with him with his teleportation? The red coat under the stars was part of the human civilization. Behind him, there were 3 human universes. They did not know what was behind them. A red coat, a red sword, and a red umbrella. Luin was curious and had a strange feeling. From what he knew, the ones who held the red umbrella were usually women. Seeing Luin accept the red coat under the stars, Ba Yu's gaze softened. Jiawen sized Luin up. Are you sure you want to accept this red coat? Luin smiled. Haven't I already put it on? Jiawen stared at him. You put it on too quickly. You don't understand what the red coat under the stars means. You don't understand what the path of ruthlessness means. Luin was about to speak when Jiawen said, let me show you. We're both humans, and you're a guest. I can give you a chance to go back on your word. With that, he took a step forward and walked toward the starry sky. Luin looked at Ba Yu. You can go back on your word? Ba Yu said coldly, you're the first. Luin looked at Jiawen. The first person allowed to go back on his word? He followed. Since Jiawen wanted to bring him to see the red coat under the stars, it suited his intentions. He wanted to understand the red coat under the stars. Jiawen brought Luin out of the universe and arrived outside the red coat civilization. They headed in a certain direction. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. That direction was the Eternal Realm. He wandered around the universe and saw 4 Eternal Realm guards. This was one of them. He had seen all 4 of them before. Did he want to understand them? Soon, Jiawen brought Luin to see a middle-aged man. He was one of the 4 eternal realm guards of the Red Coat civilization. The middle-aged man faced Jiawen and bowed slowly. Sect Master. Jiawen nodded and gestured for the man to look at Luin. His name is Luin. He's from another human civilization. The middle-aged man was surprised. Another human civilization? He looked at Luin. Luin also looked at him. Although this person's eyes were surprised, they were still covered by coldness. His gaze was very similar to Jiawen's. It was also similar to the gazes of many people who had killed their way out of the Heartless Valley. They were all the same kind of people. Jiawen said to Luin, his name is Xianxia. He's an 8 points red coat. Luin said politely, greetings, senior. Xianxia sized Luin up. You're not an eternal realm, but you're a scoundrel. End of chapter. He could feel the threat that Luin posed. Although it was very small, this kind of threat was something that even an ultimate powerhouse below eternal life could not bring to him. He was very curious about Lu Yin's combat strength. Luin was also curious about the strength of West Peak. West Peak naturally could not compare to Jiawen, but the pressure that Luin felt from him surpassed that of Ba Yu. Perhaps he was an expert. He could not see clearly without exchanging blows. However, it was not easy to fight someone in the eternal life realm. Alright, let's go. Jiawen seemed to be just bringing Luin to see West Peak. He left without waiting for Luin to speak. West Peak did not stop him. He just watched Jiawen and Luin leave. Senior, are you leaving just like that? What else do you want? Talk to him? A little. Didn't you say you were going to bring me to understand the Heartless Path and the Red Coat under the stars? Jiawen looked at him with a smile. What do you think of that person just now? Luin thought for a moment. Polite and calm. His gaze was heartless. I think he was an expert. Jiawen smiled and said, in order to cultivate the Heartless Path, he sacrificed himself. Luin did not understand. What do you mean? Jiawen slowly said, eternal life is the most difficult thing to cultivate. Bitterness becomes a ravine that blocks countless people from eternal life. In order to change this situation, the Heartless Path was created. However, it is easier said than done. There have been countless attempts in the history of the Red Coat under the stars. One of the attempts is to spread the Heartless toward oneself to everything. This kind of cultivation method requires one to endure extreme pain. The degree of pain is unimaginable. It is like tearing apart the flesh and blood of an ordinary person bit by bit. Sprinkle salt and close it. Then tear it apart. This is only the first step. The pain does not only come from the body. It also comes from the spirit. It comes from the torture of fear. It comes from the torture of one's own heart. In short, many people cultivate this kind of painful method and eventually give up. Even those who are considered to have great perseverance have given up. Not many people in the history of the Red Coat under the stars can completely withstand it. He withstood it. In that case, Luin could not personally experience it. He had experienced pain before, especially when he had comprehended the battle chi of the Palm Realm. The pain had driven him crazy. Jiawen suddenly asked, have you seen a sword forging? Luin replied, yes. Wine asked, he was once forged as a sword for 10,000 years. All of his powers were restrained. Other than his form, which ordinary people could not see, he was no different from an ordinary person. He imprisoned himself. In that state, he was beaten and tempered by countless people. He was even taken by cultivators and tried to melt him. He endured 10,000 years of torture, and this was after he endured the pain and torture of the Heartless Tao. 10,000 years later. He can no longer feel pain. Lu Yin's pupil shrank, and when he looked back, the expression in his eyes completely changed. This was a ruthless person. He is one of the few people who have successfully cultivated the Heartless Path's art of pain. There is only one other person in the current generation who has successfully cultivated it. There are still people who can master it. Let's go. I'll bring you to meet him. Jiawen smiled and led Luin in a different direction. Not long after, they saw someone with a pale face and an unsettling gaze. This youth had a deceitful aura about him. Although he said he was young, he was definitely very old. His gaze was also cold, but compared to the West Upper Peak, this person's gaze was as cold as a knife. Faced with Jiao Wen, this person was not as polite as the West Upper Peak. He only glanced at him before his gaze landed on Luin. He was surprised and looked at him with interest. Scoundrel? Jiao Wen faced this person with an indifferent expression. His name is Luin. He comes from another human civilization. This person's eyes widened. Another human civilization? Jiao Wen said to Luin, his name is Xingfu, 8 points red coat. With the experience of the West Upper Peak, Luin respected Xingfu a lot more. He specially bowed. Junior Luin greets senior. This kind of person who could endure what others could not endure was worthy of respect. Even though this person made him uncomfortable. Xingfu sized up Luin. Little fellow, what is your human civilization like? Take me to meet him. Luin said politely, my civilization is too far away. If senior wants to go, you can only wait for a chance in the future. The corners of Xingfu's mouth curled up. It's okay. You can stay and chat with me. Alright, let's go. Jiao Wen turned around and left. Xingfu raised his eyebrows. Sect master, let this scoundrel stay. I want to get closer to him. These words made Luin feel disgusted. He believed in his own feelings. This person had made him uncomfortable at first glance, but he had been polite out of respect for the West Upper Peak. However, that uncomfortable feeling had only intensified as this person spoke. At Lu Yin's level, there had to be a reason for him to feel this way. When he thought of this, he turned around and left. Xingfu's eyes widened, and he reached out to grab Luin. Little fellow, stay. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he instinctively wanted to attack. Suddenly, the sky trembled. Jiao Wen slowly turned around and stared at Xingfu. He said word by word, back down. Let's go. Xingfu's hand floated above Lu Yin's shoulder, but he did not slap him. Faced with Jiao Wen's overflowing aura, he smiled nonchalantly. I was just joking with this little fellow. Sect master, don't mind me. I'll back down. He then slowly retreated. Luin turned back to look at Xingfu. Xingfu's smile widened. Luin left and followed behind Jiao Wen. Once they were some distance away, Jiao Wen slowly asked, do you know how this person managed to cultivate the emotionless past painful tempering technique? Luin shook his head. Of course not. Is it different from the West Upper Peak? Jiao Wen continued, he used his family members as an experiment and experienced the pain step by step. Every time he experienced pain, his family members would experience it first. He divided the pain into different levels, allowing himself to slowly approach that level of pain until he could endure it. For the sake of this division of pain, all of his family members, friends, and even some innocent people died under the pain. Not a single one was spared. Including his parents, wife, and children. Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he stared at Jiao Wen in a daze. Jiao Wen turned around and met Lu Yin's gaze. What are you thinking about? Lu Yin stared at Jiao Wen and asked, why didn't you tell me earlier? What's the difference? Lu Yin thought about how he had bowed to Xingfu, and he wanted to kill him. There were many inhumane people, and Lu Yin could not control them all. However, he had actually bowed to such a person, which made him feel as if he had eaten a dead fly. He had always been the one to make others suffer. He had not expected it to be him this time. Jiao Wen smiled. This is the path of heartlessness. The West Upper Peak is heartless to oneself, and Xingfu is heartless to one's family. Let's go. Next. Lu Yin looked back. Xingfu? He remembered it. The third person he saw was a woman. To be precise, she was a very beautiful woman. Her beauty was intoxicating. When he had first come to the Red Coat civilization, Lu Yin had felt that this woman was familiar when he first saw her outside the universe. Her temperament was almost the same as Wang Miaomiao's. Now that he was up close, it was even more similar. Hee, sect master, this little guy is quite cute. Who is he? Jiao Wen asked, his name is Lu Yin. He comes from another human civilization. The woman was surprised. There's a human civilization? That's great. She approached Luyin, bringing with her a tempting fragrance. Even Lu Yin's cultivation could not block this fragrance. The woman raised her hand to touch Lu Yin's face. Luyin retreated. Senior, please respect yourself. The woman rolled her eyes. Why are you pretending to be pure? How old are you? Little fellow, tell big sister, do you like big sister? Luyin looked at Jiao Wen. His meaning was simple. It was time to leave. He was not good at dealing with this type of person. Jiao Wen turned around and left. Luyin hurriedly followed. Hey, little guy, you're embarrassed with the sect master here, right? It's okay. I'll wait for you here. Come anytime. The woman chuckled. After leaving the woman, Luyin exhaled. Senior, what's her situation? Jiao Wen said, her name is Beauty Dan. Back then, during the Heartless Valley selection, not only did she kill everyone in the Heartless Valley, but she also used her elders to go to the Heartless Valley one by one and kill all the cultivators in that selection. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. How many people were there? A massacre in the Heartless Valley had already filled the sky with blood. How many people had that woman killed? Why? Just because she cultivates the Heartless Path? Jiao Wen looked at the starry sky in a daze. That time, she was the only one who joined the Heartless sect. I asked her why she killed everyone. Her answer was very simple. She said that she felt that her talent was not high. Being powerful now did not mean that she would be powerful in the future. In order to prevent anyone from surpassing her in the future, she might as well kill them all. Then, she would be the strongest. Lu Yin's gaze shook. She killed everyone for this reason? Jiao Wen nodded and did not say anything else. He silently walked in the last direction. Luyin followed silently. Morbid. Whether it was the parallel order or the Beauty Dan, they all gave him a morbid feeling. Was the cultivation world like this? He could not blame the Heartless Path, but the human civilization that he wanted to protect was not like this. Luyin had seen the last person when he first came to the Red Coat civilization. He was a graceful man. Unlike the parallel order, this person had an extremely good temperament. Luyin had seen him from afar and had a good impression of him. Now, he was not sure. There were all kinds of people in the Heartless Path. Greetings, sect master. Jiao Wen's voice was cold. His name is Luyin. He comes from another human civilization. This person looked at Luyin in surprise. Another human civilization? Luyin glanced at Jiao Wen's back. He had figured out the pattern. If he wanted to know what this person in front of him had done, he could tell from Jiao Wen's attitude. When facing the West Upper Peak, Jiao Wen's attitude was normal and even smiled. When facing the parallel order, he was extremely cold and could even attack at any time. As for the Beauty Dan, he was slightly colder. The last person was obviously very respectful to Jiao Wen and even bowed. However, Jiao Wen's attitude was not much better than when facing the parallel order. Luyin understood this attitude and looked at this person coldly. He did not need to care about what others thought. Even if this person was an Eternal Realm expert, he had the right to. Faced with Luyin's coldness, this person was not surprised. Perhaps he had seen too many cold people. After all, he was surrounded by people who cultivated the Heartless Path. End of chapter. Jiao Wen said to Luyin, his name is Xiao. Sect master, where is the other human civilization? Xiao asked curiously as he sized up Luyin. Was he a scoundrel? After all, he could give him pressure. He did not expect that there would be a scoundrel in the other human civilization. He had an understanding of the distance between them. A civilization that could produce a scoundrel would not be bad. Jiao Wen put his hands behind his back. I don't know. He hasn't said anything yet. After saying that, he walked into the universe. Let's go. Luyin met Xiao's curious gaze and turned to leave. Luyin, right? Do you also cultivate the path of ruthlessness? Xiao suddenly asked. Luyin did not even turn his head. No. Xiao watched Luyin leave with Jiao Wen. His originally calm expression darkened, and his gaze was extremely cold. After leaving Xiao, Jiuwen was in front, and Luyin was behind. How do you feel? Xiao? Not much. Don't you think his bearing is very good? I don't think so. Jiuwen laughed. You're so cold because of my attitude. Be careful that he doesn't find trouble with you. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He will find trouble with me? Jiuwen pondered for a moment and said, his path of ruthlessness comes from love. Lu Yin did not interrupt and listened quietly. Love? Love. Xiao is a top genius. Everyone who cultivates the path of ruthlessness goes in the direction of ruthlessness, but he goes in the opposite direction and cultivates the path of ruthlessness. The more he wants to enrich his emotions, he thinks that the more emotional a person is, the more ruthless he is, so he constantly experiences love before achieving eternal life. Every time, he gives without holding back. Every love can be praised by ordinary people and envied by countless people. But do you know what the ending of all his love is? Lu Yin was curious. What is it? Jiuwen stopped. He looked at the starry sky. He killed all the people he loved with his own hands. Lu Yin had expected it. Using his understanding of the path of ruthlessness, he had really expected it. Although he had expected it, he had to admit that Xiao was a ruthless person. He gave his love without holding back, and that love ended by himself. He could understand how painful it was, but Xiao actually did it. It was definitely not easier than walking around the platform hell. How ruthless. Jiuwen exhaled. 3,821 people. Lu Yin was shocked. What did you say? The wine asked, a total of 3,821 people. Lu Yin stared blankly at the wine. He had thought that there would only be a few dozen people at most, and that 100 people would be ruthless enough. He had not expected there to be so many. Wine asked, using the years of a cultivator to measure this number is actually not much. He slowly turned around. Even without using mirroring, he could almost see Xiao's sinister face. That face continuously distorted, and the faces of women appeared one after another. They were all howling in grief. In pain, in despair. Xiao had invested his emotions. He had personally ended their relationship. He had mastered the heartless Tao and achieved eternal life, but what about the 3,821 women? They had also given their feelings, but what did they get in return? Who would be able to understand their despair? To be killed by the person they loved, to be betrayed by their feelings, to be tormented by pain, how much despair must they have felt before they died? Lu Yin wondered how he would feel if he had to kill Ming Yan with his own hands. He didn't even dare to think about it. Jiuwen suddenly turned to stare at Lu Yin and asked, now, are you still willing to accept this red robe? Are you willing to join the Red Coat civilization? Lu Yin looked at Jiuwen and asked. Jiuwen shouted, think carefully. No one can betray the red coats under the stars. No matter who it is, the betrayer will die. Lu Yin grabbed the red robe on his body and stared at it. He thought that Lu Yin was going to lift it up and throw it out, but Lu Yin just stroked it. It's wrinkled. The material is not very good. Jiuwen was stunned. He didn't understand Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked up and smiled at Jiuwen. Their experiences have nothing to do with me. I don't plan to cultivate the heartless Tao. Bah, you didn't cultivate it either. Jiuwen was puzzled. Don't you hate them? Don't you hate the heartless Tao? Lu Yin let out a long breath. To be honest, I hate them. I hate many things. I hate this deep darkness. I hate those old enemies who see human civilization as ants. I hate this boundless distance. I hate that self-awareness. Can hatred change anything? As long as they don't provoke me, I won't care about them. I originally thought that the eternal life realm could change everything, but after cultivating until now, I realized that it was too laughable. There are many things that even the eternal life realm can't change. Then let them be. Thinking too much won't do you any good. Jiuwen stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked back at him without hiding anything. After a while, Jiuwen retracted his gaze. It's good that you thought it through. I don't want to hunt you down one day. Lu Yin was confused. Even if I hate the heartless Tao, I won't betray humans. Why do you think so? Jiawen looked at the sky. There are many traitors in the history of the red coats under the stars. Lu Ying stared at Jiawen's back. I feel that your attitude is wrong. You clearly cultivate the heartless Tao, but your attitude towards those 4 people is different. Your attitude is similar to mine. Ha 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 ha. Jiawen laughed and looked back at Lu Ying. Being heartless doesn't mean that you can't distinguish right from wrong. Being heartless can abandon everything, but it doesn't mean that you can hurt everything. Lu Ying understood. He bowed slowly to Jiawen. I've learned something. Jiawen shook his head. You don't cultivate the heartless Tao. What did you learn? Lu Ying said, Senior, you also hate them. With such a view of right and wrong, have you ever thought that one day, you might become a traitor? I'm used to it. I see. If you hate them, just stay away. It's all because of the heartless Tao. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. If I break their heartless Tao, will they change? Jiawen sneered. You'll have to try to break it. With that, he walked toward the heartless sect. The red coat civilization under the stars treated Lu Ying very well. He was a 7-point red coat, comparable to an eternal realm. There were not many eternal realm experts in the entire civilization. He was almost at the peak of this civilization. Jiawen let him choose where he lived. Lu Ying chose the corner furthest from the heartless sect. This was not unexpected by Jiawen. Lu Ying did not want his every move to be spied on by the heartless sect. Of course, with his strength, even if the Red Hero Grandmaster wanted to spy on him, he would definitely be able to sense it. The Valley of Storms was the name Lu Ying gave to the place where he lived. This place did not have a name before. Although the valley was beautiful, there were strange astronomical phenomena around it. This made it impossible for ordinary people to enter. Even if cultivators came to check it out, they would leave because it was too far away from the heartless sect. It was common knowledge among the Red Coat civilization's cultivators that the closer they were to the heartless sect, the more they would experience the heartless Tao. This common knowledge was wrong, and it was obvious after some thought. Sometimes, right or wrong was not important. What was important was one's attitude. The Heartless Valley was not the only way to enter the heartless sect. There were also some cultivators with high status who traveled the universe and took in disciples or servants. They could also enter the heartless sect. In this place, the heartless sect was like heaven. Ever since he had moved into the Valley of Storms, Lu Ying had set up a sourcebox array. His sourceboxes came from the 3 universes of the human civilization, and he did not need to collect them himself. With his status, he could just say the word, and the best sourceboxes would be sent to him. He did not even need to know who had sent them. Setting up a sourcebox array was just a form of attitude, and it could not stop an Eternal Realm expert. However, with this array, he would not be polite if anyone tried to spy on the Valley of Storms. After setting up the sourcebox array, Lu Ying rested in the Valley of Storms. He rested for half a year, and he did not go out during that time. His existence caused a huge commotion within the civilization. Someone had spread the news that there was such a shameless expert from another human civilization, and many people were searching for him. This was especially true for those who could not join the Heartless sect, as they hoped to find another path of cultivation. They could not see any hope in the Red Shirt civilization below the astral continent. The Heartless path was their only path of cultivation, and they desperately hoped to obtain other inheritances. There were also a few powerhouses who were searching for Lu Ying who believed that they had reached the peak of power below the Eternal Realm. They had always believed that they were strong enough to fight against an Eternal Realm expert, but the Eternal Realm experts of the Red Shirt civilization would not spar with them. This was a waste of time and karma. Lu Ying, who was clearly labeled as a shameless expert, was naturally their target. However, Lu Ying never left the Valley of Storms. In the Heartless sect, Ba Yu looked into the distance. Someone approached her from behind. Acting Sect Master. What is it? May I ask where Lu Ying is? It has nothing to do with you. I'm not the only one who wants to know. They all want to know. Ba Yu coldly asked, they? The person behind her said, almost all of them, 6/10 Red Shirt. 6/10 Red Shirt was second only to the 7/10 Red Shirt of the Eternal Realm. It was also higher than the 5/10 red shirt of the crossing calamity level. They were recognized as the peak powerhouses below the Eternal Realm. Here, the number of 6/10 red shirts was about the same as the number of Eternal Realm experts. Therefore, the red shirt civilization below the astral continent had a definition. 5/10 and 6/10 were the dividing line. Countless people hoped to become 6/10 red shirt. Only by reaching 6/10 red shirt could one be considered standing on the next level. However, all the 6/10 red shirts did not think so. They could never reach 7/10 red shirt. If the red shirt civilization below the astral continent had 106/10 red shirts since ancient times, only 2 or 3 of them could become 7/10 red shirts. Luin was not an Eternal Realm expert and did not cultivate the Heartless Path, but he was given 7/10 red shirt the moment he arrived. They could not accept this. Bayu's gaze was cold. "Senior, your lifelong wish is to become 7/10 red shirt. I've been fighting for it for you. Go back. Don't provoke this person. He will not be your stepping stone. I've helped you before, but I didn't mean to. I also cultivate the Heartless Path." Bayu said, "I know, but I've helped you. Acting Sect Master, please tell me where that person is." Bayu turned to look at the person behind her. It was an elder with a face full of vicissitudes. He looked much older than Jiawen. This person had lived for a long time, at least longer than Bayu. Back then, when she was in danger while cultivating, she was saved by this elder. She had always remembered this favor. End of chapter. I can't guarantee that you'll come back alive. He doesn't care about me, Bayu said. The old man said, "Thank you for your reminder, Acting Sect Master. I've been pursuing a 7-point red coat all my life, and this person got it the moment he arrived. It's unfair to us that he doesn't cultivate the Ruthless Path. Even if I die, I want to see what this person is capable of." Xiaman and Shu Songyun aren't in a hurry. Why are you in a hurry? One is an eternal life disciple, and the other is a genius who gathered the luck of a civilization. They have a high chance of entering the eternal life realm, but I don't. Bayu saw that the old man was so determined. She no longer stopped him. "I can tell you, but it's best to let others test him first. I can give you a clue. This person's strength should not be below mine." The old man was surprised, but he was not too surprised because this was a scoundrel. If Bayu was sure that this person was not as good as her, this person might not be a scoundrel. Understood. Thank you, Acting Sect Master. In the Valley of Storms, Luin looked at the falling waterfall with a calm expression. It had been half a year. There was still no movement. If there was no movement, he would leave. Some of the news about him in the outside world was actually spread by him. His goal was to attract people over. It was not for anything else but to shorten the time for the commotion. He was a cultivator from another human civilization. His background was eye-catching, and after he came, he did not cultivate the Ruthless Path. Instead, he was given the identity of a 7-point red coat, and he was not an eternal life realm. This series of events was too eye-catching. It was obviously impossible to say that everyone in the Red Coat civilization was convinced. There would definitely be people looking for trouble. What he needed to do now was to establish his might so that those who looked for trouble would not dare to come again. Otherwise, if he returned to the human civilization, there would be people looking for trouble who rashly barged into the Valley of Storms and saw that he was not there. That would be serious. This would let Jiao Wen and the others know that he could leave at any time and guard against this move of his. Luin was confident in his own strength, but he was not confident that he could leave safely in the face of an expert like Ancestor Shan. He could only know how strong Ancestor Xianxia was after he confirmed it. At this time, he could not let some boorish people break his backup plan. Therefore, he was waiting. There would always be people looking for trouble. A few days later, someone came. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he looked outside. This person's cultivation wasn't weak. His realm was at the great circle of the bitter disaster crossing realm, and he wore red clothes. The ribs of the umbrella did not open. He could not tell how much of a red spectre he was, but since he dared to come here, he had to be at least 60% of a red spectre. They're finally here. The people of the Red Coat civilization are too patient. May I ask if Mr. Liu is here? The newcomer asked loudly. His voice rippled outwards at a speed visible to the naked eye, causing a disturbance in the sourcebox array. Luin ignored him. Now was not the time. The newcomer waited for a while, but when he saw that there was no response, he shouted again. This time, his voice was even louder, and it shook the sourcebox's array, causing the killing intent of the countless sourceboxes to boil. Luin still ignored him. Mr. Liu, you're looking down on me. Alright, there's no need for me to introduce myself. In our civilization, there's no need for a reason to kill. After speaking, he stepped forward and faced the sourcebox array. He held the red umbrella in one hand and suddenly pulled out his right hand. The umbrella was still there, but a red sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed at the sourcebox array. Within the valley, Luin did not even look. He raised a hand and flicked his finger. A terrifying force instantly caused the newcomer to feel as if he had been plunged into an ice cellar. The newcomer's movements paused, and before he could even see clearly, Lu Yin's finger force pierced through his shoulder. His body was sent flying by the enormous force, and he crashed heavily into the mountain wall outside the valley. This scene shocked everyone who saw it. This person was not the only one who had arrived outside the valley at the same time. There were others who had already arrived, but they had not yet arrived. They had been waiting for someone to challenge them. They had expected a huge battle, but they had not expected it to end so quickly and so easily. Had that Mr. Liu made a move? They had not seen him, but what was going on? The challenger coughed up a mouthful of blood and stared at the valley in disbelief. Impossible. How could it have been so easy? Even against acting sect master Ba Yu and the other 8th-ranked red coats, he could not have lost so miserably. He had not even seen his opponent's face. How was this possible? Cracks covered the mountain peak, and when the challenger landed, the mountain crumbled. At this moment, everyone saw that there was a dark streak at the center of the mountain range. It was a power that could completely pierce through the void. Possessing this power was not frightening. What was frightening was releasing this power, but they could not even see it. This was a complete suppression of their level. Was that person really not an Eternal Realm cultivator? Could it be that the Heartless sect was toying with them? The elder also arrived and watched in shock. He had believed Ba Yu's warning and had not rushed over to challenge the Azure Valley himself. Instead, he had spread the news to the other 6th-ranked red coats. The one with the most violent personality had arrived, and he was in such a miserable state that the elder found it hard to believe. Could Ba Yu do it? The challenger left while clutching his shoulder. The corner of his mouth was stained with blood, and he did not dare to say a single word. He had experienced the unbridgeable gap between them. It was as if he had faced a monster. The others looked at each other and then at the elder and the middle-aged man. They were also 6th-ranked red coats. Would they attack? After waiting for a moment, the elder left. Only the middle-aged man remained where he was. Within the Azure Valley, Luin watched the fish swim past his feet and smiled as he scattered some fish food. This move was shocking enough. He wanted to know if any other 6th-ranked red coats would dare to come. They should be getting the news soon. Within the Heartless sect, Ba Yu retracted her gaze, her eyes filled with shock. Finger force. It was just finger force without any other power, but it had severely injured a 6th-ranked red coat. Battle techniques, innate gifts. Everything was useless against this finger. She looked deeply at the Azure Valley. Even she could not do this easily. This person's power was definitely not below hers. He was truly a scoundrel. Thus, the other 6th-ranked red coats might not dare to attack. Only those two were truly qualified to attack. In a city full of flowers, music was the only main melody. Everyone sang and danced, and it was very lively. This kind of liveliness was very eye-catching in the underworld red coat civilization that cultivated the Heartless Path, but no one dared to attack this city. This was because the owner of this city was called Xianxia. He was the only disciple of the beauty. Pill, an 8th-ranked red coat who was at the Eternal Realm. The Heartless Path was about being emotionless, but there were also people who placed their emotionlessness outside. Xiaman's emotionlessness was placed in this city full of flowers, in the people who sang and danced. On this day, the elder arrived outside the city. He looked ahead with a fearful gaze and said slowly, "Qiu Hui pays his respects to City Lord Xia." Music resounded through the city. As Qiu Hui's voice traveled over, a woman opened her eyes and sat up from another woman's lap. She smiled and looked into the distance. "Old man, why are you here?" Qiu Hui's gaze crossed the city and met the woman's. "City Lord Xia, it's been 1,000 years. How have you been?" "I was fine, but now that you're here, it might not be." The woman sneered and waved casually. "Welcome, guest." As she finished speaking, the music grew louder. At the city gate, women walked out and covered the ground with flowers. Petals scattered down from the sky as they welcomed Qiu Lao in. Qiu Lao was not happy. When he looked at the people who welcomed him, his expression grew heavier. This was a terrifying city, a city that struck fear into the hearts of all the red-clothed cultivators below the stars. Although there were flowers and music everywhere, in fact, when he looked at the sides, the people who were singing had numb gazes. They were lifeless. Those who scattered petals were repeating the same action. They were also lifeless. They all had one thing in common: they were deaf. That's right. In this city, other than City Lord Xiaman, everyone else was deaf. Their eardrums had been torn, not by Xiaman, but by themselves. Anyone who listened to the same song for thousands of years would become numb. Repeating the same thing would make them feel like they were dead. These people were like that. Ever since they entered the city, in their short lives of 100 years, the only sound they heard was the same song. No one could persevere. They would rather tear their eardrums and become deaf than listen to it again. The entire city was a hell disguised with flowers. Other than Xiaman, no one was truly happy. Qiu Lao walked to Xiaman step by step. Xiaman smiled and looked at Qiu Lao. "Old man, you must be living comfortably in the Heartless sect. You saved Senior Bayu's life back then, so you won't have to worry for the rest of your life." Qiu Lao looked at Xiaman calmly. "Have you heard of recent events?" Xiaman sneered. "Why, you want to use me to test Mr. Liu? Get lost." "I'm not going." Qiu Lao frowned. "You came from another human civilization, and you don't cultivate the Heartless path, but you were directly awarded 70% red-clothed. Are you willing?" "Humph, whether I'm willing or not is Heartless sect's business. What does it have to do with me?" "Old man, I really admire you. You even came here to sow discord. You're really thick-skinned. I just don't want to see outsiders riding on top of us." Xiaman did not care. "No one can ride on top of me." Qiu Lao was about to retort when he suddenly felt that something was wrong. "Ha ha ha ha, don't treat others as fools. If you have the time, why don't you look for Chu Songyun? That guy is also a fool, but he's a good match for you. Go and trick him. Get lost." Xiaman did not bother to chase him away. Qiu Lao's tone was low. "Your teacher massacred the Heartless Valley in order to become the strongest among his peers. He caused a generation of our civilization to wither. Now, Luin has clearly not reached immortality, but he was awarded 70% red-clothed. He's above you. You can tolerate it, but your teacher can't." Xiaman's eyes widened. "Get lost." Qiu Lao was helpless. He walked out of the city and headed in another direction. Xiaman sneered as she watched him leave. If it were not for Ba Yu, this old man would have died long ago. How dare he trick her? She picked up her wine cup and was about to drink when a graceful figure walked in front of her. She was also smiling as she approached step by step. Her smile was almost identical to Xiaman's. When Xiaman saw who it was, her face turned pale. She hurriedly stood up and bowed respectfully. "Teacher." The surrounding people all retreated. However, after taking a few steps, they turned into a bloody mist, filling the surroundings with a bloody aura. The person who had come was Beauty Dan. She smiled as she walked in front of Xiaman. She raised her hand, lifted her chin, and sniffed lightly. A wonderful taste. Xiaman did not dare to resist. Although Beauty Dan was smiling, her viciousness was enough to give anyone nightmares. Xiaoman, do you respect your teacher? End of chapter. Xiaoman hurriedly knelt down. Of course, I respect Master. Without Master, I wouldn't be here today. The beauty pill looked down. You practice the heartless path, but you still respect me? Xiaoman's body trembled. She didn't dare to answer. That old man Qiu respects me more than you do. At least, he knows how fun I am. Xiaoman's eyes narrowed. I understand. I'll go now. The beauty pill smiled. She lifted her leg and lifted Xiaoman's chin with her leg. She looked at her with a smile. The more I look at you, the more charming you are. Remember. You belong to me. Hee hee. After that, her figure disappeared. Xiaoman panted heavily. Sweat dripped from her forehead. Her gaze gradually turned ferocious. It wasn't directed at the beauty pill, but at Elder Qiu. If this old man didn't say those words, Master wouldn't have appeared. Sooner or later, she would kill this old man. She took a deep breath, got up, and looked into the distance. Luyin? Let's see how powerful you are. On the other side, Elder Qiu found Chu Songyun. Although Chu Songyun was a 60% red coat, he was a lone cultivator. It was easy to find him. You are the child of destiny of our human civilization. The heartless path emphasizes heartlessness. However, you were born with a closed heart. Heartless and loveless. You have cultivated smoothly until now. However, before you broke through to the eternal life realm, you were surpassed by someone from another civilization. Don't you want to suppress him? Not interested. Chu Songyun was a young man with an indifferent expression. He looked ordinary, but his aura was extraordinary. Since his appearance, countless people wanted to take him as a disciple. Even the Heartless sect took the initiative to recruit him. However, they were rejected. He didn't participate in the fighting in the Heartless Valley, nor did he take anyone as his master. He walked the earth alone. The Heartless Path was known by the entire Red Coat civilization. When one's state of mind was completely heartless, it was equivalent to stepping into the Heartless Path. Therefore, it didn't matter if he joined the Heartless sect or not. He was like a person who traveled outside the civilization. He didn't participate in anything, but no one could ignore him. Elder Qiu found Xiaoman first, then Chu Songyun because he knew that compared to Xiaoman, Chu Songyun wouldn't make a move unless someone took the initiative to attack him. They are both 60% red coats. However, he was severely injured by Mr. Liu with a single blow. He couldn't even see how Mr. Liu attacked. Aren't you curious how strong he is? Qiu Lao was not satisfied. He did not know why he was so obsessed with this matter. Even if Chu Songyun defeated Luyin, what good would it do him? Perhaps it was because he wanted to see how powerful Mr. Liu was, or perhaps it was a kind of obsession, or perhaps it was the resentment of not being able to become a 70% red spectre for many years. He didn't need to know the reason. He just wanted to drag Mr. Liu down. Chu Songyun didn't care. Elder Qiu looked at Chu Songyun's back. He came from another human civilization. He walked the cultivation path of another civilization. Do you really not care? Chu Songyun paused for a moment and looked back at Elder Qiu. The other path, the path of civilized cultivation? Elder Qiu nodded. He doesn't cultivate the heartless path, but he has such strength. Moreover, it is said that the human civilization on his side has the eternal life realm, so there must be another cultivation path of civilization. Chu Songyun pondered for a moment. Lead the way. Elder Qiu heaved a sigh of relief. No one really did not care about anything. This Chu Songyun did not want to join the Heartless sect because he did not want to walk the path of the Heartless path. However, he was born with a tight heart. Even if he did not cultivate, the Heartless path would continue to improve. He wanted to get rid of it, but he would never be able to do so. Lu Yin's arrival had given him hope. Many people could tell what Chu Songyun was thinking, but no one would help him. He was naturally suited for the Heartless path, and he had to cultivate it. Even if Ba Yu did not cultivate the Heartless path, she would not help Chu Songyun. Elder Qiu brought Chu Songyun to the outskirts of the Valley of Storms. At this moment, many people had gathered outside the Valley of Storms, watching from the shadows. What surprised Elder Chiu was that Xiaman had actually come. He stood at the foot of the shattered mountain range and looked around. City Lord Xia, why are you here? Elder Chiu asked. Xiaman turned around and looked at Elder Chiu. He did not hide the killing intent in his eyes. Elder Chiu was confused. He did not know what was going on. Xiaman looked at Chu Songyun and raised his eyebrows. You want to attack? Chu Songyun looked at the Valley of Storms. We'll talk about it later. Xiaman sneered, you have been passive for so many years. It's rare for you to take the initiative. Shall I let you go first? Chu Songyun was silent. He stared at the sourcebox array outside the Valley of Storms. Did this sourcebox array also come from another human civilization? He hoped that it would not disappoint him. City Lord Xia, why are you here? Elder Chiu was curious. Xiaman coldly glanced at Elder Chiu. Old man, you go first. Elder Chiu was stunned. Me? Didn't you ask us to come? Why? Do you want to hide behind us? Xiaman's gaze became even colder. Elder Chiu shook his head. I'm old. I don't have the ability to attack. You guys should do it. Nonsense. You have done so many things. You want to retreat, but you want to push others up. Do you think we are idiots? After speaking, Xiaman raised her red umbrella and placed it between her and Elder Chiu. Today, you have to attack even if you don't want to. Elder Chiu's expression turned ugly. What was she saying? If he had wanted to attack, he would have done so long ago. He knew that he would not have been able to block that attack, so how could he attack? Wasn't that courting death? He thought back to that attack and then looked at the shattered mountain range. He became even more determined. City Lord Xia, if you don't want to attack, then leave. I am not forcing you. In any case, I will not attack. You. Xiaman was furious. Her gaze was cold as she stared at Elder Chiu. Elder Chiu was determined not to attack. Helplessly, she looked at Chu Songyun and suppressed her anger. She smiled. Brother Chu, are you going to attack? Chu Songyun was silent. Xiaman smiled sweetly and leaned over. Big Brother Chu, this little sister admits that her strength is not as good as Big Brother Chu's. If Big Brother Chu doesn't make a move, then this little sister doesn't have the qualifications to make a move, right? After she finished speaking, she blew at Chu Songyun. Chu Songyun looked at her. Men and women should not touch each other. Respect yourself. Xiaman's expression froze. Who was he? How many people in the world could resist her temptation? Since that was the case, she stopped pretending. Chu Songyun, are you going to attack or not? Chu Songyun was silent. Xiaman. Elder Chiu retreated back into the crowd. Since he had already brought the person here, what happened next had nothing to do with him. Xiaman stared at Elder Chiu. This old fox. In the Zhonglan Valley, Luin looked outside. From the looks of it, the most powerful 6 red coats had arrived. However, none of them were willing to attack. What was the meaning of this? Were they really frightened by his finger? This was a red coat civilization. Under the Heartless Tao, there should be very few people who felt fear. None of them attacked. If it was not because of fear, then they were waiting for someone else to attack first. He smiled. In order to feed the fish, it did not matter who attacked first. He had already waited for more than half a year. He did not mind waiting a little longer. Everyone could wait, but Xiaman could not. She was afraid that the longer she waited, the more impatient her master would be. The timing of her master's appearance was too coincidental. How could he have heard Elder Chiu's words? Unless he had been monitoring her, but that was impossible. If he had not been monitoring her, then there was only one possibility. Her master had something to tell her. From the beginning to the end, other than asking her to come here, he did not have any other instructions. Although her master had used Elder Chiu's words to force her to come here, she still understood that her master also wanted her to test this Mr. Liu. This also meant that her master was most likely watching this place. If she waited, it meant that her master was also waiting. Thinking of this, Xiaman was terrified. She looked at Chu Songyin again and glanced at Elder Qiu and the rest unwillingly. Helplessly, she stepped forward and walked towards the Conglan Valley. Everyone looked at Xiaman. Was she going to attack? The most powerful of the 6 red coats were Xiaman and Chu Songyin. One was an Eternal Life Realm disciple, while the other had extraordinary talent. If these two were not Mr. Lu's match, then that person deserved to be a 7 red coat. Chu Songyin looked at Xiaman's back. Although he was slow, he was not stupid. Xiaman had arrived before them and kept provoking him to attack. This girl obviously could not wait. Since she could not wait, then let her attack. However, he did not expect her to be so anxious. He had thought that they would have to wait for a while. Within the Conglan Valley, Luin looked outside. Xiaman, 6 red coats. Mr. Lu, please give everyone an explanation. Mr. Lu does not cultivate the path of ruthlessness and is not an eternal life realm cultivator. However, he is 7 red coats. This is unfair. Luin smiled. Unfair? Interesting. He continued to feed the fish and did not respond. Xiaman waited for a while, but there was no response. Her gaze was cold. What an arrogant guy. Even the eternal life realm cultivators in their civilization would not ignore her, let alone someone from a foreign civilization. She was seen as someone who had a high chance of becoming a 7 red coat. An eternal life realm cultivator was 7 red coats. However, 7 red coats did not necessarily mean one was an eternal life realm cultivator. Since ancient times, almost everyone who cultivated to 7 red coats was an eternal life realm cultivator. There was only one exception in the records, and that was Grandmaster Xianxia. Legend had it that Grandmaster Xianxia had cultivated the path of ruthlessness to 7 red coats. It was rare since ancient times. When he broke through to the eternal life realm, the heavens would descend and he would be invincible in the universe. Legend had it that this was the only way to achieve the strongest path of ruthlessness. Xiaman hoped to become a 7 red coat before breaking through to the eternal life realm. Many people in the outside world also thought that she could do it. Her status in the civilization was extremely high. However, only she and her master, Beauty Dan, knew that it was impossible. She could not even reach the eternal life realm, let alone 7 red coats. The rumors in the outside world were exaggerated. However, even so, the outside world thought that she could do it. Her status was extremely high, but now she was ignored by Luin. How could this person? Mr. Lu, don't you plan to come out and say a few words? Luin calmly fed the fish. Xiaman's expression was gloomy. It seems that Mr. Lu does not want to come out. However, this is not something that can be avoided. Mr. Lu, can you handle 7 red coats? There was still no response. Everyone looked at the Valley of Storms. Was Luin arrogant or ignorant? Even if he had reached the level of a scoundrel who could fight against an eternal life realm cultivator, he should not ignore Xiaman. In their minds, Xiaman was almost at the level of a scoundrel. Xiaman had never been ignored 3 times in a row in her entire cultivation career. She did not say anything else and walked towards the Valley of Storms. She was greeted by the sourcebox array. Flowers bloomed beneath her feet, filling the void and enveloping the entire Valley of Storms. She opened the red umbrella in her hand. The 6 ribs were extremely obvious, and everyone around her was envious. End of chapter. Limitless Umbrella Prison. Xiaman used the Limitless Umbrella Prison. Mr. Lu doesn't cultivate the Heartless Tao, so he doesn't know how terrifying the Limitless Umbrella Prison is. Once he enters the Limitless Umbrella Prison, even if he is in the Eternal Realm, it will be difficult for him to fight his way out, let alone someone who is not even in the Eternal Realm. 6 parts Red Coat's Limitless Umbrella Prison. We were fortunate enough to see it. Perhaps it will be of help to the cultivation of the ruthless path. As the red umbrella opened, the 6 ribs lit up one by one. Every time one of the umbrella ribs lit up, the flowers would grow one more layer, until all 6 umbrella ribs were lit up. There were 7 layers to the fresh flowers, but in reality, there were 6 layers. The first layer of fresh flowers had gradually merged into the other 6 layers. 6 parts Merciless Tao, 6 parts Umbrella Prison. Within the Deepwater Gorge, Luin looked up. Was this the Myriad Parasol Prison? During this period, his consciousness had covered the world, and he knew many things about the red specters under the stars, including the Sanluo umbrella prison. The limitless umbrella prison was the signature power of the red specters under the stars. Just like the Black Apocalypse civilization's mirror sealing technique, it had similar uses. Using umbrellas as weapons. The merciless Tao was the foundation. The ribs of the umbrella split into 12 parts. Every time he mastered the heartless Tao, he would have one more umbrella bone. When the red umbrella opened, it would be called the umbrella prison. Inside the umbrella prison, the heartless Tao was the strongest flame and also the strongest poison. Any creature that entered the umbrella prison would be melted by the heartless Tao. Every additional umbrella bone would mean an additional layer of umbrella prison. Naturally, the power would be stronger. It was rumored that to break the umbrella prison, one would need to be stronger than the person who opened it. Due to the support of the merciless Tao, every additional bit of merciless Tao would double the amount of strength needed to break the umbrella prison. This was rather difficult. Therefore, anyone who fought against a red coat under the stars would be trapped in the limitless umbrella prison. Unless they were far stronger than the owner of the limitless umbrella prison, they would be trapped to death. This was the Astral Red Spectre's ultimate technique, and the power of this technique was comparable to the Black Apocalypse civilization's Feng Jian. The Black Apocalypse was a fishing civilization, and so was the Understar Red Specters. The Black Apocalypse civilization had the ability to skip levels, and the Red Specters under the stars had the Heartless Path. These were two very similar methods of using power. This was the power that a fishing civilization should have. Sanluo Umbrella Prison was equivalent to giving non-immortal level people the power to open a world because a red coat could cultivate Sanluo Umbrella Prison. It was equivalent to the invisible world of the immortal realm. Previously, 60% red coat had been severely injured by Lu Yin's finger and had not been able to activate the limitless umbrella prison. Now, Lu Yin had seen it for himself. 60% of the limitless umbrella prison. To break it, one had to be at least in the eternal life realm or cultivate the ruthless Tao. Sherman did not test the waters and immediately used the limitless parasol prison to attack. She was well aware of Lu Yin's absolute strength, as he had defeated 60% red specters with a single finger. With such strength, she had no intention of causing trouble for him. If not for her master forcing her to do so, she would not have come at all. Since he was already here, he might as well use his full strength. Everyone looked at the Kanglan Valley. How would Mr. Lu respond? If he couldn't break through the limitless umbrella prison, he would lose. Within the Azure Billow Valley, the merciless path was wreaking havoc. The limitless umbrella prison could spread to an extremely large area, but it was suppressed by Xiaman, so it was limited to the Azure Billow Valley. Lu Yin could feel the destructive power of the limitless parasol prison. This power was both external and internal. The Tao of emotionlessness was about cultivating emotionlessness, and giving others emotionlessness as well. He could clearly feel that his emotions were being stripped away. This feeling was not good. It reminded him of those emotionless people who oversaw the various corners of the universe. This was not the human civilization that he wanted to protect. He did not have the right to judge whether the Tao of emotionlessness was right or wrong, but he did have the right to choose which civilization he wanted to protect. Since they all believed in the Tao of emotionlessness so much, he would show them what it meant to be emotionless. Lu Yin raised his hand and clawed at the sky. Claw marks appeared in the void, gradually spreading out as his fingers bent. Outside the Kanglan Valley, Sherman's expression changed. What was going on? She looked at the red umbrella and saw that the 6 ribs were bending. Look, someone cried out in alarm. Everyone looked above the Kanglan Valley and saw the 6 layers of flowers trembling and twisting as if they were being grabbed and pulled by some force. The next moment, the void suddenly distorted. From a distance, one could clearly see that it was the shape of a palm. A hand grabbed the void, grabbing all 6 layers of flowers and shattering them. At the same time, a gust of wind swept past, causing Sherman to spit out blood and her hair to fly about. Within the red umbrella, the 6 ribs broke inch by inch and shot out in all directions. Some ribs tore through Sherman's skin and stabbed into the ground, while others pierced through the umbrella's surface and shot into the distance. Sherman took 6 steps back and looked at the Kanglan Valley in shock. How was this possible? She was not the only one who was shocked. At this moment, everyone was shocked. How was this possible? Grasping the void and playing with the universe was the ability of an eternal realm. This person was not an eternal realm cultivator, so he had to be a scoundrel. However, even a normal eternal realm cultivator would find it difficult to break through the 6 layers of the limitless umbrella prison. This was their pride, the confidence that the Red Coat civilization had in the limitless umbrella prison. A non-immortal level cultivator had the confidence to fight against an eternal realm cultivator. But now, it had been shattered. That's right, it had been shattered. It had been shattered as easily as a teacup. The shock brought about by this scene was unparalleled. It was as if their beliefs had been shattered. There was silence outside the Kanglin Valley. Chu Songyun's eyes shone with a strange light, and his entire person was excited. This person had forcefully broken through the path of ruthlessness. What a domineering person. Elder Qiu gasped. Fortunately, he had not attacked. This was no longer something that could be explained by the limit of combat power below the eternal realm. Even a scoundrel might not be able to explain it. This person was definitely an eternal realm cultivator. He had hidden his cultivation, and no one could see through it. Xiaman's face was pale. She slowly put down the broken red umbrella and spat out another mouthful of blood. She bowed deeply to the Kanglin Valley and turned to leave. At this moment, she had nothing to say. No wonder she had been ignored. The other party did not even look at her. They were on 2 different levels. In the Kanglin Valley, Luin retracted his hand and moved his fingers. They were quite hard. This limitless umbrella prison was not bad. It was a pity that one had to cultivate the path of ruthlessness. If it had been Master Qding and the others, they might not have been able to break it so easily. For example, if Startle Gate Shengyu wanted to break this limitless umbrella prison, he would have had to use Startle Cloud. It could only be said that the woman was unlucky to have met him. He was the strongest. In terms of strength, he was confident that even Teal Lotus Shengyu could not compare to him. He had not used his full strength yet. But that woman was not an eternal realm cultivator. If those eternal realm cultivators had used limitless umbrella prison, he would not have been able to break it so easily. To break this limitless umbrella prison, it would consume a lot of energy. Now, would anyone still want to trouble him? Luin looked outside the Kanglin Valley. After Xiaman left, everyone looked at Chu Songyun. Although Elder Qiu and another 60% red coat were present, only Chu Songyun was qualified to fight. However, the crowd did not expect much from him. His strength was not stronger than Xiaman's. They were about the same. Xiaman was so miserable. Would he still dare to challenge her? This was also the reason why Xiaman left directly. If she was like this, so was Chu Songyun. Looking at the Kanglin Valley, Chu Songyun lifted his feet and walked forward step by step. Everyone was surprised. He still wanted to fight? Facing the Kanglin Valley, Chu Songyun slowly bowed. 60% red coat, Chu Songyun. Please advise me. Luin looked outside the Kanglin Valley. His eyes flashed. This person was not right. He cultivated the path of ruthlessness like the others, but he gave Luin a sense of incompatibility. His path of ruthlessness was higher than that woman's. Others could not see it. Even those eternal realm cultivators could not see it, but Luin could. He had been building a high wall of his mind all these years. This Chu Songyun's state of mind was very contradictory. You are very contradictory. Lu Yin's voice rang out, causing the crowd outside the valley to be surprised. This was the first time Luin had spoken. Everyone looked over. Xiaman did not let Mr. Lu speak. How did Chu Songyun do it? Was he stronger than Xiaman? Chu Songyun looked deeply at the Kanglin Valley. Yes, I am very contradictory. Can Mr. see it? You should not be here. Chu Songyun bowed again. Mister, please show me the way. You were born with a closed heart and are emotionless and loveless. You're very suitable for the heartless path, but it's a pity that it's not suitable for you. Luin could tell that this person did not want to cultivate the heartless path at all, but his constitution forced him to do so. This person was very pitiful. The people outside the valley looked at Chu Songyun. What did he mean? He was suitable for cultivating the path of ruthlessness, but the path of ruthlessness was not suitable for him? Was there anyone in this universe who did not want to cultivate the path of ruthlessness? Chu Songyun maintained his bow. Mister, please show me the way. I can't show you the way. Chu Songyun said, Mister, you can show me the way. Please take me away. I want to go to Mr. Civilization. As soon as he said this, the people outside the valley were in an uproar. Chu Songyun wanted to leave? This could not be. He was a talented person born from fate. He was born with a closed heart. He was suitable to cultivate the path of ruthlessness. Even the emotionless sect had invited him several times. He could not leave. Elder Chiu looked at Chu Songyun and felt that he had caused trouble. In the emotionless sect, Ba Yu kept looking at the Kanglan Valley. With the ability of an eternal realm, she could see and hear everything in this universe. Chu Songyun wanted to leave the red shirt under the stars. This was something they knew long ago. This person did not want to cultivate the path of ruthlessness. His path of ruthlessness was passively cultivated. Even so, he had cultivated to 60% red shirt. He was definitely the first person among the 60% red shirt. As long as he was willing, he could become the disciple of any eternal realm at any time. However, he did not want to cultivate the path of ruthlessness. In the entire civilization, only she could be his master. However, he did not like her. This made Ba Yu sullen. No matter what, Chu Songyun could not leave. He would definitely break through to the eternal realm and become a red shirt under the stars' powerhouse. Want to leave? Impossible. Lu Yin's voice came from the Kanglan Valley. I can't even leave. How can I take you away? Chu Songyun said respectfully, Mister, there will be a day when you break through to the eternal realm. When that time comes, no one will be able to stop you. I am willing to serve you until the day you break through to the eternal realm. I hope you can take me away. Serve? Lu Yin looked over. This would not do. Wouldn't it be exposed? Moreover, this Chu Songyun was definitely the treasure of the red shirt under the stars. If he was here, wouldn't Ba Yu and the rest be watching him? How could he allow this to happen when he had reason to stare at him? Go back. Mister, please take me away. I don't plan to leave. Then I will serve you until you want to leave. Lu Yin. End of chapter. From the Heartless Sect, Ba Yu stared at the Valley of Storms. None of them could leave. Outside the Valley of Storms, Chu Songyun's attitude was firm. He did not want to stay here. The suppression here made it hard for him to breathe. All he saw was killing. Heartless dominated everything. Although he was heartless and had no love, that was innate. He always felt that if one did not care about anything, what was the point of living? Once upon a time, he told others about this idea and became a weirdo in their eyes. He was a madman. Now, he wanted to find his weirdo and leave this civilization. I remember that Ba Yu does not cultivate the heartless path. Why don't you look for her? Lu Yin's voice rang out. Chu Songyun said, she is not worthy. Lu Yin? So direct? Elder Chiu and the rest's expressions changed. They immediately ran away. This was too harsh. From the Heartless Sect, Ba Yu's expression was ugly. She took a step forward. When she appeared again, she was already outside the Valley of Storms. She stared at Chu Songyun. Chu Songyun's expression was calm. He did not care. Ba Yu wanted to say something, but looking at Chu Songyun's back, she could not say anything. This was one of the disadvantages of the Heartless Path. Many people did not think before speaking. This was related to everyone's Heartless Path. For example, Chu Songyun. For example, Elder Chiu. Xiaman and the rest were different. He did not fear anyone and did not care about what he said at all. Just like how he dared to say that he wanted to leave the red coats under the stars outside the Valley of Storms. If it were Xiaman and the rest, they would not dare to say such things. When facing such people, one could only ignore them. Otherwise, no one could do anything. Ba Yu glared at the Valley of Storms and left. Lu Yin shook his head. This person from the Heartless Path was really harsh. Mr. Lu, Please give me a chance to serve you, Chu Songyun shouted respectfully. At this moment, besides Chu Songyun, there was no one else outside the Valley of Storms. Lu Yin's head hurt. He did not know how to deal with this person. He did not expect such a freak to appear in the red coats under the heartless path. Beat him, it was useless. This guy was not afraid of beating. Kill, it was impossible. He could fight with his life. Throw him away? Where could he throw him? He couldn't possibly throw him into the square-inch distance, right? That would be no different from killing him. Right. Lu Yin's eyes suddenly lit up. He looked outside the Valley of Storms. Ba Yu came by just now. You said that she is not worthy. Heartless sect. Ba Yu had just returned, and when she heard Lu Yin's words, she was not happy. Instead, she was furious. She knew that it was impossible to reason with someone like Chu Songyun. The more she tried to reason with him, the more troublesome it would be. Furthermore, Lu Yin did not look like someone who would speak up for her. Sure enough, Chu Songyun opened his mouth. She's indeed unworthy. Ba Yu's expression was extremely ugly. Why not? Ba Yu clenched her fists and stared at the Valley of Storms. What did this mean? You still want to discuss it? Chu Songyun was very serious. Although she did not cultivate the emotionless Tao to attain immortality, she did so with the help of Elder Jiao Wen's strength. Even the red robes beneath the stars know that after she was abandoned by that bastard He Xiao, if not for Elder Jiao Wen, she would have died long ago. Lu Yin was curious. What? Ba Yu was abandoned by He Xiao? Shut up. Ba Yu arrived at the Azure Billow Valley again. With a casual wave of her hand, she sent Chu Songyun flying. Chu Songyun was caught off guard and did not even have the chance to defend himself. His body crashed heavily into the distance. She stared at the Valley of Storms. I don't need you to discuss my matters. Lu Yin coughed, sorry. Ba Yu snorted. She turned and stared at Chu Songyun before leaving. Chu Songyun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and silently walked back to his original position. Yes, she was abandoned by He Xiao. Lu Yin was speechless. He had picked up the topic again. Was he really not afraid of death? In the Heartless sect, Ba Yu had just returned and heard this. She clenched her fists, and her eyes were filled with murderous intent. She really wanted to kill Chu Songyun. Her mental state once had a flaw. It was all due to luck that she was able to attain immortality. I can't figure out how such a person could attain immortality. I can only say that Elder Jiao Wen is too powerful. Chu Songyun was still talking. Lu Yin was afraid that Ba Yu would come and kill him. To be honest, he suddenly admired Chu Songyun. It was not because of anything else, but because this guy respected him. He even dared to say that Ba Yu was unworthy and called He Xiao a bastard. However, he respected Lu Yin so much. This was not an act. Such a person could not be faked. Chu Songyun gave Lu Yin the feeling that he was in a three-man universe. This was because they respected Lu Yin so much. Alright, I got it, Lu Yin interrupted and glanced at the Heartless sect. If this continued, Ba Yu would come again. There was also Jiao Wen. This old guy had also appeared. He was probably worried that Ba Yu would not be able to resist killing Chu Songyun. To the red coats under the stars, Chu Songyun was really important. Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment. Do you really want to go with me? Yes, Chu Songyun replied firmly. Lu Yin said, in our civilization, humans do not cultivate the heartless path. Everyone respects each other and is loyal. Do you want to go there? Chu Songyun's eyes were burning. I can't ask for more. Alright, then go and look for Ba Yu. Chu Songyun? Ba Yu? Lu Yin looked outside the Azure Wave Valley. What you just said was too insulting. If I bring you to our civilization, you will be a burden to many people. Hence, if you want me to bring you to our civilization, the prerequisite is that you have to learn how to get along with people. Ba Yu does not cultivate the heartless path, and you just happen to offend her. Go and find her and ask for her forgiveness. Then, go and find those ordinary people who do not cultivate. Do 10 good deeds every day for 5 years. After that, come and find me. Chu Songyun looked at the Azure Wave Valley expectantly. Is this a test for me? Yes. Understood. Rest assured, I will definitely ask for Bayu's forgiveness. With that, he left and headed towards the Heartless sect. At the same time, in the Heartless sect, Bayu was stunned. There was such a thing? What forgiveness? Did the red coats under the stars have the word forgiveness? Those who cultivated the Heartless path did not have any humanity. This word was too unfamiliar. The key was that she did not want to have any contact with Chu Songyun. Seeing Chu Songyun heading towards the Heartless sect, Bayu thought about it and went into seclusion. Even further away, Jiuwen laughed and took a sip of wine. People from other civilizations were indeed different. In the Azure Wave Valley, Luyin heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally sent this guy away. He had even made him pester Bayu so that she could not keep an eye on the Azure Wave Valley. If he was in the Azure Wave Valley, it would be fine even if Bayu kept an eye on him. However, he was afraid that Bayu would suddenly come after he left. That would be troublesome. For the time being, that should not be the case. When he thought about this, Lu Yin used his mirroring technique. It was time to leave. Not long after, Lu Yin teleported away and reappeared at the core space. When he looked back, he was already very far away from the red coats under the stars. He looked into the distance again and teleported several times before returning to the human civilization. He looked for Mr. Mu, Blood Tower's Xianxia, and the others for a discussion. Qinglian Xianxia was in seclusion and would not come out for the time being. Lu Yin told them about the situation of the red coats under the stars, and they all fell silent. The Heartless Path. If it was just cultivation that made one emotionless, it would not be a big deal. However, this was the cultivation path of a civilization. It made an entire civilization cold-blooded and murderous. This was completely different from what they knew about human civilization. In particular, He Zhao's actions and those Eternal Realm cultivators were unacceptable. Everyone said that cultivators were emotionless. This emotionlessness did not come from killing, but from indifference to emotions. Jiuwen was right, there were right and wrong in being emotionless. They could not accept those Eternal Realm cultivators no matter what. How many people were like that in the entire red coats under the stars? Was the hero ancestor such a person? Everyone was silent for a moment, not knowing what to say. Lu Yin's expression was complicated. They had found the red coats under the stars, but it was better not to find them. Once the red coats under the stars came into contact with their human civilization, he was not confident that both sides could coexist. First of all, those Eternal Realm cultivators were troublesome. They were really evil. Since the Heartless Path is a cultivation technique, it's not impossible to break it, Blood Tower's Xianxia said. Jiang Feng said, why do we need to break it? It should not exist, but it does not mean it cannot exist. As someone who had killed his way out of the apocalypse, Jiang Feng's thoughts were sometimes crueler. Back then, it was he who had ordered people to bring the hive to the spiritualized universe and lead the hive civilization there. Otherwise, the first place the hive civilization attacked would have been the Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin would not have been able to make it in time, and the Tianyuan universe might have been destroyed long ago. Blood Tower's Xianxia did not refute. He had cultivated to the Eternal Realm and had seen everything. Mr. Mu said, we don't actually need to interact with the red coats under the stars. The distance is too far, unless one of the civilizations is facing a disaster. Lu Yin nodded. So I've thought about it. Let's do an experiment to see how big the impact of the Heartless Path on our civilization is. If it's too big to make up for, then we can't come into contact with the red coats under the stars and treat them as if they don't exist. If it's not too big, or if the people of our civilization can stay true to themselves, then we can contact the red coats under the stars and help each other. Startled Xiangyu's voice was cold. Those Eternal Realm cultivators will help us? Lu Yin was confident. If they can't beat us, then they will help each other. Don't forget about Red Hero, Blood Tower's Xianxia reminded. Lu Yin's expression was serious. I will try my best to see through the red coats under the stars. Compared to them, our biggest advantage is teleportation. No matter how powerful Red Hero is, he can't teleport. Don't expose teleportation. The red coats under the stars might know, Jiang Feng reminded. Lu Yin thought about it. After all, the red coats under the stars existed during Jiulei's time. If they knew about the celestial plume civilization, then Jiulei must know as well. Once the red coats under the stars knew that he could teleport, no one could predict the outcome. Lu Ying sent Mr. Mu and Jiang Feng back to the Tianyuan universe. He went to Yihai and the mangrove forest to see Hong'er again. Have you heard of the Heartless Path? Lu Ying asked directly when he saw Hong'er. Hong'er was surprised. How do you know about the inheritance of the red coats under the stars? Was it also an inheritance? Lu Ying used karma as the basis for his search. Previously, he used karma to check on Hong'er's past. However, he did not know about the Heartless Path at that time and could not find it accurately. A person had a lot of experience. It was impossible for him to see through all of Hong'er's experiences. Now, it was different. He used the Heartless Path to search. This was the simplest and most realistic way. End of chapter. He had seen scenes of cultivation in Ruby's past, but the results disappointed him. Her cultivation of the ruthless path was extremely shallow. It could even be said that her cultivation was crude. You don't seem to know much about the ruthless path. Ruby knew that Lu Ying was looking at her karma, but she did not mind. More than half of the ruthless path has been lost. Our civilization only cultivates part of it. If not for that, we would not have needed Master to save us. A true red coat below the stars is very, very strong. How many points are there in the ruthless path? Lu Ying asked. Ruby was shocked. How many points? This was something that only those who cultivated the ruthless path would know. She was excited. Mr. Lu, do you know something? Did you find my civilization? Lu Ying asked, answer me. How many points are there in the ruthless path? Ruby suppressed her excitement and answered, legend has it that there are 9 points. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. 9 points? Where did this legend come from? Ruby shook her head. I don't know. It was just passed down. Perhaps it has something to do with the 9 bases. 9 points is the limit. You know about the 9 bases? Lu Ying was surprised. Ruby nodded. I know a little. But not much. Lu Ying was about to ask something else. Suddenly, a chill flashed through his mind as he stared at Hong'er. The words 9 bases. How did you know about the 9 bases? Ruby did not hide anything and answered everything he asked. It's a legend of our civilization. You didn't learn about it here? How? Can you know about it here? Ruby was puzzled. Lu Ying stared at Ruby. No, this was definitely not right. This civilization knew about the 9 bases. It had come from Ancestor Shan. Lu Ying had gone to the 7 treasures Heavenly Toad and learned about the 9 bases through Ancestor Shan. He had learned about the peak of the human race, and soon after, Azure Lotus Protector and the others had learned about it as well. It should have gradually spread through this civilization, but not much. When Ruby mentioned the 9 bases, Lu Ying subconsciously thought that she had learned about it after him, but she had only said a few words from their civilization. This was not right. This proved that Ruby had known about the 9 bases before him. At that time, no one had known about it. Even the jade stone that Azure Lotus Protector had shown him had blurred out the number 9 and could not be seen clearly. There was only one base. This proved that no one before him had known about the 9 bases. But Hong'er knew. Hong'er had been brought here by Lord Blue Lotus. If she knew, how could Lord Blue Lotus not know? Did Lord Blue Lotus not know anything about Hong'er's civilization? A person who cultivated karma, even if the direction of development was different from his. He focused on killing, but because he comprehended karma, he could more or less find out some things. Why hadn't he heard of 9th base? Had he really never heard of it, or had he heard of it and decided not to mention it? Lu Ying stared at Hong'er. Does Azure Lotus know about the 9 bases? Have you ever mentioned the 9 bases to Minister Qinglian? Lu Ying heaved a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. If Lord Green Lotus knew about Jiulei but deliberately concealed it, then that was not right. Even though it was meaningless to hide the fact that he had once given up on the Red Coat civilization, just like how he had stopped Hong'er from talking to him. But there could be other reasons. Everyone had their secrets. Ruby. Ruby. Not only did he want to find out Azure Lotus Protector's secret, but this secret involved the entire human civilization. He did not know what to think. His mind was in a mess. Recent events had challenged his understanding. Azure Lotus Protector had always protected human civilization, but he had given up the entire universe of the Red Coats, leaving the countless people in that universe to fend for themselves. To him, he did not care about right or wrong. His past grievances were beyond Ruby's knowledge. If he still hid the fact that he knew about the 9 Bases civilization, then it was normal for a person to have secrets, but it would be abnormal if they had too many secrets. Did Azure Lotus Protector know about the 9 Bases civilization before he went to the 7 Treasures Heavenly Toad? Ruby. Ruby. She had never mentioned the 9 Bases civilization to Azure Lotus Protector, just like how she had completely concealed the fact that she came from the Red Coats. The other 7 fairies did not think that she was human. If this did not involve his state of mind, he would still hide it. Ruby did not understand why Ruby was so obsessed with the 9 Bases civilization. It was just a legend, and even in legends, it was very vague. Luin left the mangrove forest and arrived at the edge of the Sea of Yi. He gazed at the boundless Sea of Yi, unable to let go of his worries. Azure Lotus Protector had always protected humans and helped him. In his heart, Azure Lotus Protector was a kind elder. He hoped that this elder would always be the same and would never change. He hoped that Azure Lotus Protector did not know about the 9 Bases civilization before him and did not deliberately hide it. Even if he did hide it, it would be to hide the fact that he had given up the Red Coats. Ruby. Hope. Hope. When there was too much hope, was it still hope? Instead of thinking about it, he might as well ask Azure Lotus Protector directly. However, Azure Lotus Protector was in seclusion. Luin thought about it and released his karma heavenly Tao, which gradually spread toward GC. What are you doing, Mr. Liu? Luin answered, I had an epiphany while observing the karmic sea. Ruby. You are indeed Mr. Liu. Please help yourself. Then, he retreated far away. The karma celestial phenomenon covered the entire universe, and the Ruby. 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 It was not strange for Ruby to have an epiphany. Even though this was the Yi Sea and there was the power of the Azure Lotus, Mingzhou believed that his master would not object to Luin cultivating here. He remembered that his master had said that Ruby was a variable in the current human civilization. He was also a leader. Every improvement he made meant the improvement of human civilization. Epiphany often meant a breakthrough. He also hoped that Ruby would break through. If Ruby was already so strong, how strong would he be if he could break through to the eternal realm with karma? Ruby could not imagine it. Ruby. Ruby. Of course, Ruby was not having an epiphany. He wanted to use his karma to search the Ruby. He wanted to comfort himself and turn his hope into reality. Karma spiraled back and forth. It did not touch the sea of karma itself. It was the power of the Azure Lotus defense, but it touched everything above the sea of karma that was not karma. It even touched the lotus pond that he had fallen into. If someone who could see karma was here, they would be shocked. Karma spirals flew everywhere in the Ruby. The karma celestial Tao covered everything. For 3 days, the karma spirals pierced through countless things. They did not even let go of stones. Some stones were touched more than once. Ruby gradually calmed down. He knew that his actions were meaningless. If the Ruby of Azure Lotus Protector was deliberately hiding something, there would not be any flaws. But he still did it. He turned his hope into reality and suppressed his doubts and uneasiness. This was his goal. Suddenly, Ruby's gaze trembled. He stared blankly at a corner. It was the location of the Ruby. When he had comprehended the Ruby murals, he had comprehended the Karma City wall. He had even broken a piece of the murals. At this moment, Ruby stared at the murals. The murals were carved on a stone. There was a mark on the back of the stone. It was very faint and almost unnoticeable. Ruby. 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 The shape was a gourd. A wine gourd. It was exactly the same as Jiu Wen's. This alone did not mean anything. The ninth spirit of the spiritualized universe and Xianxia of the nine heavens universe both used wine gourds to drink. Wine gourds were very common. However, what really caught Ruby's attention was the mark on the back of the stone. He had seen that mark before. It was the mark of the Heartless sect. Every sect, family, and power had its own unique symbol that represented that power. The Heartless sect was no exception. The mark on the stone was the mark of the Heartless sect. This wine gourd belonged to Jiao Wen and could not belong to anyone else. 3 days had passed, and Ruby had not noticed it at first. However, the karma spiral had flown around randomly, and he had finally touched the back of the murals just as he was about to leave. He had touched the mark of the wine gourd. The Heartless sect's Jiao Wen had been here before. Ruby retracted his gaze and did not alert the Jade of Azure Lotus Protector. He acted as if nothing had happened and left. He wanted to go to the Red Shirt Civilization and find out what was going on. Jiao Wen had been to the Ruby of Azure Lotus Protector's conversation with the Red Shirt Civilization. Why had he not mentioned it? Why had he hidden the ninth base? What was the Red Shirt Civilization that the Jade of Azure Lotus Protector had given up on? It was definitely not the Red Shirt Civilization that Ruby had been to before. That civilization was not necessarily weaker than the current human civilization. Why had the Jade of Azure Lotus Protector given it up? Since the Jade of Azure Lotus Protector had hidden this matter, it was impossible for him to know about it here. Ruby believed that the Blood Tower Protector and the Startled Gate Protector did not know about it, so he could only search for answers in the Red Shirt Civilization. Based on the Jade of Azure Lotus Protector's actions, Ruby of Azure Lotus Protector should trust him unconditionally, just like how the Jade of Azure Lotus Protector sometimes trusted him unconditionally. However, when he thought about Heartless Valley and the red coats beneath the stars and the few Eternal Realm cultivators, Luin felt disgusted. Then, he thought about how Qing Lian Shangyu had given up on Hong Er's universe and left the humans in that universe to fend for themselves. He felt that this was in line with the Heartless Path. Was this in line with the Heartless Path? If so, what should he do? He did not wish for the elders that he respected to become parallel. Based on his interactions with the Jade of Azure Lotus Protector, it was unlikely that someone like He Xiao would be like that. Wait a minute. Ruby's expression changed. If the Jade of Azure Lotus Protector had communicated with the Red Shirt Civilization, then Jiao Wen really did not know that he could teleport? Judging from Jiao Wen's posture, it seemed that he really did not know. Ruby took a deep breath. No matter what, the fact that he had been able to escape from the Red Shirt Civilization meant that even if Jiao Wen knew about it, he would not make things difficult for him. In that case, he could investigate. Perhaps Jiao Wen's arrival was just an accident. No matter what, the Red Shirt Civilization was still a human civilization, and they would not make an enemy out of them. Otherwise, the Red Shirt Civilization would have killed their way over after so many years. Even if the Jade of Azure Lotus Protector had hidden this matter, he had his own reasons. No one had said that he had to reveal his secrets. However, whether or not the Jade of Azure Lotus Protector revealed it would not affect Ruby's investigation. Ruby found the Blood Tower Protector and asked him to find a group of people who were good at swindling and had rich emotions. He wanted to bring them to the Red Shirt Civilization and see what the results would be. This experiment would directly affect how the three universes interacted with the Red Shirt Civilization in the future. End of Chapter 1. Of course, this was only on the surface. What Luin really wanted to do now was to investigate the relationship between Jiao Wen and the Azure Lotus Emperor. He wanted to do something under the premise that Jiao Wen thought he was completely unaware. Next, he would head to the Red Coat Civilization. Before he left, he made a special trip to the Tianyuan cosmos. He found Mr. Mu and told him about his discovery. In the current human civilization, he trusted Mr. Mu the most. Mr. Mu was his master. Without Mr. Mu, there would be no him. Mr. Mu did not expect such a thing to happen. He looked in the direction of the Nine Clouds universe and said, "Don't tell anyone about this, including Jiang Feng. It's not that I don't trust him. His experience has made him think differently from us. It's similar to you. Once I tell him, I'm afraid it will affect his attitude towards the Azure Lotus ruler." Luin replied, "I understand. Uncle Jiang will overthink things just like me. Mr. Mu said, "It's not a bad thing to think too much." "If you didn't think too much, how would you have discovered this?" Lu Yin's heart was heavy. "Master, what should I do?" Mr. Mu looked at Lu Yin. The Azure Lotus Shield held a very high position in Lu Yin's heart, and he respected the Azure Lotus Shield, as well as the Blood Tower and the Gate of Wonder. He respected them all. He had to admit that. The few eternal realms from the Nine Firmaments universe treated Lu Yin very well. Therefore, he discovered this situation now. Lu Yin was at a loss. He had thought that he could handle this matter rationally and investigate the red specters under the stars. Then, he would look for the Azure Lotus Emperor. No matter what reason the Green Lotus Emperor had for hiding it, everything had to be explained clearly. At the very least, this was a matter between human civilizations. At the very least, there were no enemies. Furthermore, even if the Azure Lotus ruler had a secret, why did he have to tell him? There was nothing wrong with the Azure Lotus ruler. This was the logic, but it involved another human civilization and also involved the Heartless Path. He wanted an answer and did not want the Azure Lotus Emperor to walk in the direction of the Heartless Path. Lu Yin was very clear that he had overthought this matter. The massacre in Emotionless Valley had caused him to reject the Red Shirt civilization beneath the astral plane, and he had even discovered that the Jade Lotus Emperor had concealed his contact with Jiao Wen. This made him want to find out the answer, and he did not wish for the Jade Lotus Emperor to have anything to do with the Heartless Path. Mr. Mu patted Lu Yin's shoulder. "Little Seven, do you believe that people can change?" Lu Yin fell silent. "If one day you discover that I have betrayed humanity, what will you do?" Lu Yin's body trembled as he looked at Mr. Mu in shock. Mr. Mu looked at Lu Yin as well, and when their gazes met, Mr. Mu saw the confusion and even fear in Lu Yin's eyes. He sighed deeply. "Is it hard to decide?" Lu Yin remained silent. He didn't say anything. Mr. Mu said, "There's no sense of accomplishment in being your master. You're too talented and you're blessed with many opportunities. Every time I see you, I get a different feeling. Sometimes, I wonder if you'll surpass me the next time I see you." The first time this idea appeared was in the Tian Yuan universe. Back then, you did not know the square-inch distance. Mr. Mu laughed. "It's funny, isn't it? Now you know how big the gap was between you and me back then?" Lu Yin looked at Mr. Mu. Was there a difference? It was bigger than the sky. During the battle in Immemorial City, he thought that he was very strong. However, when facing Yu Sang Tian, he didn't even have the strength to fight back. If it weren't for the tricks left behind by fate, they would have been finished. At his peak, Mr. Mu was a scoundrel who could unite with the will of the universe and injure an eternal life realm expert. For Mr. Mu to have such thoughts, Lu Yin could imagine how high Mr. Mu's expectations of him had been. "Having a disciple like you is both a blessing and a misfortune. I don't have much to teach you on the path of cultivation. Fortunately, I'm much older than you, so I can teach you a principle." Mr. Mu's expression was solemn as he looked at Lu Yin. "If there comes a day when I betray humanity, you should not hesitate. Kill." Lu Yin's pupils shrank as he stared at Mr. Mu. Mr. Mu was very serious, so serious that it was terrifying. "Because the one who betrayed humanity is no longer your master. From the moment he decided to betray humanity, he became another person. Your master will never betray humanity. Remember this, and always remember that your master will never betray humanity. Therefore, the one who betrayed humanity is not your master. Kill. Do not hesitate, do not be lost, and do not be afraid. This traitor killed your master. He destroyed your master's personality and trampled on your master's dignity. This person is an enemy. Kill him and avenge your master." Lu Yin stared at Mr. Mu in a daze. Mr. Mu raised his hand and patted Lu Yin's head. "I am like this, and so are others. The one who helped you is one person, and the one who harmed you is another. The physical body did not change, but the personality changed. This person killed someone you respected, so you must avenge him. The person you killed is not the person you respected, but the enemy." Lu Yin's voice was dry. "Yes, like this?" Mr. Mu retracted his hand and sighed. "It's very difficult, isn't it?" Lu Yin nodded subconsciously. If Mr. Mu betrayed humanity, would he really kill him without hesitation? If Qing Lianyu concealed his contact with Jiao Wen and did something that was detrimental to the three human civilizations, would he really kill him without hesitation? Mr. Mu sighed. Your cultivation has improved so quickly that you can't look at everything in the world numbly. Some people are ruthless because of the baptism of time. What these people do may be wrong, but to them, it is not wrong. You are used to seeing life and death. What you don't want to lose is precisely what you will lose in the end. Lu Ying clenched his fists. No one can accompany you for eternity. Perhaps the appearance of the heartless path is a good thing for you. Mr. Mu looked at Lu Ying and said, go and get in touch with the heartless path. Perhaps it will help you. There is a reason for the appearance of any path of cultivation. Lu Ying was biased against the heartless path from the beginning and had never thought of cultivating it. However, Mr. Mu could see clearly that the heartless path might help Lu Ying make up for his lack of mental state. He had too little experience. Although numbness was not a good word, it was good medicine for some people. There were black and white walls to the mental state, but the black side was not as tall as the white side in Lu Yin's heart. Don't think too much. Qing Lianyu concealed his contact with the red coats under the stars because he did not want to come into contact with the heartless path. Mr. Mu comforted him. Lu Ying nodded. This was also why he was relieved. Perhaps this was the reason. Not long after, Lu Ying left the three universes and arrived at the Red Coat civilization under the stars. He teleported into the Kanglin Valley. He did not leave for long. At this moment, Chu Songyun was looking for Ba Yu in the Heartless sect. Although he was not from the Heartless sect, he could go anywhere with his status as a sixth Red Coat. Aside from a few Eternal Realm cultivators, no one was his match. However, he was also very self-aware. After entering the Heartless sect, he first visited Jiao Wen and obtained Jiao Wen's approval before looking for Ba Yu. Ba Yu was in seclusion, and when she heard that Lu Ying had given Chu Songyun a test, she immediately went into seclusion. After Lu Ying returned to the Kanglin Valley, he scanned the sourcebox array and saw that there were no changes. He then looked at the Heartless sect and decided to wait for a while before heading over. A month later, news that Chu Songyun was looking for Ba Yu spread. The outside world knew that he was looking for Ba Yu, but they did not know why. Some people even said that Chu Songyun liked Ba Yu, and this rumor spread even further. It even reached He Zhao's ears. He Zhao's heartless path allowed him to truly love every woman, and Ba Yu was the same. The more he loved her, the more pain he felt, and the closer he was to being heartless. Even though He Zhao had achieved immortality, Ba Yu had never left his heart. Ba Yu was the last woman he had ever loved. When he heard that Chu Songyun was looking for Ba Yu, he could not sit still and headed to the Heartless sect to stop Chu Songyun. You're looking for Ba Yu? He Zhao looked at Chu Songyun. Chu Songyun's extraordinary aura caused others to have a good impression of him, but this good impression was disgusting to those who knew about it. Chu Songyun and He Zhao's auras were similar, but one was clearly emotionless, yet he wanted to be affectionate, while the other was affectionate yet heartless. These two people with similar auras were completely opposite. Facing He Zhao, Chu Songyun was not afraid. He could directly say that Ba Yu was not worthy of being his master, and He Zhao was the same in his eyes. Yes. Why? It has nothing to do with you. Ba Yu's matter is related to me. He Zhao was not angry, and he smiled as he stared at Chu Songyun. Chu Songyun was calm. You are not worthy. He Zhao's gaze turned cold. What did you say? You are not worthy, Chu Songyun said calmly. Ba Yu was not worthy of being his master, and He Zhao was not worthy of mentioning Ba Yu. That was what Chu Songyun thought. He Zhao took a step forward. His body moved, and his mind moved. His life force was released, and it pressed down on Chu Songyun. He was a 70% red robe, and no matter how special Chu Songyun was in his civilization, he deserved to die for disrespecting immortality. Chu Songyun was not afraid. He had long wanted to experience a 70% red robe eternal life realm. Life force and eternal matter were absolute powers that eternal life realm experts could use to suppress non-eternal life realm experts. Unless one reached the level of a scoundrel, it would be difficult to resist. However, those below the eternal life realm who reached the limit could comprehend life force and use eternal matter. This was the origin of the word limit, and it was the first step to becoming a scoundrel. When He Zhao's life force came, Chu Songyun's gaze was calm. Around him, withered leaves surrounded him, moving without wind. The life force swept past like a gust of wind, but it could not move the withered leaves. He Xiao was shocked, but he was not surprised. I have long heard of the 10,000 pine withered leaf realm, but it is not enough. After he finished speaking, the life force that was blocked by the withered leaves suddenly gathered, forming a white sword in He Zhao's palm. He slashed with the sword, and it was the great heavenly cycle sword intent. Chu Songyun retreated and waved his hand. Withered leaves blocked in front of him, and life force surged out from his body, connecting with the dancing withered leaves, forming a forest of withered leaves. The forest of withered leaves took root in the void, facing the great heavenly cycle sword intent head-on. In the Heartless sect, many cultivators were watching. Looking at the red robes under the stars, only Chu Songyun and Xia Man were qualified to challenge an eternal life realm expert. However, a challenge was a challenge, and it was almost impossible to win. He Zhao's sword intent slashed down, constantly shattering the forest of withered leaves, forcing Chu Songyun to retreat step by step. After all, Chu Songyun was not an eternal life realm expert. It was quite difficult for him to comprehend life force from the concept of withered leaves. The forest of withered leaves had long been integrated with eternal matter, but it still could not block He Zhao's sword intent. He Xiao raised his hand, and the sword intent rushed towards Chu Songyun, as if he wanted to kill him with one slash. Chu Songyun raised his left arm, and the red umbrella appeared in his hand. His right hand grabbed the umbrella handle, and with a clang, he pulled out his sword and slashed horizontally. End of chapter. The great heavenly cycle sword intent clashed with the red sword. Chu Songyun was pushed back. The red sword vibrated and made a soft sound. There were even cracks on it. He Xiao smiled and walked casually. However, every step he took was in accordance with the sword intent around him. With every step, the sword intent increased. Do you really think you can fight eternal life? They have praised you too much, but they don't know that people like you will fall harder the higher you are praised. You look down on the heartless path. Die under the heartless path. After that, the sword swept across and the sword shadows merged. It was the step he took just now. Elder Qiu was also in the Heartless sect. He was originally from the Heartless sect. Seeing He Zhao's sword, he was shocked. The heavenly cycle sword intent and the vitality formed the great heavenly cycle sword intent of He Xiao. This is an eternal life realm technique. No one below eternal life can resist it. Chu Songyun held the sword hilt tightly. He exhaled and opened the red umbrella. Limitless umbrella prison. The dead leaves danced. It sealed the surroundings and trapped He Xiao. Then, layers of dead leaves enveloped him. It was constantly sealed. He Xiao did not care. He looked at Chu Songyun who was outside the dead leaves. You don't want to practice the heartless path. But you used the inheritance of the underworld red shirt. Is this your dignity? Chu Songyun did not care. The limitless umbrella prison was ineffective against the underworld red shirt. However, there was no other way. Compared to the eternal life realm, he was indeed much weaker. The remaining underworld red shirt could not even withstand He Zhao's sword. No, they could not even withstand the pressure of the vitality. Soon, the 6 layers of limitless umbrella prison enveloped him. Chu Songyun's eyes were cold. He raised the red sword in his right hand and closed his eyes. Victory or defeat would be decided by the next sword. He Xiao raised his eyebrows. The great heavenly cycle sword intent slashed. The limitless umbrella prison was shaken. It kept shaking. Elder Qiu and the rest retreated again. If he was facing the eternal life realm of other civilizations, the 6 layers of limitless umbrella prison would definitely give him a headache. However, the heartless path in the limitless umbrella prison was useless against He Xiao. This move could at most trap He Xiao for a while. What did Chu Songyun want to do? Where did his confidence in challenging He Xiao come from? In the Heartless sect, Jiu drank a mouthful of wine. His gaze fell on Chu Songyun. Interesting. He Xiao. He Xiao was He Xiao. But even if you don't stay, where can you go? Even if the entire red robes under the stars gave up on the heartless Tao, Chu Songyun, would not be able to escape. Back in the Azure Wave Valley, Luyin was watching this battle with interest. Chu Songyun was much more powerful than Xiaman, and he was also hiding some of his strength. If He Xiao had been slightly weaker and was comparable to the humanoid Green Immortal or the droplet Green Immortal, then Chu Songyun might not have lost. Of course, it was impossible for him to win. He had not reached the level of a scoundrel. However, if he didn't lose, he was almost at the level of a scoundrel. He Xiao didn't know what Chu Songyun wanted to do. Seeing the red sword in Chu Songyun's hand becoming more and more oppressive, he didn't want to wait any longer. He didn't want to become Chu Songyun's stepping stone. He Xiao couldn't afford to lose face like that. With that thought in mind, Xianxia's life force surged. Taking a step forward, the great Zhou sword will fuse together and slashed out. Bang! With a loud sound, the 6 layers of the limitless umbrella prison were directly broken. Chu Songyun's red umbrella cracked inch by inch, but it did not shatter like Xiaman. He Xiao loosened his grip on the sword hilt and pushed it with his palm. The sword shot towards Chu Songyun's face. If Chu Songyun did not dodge, this sword would pierce through his head. At this moment, Chu Songyun opened his eyes. Under everyone's shocked gaze, another umbrella bone lit up. 70% red coat. That was 70% red coat. Elder Chiu was shocked. 70% red coat. The rest of the people who saw it were stunned. 70% red coat? Without reaching eternal life, but with 70% red coat. The legend was true. There was really someone who could comprehend 70% red coat without reaching eternal life. When He Xiao saw it, his eyes narrowed. What followed was a monstrous killing intent. No matter how highly Chu Songyun was valued by Jiao Wen and the rest, it was fine if he killed him. Could it be that they would blame him for killing a 60% red coat? The value of eternal life was incomparable. However, 70% red coat under eternal life was different. It was another concept, a concept that only existed in legends. Only when one reached 70% red coat under eternal life could one achieve 120% merciless Tao. 120% merciless Tao was theoretically the strongest red coat under the stars. It was invincible. Now that Chu Songyun had reached 70% red coat, it meant that he could achieve 120% merciless Tao in the future. This was not something He Xiao could accept. Facing He Xiao's sword, Chu Songyun's red sword hummed. An indescribable tragedy spread. The red sword pierced into the umbrella bone, heartless sorrow as a sword. This was a kind of realm. The realm of red sword and merciless Tao could only be comprehended by eternal life realm. This was also Chu Songyun's killer move. With 70% red coat's merciless Tao, he slashed out. Bang! The swords clashed. The crack in the void spread across the entire merciless Tao. He Xiao's sword was blocked. This was a sword that merged with his great heavenly cycle sword intent. It seemed light, but the sword intent was extremely heavy. Chu Songyun used a sword that could only be comprehended by eternal life realm merciless Tao. This sword was also the meaning of the red sword piercing into the umbrella bone. He Xiao was clearly an eternal life realm red coat under the stars. However, at this moment, everyone had an illusion that Chu Songyun was the real red coat under the stars. A shattering sound was heard. He Xiao's sword was shattered. Chu Songyun took 3 steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and the 7 umbrella bones dimmed. He tried his best, but he could only block He Xiao's sword. He Xiao did not expect his sword to be blocked. This sword could be regarded as his killer move. It was enough to make other eternal life realm experts pay attention to it. Although it was not the strongest, only those of the same level could block it. Chu Songyun blocked this sword, which meant that he had broken through the limit of eternal life realm. He had truly stepped into the level where he could fight against eternal life realm experts. He could be considered a scoundrel. This sword made Chu Songyun a god, but made He Xiao a laughingstock. He would never allow such a thing to happen. He Xiao, who boasted of his unparalleled temperament, revealed a shocking killing intent at this moment. Chu Songyun clenched his sword hilt and stared at He Xiao. He had no intention of retreating. He Xiao was about to attack when a cough sounded. he paused and looked to the side. Over there, Jiawen slowly walked out. Chu Songyun also saw Jiawen walking out. He slowly loosened his grip on his sword hilt. Jiawen drank a mouthful of wine and suppressed his cough. He looked at the two. Have you fought enough? This is Heartless Sect, not the wilderness. He Xiao was about to speak, but Chu Songyun spoke first. Enough. He Xiao stared at Chu Songyun, disrespecting eternal life. You deserve to die. Chu Songyun sheathed his red sword and kept the red umbrella. He did not seem to care at all. Jiawen burped. He Xiao, what are you doing here? He Xiao looked at Jiawen and asked, Senior, are you trying to protect Chu Songyun? This person is not from Heartless Sect and does not respect the Heartless Path. He wants to leave the red coat under the stars. Such a person deserves to die. Jiawen laughed. His mouth is stubborn, but his body is honest. Look, this Chu Songyun has reached 70% red coat. Do you still think he does not respect the Heartless Path? He Xiao wanted to refute, but he could not. A person who could reach 70% red coat under the non-eternal life realm, how could he not want to cultivate the Heartless Path? No one would believe it even if he said it. Although Chu Songyun did say that he wanted to leave the red coat under the stars. But so what? When he revealed his power as a 70% red specter, he was destined to be special in this red specter civilization. Although He Xiao was unwilling, he knew that it was impossible to kill Chu Songyun in front of Jiawen. I'm here to look for Ba Yu. Jiawen looked at He Xiao. Ba Yu does not want to see you. He Xiao's eyes flashed, and he said calmly, Senior, please allow me to talk to Ba Yu. Jiawen shook his head. I did not stop you, but if Ba Yu does not want to see you, you cannot force her. He Xiao bowed slowly to show his agreement, then looked in a direction. Ba Yu, come out and meet me. No one responded. Chu Songyun faced Jiawen and bowed. I'm here to look for Ba Yu. He Xiao's gaze was sharp as he stared at Chu Songyun. Jiawen was speechless. Did Luyin ask you to seek forgiveness from Ba Yu? Yes. He Xiao frowned. Luyin? Then you should go back. Ba Yu does not want to see you. Why? Your words are too harsh. I only know how to speak the truth. Jiawen. He Xiao stared at Chu Songyun. Stay away from Ba Yu. Otherwise, you will not be so lucky next time. Chu Songyun faced He Xiao. You are not worthy. Murderous intent surged in He Xiao's eyes, and he turned to leave. At this moment, a figure appeared and entered the Heartless Sect. Seeing this person, He Xiao's eyes flashed. Mr. Liu. Jiawen, Chu Songyun, Elder Qiu, and the others all looked over. Lu Yin's name had already spread throughout the red coats under the stars, but not many had seen him before. There had only been 2 battles in the Valley of Storms. In the first battle, he had destroyed 6/3 red coats with one finger and forced them to retreat. In the second battle, he had grabbed the Limitless Umbrella Prison with one hand and destroyed Xiaman's Limitless Umbrella Prison. Although his opponents were 6/3 red coats, he had done it too easily, so easily that it did not seem real. Especially when he had destroyed Xiaman's Limitless Umbrella Prison with one hand, it was hard to imagine. They did not know how strong Luyin was, but they had already pictured him in their minds. However, they were still surprised when they saw him in person. They did not expect Luyin to be so young and so thin and weak. He was completely different from the burly man they had imagined. It was also Chu Songyun's first time seeing Luyin. His attitude was very respectful, not because of Lu Yin's strength, but because Luyin could lead him to another path of cultivation civilization. Luyin came and looked at He Xiao, but he ignored him. Then, he looked at Jiawen and smiled. It's so lively. Jiawen smiled. It's very lively. He Xiao looked at Lu Yin's back. He did not have the temperament he had when they first met. His gaze was cold. Luyin looked at Chu Songyun. Ba Yu is unwilling to forgive you? Chu Songyun was helpless. I can't see her. This shows that you are not sincere enough. May I ask, Mr. Liu, how can I show more sincerity? Chu Songyun asked. He was really asking for advice. In the red coats under the stars, the word sincerity was far from the cultivation world. How could there be sincerity in the path of ruthlessness? Luyin glanced at He Xiao. Help Ba Yu beat up whoever she hates the most. Sincerity is enough. He Xiao looked at Luyin coldly. is Mr. Lu talking about me? Lu Yin and He Xiao looked at each other and did not answer. On the other side, Chu Songyun said, I am not his opponent now. End of chapter. Lu Yin put his hands behind his back. Then I'll wait until you completely suppress him. Won't I have to wait for a long time? There is no time in cultivation. You can wait, and I can wait too. Okay. I won't let you wait too long. Cold murderous intent flashed in Yi Zhao's eyes. These two people were talking about him, and he was still here. Mr. Lu, you let Chu Songyun deal with me. Why don't you try it yourself? Jiao Wen glanced at He Xiao. He was very sure that Ba Yu was not Lu Yin's opponent, so He Xiao was not much better. However, he could see Mr. Lu's strength. The others were also curious. Lu Yin was not in the eternal realm. However, they felt that he was stronger than Chu Songyun. At least Chu Songyun could not defeat Xiaman easily. Even if he had comprehended 7 points of red, he could only be stronger than Xiaman. However, it was impossible for him to break the Sunluo umbrella prison like Lu Yin. Lu Yin was given 7 points of red as soon as he arrived. They wanted to know how Lu Yin compared to a real Eternal Realm expert. Chu Songyun was also looking forward to it. Lu Yin smiled at He Xiao. You are not worthy. He Xiao was furious. Chu Songyun was stunned. He finally understood why others were so angry when he said these 3 words. It was really disgusting. Jiao Wen was also speechless. You are courting death. He Xiao was about to attack. Lu Yin looked at Jiao Wen and asked, Senior, control your people. Don't look for trouble. Jiao Wen drank a mouthful of wine. Who looked for trouble? He finally found out. This little guy was a little troublesome. Okay, He Xiao, you can go back. He Xiao stared at Lu Yin. Sect Master. This person humiliated me. He humiliated the red coat under the stars. Sect Master, please allow me to fight this person. Jiao Wen shook his head. Go back. He Xiao stared at Jiao Wen and asked, I want to fight with this person. Jiao Wen shouted, Go back. These 2 words were like a monster spell. He Xiao was shocked and took 5 steps back. He had no choice but to leave. Before he left, he stared at Lu Yin coldly. He would definitely make this person pay the price. Lu Yin praised, Senior Jiao Wen is still the most majestic. 2 words scared an Eternal Realm expert away. The others weren't affected, and they didn't feel the pressure of the wine, but Lu Yin did. That was because those 2 words also rang in his ears, but he didn't take even half a step back. Jiao Wen wanted to intimidate He Xiao, but he also wanted to warn Lu Yin at the same time. However, Lu Yin's strength had exceeded his expectations, and he was definitely stronger than He Xiao. He looked at Lu Yin deeply. Mr. Lu is still not used to the environment of a red specter under the stars. There are some things that you shouldn't do. Lu Yin shrugged. That's what I do in my own civilization. There aren't that many rules. This is a red specter under the stars. Could it be that the red coat under the stars does not wish to interact with the civilization that I am from? Jiao Wen looked at Lu Yin. Are you willing to take us there? Lu Yin rubbed his head. I don't think I have a choice. But as a fellow human civilization, you should understand that you have to be wary of others. My civilization is the complete opposite of the red coat civilization below the stars. Killing, but our civilization is very peaceful. There is a lot of love. If the 2 civilizations meet, with the power of the red specters under the stars, we will be the ones at a disadvantage. The wine asked, Then what do you want? As he spoke, he glanced at Chu Songyun. Leave. Ba Yu is in seclusion and will not see you for the time being. Chu Songyun glanced at Lu Yin and left silently. Don't leave the Heartless sect for the time being. He Xiao will not let you go, Jiao Wen reminded him. Although Chu Songyun did not know how to speak and was emotionless, he was not stupid. He stayed in the Heartless sect with peace of mind. The surrounding people had already dispersed. Only Jiao Wen and Lu Yin were left in the square. One must look at the long term. Mr. Lu, no matter how much you delay, you cannot make us ignore the other civilization. You should understand this. Lu Yin nodded. I understand. That's why I came to find you after half a year in the Valley of Storms. Jiawen asked, state your conditions. There are no conditions. Jiawen was surprised. No conditions? Luyin smiled. If there are conditions, wouldn't it be the same as betraying your own civilization? Jiawen shook his head. We are both from the human civilization. There is no such thing as betrayal. Luyin looked at Jiawen and stared at his gaze. This old man was really good at hiding. He could not see through the 9 heavens. Universe at all. If he had not coincidentally seen the gourd mark, he would not have been able to see through this. I would like to give it a try. He looked at the countless people walking on the ground outside the Heartless sect. They all wanted to join the Heartless sect, but they could not see it even though it was right in front of them. A try? Senior, please select a group of ignorant children and send them to the Valley of Storms. I will personally teach them. After 20 years, they will enter this civilization and see what happens to this group of people. Oh? If this group of people is affected by the Heartless path, won't you be even more unwilling to bring us into contact with your civilization? Exactly the opposite. Luyin's expression was serious. If this group of people that I personally teach is still affected by the Heartless path, I will immediately bring the red coats under the stars to our civilization. Because I know very well that it is only a matter of time before the two civilizations come into contact with each other. If we cannot prevent them from being affected by the Heartless path, it is better to come into contact with each other earlier and let our civilization cultivate the Heartless path to increase their strength. Think about it. What if our civilization can have a few more Eternal Realm cultivators? Then, won't our civilization become a fishing civilization? Jiawen grunted. It's good that you can think it through. But what if they are not affected? Luyin said, then it proves that the Heartless path is not as powerful as I thought. This civilization's cultivation path will not bring much progress to our civilization. However, because of the Heartless path's influence, our civilization will become unstable internally. This is not something that I want to see. So, Senior, do you understand what I mean? Jiawen sighed. Either it will definitely affect you and transform you together, or it will definitely not affect you and develop separately. Is that what you mean? Luyin looked at Jiawen and asked, Senior, do you agree? Jiawen laughed. Alright, I'll let you see how great the influence of the Heartless path is. I look forward to having a few more Eternal Realm cultivators in your civilization. Luyin said, alright. In that case, please promise the red coats under the stars that they will not attack the people of the Valley of Storms. Otherwise, if they attack directly, I will lose my people. Jiawen said, I can only guarantee that the people of the Heartless sect will not attack. There are countless people in the Red Coats civilization under the stars. Even the heroic ancestor cannot guarantee this. Luyin's goal was to let a group of people from the 3 universes enter the Red Coats under the stars to see if they would be affected. Now that he had achieved his goal, it was fine. If that group of people was not affected, bringing the red coats under the stars into contact with the 3 universes would be fine. If they were affected, they would not be able to come into contact with them. As for the outcome of this bet, it did not depend on promises, but on absolute strength. The red coats under the stars were very strong, but they were not weak either. Luyin's teleportation was enough to ensure that the red coats under the stars would not be able to track the 3 universes. Of course, this was only his initial plan. Now that he knew that Chancellor Azure Lotus had interacted with Jiawen, things were different. He still did what he had to do under the premise that he did not know about this so that no one would be able to tell. At the same time, it was more important to find out the relationship between Chancellor Azure Lotus and Jiawen. Why did Chancellor Azure Lotus not mention the existence of the red coats under the stars? Why did Jiawen not say anything? Why did the red coats under the stars not come into contact with the 3 universes after so many years? He wanted to know all these. A total of 10,000 people were selected to enter the Valley of Storms. They were all orphans and were still infants. They did not have any memories. When this group of people was sent to the Valley of Storms, the people from the Heartless sect received an order not to attack anyone in the Valley of Storms. This order confused the outside world because Luyin was the only one in the Valley of Storms. They did not know that 10,000 people had been sent in. It was not until 20 years later, when a group of people walked out of the Valley of Storms, that they finally understood. In 20 years, this group of people had grown up. 20 years ago, Luin sent this group of children to the three universes. At the same time, he selected a group of children of the same age from the three universes and began to nurture them. At first, he had planned to find a group of people who were good at swindling others and send them to the red coats under the stars. However, he realized that this was not right. This would be easily seen through. Of course, the excuse that Mount Supreme could accommodate some people was an excuse, but it would still take some effort. Thus, he had the three universes prepare a group of children of the same age to nurture. He had those who were rich in emotions and good at bewitching others to nurture them. He wanted this group of children to have a strong will and be able to influence others in turn. This group of children would also be taught cultivation, and they would be taught very carefully. After all, according to the red coats under the stars, Luin had personally taught them, so they could not be bad. After 20 years, this group of children was brought to the red coats under the stars and then released from the Valley of Storms. These children did not know anything about the three universes. From the beginning, they had been taught that they were in the Valley of Storms, so they were not afraid of being seen through. The people who taught them one-on-one would all disguise themselves as Luin, and they would only know one Luin in their lives. They were all very smart and good at bewitching others. Luin did not believe that these people who had been trained by the three universes would be influenced by the red coats under the stars to cultivate the path of heartlessness. There were always people watching outside the Valley of Storms, but they were not spying on him. They knew Lu Yin's strength, so it was impossible for them to spy on him. They just wanted to keep an eye on him, and some even wanted to be his disciple. Look, so many people are coming out. The others looked over and saw a group of people walk out from the Valley of Storms. They were all young men and women. Some walked in twos and threes while laughing and talking, while others walked alone. There were at least 10,000 of them. The cultivators around the Valley of Storms were stunned. Why had so many people suddenly appeared? They hurriedly stopped one of them. "Brother, are you Mr. Lu's disciples?" The man who was stopped had a wooden expression. He looked at the people in front of him, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. He whispered, "Yes." "What are you cultivating in there?" The man pursed his lips. "Well, Mr. Lu doesn't want us to talk about it." The people around him looked at each other, and some asked a few more questions, but they did not get anything out of him. In the end, these people treated him to a meal because the man said he was hungry. The same scene happened many times, and the 10,000 people all left. Luin was looking forward to what these people would bring to the red coats under the stars. End of chapter. The Heartless Path. People were heartless, and things were heartless, but being heartless was a choice of people. It was the direction of life, not the essence of life. The ultimate meaning of cultivating the ruthless path was to change the essence of life. It was just like how Luin had asked Patriarch Lu Yuan to plant the instant transmission technique. However, due to the essence of human life, the instant transmission technique had to be seen before it could be used. This was because humans were afraid of the unknown, which determined this characteristic. The direction of the heartless path was to change the essence of life, making people no longer human, or rather, no longer ordinary people. However, it was very difficult to change the essence of life. Not to mention those ordinary cultivators, even if it was an eternal life realm expert, how many people could change it? Even He Xiao and those who had done all kinds of evil things could not do it. This was not something that could be done by being heartless. In Lu Yin's opinion, even drinking wine might not be able to do it. Since it could not change the essence of life, most of the things that people were used to did not change, such as family and inheritance. What changed was the way people interacted with each other. The Lian family. The red coat under the stars was a relatively powerful family. Although they had never produced an eternal realm expert, they had never stopped producing 6/10 of a red coat. The historical records of the family began. The Lian family had produced more than 10 6/10 of a red coat. It was not that there were no more. There were no records. Some family forces had produced an eternal realm expert. They were glorious, but they would also fall quickly. Especially the red coat civilization under the stars who cultivated the heartless path. The Eternal Realm expert might not even care about his family. They were walking in the direction of changing the essence of life. It was difficult to cut off all connections. Some families had never produced an Eternal Realm expert, but they had experts for generations. Such families could also be passed down for a long time, and the Lien family was one of them. On this day, the Lien family was as usual. Although there were many family members, they rarely gathered together. Until one person arrived, the Lien family had no choice but to gather the family members to welcome him. The person who came was Elder Chiu. Lien Gui greets Elder Chiu. Greetings, Elder Chiu. The Lien family members bowed respectfully. Elder Chiu nodded and looked at Lien Gui. How are Lien Jian's injuries? Lien Gui was the head of the Lien family, and Lien Jian was the 6/10 of a red coat of the Lien family. He was also the first person to challenge the Valley of Storms. He was severely injured by Luin and did not dare to attack again. Lien Gui said respectfully, "The patriarch is still in seclusion. We don't know." As he spoke, he looked curiously at the person behind Elder Chiu. It was a young man. Could he be Elder Chiu's junior? He had never heard of Elder Chiu having a descendant. Chiu Lao had always been alone. Elder Chiu looked at the young man. He's still in seclusion. What do you think? Lien Gui's eyes twitched. You? His thoughts raced. For Elder Chiu to be so respectful to this person, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Although Elder Chiu was not as powerful as Xiaman and Chu Songyun, no one dared to look down on him because of his seniority and his relationship with the substitute sovereign of the Heartless sect, Ba Yu. He could even talk to an Eternal Life Realm expert. Who was this person? He went through all the Eternal Life Realm he knew in his mind. Although he had not seen all of them, they did not seem to be right. Wait, he suddenly thought of someone and looked over in shock. The person who followed Elder Chiu to the Lien family was Luin. This time, he was here for the history of the Lien family. He wanted to understand the Red Coat civilization under the stars. History was the best language. However, the oldest historical records were in the Heartless sect and could only be read by Elder Chiu Wen. He also wanted to investigate Elder Chiu Wen, but Elder Chiu Wen would not let him read it easily. Therefore, he stared at the ancient families in the Red Coat civilization. Although the history of these families was not that long, piecing it together could give him some understanding. In particular, the history of these families would record some unimportant and unexplainable things. These things might give him some clues. Luin looked at Lien Gui. I'm Luin. Sorry to disturb you. Lien Gui was shocked and bowed deeply. Lien Gui greets Mr. Liu. Behind him, the Lien family also bowed. Greetings, Mr. Liu. Luin was not an Eternal Life Realm expert, but in many people's hearts, he was not weaker than an Eternal Life Realm expert. This was especially so for the Lien family. They knew how serious the patriarch's injuries were. This person could injure the patriarch without even showing his face. No matter what status Luin had in the Red Coat world, at least in the Lien family, no one dared to offend him. They did not expect the Heartless sect to protect them after offending Luin. Luin said, Lien Jian's injuries are that serious? He's been in seclusion until now. I was the one who hit him too hard. Lien Gui and the others did not know what to say. They had never thought that they would encounter such a situation. What was the meaning of this? Chiu Lao also found it strange. Not to mention the Red Coat world, even in normal civilizations, such things rarely happened. He coughed. Mr. Liu is here to visit Lien Jian. Why? Are you not going to invite us in? Lien Gui reacted and hurriedly invited Luin and Chiu Lao to take a seat. When everyone was seated, Chiu Lao began to talk. He tried to get closer to Lien Gui. Of course, he was not good at these things. After all, he also practiced the Heartless path. When had he ever done such things? But he had no choice. He was forced by Luin. A few days ago, Luin went to the Heartless sect to find Chiu Lao. The first thing he said was, "Don't think that I don't know that you were the one who instigated Xiaman and the others to find trouble with me. You were also the one who revealed the location of the Valley of Storms." This sentence made Qiu Lao's heart sink to the bottom. He quickly apologized. In the end, he was forced to bring Luyin to find a family with a long history. The first family he thought of was the Lian family. He had no choice. Lian Jian was the first to challenge the Valley of Storms and was familiar with him. Naturally, he thought of them first. Luyin did not say anything. He sat quietly and waited for Qiu Lao to ask the Lian family to show him the family history. If Qiu Lao could not do it, then he could not blame him. When he thought of this, he glanced at Qiu Lao and Lian Gui. Qiu Lao felt a chill run down his spine. He thought that with Ba Yu, as long as he did not challenge Luyin, everything would be fine. But looking at his attitude, this person did not care about Ba Yu at all. It could even be said that he did not have much respect for sect master Jiu Wen, let alone him. Qiu Lao had no choice but to work hard. The Great Six Red Coat had actually become so humble. Lian Gui was not feeling well either. Qiu Lao was not good at getting close and did not talk about the main topic. He could only follow suit. He really wanted to know what these two were here for. Although he was being perfunctory, he could not let anyone see through it. For someone who practiced the heartless path, it was too difficult. The other members of the Lian family were waiting outside. They all had strange expressions as they listened to one pretend to get close to the other. It was strange no matter how they listened. Finally, I heard that the Lian family has a long history. Mr. Liu is very interested in the history of the Red Coat civilization. Can you borrow it for a look? Qiu Lao could not take it anymore. This was torture for him. Originally, it was impossible to let an outsider see the family history, but Lian Gui was inexplicably relieved when he heard Qiu Lao's words. Just the family history? He had thought that something important had forced Qiu Lao to say this. He had been dealing with Qiu Lao while thinking of how to reject this unreasonable request. Now, it seemed that this request was too reasonable. Lian Gui hurriedly stood up. So Mr. Liu wants to see the family history. Of course, you can. Qiu Lao sighed. Luyin nodded. Thank you. Then I'll have to trouble Patriarch Lian Gui. Let's go take a look. Won't the two of you rest? Lian Gui asked politely. Qiu Lao looked at Luyin. Luyin said, no need. We'll leave after reading. Thank you. Lian Gui sighed again. I should be the one thanking you. He thought about it and quickly brought Luyin to see the family history. No one thought that Luyin really came to the Lian family just to see the family history. The Lian family thought that he had come to settle the score. After a while, Luyin and Qiu Lao left. The Lian family was completely relieved. Lian Gui wiped the sweat off his forehead. He was too tired. They left? A voice came, startling Lian Gui. He looked back and exhaled heavily. Ancestor? It was Lian Jian, the first six-part red to challenge the Kanglin Valley. He was severely injured by Lu Yin's finger. They left? Yes, they left. Just to see the family history? Lian Gui nodded. Lian Jian looked into the distance with a complicated expression. He knew when Luyin stepped into the Lian family, but he did not want to come out. It was not that he did not dare to, but that he did not want to be mocked by Qiu Lao. He was tricked by Qiu Lao to be the first six-part red to challenge the Kanglin Valley. It felt like he was paving the way for someone else. After this, his temper was much better. But why did Luyin want to see the family history? On the other side, Qiu Lao brought Luyin to the next family while Luyin recalled the family history he had seen. Most of the family history recorded the past of the Lian family, especially the six-part red they had produced. They were all recorded as legends. There were not many records of the entire civilization, but through the records of the six-part red, one could roughly understand the situation of the red shirt civilization below the astral plane. This civilization cultivated the heartless Tao and was heartless, but that did not mean that it was all about killing. Killing was limited to Heartless Valley, and there was very little killing in other places. It was much less than Luyin had expected. Because of the Heartless Tao, one's desire to compete for benefits had decreased. In the three universes, most of the conflicts between people were because of benefits. But here, the conflicts of benefits were much less because of heartlessness. Also, many people did not have emotional ties, so there were fewer conflicts. There was also face. Heartless people did not need face. This meant that the fighting between people in the three universes had been magnified by the Heartless Valley, which made Luin feel disgusted. In reality, the red shirt civilization below the astral plane did not represent killing. Some people did not compete with others for their entire lives. They believed that this was heartless, and that it was enough to ignore everyone. There were many people who thought this way. In general, the killing in the red shirt civilization below the astral plane was similar to that in the three universes. It was just that the methods and locations of the killings were concentrated, which made it seem more exaggerated. This was one of the reasons. Another reason was that the Heartless sect had not always existed. This was the history that Luin was concerned about. The red shirt civilization below the astral plane had always had the Heartless Tao, but not the Heartless sect. In the Lian family's records, there were several six-part read that addressed Jiawen as the sect master, but there were no other sect masters. Could it be that Jiawen had founded the Heartless sect? Or was it the hero ancestor? There were not many records about the hero ancestor, and his words were filled with respect. He was very mysterious. End of chapter 1. Although a family's history did not represent the entire Red Coat civilization, it could still be seen. Luin was looking forward to the next family's history. Some families' histories were not shorter than the Lian families. Over the next few years, Luin followed Elder Chiu to visit various families. He looked at their histories. He could not disturb them, but that would be immoral. They were all from a human civilization, and he could not do it without enmity. Not every family was willing to let Luin look at their histories. They met a family that did not agree. Elder Chiu even threatened them, but they still did not agree. Luin then asked Elder Chiu to chat with that family's ancestor. Elder Chiu had been through the experience of several families, so it was much easier for him to chat and get close to them. However, that ancestor was different. A heartless person who cultivated the heartless path was forced to chat with another person who cultivated the heartless path. That person was also a powerhouse who could decide the fate of their family. This feeling was too uncomfortable. This chat lasted for 3 days. Elder Chiu gave off a feeling that there was no end to it. He suddenly realized that this method was quite effective against people who cultivated the heartless path. When he had time, he would chat with that opponent and guarantee that he would go crazy. That family agreed. The ancestor could not take it anymore, he was forced to agree. From then on, Elder Chiu was able to make people speechless. No family dared to reject him. He did not beat or scold them. He would just chat with you. Who could stand it? Luin realized that Elder Chiu was getting more and more carefree. He seemed to be developing into a chatterbox. Could someone who cultivated the heartless path do such a thing? During this time, other than Elder Chiu's legend, there were also legends about the group of people who left the Valley of Storms. Legend had it that someone from the Valley of Storms ate until several cultivators were poor. Those cultivators were deeply grateful to him and even became sworn brothers in the end. Legend had it that a woman from the Valley of Storms became the foster mother of a cultivation family's young master. Legend had it that someone from the Valley of Storms established a sect and recruited a group of Heartless Path cultivators. He threatened to rebel against the Heartless Path. Legend had it that there were many legends, all of which left the red coats below the stars dumbfounded and in disbelief. Even Luin was stunned by some of the legends. These people were too good at playing. Who had the three universes sent to teach them? This group of people was the best at flattery and swindling elites in the three universes. Were they influenced by the Heartless Path? What a joke. Heartless? Everyone had emotions in front of them. Without emotions, how could they deceive them? Bah, they weren't lying. They were talking about feelings. We have to talk about feelings. Even if he didn't have feelings for her, he had to create some feelings for her. The survival of these people was like a slap to the heartless sect's face. Furthermore, it was being whipped repeatedly. The bartender was dumbfounded. How did Luin teach him? Ba Yu came out of seclusion. She had also heard of the legend and felt that something was amiss. However, she did not know what was wrong. She found Jiao and asked him to capture those people for interrogation, as long as they didn't kill them. They had interrogated them, but the results had been completely meaningless. All they knew was that they had been born in the Valley of Storms, and that the person who had taught them was Luin. The Eternal Life Realm had exhausted all means to get the same result. This result made the Heartless Sex people completely dumbfounded. Even the Red Coats under the stars and some other powerful forces were dumbfounded because that group of people was affecting their disciples. Seeing a group of people shouting in the distance about overthrowing the Heartless Path and spreading emotions throughout the world, Bayu found it jarring. Sect leader, are we really going to leave these people alone? Jiawen was speechless. How? Bayu gritted her teeth. If this continues, not only will it affect them, many people will be affected by them. I have high hopes for a disciple. She. Jiawen shook his head. Of course, he knew that Bayu had been paying attention to a cultivator. She thought that the cultivator was suitable to be her disciple. Although she did not cultivate the Heartless Path, in the Red Coat civilization under the stars, the more elite they were, the more they would be affected by the Heartless Path. It was the same for the disciple she had high hopes for. She did not mind taking in a Heartless Path cultivator as a disciple. However, that disciple had run away with a brat from the Valley of Storms. She was laughing all day long. She did not even care about cultivation, let alone the Heartless Path. Instead, she was talking about love. Bayu wanted to kill that brat. There's also Elder Qiu. I heard that something is wrong with him recently. Jiawen's gaze shifted. Then you can ask him what happened. This Elder Qiu is becoming more and more like someone from the Valley of Storms. Bayu immediately went to find Elder Qiu. Elder Qiu was still with Luin. However, Luin was reading a family history while Elder Qiu was standing in the courtyard, bored. When Bayu arrived, Elder Qiu was surprised. Acting sect leader? Bayu looked at Elder Qiu. What exactly happened? Elder Qiu was helpless. This Mr. Lu insisted on reading the family history. Back then, I revealed the location of the Valley of Storms and instigated Lian Jian to challenge him. He had something on me and I had to take him to the various families. I have to say that the family history of these families is very valuable. Although I did not read it, there were times. That's enough. Why are you so long-winded? Bayu was dissatisfied. Elder Qiu did not speak like this before. Elder Qiu smiled bitterly. I'm used to it. He's reading family history here? Yes. What do you think of him? Elder Qiu thought for a moment. Although we have known each other for a long time, we have not spoken much. Bayu looked at Elder Qiu in disbelief. Elder Qiu smiled bitterly. This Mr. Lu does not like to talk. He spends most of his time reading family history. Some families have been passed down for a long time, but because of some changes, they found a way to hide. We spent a lot of time looking for those families. Also, Bayu interrupted, have you heard about the people from the Valley of Storms? Elder Qiu nodded. I have. Do they look like Luin taught them? Bayu asked. Elder Qiu thought for a moment. Yes. Yes? Yes. Elder Qiu was certain. Although this Mr. Lu does not like to talk much, every time he speaks, he hits the nail on the head. I feel that he can see through everyone. Bayu frowned. He is very scheming. You can say that. Elder Qiu agreed, but then he said, but his nature is not bad. Bayu snorted. He just hides it well. You should be careful around him. Don't be used by him without knowing. Elder Qiu nodded and looked at Bayu. You should be careful too. Chu Songyun went to the emotionless sect to find you. He Xiao went there immediately. He does not plan to let you go. Bayu's gaze turned cold. I will not let him go either. Then she left. Elder Qiu sighed. He Xiao was not someone to be trifled with. But this Mr. Lu did not seem to care at all. Soon after, Luin arrived. Bayu is very concerned about you. What is your relationship with her? Elder Qiu was not surprised that Luin knew. At his level, unless he deliberately hid it, he could detect it. I saved her life when she was young. Luin glanced at Elder Qiu. Does the emotionless path save people? Elder Qiu said, I just did it in passing. She does not cultivate the emotionless path, so she remembers it until now. Many times, because of our relationship, people look at me differently. Actually, I am one of the 6 red coats. Let's go to the next house. Luin did not want to listen to nonsense. Elder Qiu was speechless. He had been interrupted 3 times. A few years passed quickly. In these few years, the most famous people were the people from the Valley of Storms. Now, everyone knew that the wine quiz promised Luin not to touch the people from the Valley of Storms. The emotionless sect announced that whoever could influence the people from the Valley of Storms and make them cultivate the emotionless path would be allowed to join the emotionless sect directly. They would even be qualified to fight for the wine quiz. This condition caused countless cultivators to rush out to find the people from the Valley of Storms. Now, the people from the Valley of Storms did not dare to be so arrogant. Even if they could guarantee that they would not be affected by the emotionless path, being watched by dozens, or even hundreds of cultivators all day was unbearable. In these few years, some people from the Valley of Storms had also been affected. It could not be helped. Everyone had desires, and the smarter they were, the more they were like this. They analyzed the pros and cons and felt that joining the emotionless sect and cultivating the emotionless path was the only way out. As for the Valley of Storms, with Luin behind them, could they be as powerful as the emotionless sect? If they knew that they came from the 3 universes, they would naturally not think this way. However, they themselves did not know. Luin watched calmly as someone from the Valley of Storms was persuaded to join the emotionless sect. Mr. Lu, aren't you going to stop them? Elder Qiu asked. Luin was indifferent. Everyone has their own ambitions. But if more than half of them are affected, then... Elder Qiu did not say anything. His position should be on the emotionless sect's side, not Lu Yin's. Luin did not care. It was not that easy for the emotionless sect. Those people had been taught for 20 years. It was difficult to change the personality that was carved into their bones. Out of 10,000 people, there would definitely be someone who would be affected. This was expected, but Luin believed that most people would not be affected. This was a battle between the 3 universes and the red coats from the underworld. The red coats' advantage was that this was their civilization. They came with the momentum and could do anything. The advantage of the 3 universes was that 20 years of training and teaching. This was a clash between civilizations. At this moment, even if he intervened, it would be useless. No, there was a way to change the situation and make those who joined the emotionless path regret. That was the path sword. He could use the path sword to cut off the experience of being tempted and keep the experience of those people before they were tempted. Those who tempted him would think that they had failed and would not be tempted again. Luin had thought of this method before. His target was actually Xiao and the other Eternal Realm cultivators. If one day, the 3 universes merged with the red coats from the underworld and became a human civilization, it would naturally be good to have a few more Eternal Realm cultivators. However, Xiao and the others' actions were unacceptable. And they could not change themselves. The only way was to use the path sword to cut off their past experience. This was also what Jiuwen had said. Changing the emotionless path would change them. However, if he wanted to cut off the past of an Eternal Realm cultivator, the karma consumed would be very exaggerated. He had cut off the karma of an immortal master and buried the path sword. The karma consumed was almost that of an Eternal Realm cultivator, and that was only a portion of the karma. He was not an Eternal Realm cultivator now. Cutting off the karma of an Eternal Realm cultivator above his level would naturally consume a lot of karma. Luin could not bear to consume so much karma even for one Eternal Realm cultivator, let alone a few. Karma was one's strength. For these ordinary cultivators, the karma consumption was negligible. End of chapter. He would wait. If more than half of them were affected, he would make a move. His previous analysis of Jiuwen was based on the fact that there was only one eternal life realm in the 3 universes. There were many eternal life realms in the 3 universes. He could not let the heartless Tao affect the 3 universes. He had to win this bet. Where are we going next? Elder Chiu thought for a moment. There are many families with inheritances in the universe, but there aren't many that have been around for as long as the Lian family. I've taken you around these past few years. The next family history might not be that important. It's fine, Luin said. Elder Chiu said, then let's go to the Stonewall clan. Stonewall clan? Luin was puzzled. What a strange name. Elder Chiu explained, the Stonewall clan's inheritance comes from their ancestor. That ancestor was just an ordinary cultivator. One day, he accidentally saw a stone wall fall from the sky and brought it back to cultivate. That stone wall actually belonged to Sect Master Jiawen. For some reason, it fell and was coincidentally picked up. Later, Sect Master Jiawen searched for the stone wall and found that cultivator. He took him away and took him as a disciple. This is the origin of the Stonewall clan. Now that the Stonewall clan's ancestor has passed away, this clan is still considered the lineage of Senior Jiawen's disciple. Although the inheritance is not long, it is still considered complete. No one is looking for trouble, so you can go take a look. Jiawen's disciple? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Okay. In the face of Lu Yin and Elder Chiu's visit, the Stonewall clan was very welcoming. They did not reject it at all. They even took out all the records of their ancestors and placed them in the most beautiful pavilion. There was a waterfall next to it. The sky was blue, and it was very comfortable. Lu Yin gladly accepted it. He praised the Stonewall clan. The Stonewall clan was flattered, and they all retreated to not disturb Lu Yin. Elder Chiu did not expect the Stonewall clan to be so welcoming. It was different from their usual attitude toward outsiders. The Stonewall clan had always given outsiders the impression that they were cold and aloof, but now they were so respectful to Lu Yin. The current chief of the Stonewall clan did not hide anything and said to Elder Chiu, our ancestor has passed away, and our descendants are unable to protect the clan. Even though we are the descendants of Master Jiawen's disciple, we all practice the Heartless Tao. No one can say for sure if Master Jiawen will intervene when our clan is in danger. Therefore, our clan has always avoided contact with outsiders as much as possible, not because we are arrogant, but because we are uneasy. Elder Chiu understood. The emotionless Tao couldn't be linked by emotions. This was the case for the Stonewall race. It was the same for the rest of the civilization. The reason why he could live so comfortably was not just because of his relationship with Ba Yu. Furthermore, he was a 6/10 red spectre. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to attain his current status. Now that he was facing Lu Yin, all he could do was lead the way. He was in the same situation as the Stonewall tribe when they faced Lu Yin. Lu Yin was someone who could do some things. The history of the Stonewall clan was very short. After all, their heritage was not as long as the Lian clans. Most of the history was the autobiography of their ancestor, which described in detail his training in the Heartless sect and his interactions with Jiawen. It was not to reminisce, but to let the later generations know how to establish themselves in the Heartless sect. If the later generations were lucky enough to be valued by Jiawen again, they could use these experiences to do something. Of course, this was only the lowly possibility that he had left behind. This person cultivated the emotionless Tao, but he was not heartless to his own clan. His emotionless Tao was also divided into right and wrong. This was why this person was Jiawen's disciple. Lu Yin looked through the history of the clan and suddenly stared at a passage. If I had been able to find Master that time, perhaps I wouldn't have been trapped at 5/10 red spectre forever. My talent is average, and to be honest, I don't know why Master took me in as a disciple. Perhaps my understanding of the emotionless Tao is different. Unfortunately, no matter how much Master nurtured and taught me, I could only reach 5/10 red spectre in the end. But that time, I could have broken through to 6/10 red spectre. I came out of seclusion, but I couldn't find Master. Everyone said that Master was in seclusion, but he wasn't. I knew that because the place where I was in seclusion was where Master was. Where did Master go? I couldn't find Master. For more than 300 years, I couldn't find Master. I knew that Master was definitely not in this universe. Perhaps when Master returned, he would never see me again. Lu Yin stared at this passage. This was the record of the ancestor of the Stonewall clan. He had been cultivating in Jiuwen's seclusion place and was close to breaking through to 6/10 Red Spectre. At the critical moment, he had wanted to seek Jiuwen's guidance, but Jiuwen was not there. He had been searching for Jiuwen for 300 years. Luyin continued reading. Jiuwen had returned, but this ancestor had missed the opportunity to break through. In the end, he was trapped at 5/10 Red Spectre forever. The later records were meaningless compared to the previous ones. Only this passage was left. More than 300 years. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. With the speed of an eternal realm, it would take more than 300 years to travel from the underworld Red Spectre civilization to the three universes. Of course, this was not absolute. If Jiuwen knew the coordinates of the three universes, he could travel even faster. With his strength, he was definitely not an ordinary eternal realm cultivator. The so-called 300 years was based on the speed of an ordinary eternal realm cultivator. The time taken to disappear also included the time taken to return. If Jiuwen did not know the coordinates of the three universes, he would not be able to reach the three universes in 300 years. It could even be said that he would never be able to reach the three universes. Throughout the records of the ancestor of the Stonewall clan, this was the only part that involved Jiuwen's unknown whereabouts and time. Luyin looked through it again. The other records were useless, but this was the only one. He recalled the histories of the Lian family's long-established families, and the contents of the records allowed him to understand the underworld Red Spectres better. Those histories mostly recorded the rise and fall of their civilizations and their families, but this kind of family that did not have a long history would have some random records. He found the Stonewall clan's patriarch and asked if there were any other records of that ancestor, but the answer was that there were none. Rest assured, Mr. Liu. The Stonewall clan would not dare lie to you, Elder Qiu said. He could empathize with the Stonewall clan's experiences. Luyin looked at Elder Qiu. Does Senior Jiuwen still have any disciples? Elder Qiu shook his head. No. Ba, you should be considered half a disciple. The rest are either dead like the Stonewall clan's ancestor, or none of them are alive. The Stonewall clan's patriarch had an unnatural expression. Continue. Next family. All right. Elder Qiu led the way and continued searching for the next family. Along the way, Luyin intentionally chatted with him, from the Stonewall clan to the Lian family. He analyzed the pros and cons of the heartless path in the family, then moved on to the civilization itself. Elder Qiu was surprised, as he had thought that Luyin did not like to talk. At the start, Elder Qiu would not have been able to keep up, but now, he wanted more. Luyin finally pulled the timeline of their conversation to the Stonewall clan's ancestors' records, where Jiuwen had disappeared for 300 years. He wanted to learn more about that period of history from Elder Qiu. Next, he searched through the various family histories for records that focused on that period as well. However, because that period of time was relatively long ago, it was impossible to find out in a short time. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed. During this time, Elder Qiu had taken Luyin to read through many family histories. Of course, he had not been reading them all the time. There was a time when Elder Qiu had an epiphany and went into seclusion for several years. Luyin did not force him and simply waited. Elder Qiu was very grateful to Luyin when he came out of seclusion, as he felt that he had taken another step towards becoming a 7% Red Spectre. Of course, from Lu Yin's point of view, he was getting further and further away. The history of a family could help one grow, and history was a part of one's emotions. Elder Qiu's heartless path was getting weaker and weaker, but he did not notice it. The obvious proof was that he was becoming more and more talkative. It had been 20 years since the people from the Valley of Storms had left. During this time, some people had been tempted to join the Heartless sect, while others had tempted others to leave. Countless people had been watching them. One of the most active people had even created a faction specifically to oppose the Heartless path. At first, there had only been 10,000 people in the Valley of Storms, but now, there were 100,000. 100,000 cultivators had opposed the Heartless path, which had infuriated Jiuwen greatly. The various large families had strictly forbidden their disciples from interacting with the Heartless path. Even Luyin felt that it was strange. One person had actually dared to fool an entire civilization and change its cultivation attribute. Luin had never thought that such a thing would happen. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had the backing of the Valley of Storms, and no one dared to act against him. If not for this, he would have died long ago. The faction that this person had created was called the Heartless Sect. In a few days, it would be the 20th anniversary of the Heartless Sect's establishment. At that time, the people from the Valley of Storms would gather at the Heartless Sect and cheer for it. They would also announce that they would expand their disciples by 1,000,000, which would shock countless people. Luin had also heard of this, and he felt that it was absurd that one person could achieve such a feat. Furthermore, he did not rely on his strength, but on his mouth. He decided to go and take a look. How ruthless. I heard that wherever this Heartless Sect goes, 3 out of 10 cultivators from the Heartless Path will leave. That's a rather exaggerated number. Elder Chiu sighed and looked at Luin. Of course, that's not true. There are countless cultivators from the Red Shirt civilization, and a mere 100,000 is not enough to cause much of a stir. However, it's already quite impressive that this person could achieve such a feat. There are many talents under Mr. Liu. Lu Yin's expression was calm as he walked on the ground. Many cultivators around him were rushing towards the Heartless Sect. Some wanted to join, while most wanted to see what the Heartless Sect was up to. This was because, in addition to the news about the Heartless Sect, there was also another piece of news that someone was going to attack the people from the Valley of Storms. The Heartless Sect's leader, Jiao Wen, had forbidden anyone from attacking the people from the Valley of Storms. That had already spread throughout the Red Shirt civilization, but now that things had developed to this point, there were finally people who could not take it anymore. The bet only restricted the Heartless Sect and not the entire Red Shirt civilization. If someone really wanted to attack the people from the Valley of Storms, they would definitely not be from the Heartless Sect. Furthermore, there would definitely be an Eternal Realm cultivator behind them. Otherwise, who would dare to do such a thing? Not long after, Luin and Elder Chiu arrived at the Sea of Emotions. This was the Heartless Sect's encampment. The 100,000 cultivators were all smiling as they warmly invited all cultivators to enter. Their enthusiasm was very dazzling in the Red Shirt civilization, and many people were not used to it. Luin and Elder Chiu were also invited in. They stood on the surface of the sea and looked at the island. The island was shaped like a tower, and the person standing at the top was the acting leader of the Heartless Sect, Ming Chu. He was the one who had founded the Heartless Sect. The reason he was the acting leader was because the position of the leader had been left to Luin. End of chapter. That was right. This was one of the reasons why others did not dare to attack the Passion Sect. The sect master was Luin, a 70% red coat. Someone who dared to go against an Eternal Realm expert was from another human civilization. In the entire civilization, apart from the few Eternal Realm experts who dared to provoke Luin. At least, it was unimaginable that Sherman, a 60% red coat, had broken his red umbrella so easily. Coupled with Jiao Wen's strict orders to the Heartless Sect, the Passion Sect was unscrupulous. At this moment, Ming Chu stood on top of the sect and looked around. 100,000 cultivators looked at him excitedly and expectantly. There were more cultivators further away who wanted to join. Those cultivators were now looking at him emotionlessly, but soon, Ming Chu knew that their gazes would change. In fact, he was very nervous now. Many things were out of his control. He did not know how the Passion Sect had expanded to this stage. He had only summarized a set of words to fool the cultivators of the Heartless Path with a few people. Then, those people joined and formed the Passion Sect. He had thought of the Passion Sect, but he had not expected the impact to be so great. This congregation was not what he wanted to organize at all. Instead, the cultivators of the Heartless Path who had joined were fanatical, causing him to have no choice but to stand up. In particular, expanding the number of cultivators by 1,000,000 was nonsense. Those cultivators of the Heartless Path were too crazy. They had analyzed it. Perhaps the Heartless Path was too oppressive. Once those people broke through the restraints of the Heartless Path, they completely let themselves go. Many people could not see a future in the Heartless Path's cultivation, but they did not know what would happen to the Passion Path. They simply tried their best to fool them. The more people joined the Passion Sect, the more people were confused about their future. When others were confused, there would always be someone who would find the way forward. This was how Ming Chu and the others, who had come out of the Valley of Storms, interpreted the current development of the Passion sect. Lu Yin's thoughts were similar to theirs. How could he possibly fool so many people with just his mouth? No one was stupid. He glanced around and saw that all the cultivators who had joined the Passion sect were not very strong. They belonged to the category of people who had a bleak future in the Heartless Path and would be killed once they entered the Heartless Valley. However, they did not want to die. Now that the Passion sect had appeared and was backed by the Valley of Storms, it was equivalent to backing another human civilization. That was why they wanted to join, hoping to change their cultivation direction to change their lives. After all, they did not join because of the Passion or the Passion sect. It was because of them. This was where the benefits lay. Of course, some of them really cared about their family and did not want to continue being so heartless, but how many of them were there under the influence of the Red Coat civilization? The emotionless path's emotionlessness manifested in the emotionless valley, while the emotionless sect's emotionlessness manifested in benefits. Lu Ying clasped his hands behind his back and watched Ming Chu's excited speech. Him and the Passion sect's existence had only been a catalyst, but this catalyst had truly disgusted the Heartless sect, as well as the entire Red Shirt civilization. This was actually beneficial to Lu Ying, as at least the Passion sect had managed to gather the people of the Azure Wave Valley and prevent them from being lured away by the Heartless sect. Among them, there were some people who did not like Wu Qingdao. He was willing to take these people away, just like Chu Songyun. However, the prerequisite was that he could take them away. Currently, among the group of people who came out of the Valley of Storms, more than 300 people had already been lured away by the Heartless sect. If he lured another 200 or so people, he would lose the bet. Ming Chu became more and more excited as he spoke. Who cares? At this point, the more people there were, the better. Looking at the million cultivators around him, it was a magnificent sight. He felt a sense of pride, as though the sky was high and the sea was wide. However, the group of people from the Valley of Storms below was not as excited. They had heard the rumors over the past few days and were afraid that someone would attack them. If there really was someone, they would definitely be backed by an Eternal Realm cultivator. Could the Valley of Storms withstand that? Also, they could not suppress the addition of these cultivators. Their strength was much weaker than the cultivators who had joined them. Otherwise, why would they hold a congregation? It was not that they wanted to, but that they could not suppress these crazy cultivators from the Heartless sect. If only Mr. Lu was here. Just as Ming Chu was getting more and more excited and had forgotten his nervousness, a figure suddenly walked out of the void and looked down at Ming Chu and the million cultivators around him. His lips curled up into a disdainful smile. Ming Chu and the rest looked up and had a bad premonition. Lu Ying looked at the newcomer. He had already noticed that this person was hiding in the void. This person had the strength to cross the bitter adversity, which was not bad. Compared to Ming Chu and the others who had come out of the Valley of Storms and had only cultivated for 20 years, this person was no different from a god. He wanted to see what this person was going to do. Around the island, there was no such expert among the million cultivators. When the fanatical cultivators of the Heartless sect saw this person looking down on them, they were immediately angry and kept cursing. "Shut up," the newcomer shouted. His aura swept across the world and made it difficult for everyone to breathe. Ming Chu almost fell. As long as this person was willing, he could be easily turned into ashes. The people of the Valley of Storms of the Heartless sect were pale. The rumors were true. Someone was really going to attack them. Qiu Lao frowned. "Mr. Lu, what is this?" "Watch." Lu Ying was calm, but he was not doing nothing. At his fingertips, the karma spiral moved towards the newcomer. The newcomer sneered. A group of ants trying to shake the sky. The Heartless sect? Ridiculous and an eyesore. Ming Chu was terrified. It was over. Someone did not care that Mr. Lu was going to attack them. There must be an Eternal Realm cultivator behind him. It was over. At this time, the karma spiral pierced through the newcomer. Lu Yin's eyes suddenly shrank. He instantly appeared beside the newcomer. Just as the newcomer was about to continue speaking, he did not have much experience of looking down on millions of cultivators. He wanted to let these people know what it meant to be strong. Suddenly, an indescribable chill appeared, making his scalp numb. He had not experienced this kind of life and death crisis for a long time. He slowly turned his head and saw Luin. Ming Chu and everyone else also looked up and saw Luin, who suddenly appeared. Qiu Lao was puzzled. Didn't he say to watch? Why did he suddenly attack? Lu Yin's face was cold. He stared at the newcomer and suddenly grabbed the man's neck. The newcomer was Dooku, but he had no power to fight back against Luin. Luin grabbed him and disappeared. A gust of wind blew, and everyone rubbed their eyes. Where was he? Was there something wrong with their eyes? Ming Chu stared blankly at the sky. Where did he go? The scene was silent, and no one spoke. It was normal for one person to see wrongly, but it was impossible for everyone to see wrongly. Moreover, the pressure just now made many people feel cold. It was too real. Ming Chu, what are you doing? Continue. Mr. Lu is here. What are you afraid of? That's right. Tell us. Ming Chu was excited. Mr. Lu, it was indeed Mr. Lu. He shouted loudly, scaring countless people. Under everyone's gaze, he laughed and said, Did you see that? This is the Passion Sect. That's right, you didn't see wrong. Our sect master is here. Sect master. Sect master. The 100,000 cultivators of the Passion Sect shouted excitedly, and more cultivators around wanted to join. Almost all of these people were independent cultivators. Those with family backgrounds would not come except to monitor. When had the independent cultivators ever experienced the feeling of being taken advantage of? At this moment, they experienced it. Mr. Lu had directly carried away that powerhouse like a chicken. He was too powerful and invincible. If they wanted to join the Passion Sect, they had to rely on Mr. Lu. At this moment, Lu Yin's gaze was cold, and his killing intent skyrocketed. He had just used karma to see through this person and saw something. Dozens of people from the Valley of Storms had died at the same time, 2 days before the congregation. At that time, the rumors of someone attacking the Valley of Storms had not yet spread. In other words, this person had killed first and spread the news later. His purpose for coming to the Passion Sect's congregation was simple. He wanted to throw away the corpses of those from the Valley of Storms. If Luin had not intervened, he would have done so. One could imagine the consequences if he had done so. No matter what Luin did later, he would not be able to eliminate the impact of this matter. It would make many cultivators not dare to join the Passion Sect. This was a deterrence and also a provocation. Luin did not even need to ask who was behind this person. He would directly take him to the Heartless Sect. Not only would he make the person behind this pay the price, but he would also let the entire Red Shirt civilization know that no one could touch his people. Deterrence? Then it would depend on who was more ruthless. On the other side, outside the civilization, a person looked at the universe with a smile. The show was about to begin. Did you really think that you could do whatever you wanted just because you came from another civilization? Without Jiao Wen's protection, you were nothing. In the Heartless Sect, Luin threw the cultivator who had crossed Kuai to the ground. At this moment, that person was already crippled. He would rather die than live, but it was not that easy to die. Many cultivators from the Heartless Sect saw this and were shocked. Someone recognized the person on the ground. He was an expert among the Red Shirts. A Red Shirt was considered quite powerful in the Red Shirt civilization. There were only a dozen people above that. Ba Yu walked out and looked at the person on the ground. Seeing that he had been crippled, she raised her eyebrows and stared at Luin. What do you mean? Luin stepped over that person. Who is he? Ba Yu said, he is a Red Shirt. Even if he offended you, you should not have been so heavy-handed. Do you know how important a Red Shirt is? The person on the ground was ashen. It was difficult for him to even speak. He did not have the power of the Passion Sect at all. He did not expect this. That person had clearly said that nothing would happen. He had eternal life behind him. How could Luin dare to attack him? Moreover, Luin had crippled him without asking him a single question. He did not even want to talk to him. He was a red shirt, and Luin was not in the eternal life realm. How could he? However, his helplessness in front of Luin made him realize that the difference was too great. However, Luin was finished. With eternal life behind him, would he dare to seek revenge? Luin said coldly, he killed people from the Valley of Storms. Bayu looked at the person on the ground. City Lord Wei, why did you kill people from the Valley of Storms? More than one. How many? Bayu asked. Luin put his hands behind his back. Almost 100. Bayu was shocked. No wonder Luin was so angry and went straight to the Heartless sect. He did not go to the Heartless sect to seek justice or anything. He wanted to establish his power. What could be better than finding the person behind the scenes in the Heartless sect and then attacking? This meant that the Heartless sect could not control him. Thinking of this, she looked at Luin. I know what you want to do, but I have to remind you that City Lord Wei has eternal life behind him. Luin was calm. Who? End of chapter, you never asked? Bayu was surprised. Luin looked at the person on the ground. No. Bayu frowned. How arrogant was this person? He dared to act without even asking. Wasn't he afraid that the person behind City Master Wei was someone he couldn't afford to offend? There were strong and weak immortal realms in the Red Coat civilization. Did this person really not care? There was another possibility. This person was angry and wanted to take revenge, but he didn't ask who was behind him. He didn't want to completely offend the person behind him. Bayu said, City Lord Wei, tell him who your master is. City Lord Wei gritted his teeth and looked up at Luin. His eyes were filled with resentment. My master is. And in order. Bayu stared at Luin. Next to him was the Eternal Realm. Previously, this person had not clashed directly with Xiao. Xiao had said 3 times that he wanted to fight, but this person had not responded. If Sect Master Jiuwen had not chased Xiao away, this battle would have been unavoidable. He didn't have the confidence to fight Xiao. Now, he was also in the Eternal Life Realm. What kind of battle prowess did this person have? Sect leader said that I'm not a match for this person. Is that true? The people from the Heartless sect looked at Luin as well, and some of them sneered. They also knew that Luin hadn't agreed to a direct battle with Xiao back then. Instead, he relied on Sect Master Jiuwen to force Xiao to retreat. This person was not comparable to an Eternal Life Realm expert at all. He had failed to live up to the name of 7 Points Red Coat. In comparison, Xianxia, who had truly cultivated the emotionless Tao to 70% emotionless, should be 70% red. This person might not even be comparable to Xianxia. If that was the case, then the reason why he didn't ask for the name of the person behind City Lord Wei was because he didn't want to offend him. Now that he knew, it was time to retreat. Luin got the name he wanted and turned around. Under everyone's shocked gazes, he stepped on the City Lord's back and directly crushed him to death. This scene caused Bayu's eyebrows to jump. She wouldn't rest until she was dead. Previously, Luin did not know that Mayor Wei was a disciple of the Parallel Order. They thought that he was afraid of offending him, but now? Bayu exhaled. Did this person really not care who they were? The surrounding Heartless sect disciples were also stunned. They still dared to trample Governor Wei to death at this moment? This person was courting death. Luin looked up, took a step forward, and vanished. Parallel Order? For the sake of cultivating the art of extreme agony, he had used his own family members as test subjects. It was almost morbid torture. He was an Eternal Realm cultivator that Luin detested. There were 4 Eternal Life Realm experts guarding the Red Coat Square under the star. Except for one from the West Upper Peak, he could kill the other 3 without any hesitation. The parallel sequence was probably waiting for him. Lu Yin's gaze was cold. When she saw Luin leave, Bayu knew that he had gone to look for the parallel sequence. She glanced at the Heartless sect. Jiuwen slowly walked out. Let's go. Let's go take a look. You're not stopping him? Bayu was puzzled. He took a sip of wine and said, there are some things. It's about to change. After saying that, he walked in a certain direction. Bayu didn't know what Bai Jiuwen was talking about, But she assumed that the commotion caused by the Valley of Storms group had caused Baijiu Wen to be dissatisfied. That was why he hadn't stopped the parallel sequence from taking action. He might even have wanted to use the parallel sequence to warn Luin, but that didn't seem to be the case. Since she couldn't figure it out, she stopped thinking about it. She also walked in the direction where parallel sequence was guarding. The other members of the Heartless sect looked at each other. Soon, news spread that Luin had gone to the Valley of Storms to confront parallel sequence. There might be a big battle. After all, Governor Wei had been trampled to death. Even if Luin didn't take action, parallel sequence wouldn't let it go. When Luin found parallel sequence, he already knew that Governor Wei had been trampled to death. His gaze was bone-chilling. He hadn't expected Luin to be so ruthless as to trample Governor Wei to death. Governor Wei was his disciple, and he was very obedient. He was very fond of him, but he had been trampled to death. This was trampling on his dignity. This person couldn't be allowed to live. Were you the one who ordered the killing of my people? Luin asked directly when he saw parallel sequence. His voice was unusually calm and emotionless. Parallel sequence's gaze was just as cold, but compared to Lu Yin's, there was an indescribable chill to it. His gaze was like a knife that could tear a person's body apart. Ordinary cultivators who had undergone bitter adversity wouldn't be able to withstand such a gaze. This was a gaze that parallel sequence had cultivated while cultivating extreme agony. You trampled little Wei to death. I'm asking if you were the one who ordered the killing of my people, Luin repeated. At this time, Jiu Wen and Ba Yu arrived. They didn't interrupt and just watched from afar. Parallel sequence suddenly laughed. His gaze didn't change, but his smile was frightening. Kid, I underestimated your courage. Then, who gave you the courage to question me? Who gave you the courage to trample little Wei to death? And who gave you the courage to rebel against the heartless path? Lu Yin's expression was calm. It seems like you don't understand human language. Then, I'll have to change my question. Parallel sequence laughed loudly, his laughter traveling far and wide. It was ear-piercing. He turned to Jiu Wen and Ba Yu. Did this kid tell you the location of the civilization behind him? Ba Yu glanced at Luin. Not yet. Parallel sequence nodded. Okay, I'll try my best not to kill him. Let him talk while he's still alive. Sect Master, you have no objections, right? Jiu Wen took a sip of wine and didn't speak. Parallel sequence sneered and looked at Luin. Kid, you have two choices. First, kneel down and accept me as your master, replacing Little Wei, and disband the Azure Wave Valley. From now on, I'll be your master, and you'll only follow my orders. Cultivate the Heartless Path, and I can help you enter the Eternal Realm. Secondly, I'll leave you with only one mouth to speak. The rest will disappear. Choose one. Ba Yu couldn't help but say, Parallel sequence, don't go too far. Luin is a 7 red coat recognized by the Heartless sect. Parallel sequence sneered. Since when did the Heartless Path care about favors? Ba Yu frowned. She wanted to say something, but Luin spoke from afar. Then, I'll give you two choices. Parallel sequence raised his eyebrows and looked at Luin with interest. You're giving me choices? Luin said calmly, first, kneel in front of the Azure Wave Valley and apologize. Then, enter my commander selection stage, and I'll help you start over. Second, I'll completely destroy you and keep your skin to feel the evil in the world. Ba Yu looked at Luin in a daze, and then at Jiu Wen. He was really not afraid of death. Was he so confident that he could fight against the Eternal Realm? Although she didn't want to admit it, Ba Yu knew that she was the weakest among the red coats in the Eternal Realm. Jiu Wen said that Luin could defeat her, which meant that Luin was a scoundrel. However, a scoundrel was not a real Eternal Realm, and it didn't mean that he could fight against any Eternal Realm. Parallel sequence had achieved the Eternal Realm earlier than he Xiao and her. Ha 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 ha. Parallel sequence laughed. Interesting. I guessed that this would be interesting, but I didn't expect it to be this interesting. Then, he sneered. It seems that I should let you experience what extreme pain is. Then, he raised his hand and pointed at Luin. Tiny sword wheels circled around his fingertips, and the vitality and eternal matter merged continuously. Kid, I'm a man of my words. Enjoy the last battle of your life. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. Sword wills at his fingertips? Then, he also raised his hand and pointed his index finger at parallel sequence. You should also prepare to enjoy the last battle of your life. Finger sword technique. Murderous intent flashed in parallel sequence's eyes. Arrogant. The two fingers faced each other, and the sword wills collided. With a boom, countless sharp sword wills scattered in all directions. The vitality and eternal matter swept in all directions, shattering the void layer by layer. Ba Yu was shocked. The sword wills at parallel sequence's fingertips were very strong. He specialized in swordsmanship, and this finger seemed ordinary, but it contained his understanding of sword wills. Even she would find it difficult to withstand it, but Lu Yin did it? Parallel sequence was also shocked. This kid could actually withstand his sword wills at his fingertips? Did he also specialize in swordsmanship? It seems that you have high attainments in swordsmanship. The more arrogant a person was, the more he would talk nonsense. Against such a person, destroying his dignity step by step was the greatest torture. Lu Yin slowly said, I didn't expect you to have some skills. Your attainments in swordsmanship are not bad. Parallel sequence's gaze grew colder. You're asking for death. He stepped forward, and his palm rose with his sword. Sword wills descended upon him. 8-direction sword technique. Lu Yin also faced sword with sword. His sword wills came from the sword sect, from the swordsman he had fought, from the understanding of swordsmanship that Wu Tian had given him, and from the accumulation of so many years. Although it had not been long, his swordsmanship was extremely strong. The development of swordsmanship in the Tianyuan universe was flourishing. The spiritualized universe and the ninth heaven universe also had powerful swordsmanship. He combined the strengths of many swordsmanship and crossed the gap of time accumulation to fight an eternal realm swordsmanship expert head-on. He was not at a disadvantage. In terms of vitality and immortal matter, Lu Yin was not inferior to parallel sequence. Even if he could not win, his strength and physical body were enough to make up for it. However, parallel sequence had not reached the level where he could use his other strengths to make up for his swordsmanship. Jiao Wen and Ba Yu watched from afar. The battle between the two of them became more and more intense. It was no longer limited to the periphery but also affected the universe. The constantly flickering swordsmanship and the shattered void attracted the attention of many experts from the Red Coat civilization. They all looked over, and more people watched. The Eternal Realm experts in the other 3 directions also looked over. Xiao Wen and Chu Songyun looked up. They were very curious about Lu Yin's limit. Xiaman walked out of the city and stood on the flower petals to watch. Was Lu Yin fighting with parallel sequence? Others did not know, but she experienced the despair that Lu Yin brought. It could be said that before the battle with parallel sequence, she was the one who understood Lu Yin's strength the most besides Jiao Wen. That suffocating pressure and unsolvable power had surpassed her master. Bang bang bang. Countless sword intents intertwined and collided. No matter how parallel sequence attacked, he could not break through Lu Yin's swordsmanship. Lu Yin's occasional counterattacks made parallel sequence wary. He did not expect Lu Yin to be able to keep up with the strength of his sword intent. Moreover, Lu Yin's vitality and immortal matter did not show any signs of weakening. Helpless, he held the red umbrella. With a light tap of his fingertips, the red sword let out a soft hum and slashed at Lu Yin. The red blade entered the umbrella's rib, heartless sorrow as a sword. This was the ruthless Tao that all the cultivators of the Red Coat civilization had entrusted to the red sword. In his hand, the sword intent was even stronger. Lu Yin retreated step by step. The red sword brought not only parallel sequence's sword intent but also the ruthless Tao. Parallel sequence was 80% Red Coat, and his ruthless Tao was 80% as well. He wanted to completely suppress Lu Yin in swordsmanship. The ruthless Tao was his strength. Lu Yin raised his hand and pointed. Behind him, streaks of triple firmament sword intent appeared and slashed at the red sword. It was still a battle of swordsmanship. End of chapter. From the finger sword technique to the true sword intent, it attracted the attention of countless people. This was swordsmanship, a battle of sword intents that had not appeared in the Red Coat civilization for many years. The red sword combined with the merciless path and parallel order swordsmanship. It was almost the best swordsmanship in the Red Coat civilization. The triple blue sword intent was extremely strong and belonged to the combat skills of the Eternal Life Realm. At the level of the Eternal Life Realm, the triple blue sword intent was not weaker than any sword principle. The reason why the triple blue sword intent could not break through the enemy's defense for a long time was not because the triple blue sword intent was weak. The triple firmament sword intent was a battle technique that focused on the process and the outcome. It involved karma and was not weaker than any other swordsmanship. Bai watched. What powerful swordsmanship! Lu Yin's swordsmanship is not weaker than parallel orders. Jiawen looked at the triple firmament sword intent. Was it a swordsmanship that involved karma? It did not seem like something that this person could have created. Parallel order realized that even if he used the red sword, it was difficult to break through the triple firmament sword intent. No matter how he attacked, the triple firmament sword intent could always block it. It seemed to be an inevitable result. Helpless, he opened the red umbrella. The 8 umbrella ribs shocked the merciless path cultivators. Countless people dreamed of cultivating to 80% merciless path. However, since ancient times, very few people had been able to cultivate to this level. They were all powerful people who could record history. The 8 umbrella ribs were bright red, and the red sword pierced them. Lu Yin did not wait. The triple firmament sword intent chased after Lu Yin and slashed at parallel order. Parallel order looked up. This is a little tricky. No wonder you dared to challenge the Eternal Life Realm. But you do not know that there is a difference between the Eternal Life Realm and the Eternal Life Realm. With that, the red sword slashed out again. With a sound, several triple firmament sword intents were broken. The red sword slashed at Lu Yin. The merciless path gathered and strengthened the red sword. It was more than twice as strong as before. This was the true merciless path red sword. The combination of the merciless path and the red sword was the killer move. Parallel order's gaze was cold. If he did not move, this sword would pierce through him. Lu Yin faced the red sword and waved his hand. The God Sealing Catalog released a golden light that illuminated the dark stars. Then, triple firmament sword intent appeared and slashed at the red sword. Triple firmament sword intent, hidden sword. Bai was shocked. She thought. But Lu Yin still did not move. Was he obsessed with swordsmanship? Or was it only the sword Dao? Others also thought of it and confirmed that it was the latter. Otherwise, how could a person who had not reached the Eternal Life Realm be able to fight with parallel to this step in sword principle? Streaks of triple blue sword intent slashed at the red sword. These streaks of triple blue sword intent were much stronger than the previous ones. The red sword could not even cut through them easily. Of course, it could still cut through them, but it was not easy. Shusui's face darkened. So that's how it is. The battle of swordsmanship just so happens to be in line with the direction of your cultivation. You should be a genius who completely cultivates swordsmanship, which is why you can compete with me. Lu Yin smiled. Completely focused on the way of the sword? No, sword Dao was not his forte. Would you believe me if I said that I'm not good at swordsmanship? Tong Su sneered, as he obviously didn't believe Lu Yin's words. The others didn't believe him either, as scoundrel couldn't possibly be that strong. It was already rare for Lu Yin to be able to compete with Tong Su in terms of sword Dao, but they couldn't tell whose sword Dao was stronger. This was already the highest level of expectation they had for Lu Yin, and it couldn't possibly be higher. Jiawen had a strange look in his eyes. Not good at it? Then let me see what you're good at. Bang! 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 The triple blue sword intent shattered, and the light of Tong Su's umbrella bones dimmed. On the other side, Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and streaks of triple blue sword intent appeared, finally floating in the sky. At this moment, countless people were stunned, and their mouths were wide open. So many swords? Tong Su's eyes narrowed. He had thought that Lu Yin had reached his limit. Of course, he had also reached his limit in terms of swordsmanship, so it could be considered a draw. But how could there be so many swords? Bai was shocked. How did he do it? Even Jiawen was shocked. There were so many swords. Luin put his hands behind his back, and above his head, countless streaks of triple blue sword intent slashed at Tong Su's Sword Dao River. The pressure brought by the Sword Dao River shocked Tong Su. He had not expected Luin to have such strength. Any one of the streaks of Sword Dao River was enough to make an ordinary Eternal Realm cultivator wary. It was enough to fight against an Eternal Realm cultivator. How could there be so many here? However, he could not retreat. From the start of the battle until now, neither he nor Luin had retreated. If they retreated now, even if they won in the end, it would be a disgrace. With the red sword in hand, Tong Su raised his arm again and pointed a finger. The Sword Dao River that had descended suddenly scattered. It spread out in the void and extended infinitely, dispersing the entire Sword Dao River. Luin raised his eyebrows. Was this a gift? Ba Yu said in a low voice. Tong Su probably did not expect to take the initiative to use a power outside of swordsmanship. This is equivalent to admitting defeat in terms of swordsmanship. In the universe, many cultivators also saw this scene and understood what it meant for Tong Su to withdraw the red sword. They had not expected Tong Su, who was recognized as the #1 swordsman in the red shirt civilization, to lose in terms of swordsmanship. The beauty pill licked her sexy lips. This Luin was really strong. It was a pity that he would still die. Tong Su did not only have swordsmanship. Luin controlled the Sword Dao River to gather and slashed at Tong Su again. Parallel sequence pointed out with his finger again, and the long river of swords scattered again. It was difficult for it to gather again, and even if it did gather, it just happened to hit him. He didn't even take half a step back, allowing the long river of swords to pass by him. However, his clothes were torn. This was already a disgrace. Tong Su raised a hand and pointed at Luin. At that moment, Lu Yin's forehead turned cold. He raised a hand and grabbed at Tong Su under everyone's incredulous gazes. He was courting death. Even Jiawen had not expected Luin to be so rash. He had not even understood his opponent's abilities before directly grabbing at him. Luin grabbed forward and clenched his fist. Tong Su sneered, but his smile quickly disappeared. How was this possible? Ba Yu and the others were shocked as well. They stared at Lu Yin's hand. He was fine? In the distance, on the west peak, He Xiao and the beauty pill all stared at Lu Yin's hand. He was completely fine? How had he done it? Impossible. You? Tong Su could not believe it. Luin relaxed his fingers and looked at his palm. He then looked at Tong Su. So that's how it is. Dispersing the void is your innate gift? He used extreme matter backfires, causing his hand to wither. He grabbed at Tong Su, who had felt the chill. Tong Su's attack was not ineffective, but it had been absorbed by extreme matter backfires. The attack's power was not enough to restore the withered hand, but it was still an invisible attack, which was not bad. Is that why my Sword Dao River is dispersing? If that's the case, then your ability to conform to the laws of the universe should be close. Tong Su's eyes flickered, and his expression was extremely gloomy. Not only had Luin seen through his power, but he had also withstood it. Lu Yin's nonchalant attitude made it seem as if he was challenging Luin. Tong Su would not allow this to happen. I promised Sect Master Jiawen that I would spare your life, which is why I went easy on you. It looks like you didn't cherish that promise, so don't blame me when you die. Tong Su's arm drooped down and his fingers slowly moved. The void seemed to be torn apart in the direction his fingers were moving, and ripples spread out across the entire universe. Luin felt a formless energy sweep past him. Was this an invisible world? Tong Su's gaze turned cold. Scatter. With that one word, Lu Yin's body suddenly withered, and his right cheek trembled as it recovered slightly. He raised a hand to touch it. Not bad. This scene completely overturned everyone's understanding. Even Jiawen put down his gourd and looked at Luin deeply. He was completely fine? Ba Yu was stunned. How was this possible? He Xiao, Shi Shangfeng, Beauty Dan, and the rest looked solemn. This was the first time they looked at Luin so seriously. His body had withered. Was it a battle technique? Tong Su's power did not cause any harm to him. how did this person do it? Tongsu felt that this was absurd. It was impossible, absolutely impossible. He stared at Luin. Scatter, 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 scatter. As he said the word scatter, Lu Yin's body kept trembling. It was as if the air was exploding. Every direction and every part of his body was exploding, but Luin stood calmly in his original position and did not move. The area of the air explosion became wider and wider. The Eternal Life Realm experts understood it, but the rest did not. They could not see how powerful the air explosion was. It was only when the sound of the air explosion deviated from Luin and shattered the void into pieces, forming a black crack. It was as if the earth had collapsed and the universe was affected. Only then did the rest understand how terrifying the power of the air explosion was. Chu Songyun slowly clenched his fist. He knew that he could not withstand the power of the air explosion. It was too terrifying. This was Mr. Lu's power. Above Flower City, Xiaman was shocked. She had heard her master say that Tongsu's invisible world was formed by the laws of the universe. It could tear all living things apart. Even her master was quite afraid of such an attack. It could even be said that he would not be able to walk out easily and would have to pay a price. This Mr. Lu was completely fine. Even his clothes were not wrinkled. How was this possible? Luin smiled and patted his clothes. Actually, there was no need for things to move in the opposite direction, as he would have been able to withstand this attack. Besides, if he hadn't wanted to establish his dominance, then he wouldn't have needed to take the attack head-on and would have been able to easily dodge it. Tongsu's power was not comparable to Startle Gate Shengyu. Like Ba Yu, he was about the same as Master Qudang. This kind of power was no longer a threat to Luin. Have you had enough fun? Luin asked slowly as he looked at Tongsu playfully. Tongsu's face turned pale. Fun? Ba Yu swallowed. Fun? He Xiao and the rest stared at Luin. Fun? An Eternal Life Realm expert with 8 red robes. The invisible world was actually fun? Jiawen laughed. This kid was ruthless. You can't do it. You're not an Eternal Life Realm expert. How could you block it? Tongsu completely lost his composure. He had been calm at the beginning, thinking that the game belonged to him. In the end, he realized that he was the one being manipulated. He could not accept it no matter what. How could someone who was not an Eternal Life Realm, or at most a scoundrel, do this? No, he must be an Eternal Life Realm expert. He was hiding it. He had deceived everyone. Jiawen also looked at Tongsu. Parallel Sequence stared at Jiawen, his eyes cracking. This person is clearly at the Eternal Life Realm. You guys worked together to deceive us, right? Jiawen shook his head and took a sip of wine. Ba Yu scolded, he's not an Eternal Life Realm expert. Impossible. If he's not an Eternal Life Realm expert, how could he do this? Tell us, Tongsu shouted. Ba Yu looked at Luin with a complicated expression. Yes, they could not figure it out. If he was not an Eternal Life Realm expert, how could he do this? She could not give an explanation. No one could. She even suspected that Luin was not an Eternal Life Realm expert. Luin spoke again, have you had enough fun? Is it my turn? End of chapter. Shui stared at Luin. Do you really think that no one knows that you're hiding your immortal realm? You can't do it unless you're immortal. Speak. Why did you hide your cultivation level and come to the Red Coat civilization? Are you an enemy? The corners of Lu Yin's mouth curled up. Stupid. Shui sneered. You're the one who's stupid and exposed yourself. Luin stopped talking. Nonsense. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Shui. He raised his hand and used the finger sword technique. Shui's pupils constricted. In front of him, the void scattered. He wanted to shake Luin away, but Luin was like a mountain. He allowed the void to scatter. His finger pierced through and pointed at the starry sky. His fingertip hit Shui. The part of the hit caved in, but it did not penetrate. Luin was surprised. Shui sneered. You can block my attack, and I can block yours. Do you really think that you can win against me by hiding your cultivation level? If I treat you as my equal, you won't have a chance. Luin chuckled and pointed out once more. There was a bang. Shusui's body was penetrated. Blood splattered across the starry sky. Shisui was shocked. He looked down. This? In the distance, Xianxia narrowed his eyes. He had actually pierced through. He and Shisui both cultivated the art of extreme pain. This method could allow them to achieve the path of ruthlessness in terms of their state of mind, and their physical bodies could be infinitely strengthened. It could be said that in the entire Red Coat immortal realm, other than the unfathomable hero ancestor and the unfathomable Jiao Wen, no one else could compare to them in terms of physical defense. Only they knew this. This was also the reason why Shisui was confident. He might not be able to win against Luin, but he would definitely not lose. However, Luin had once again exceeded their imagination. It was still that finger. That finger sword technique that was clearly in Shisui's knowledge actually pierced through his body. Xianxia felt that it was impossible, let alone Shisui. Luin was breaking through their understanding again and again. Bang. There was another soft sound, and blood splattered. Shisui retreated. This was the first time he retreated. The physical defense that he was proud of, and thought that other immortal realms could not break, was actually collapsing. He could not stop Luin at all. How many tricks was this person hiding? But was retreating useful? Luin was faster than him. Even if he did not use teleportation, he was still faster. No matter how he retreated, Luin would always appear beside him. The power of the finger sword technique Sword Dao alone was not enough to penetrate the parallel order. However, Lu Yin's forte lay in his strength. Even the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad's eldest brother, who was compatible with two laws, could not compare to him in terms of strength. It could be said that Lu Yin's strength was the strongest among all the Eternal Life Realm experts he had ever seen, except for Patriarch Shan. As for Patriarch Shan, Luin had never sparred with him before. He only knew that Patriarch Shan could not be defeated by brute force, but in terms of pure strength, it was still unknown who was stronger. A parallel sequence was no different from a child in front of Lu Yin's power. Following this, the Red Shirt civilization was thoroughly shaken. Luin chased after Shingle, piercing through his body time and time again. He was not in a hurry to deal heavy blows, as he wanted to show the entire Red Shirt civilization that he was not someone they could provoke. The parallel order was forced to constantly flee, and he was unable to leave the universe. Every time he tried to escape, he would be blocked by Luin, who would then force him towards the center of the civilization. Time after time, Luin would pierce through the parallel order's body, causing blood to rain down from the sky and be seen by the countless cultivators of the Red Shirt civilization. They stared blankly, looking at the order like stray dogs. The parallel order was furious. He opened the red umbrella and used the limitless umbrella prison. The moment Shingle used the limitless umbrella prison, it meant that he had completely lost his dignity as an Eternal Life Realm expert. He had used the power of the civilization's inheritance to deal with Luin, who was also a human. In the Red Shirt civilization, there was an unwritten rule. The Eternal Life Realm experts could not use the red umbrella against the inside. This inside did not refer to the Red Shirt civilization. As cultivators of the Heartless Path, they could use the limitless umbrella prison to fight. This inside referred to the human civilization. This was a tacit understanding passed down from the Nine Bases era. Every civilization's inheritance power that reached the Eternal Life Realm was not allowed inside. At this moment, Shingle had broken this tacit understanding. He wanted to kill Luin. He had to kill Luin. This was the largest red umbrella Luin had seen since he came to the Red Shirt civilization. When the red umbrella opened, the entire universe seemed to be enveloped. It spread out layer by layer, and a total of 8 red umbrellas enveloped the starry sky. Countless cultivators of the Red Shirt civilization heaved a sigh of relief. Not to mention Shingle himself, they could not accept the fact that an 8th-level Red Shirt Eternal Life Realm expert was being chased and beaten so miserably like a stray dog. This was not an insult to Shingle, it was an insult to the entire Red Shirt civilization. At this moment, when they saw the limitless umbrella prison bloom, they knew that Luin was finished. Although Luin had previously broken Sherman's limitless umbrella prison, that was not the same concept. This was the limitless umbrella prison released by an eternal life realm expert. It was 80% of the path of ruthlessness, and one had to be at least an eternal life realm expert to break it. This was what everyone knew. Even if Luin had cultivated the path of ruthlessness, he would have to be at least 70% red spectre before he could be qualified to break it. This was under the premise that he had great strength, and 70% red spectre was equivalent to an eternal life realm expert. Looking at Luin being enveloped by the limitless umbrella prison, they knew that this battle was over. Sherman exhaled. The limitless umbrella prison of Shingle was completely different from his own. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. He was finished. Chu Songyun looked at the limitless umbrella prison of Shingle and felt a little helpless. 8th level red shirt and 7th level red shirt only differed by 1 level, but this 1 level was the power of an entire realm. Furthermore, Shingle was an eternal life realm expert. It was impossible for Mr. Liu to break it. He could only hope that Mr. Liu would not die under the limitless umbrella prison. Sect Master Jiuwen would not let him die, right? Xiao retracted her gaze. It was over. Beauty Dan also retracted her gaze. She could foresee that Luin would be turned into a pool of blood by the limitless umbrella prison. However, that old man Jiuwen would probably make a move. He would not give up on a human civilization. West Upper Peak stared at Luin. Would it end? He knew the physical strength of Shingle too well. This person could easily injure Shingle. His strength surpassed his own. Such strength should not be able to break through the limitless umbrella prison of Shingle. However, he felt that this person was too calm. Sect Master, what do we do now? Ba Yu asked, looking at Jiuwen. Jiuwen's expression did not change. He drank a mouthful of wine. What do you mean? Are we really going to let Luin be killed by Shingle? Ba Yu asked. She did not care about Lu Yin's life, but she cared about the human civilization that she had yet to come into contact with. Jiuwen looked into the distance at Luin, who was enveloped by the limitless umbrella prison. Look at him. Are you afraid? Ba Yu looked over and frowned. He just hasn't seen the difference in strength. How can someone who is not in the eternal realm break through the power of my underworld red coat inheritance? It's impossible for him to break through it. I was already surprised when he broke through Sherman's limitless umbrella prison. I was certain that he was a rogue. However, he is facing Shingle now. It's good enough that he is not dead. Jiuwen did not refute. He looked on with interest. Was it over? This was not the expression of someone who was about to be killed. And Sect Master. Ba Yu, do you think Luin is stupid or smart? Ba Yu did not understand. I don't think so. Jiuwen smiled and said, a person who is not stupid has been in my red coat under the stars for so many years and has even fought with the limitless umbrella prison. Do you think he should give the parallel order a chance to use the limitless umbrella prison when he has the advantage? Ba Yu thought about it. Maybe he can't stop Shingle from using the limitless umbrella prison. Jiuwen took a sip of wine. He is waiting for the limitless umbrella prison. In the starry sky, Shingle was panting heavily. His body was bleeding everywhere. His blood burned the void because the earth could not bear it. To the universe, the flesh and blood of an eternal realm was poison. He stared at Luin. He did not expect Luin to force him out of the limitless umbrella prison. However, it did not matter. This guy was going to die. You seem very confident. Luin looked calm as he looked at Shingle. Shingle's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. He did not want to speak. At this moment, anything he said would be useless. He had been forced out of the limitless umbrella prison. What he needed to do now was to kill this person and erase his existence. That was enough. The 8 umbrella ribs of the limitless umbrella prison seemed to be burning. They spread across the entire starry sky and covered Luin. Let's see how long you can last. Luin looked up. It was indeed an inherited battle technique. This limitless umbrella prison was used by an eternal realm. It felt like a powerful battle technique that could decide the outcome of a battle. The red coats under the stars and the black enlightenment were both fishing civilizations. During the peak of the human era, there were 9 bases. If each base had this inherited power and each base was as strong as the red coats under the stars, he could not imagine how the 9 bases had been destroyed. Even to a fishing civilization, the 9 bases was a colossal existence. Luin did not attempt to break the limitless umbrella prison. Instead, he waited. At this moment, the surface of his body was dry. He was waiting for things to reach their limits. Sometimes, one attack was enough. Luin was waiting, and so was Shingle, waiting for him to be melted. Outside, everyone was waiting. They were sure that Luin could not escape. Now, it was up to the Heartless sect to see if they would help Luin or allow him to be killed. Chu Songyun could not sit still. He found Jiao Wen and Ba Yu. Sect Master, Mr. Lu cannot die. He represents another human civilization. The two ignored him. Under the starry sky, those from the Azure Valley were too weak to see. However, those who had joined the Passion sect were experts. Seeing Luin trapped in the limitless umbrella prison, all of them despaired. Before this, Lu Yin's pursuit had become the darkest moment that the Red Coat civilization under the stars had never experienced before. A dignified 8th-ranked Red Coat immortal had been pursued to such an extent by a non-immortal from the human civilization. This had made the people of the Passion sect cheer. Now, their darkest moment had arrived. Once Luin died, the Passion sect would be gone. Throughout the civilization, countless cultivators looked at the starry sky with different thoughts, waiting for the final result. In the limitless umbrella prison, Luin suddenly looked at Jiao Wen and Ba Yu. If I die, how do you plan to find the human civilization behind me? Ba Yu thought that Luin was asking for help and said coldly, if you knew this would happen, why did you act so rashly? Luin did not look at her. He just stared at Jiao Wen. He wanted to see something in Jiao Wen's eyes. However, this old man just took a sip of wine and smiled at him. I'm old. My back hurts. Let's end this quickly. Shingle looked back. He also wanted to end this quickly, but this guy was quite difficult to deal with. 8th-ranked Heartless was not enough to melt him easily. What are you looking at? I didn't tell you. Jiao Wen glanced at Shingle with disdain. Shingle's eyes were cold. Didn't tell him? Then? Hey, look at this. Lu Yin's voice sounded. Shingle looked over. End of chapter. Luin raised his hand, and the finger sword technique circled around him. Xianxia sneered. You still want to break through the Sunluo umbrella prison? Luin shook his head. I'm just reminding you to watch. True despair. As soon as he finished speaking, the finger sword technique shuttled through his palm. Lu Yin's palm continuously withered and recovered. The merciless path burned too slowly. He needed to accumulate his own strength. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Lu Yin's attitude and Jiao Wen's attitude were both wrong. This person was too calm and collected. Did he really want to break through the Sunluo umbrella prison? Impossible. Even He Xiao and the others, who were also cultivators of the merciless path, would find it difficult to break through once they were trapped. It could even be said that it would be difficult for Jiao Wen to break through the Sunluo umbrella prison. What did this person have? Stop pretending. I won't let you go. It's useless no matter how much you pretend. Xianxia snorted coldly. This person must be acting together with Jiao Wen to scare him into stopping. How laughable. When had a cultivator of the merciless path ever been scared? Ba Yu looked at Jiao Wen and asked, what's going on? Within the Sunluo umbrella prison, Lu Yin's lips curled up. Things had reached their limits. He raised his hand and waved it towards the starry sky. It was very relaxed. It was as if he was stretching and greeting someone. With a wave of his arm, the sky opened. The Sunluo umbrella prison split into two. In Xianxia's hand, the umbrella bones broke inch by inch. The formless impact caused him to retreat step by step. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His sneer turned to shock, and then to horror. He looked ahead as if he was looking at a monster. The entire red-shirted civilization was silent at this moment. No one spoke. Everyone stared blankly at the sky. This scene was enough to be recorded in the annals of history. They saw the Sunluo umbrella prison split into two. They saw the dark and deep starry sky appear before their eyes again. They saw Xianxia's incredulous expression. They also saw the person standing in the void with a smile on his face. He was so confident, carefree, and calm. His gaze was so calm that it was as if he had just woken up. At this moment, everyone realized that in his eyes, Xianxia had never cared about him. He stood up like a giant. Pfft! Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood again. His entire body trembled. His arm and chest had been pierced by the umbrella bones. He was in a much worse state than Sherman. He stared blankly at Luin, who was not even looking at him. Was this guy a monster? Bayu was stupefied. In the other directions, He Xiao, West Upper Peak, and Beauty's Pill were all stupefied. No one could ignore this moment. They were witnessing history, witnessing what it meant to be powerful and unmatched. A single person had broken through the Eternal Realm Limitless Umbrella Prison. This shouldn't have happened. Even Jiao Wen's expression froze. He knew that Luin could break through the Myriad Parasol Prison, but he had not expected it to be so easy. It was as if the Myriad Parasol Prison was just an ordinary paper umbrella. He was looking down on the Red Coat civilization. In outer space, Luin retracted his hand, twisted his wrist, and casually said, "A very powerful battle technique. Not bad." His mind buzzed, unable to accept it at all. Luin looked up and stared at the parallel sequence. He took a step forward and appeared in front of the parallel sequence. At this moment, the parallel order didn't have any intention of resisting. Luin reached out to grab the parallel order's neck, but suddenly, the void beside them distorted as a figure appeared and reached out to grab Luin. Luin allowed the newcomer to grab his arm as he grabbed the parallel sequence's neck and lifted him up. "Let go." The newcomer shouted and suddenly let go. Then, he punched the back of his hand in the opposite direction. This punch caused spacetime to stop and gray to flow. Time slowed down and even flowed backward. Fist seals fused together and finally converged on Lu Yin's arm. Lu Yin's arm was withered, but it had completely recovered after receiving this punch. What a domineering punch, and there were faint fist marks on the back of his arm. Even though the newcomer's punch was fierce, it still couldn't suppress Luin. Lu Yin's gaze turned and looked at the newcomer. The newcomer also stared at Luin with a solemn expression. Although his killing intent was restrained, it could still be seen. That bone-chilling and domineering killing intent was penetrating. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth as he hoarsely said, "Senior, save me. I'm Jihe, a red coat." The newcomer spoke slowly. His voice was dull, and his appearance was thin, but he gave off a sense of refinement. Luin and Jihe looked at each other. "You want to save me?" "Save you?" Luin raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" Jihe replied coldly, "Jihe is the heroic ancestor's disciple." Lu Yin's expression changed. He didn't know about this, and no one had told him about it. He turned to Jiao Wen and asked. Jiao Wen put down his wine gourd and nodded. "That's right." Luin looked at Jihe again. At this moment, Jihe's fist was still pressing down on his arm. Luin slowly released his hand and allowed Jihe to fall to the ground while coughing up blood. Jihe retracted his hand and looked at Jihe. "Go back and heal." Jihe looked up and glanced at Jihe before looking at Luin again. His eyes were filled with hatred. Luin frowned. This gaze was not good, and he would never let go of anyone who looked at him with such a gaze. However, this was a red coat civilization, and Jihe was the heroic ancestor's disciple. This was troublesome. Jiao Wen's strength was unfathomable, and the heroic ancestor was publicly recognized as the strongest red coat under the astral stars. He was 120% emotionless and had at least 2 laws of the universe. Even the 7 Treasures Heavenly Toad's boss might not be able to defeat him. Even if Luin could escape after killing his disciple, he wouldn't be able to communicate with a red coat under the astral stars in the future. However, this person deserved to die. "Why aren't you leaving?" Jihe growled. Jihe gritted his teeth, glared at Luin, and was about to leave. Luin abruptly raised his leg and kicked out, smashing into the universe. No one had expected him to do this, and Jihe fell to the ground like trash. Half of his body was broken. Jihe glared at Luin angrily. You. Luin shrugged. I saw that he was injured, so I helped him. Jihee's gaze flickered, and it was extremely cold. In the distance, Bayu stared at Luin. This guy knew that Jihee was the heroic ancestor's disciple, but he still dared to kick him. Jiawen put away his wine gourd and stepped forward. Why did you come out? Jihee? Jihee stared at Luin and answered coldly, if I didn't come out, this person would have turned the world upside down. Luin raised a brow and looked at Jihee. Are you talking about me? Don't be so angry. We were just sparring. Jiawen waved his hand. Luin looked at Jiawen. I really wanted to kill that guy, but he's the heroic ancestor's disciple, so I had to give him some face. Jihee's tone was cold. Why do you want to kill him? Luin glanced at Jihee coldly. This person said that he wanted to save him, but in reality, he wanted to save Jihee. The murderous intent in this person's eyes was very strong, and it could not be suppressed. He ordered someone to kill my disciple. You're from the Valley of Storms, so you deserve to die, Jihee said. Luin stared at Jihee. It seems like you want to do it too. Let me ask you something first, are you the heroic ancestor's disciple? Jiawen coughed. He is too. Luin understood. No wonder you saved Jihee. You're from the same sect. 2 Eternals in one sect. The heroic ancestor is amazing. Jihee sneered. Not only that, but Beauty Dan and West Upper Peak are also the heroic ancestor's disciples. He Xiao is the heroic ancestor's registered disciple. Lu Yin's expression changed slightly. This was incredible. It was possible for a powerful Eternal Life Realm to teach Eternal Life Realm powerhouses, but to teach several Eternal Life Realm powerhouses, this person must be a powerful figure. He looked at Jiawen and asked, You're not the heroic ancestor's disciple, right? Jiawen shook his head. I'm not, but Bayu's breakthrough was due to the heroic ancestor's guidance, so she should be considered half a registered disciple. Lu Yin's expression was heavy. This heroic ancestor might be more terrifying than he imagined. Sect Master Jiawen, the people from the Valley of Storms are misleading the public and causing trouble for the ruthless path. What should be done? Jihee questioned. Jiawen said, This is my bet with Mr. Liu. Jihee said in a low voice, You hurt a cultivator of the ruthless path and damaged the foundation of the Red Coat civilization under the stars for a mere bet. What's the point of such a bet? Also, I heard that your bet is for the human civilization behind this person. What a joke. Since there's a human civilization, of course, you should say it. Why do you need to bet? After he finished speaking, he stared at Luin. You should know how difficult it is for a civilization to survive in a space of inches. For your own selfishness, you put the human civilization in danger. How should you be punished? Luin blinked. He was stunned. He was guilty? He always thought that he was good at talking, but this he was even more ruthless. He was convicted before he could even speak. What, you have nothing to say? Then tell me the coordinates of your human civilization. I, the Red Coat people under the stars, will help you cultivate. A civilization should have at least 2 or 3 Eternal Realm experts. Only by joining forces with us can you protect yourself. Otherwise, your civilization will be destroyed at any time. You will be a sinner for all eternity, Jihee said sternly. Luin was speechless. Our civilization is living well. It will be better in the future, Jihee said coldly. Luin looked at Jiawen and asked, Doesn't the heroic ancestor pick disciples? They are either idiots or idiots. Impudent. Jihee was furious and wanted to attack, but Jiawen stopped him. He sighed. I am now the sect master of the ruthless sect. Before the heroic ancestor went into seclusion, he handed the Red Coat civilization under the stars to me. I have my own decision on this matter. Jihee, just do your job. Jihee narrowed his eyes and stared at Jiawen. Are you really going to side with this outsider? We are all humans. What's there to be biased about? Luin retorted. Jiawen looked at Jihee. Since the bet is made, we should act according to it. Do you want me to break my promise? Besides, are you sure you can suppress him? He was apprehensive. Luin had just split the limitless parasol prison into two, which was a frightening display of strength. He shouldn't be a scoundrel, but rather a hidden eternal realm cultivator. If he could escape their detection, then he was quite powerful. Although he was afraid, this was the red coat civilization under the stars. He was disdainful. He is just an inferior person. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he stared at Ji. Inferior? Ji said, the ninth base was destroyed long ago. If I'm not wrong, the human civilization behind you was once abandoned as bait. The fact that we abandoned you back then proves how big the gap between you and us is. If you are not inferior, then what are you? Luin stared at Ji in a daze and smiled. I see. That's how you see us. Ji put his hands behind his back and did not care. It was unexpected that you could survive. Suddenly, he thought of something and stared at Luin. Logically speaking, the ninth base has been destroyed, so you shouldn't have survived. But you did, and you even have an inheritance that knows about the ninth base. You must have fled. Luin looked at Ji coldly. Ji mocked, no wonder a mere bait could survive and even have an inheritance. You are not only inferior people, but also despicable. He stared at Luin. If you didn't escape back then, you would have led the enemy away. The ninth base civilization might not have been destroyed. It's hateful that you inferior people actually escaped. Jiawen, what's the point of gambling with these inferior people? Capture him and force him to tell us the coordinates. Capture all the human civilizations on his side. There must be cultivators suitable for the ruthless path among them. Although they can't be treated the same as the cultivators of the Red Coat civilization, it's still better than doing nothing. It's good for our people to practice. Ba Yu looked at Ji and then at Luin. Was he really bait to escape? This was indeed reasonable. Otherwise, if the ninth base civilization was destroyed, how could a mere bait survive and have an inheritance? Jiawen said, let's not bother about what happened a long time ago. No matter what happened in the past, human civilization should unite now. As he spoke, he looked at Luin. Ji's words are unpleasant, but humans should indeed unite. What do you think? Mr. Lu. Luin faced Jiawen and asked. How interesting. He made it sound like they owed the Red Coat civilization. The bet isn't over yet. He did not forget the first time he met Jiawen. Jiawen did not feel guilty or acknowledge their civilization being used as bait. He even treated this as a process and promised to compensate them. That indifferent attitude was very similar to Ji's. They both cultivated the ruthless path. There was no difference between them. Jiawen was calm. Ji frowned and said coldly, there's no bet. Either tell me the coordinates, or... His eyes were filled with killing intent. I'll force you to tell me the coordinates. Luin smiled. Sure, try and force me. Ji clenched his fists. His killing intent was boiling, but he was also extremely afraid. This person was very strong. Even he could not easily tear apart the parallel limitless umbrella prison. Ba Yu looked at Ji. She did not attack immediately, which meant that Mr. Lu's strength made Ji lose confidence. Anyone who knew Ji knew that if he was confident, he would have attacked long ago. He would not care about Jiawen at all. Because he was the disciple of the hero ancestor, the other eternal realms would only help him. But now that he did not attack, it was enough to see his fear. Enough, Ji. No matter what you want to do. We'll talk about it after the bet. Jiawen's tone changed. Just like how he forced the parallel order to retreat, he was serious now. Ji was already wary of Luin, and when he saw Jiawen's attitude, he took advantage of the situation and retreated. Alright, since Sect Master insists on fulfilling the terms of the bet, I will not interfere. However, if you lose the bet, Sect Master will have to pay the price. I will report this matter to my master. After Ji left, Ba Yu let out a sigh of relief. This matter had finally come to an end. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. Even Ji had come out. Wait, perhaps Ji was the one behind the parallel sequence. Not only had Ba Yu noticed this, but Luin had as well. Back then, Jiawen had brought him to meet many Eternal Realm cultivators, but he had not met Ji He. That was because Ji He had been in seclusion. How could it be such a coincidence that he came out at this time and knew everything about him like the back of his hand? The parallel order was just his saber. However, Luin also wanted to break this blade. There are still 80 years left. You're going to lose this bet. Jiuqiu asked and looked at Luin. My emotionless sect has roped in a bunch of people, and a bunch of them have died. We just need to rope in another 1,000 or so people. Luin was confident. You won't be able to rope in these 1,000 people. Jiawen laughed. Even if more than half of them die, you'll still lose. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. You know that the people from the Valley of Storms were killed. Jiawen took out his wine gourd. The bet only stipulated that the people from the emotionless sect could not attack. I did not instruct the parallel order. This matter has nothing to do with me. You just don't want to help, Luin said. Jiawen smiled. That's your problem. Luin looked at Jiawen deeply and asked, Ji He will still attack the people from the Valley of Storms, right? That's for sure, Ba Yu interrupted. Luin understood and also thought of what to do. If Ji He really wanted to attack me just now, what would the result be? Ba Yu looked at Luin in surprise. What did he mean? Jiawen took a sip of wine. You will face a war between civilizations. Luin nodded and left. Ba Yu said, Sect Master, Ji He will not let him go. However, it seems that it will be difficult for Ji He to deal with him alone. Jiawen sighed. Young people are getting more and more powerful. Old people like us should have been eliminated long ago. With that, he staggered towards the starry sky. The end of the battle had a huge impact. Luin had defeated the parallel order, and it was not a simple defeat. It could be considered a crushing defeat. Countless people in the red coat under the stars had a new understanding of Lu Yin's strength. Whether it was the parallel order swordsmanship or tearing apart the limitless umbrella prison, it was unbelievable. The result was that no one dared to provoke the people from the Valley of Storms. After the prelude, the person who led the killing of the people from the Valley of Storms ended up in such a miserable state. Naturally, no one else dared to do anything to the people from the Valley of Storms, unless they had an eternal life realm backing them. Moreover, they had to be stronger than the parallel order. The people from the Valley of Storms heaved a sigh of relief. They thought that they could rest easy. Who would dare to take the risk of being killed by Mr. Liu? However, they were soon notified to return to the Valley of Storms. Everyone thought that this was the metamorphosis of the Valley of Storms, and also the metamorphosis of the sentient sect. As a result, the sentient sect had gained hundreds of thousands of disciples overnight. If they could really achieve the 1 million cultivators that were rumored before the congregation, however, this group of people was directly sent to the Heartless sect by Luin. Countless people were dumbfounded. Lu Yin's idea was simple. Jiawen had made it clear that the disciples of the Valley of Storms would definitely be targeted or even killed. This was much more efficient than luring them to join the path of heartlessness. If that was the case, Luin could do nothing even if he had the path sword. The path sword could not revive the dead. The only way was to send everyone from the Valley of Storms to the Heartless sect. No one would dare to do anything to them in the Heartless sect. They just had to stay there for the remaining 80 years. Ba Yu looked at Luin strangely. Are you sure you want to keep them in the Heartless sect? Otherwise, where would it be safer than the Heartless sect? Luin asked. Ba Yu said, this is the Heartless sect. They cultivate the path of heartlessness. No matter how determined the people from the Valley of Storms are, if they come here, they will change in 10 years, let alone 80 years. Of course, Luin understood this. Actually, many disciples from the Valley of Storms were not lured in at the beginning. Later, they were tricked into the Heartless sect and switched to cultivating the path of heartlessness after a few years. This was the influence of the environment. Here, one would be instilled with the path of heartlessness even in their dreams. It was impossible to persist. There's no other way. Ji He, that old bastard, will definitely think of a way to kill the people from the Valley of Storms. Ba Yu said, then why don't you gather them in the Valley of Storms and protect them? Luin sighed. Doing that would lose the meaning of the bet. Do you think I can withstand the pressure of the entire Red Coat civilization alone? No matter how strong I am, I can't do it. I can only use the bet to shut up the Red Coat civilization. If I really lose this bet, it means that the path of heartlessness is the way out for everyone. He looked at Ba Yu. My goal is not to reject the path of heartlessness for no reason. I just think that it is not suitable for everyone. Ba Yu looked deeply at Luin. She understood. The bet was small, but the attempt was big. The real goal of this bet was not to completely separate the human civilization behind this person from the Red Coat civilization. On the contrary, it was to find a way to interact with each other. The way she looked at Luin changed. This person was worthy of respect. Luin left, and Ba Yu really believed him. No matter how long those people stayed in the Heartless sect, he had already planted the path sword. Planting the path sword for these people who had only cultivated for 20 years consumed very little karma. Once the bet time was up, the path sword would be activated, causing the Red Coat civilization to completely cut off contact with the three universes and spread the path of heartlessness. This was the most ideal situation, but would the Red Coat civilization really abide by the bet? At the very least, Ji-he would not admit to it. Jiawen could not represent the entire Red Coat civilization, and would Jiawen really abide by the bet? These words could fool Ba Yu, but they could not fool Jiawen. However, the bet of 100 years was just Luin buying time. He wanted to see the Red Coat civilization clearly within these 100 years and see the relationship between Jiawen and the Blue Lotus ruler. No one knew that Jiawen had already recognized the three universes. After returning to the Valley of Storms, Luin slowly sat down. Please sit. A figure appeared across from him and slowly sat down. This person was Ji-he. When Luin had brought the people from the Valley of Storms to the Heartless sect, Ji-he had been there. That was why he had returned to the Valley of Storms, where Ji-he had been waiting for him. Smart, but it's just a waste of time. Your people can't withstand the baptism of the path of heartlessness. That's the Heartless sect, Ji-he said, his voice low and filled with mockery. Luin looked at him. There's no other way. Someone is breaking the rules. Here, the rules will not stand on my side. Ji-he looked at Luin. It's good that you know. Some words are unpleasant, but they are the truth. Do you like unpleasant truths or pleasant hypocrisy? I like both. Oh? Luin said calmly, when I'm in a good mood, I want to hear pleasant hypocrisy to make me feel better. When I'm in a bad mood, I want to hear unpleasant truths. He then stared at Ji-he. Then I'll find someone to vent it on. Ji-he laughed. You have a deep enmity against me. The people of the Valley of Storms cannot die in vain. This has nothing to do with me. It was that idiot, the Parallel Order, who did it. Just him? Luin stared at Ji-he. Ji-he nodded seriously. Just him. Luin looked at him for a while and looked away. Why are you looking for me? Ji-he said, you're a smart person. You'll definitely lose the bet. You can never win here, so the human civilization behind you will eventually cross paths with ours. You don't want the civilization behind you to be baptized by the path of heartlessness. You can make some preparations. Luin was stunned. He looked at Ji-he. You want to help me? Ji-he said, I told you the first time we met. I'm saving you. Luin found it funny. Why? Let me go to your civilization. You want to control our civilization? Lu Yin's eyes were sharp. Ji-he saw Lu Yin's reaction and knew that the civilization behind this person was not strong. They did not believe that there was only one eternal life realm, but Lu Yin's reaction proved that even if there was more than one eternal life realm, they would not be that strong. End of chapter. On a deeper level, it was even possible that this person was the strongest person in the human civilization that he came from. This was not only Ji-he's guess but also the guess of countless people in the Red Coat civilization. Everyone thought that Luin was hiding his eternal life realm cultivation. In fact, he was in the eternal life realm. They could not accept someone who was not in the eternal life realm. Ji-he said, I don't have such plans. I just want to avoid cultivating in the Heartless Tao and break through Jiawen's seal. What do you mean? Ji-he stood up and looked in the direction of the distant Heartless sect. The Heartless sect was founded by Jiawen. They spread the Heartless Tao and built many Heartless valleys. On the surface, it looks like his goal is to make the Red Coat civilization stronger, but in reality, he's cultivating his own path of heartlessness. Currently, the Red Coat civilization is surrounded by his heartless path. If we cultivate here, we will never be able to surpass him. Only by leaving this place and heading to a new human civilization, breaking free from the seal of the heartless path, will we be able to surpass him. He turned around and looked at Luin. Don't think that Jiawen is really helping you. He made a bet with you, and he doesn't care if the human civilization behind you has come into contact with us. Whether he wins or loses, it doesn't matter to him. He is the most hypocritical of all. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Does Jiawen's heartless Tao include the entire Red Coat civilization under the stars? What about the heroic ancestor? Back then, when he first met Jiawen said that they were forced to practice the heartless path. However, in the mouth of the Ji River, but Jiawen is the main culprit behind the spread of the heartless path by the Red Coat civilization under the stars? He shook his head and sighed. Master has already mastered 120% of the heartless path. He doesn't care about the matters of the mortal world. The goal of Jiawen is to master 120% of the heartless path, and this is also what Master wants him to do. Master is selfless. If one more person can master 120% of the heartless path, our Red Coat civilization will become stronger. 2 heartless path experts are enough to deter most fishing civilizations from invading. But Master has never thought about us. All of us have fulfilled the drunken question. Why should I be able to obtain 120% of the heartless Tao, as long as I can walk out of the drunken question's seal? His eyes burned with passion as he stared at Luin. Mr. Lu, helping me is the same as helping you. Let's work together, and if you help me break through Jiao Yi's heartless Tao, I can promise you that once I surpass Jiao Yi, the human civilization behind you will be free. It's up to you. The Red Coat civilization under the stars will not interfere with the choice of your civilization. If you don't cooperate with me, you will lose the bet, and the civilization behind you will have to come into contact with the red specters under the stars. Jiawen doesn't mind expanding the range of his heartless Tao. He doesn't mind, but can you bear it? The cultivation of the emotionless Tao is cruel and inhumane. None of you can accept it. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He knew where the 3 universes were, but he hadn't made a move yet. Was it because he didn't care? The heartless path could encompass the entire Red Coat civilization. It could expand, but it could also not expand. Was that so? According to Ji He, if the 3 universes were discovered, it would mean that many people would be able to break through Jiao Wen's heartless Tao's blockade before the range of his heartless Tao encompassed the 3 universes. This was disadvantageous to Jiao Wen. According to what you said, Wine Question should have lost the bet. You're wrong. He doesn't care about winning or losing, but if he learns about the existence of the civilization behind you, he might not necessarily tell everyone. There were some things that didn't matter to him. He could choose not to use them or not to have them, but he couldn't allow others to use them. I can tell the entire Red Shirt civilization the coordinates, Luin said. Ji He laughed mockingly. You won't do that. Luin frowned. Why? I've thought about it from the start. If I lose the bet, I'll tell the entire Red Coat civilization the coordinates of my civilization. Ji He shook his head. Trust me, you won't do that. When the time comes, Wine Question will let you know why. Of course, I can also let you know in advance. Ji He's expression was gloomy, and his eyes were smiling. Go check on Wine Question's disciple, and you'll know the answer. The Stonewall tribe? No, another disciple of his. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Ji He left, but before he left, he asked Luin to think about it carefully. He needed an answer the next time they met. He also asked Luin to think about Jiangsu and the others' attitudes towards Wine Question. Luin sat in the Valley of Storms and recalled Ji He's words. Wine Question and Ji He had said 2 completely different things. One had said that they were forced to cultivate the path of heartlessness, and while it was heartless, there was a distinction between right and wrong. They had also promised to abide by the terms of the bet. While they were heartless and allowed the people of the Valley of Storms to be killed, they were at least honorable. Another had said that Wine Question had created the path of heartlessness and was the person who had set up the path of heartlessness for the red shirt civilization. He wanted to use the entire red shirt civilization to cultivate the path of heartlessness as the price to reach 120%. He was an extremely hypocritical person. If Luin wanted to know the answer, he could use karma to see. However, neither of them were existences that Luin could use karma to see. Their strength wasn't below Lu Yin's, and at this moment, it wasn't time to expose their karma. He wanted to work together and cultivate in the three universes. Luin definitely wouldn't object, and he even looked forward to taking him away, but not now. He still hadn't figured out the relationship between Wine Question and Azure Lotus Ruler, so it wasn't wise to take He away. He couldn't possibly know about this. He had reminded Wine Question about his disciple and Xianxia and the others' attitudes. Xianxia and the others' attitudes were indeed worth considering. They weren't ordinary people, but rather experts who cultivated the path of heartlessness. However, they were very respectful towards Wine Question. Even when they were disrespectful, Wine Question suppressed them and didn't dare to resist. Wine Question was very dignified. Not long after, Luin left Stormwater Gorge and found Elder Qiu. Their destination was Flower City. Flower City was where Sherman had been born. Luin had already read through many of the family histories, so the next thing he needed to do was look through the records of those who had lived for a long time. Someone like Sherman, who had a high status, might know a few things or rumors about him. Many truths couldn't be directly recorded, and he had to search for clues. Now, he was asking Elder Qiu about Wine Question's disciple. Disciple? The Stonewall tribe? Elder Qiu was puzzled. Hadn't Luin already taken a look? His attitude towards Luin was very respectful. This was a ruthless person who had beaten Xianxia and the others like a stray dog. He had torn apart the limitless umbrella prison with one hand. Elder Qiu would never forget that scene for the rest of his life, and he believed that the entire red shirt civilization wouldn't forget it either. Elder Qiu was looking through the histories of the various families, and at this moment, he would be added to those histories. This person had already been recorded in history. Luin asked, "How many disciples does Wine Question have?" Elder Qiu replied respectfully, "No, Yu counts as half. The rest have all passed away." Luin had asked this question before leaving the Stonewall tribe, and Elder Qiu had given him the same answer. Luin looked at Elder Qiu. How many disciples did he have? Elder Qiu's eyes flashed. I don't know. After all, sect leader Jiawen has been alive for a long time. It's not something we can pry into. Then tell me what you know. Why are you asking this, Mr. Liu? I'm curious. Elder Qiu hesitated. Actually, sect leader Jiawen's disciples are all dead. They have no value. Then bring me to their families. Other than the Stonewall tribe, I really don't know about the rest, Elder Qiu replied. Luin looked at Elder Qiu calmly. Elder Qiu met Lu Yin's gaze and bowed deeply. Mr. Liu, please don't make things difficult for me. Make things difficult? If you ask this, you must have heard something. This is a taboo. Please don't make things difficult for me. Lu Yin's tone was cold. I must know what I want to know. Elder Qiu's face turned pale. He suddenly knelt down. Please don't make things difficult for me. Luin looked at Elder Qiu. Are you that afraid? Are you afraid of me or Jiawen? Elder Qiu did not dare to answer. He lowered his head. He did not expect to be asked this question. This was a taboo in the entire civilization. Even the Eternal Realm cultivators did not dare to talk about it. How did Mr. Liu know? Since this is a taboo, why did you dare to bring me to the Stonewall tribe? Aren't you afraid that I'll ask you the same question? Elder Qiu's voice was dry. No one will touch on this question. This matter is beyond everyone's knowledge. Luin looked at Elder Qiu deeply. Jihe's reminder was right. A taboo? Then Jiawen must have made this taboo. So many years had passed that no one knew about it. They subconsciously thought that this matter did not exist. Everything could not be related to this matter. When he left the Stonewall tribe, he asked Elder Qiu about Jiawen's disciples. Elder Chio's answer was very natural. There was nothing strange about it. Even Luin did not notice it. He asked again just now, and it was still very natural. The more natural it was, the more taboo it was. It was so taboo that they had forgotten about it. If not for Lu Yin's continuous questioning, Elder Chio would not have been like this. When a person hid a secret, they would be nervous when others approached it. However, if they forgot about it, then no one would be able to find out. Just from Elder Chio's attitude, Lu Yin could tell that the entire civilization was helping Jiao Wen forget about this matter. Or rather, they were covering it up. Lu Yin's karma revolved around his fingertips and pierced through Elder Chio. Elder Chio was shocked. He did not know what had pierced through him, but he did not dare to move. Lu Yin watched for a while and was disappointed. This matter had nothing to do with Elder Chio. He had only known about it, but had not participated. He was not part of the experience, and he could not see through karma. Get up. I was just asking. Elder Chio sighed. Thank you, sir. He stood up, sweat dripping from his forehead. He was still afraid. Lu Yin walked forward. How far? Soon. I'll lead the way. Elder Chio came to Flower City again, but this time, he brought Lu Yin with him. The last time he had come, he had been chased out by Xiaman. This time, he did not believe that Xiaman would have the guts. Flower City's singing was beautiful, Xiaman was beautiful, and the girl in her arms was even more beautiful. However, all of this was ruined. When Xiaman saw Lu Yin standing outside Flower City, she felt an indescribable sense of absurdity. What was he doing here? After chasing away the singers, Xiaman hurried out of Flower City to welcome him. The people of Flower City also stood respectfully in place, not daring to move. Xiaman greets Mr. Lu. Lu Yin looked at the girl in front of him. Sorry to disturb you. End of chapter. Xiaman pursed her lips. It was indeed disturbing. She was just about to enjoy it for a while before going into seclusion to heal her injuries. It's an honor for you to come to Flower City. Please come in. With that, she looked up and looked at Elder Chio. Elder Chio was calm and composed as he followed Lu Yin into Flower City. Xiaman looked at the starry sky. She really hoped that her master would come. She didn't dare to face Lu Yin directly. In a direction of the universe. The beauty pill looked at Flower City quietly. Why did Lu Yin go to Xiaoman? She was a little uneasy. She frowned but didn't plan to go. She saw Parallel Order's miserable state. To be honest, she might not be Parallel Order's match if they really fought. She didn't want to try. It was better to continue solving riddles. He retracted his gaze and raised his hand. He stared at a black hexagonal piece of armor in his palm. He didn't believe that he couldn't understand what was written on it. Xiaman followed Lu Yin uneasily. Lu Yin was thinking about how to ask Xiaman about Jiao Wen's disciple. Elder Chio's attitude made him know that he couldn't ask directly. But he couldn't ask without asking. How's your injury? Lu Yin asked. Xiaman and Elder Chio looked at each other. She said respectfully, it's okay. Lu Yin's voice was gentle. I'm sorry. I was too heavy-handed. Xiaman was shocked. She thought of the scene of Parallel Order being chased and beaten. She thought of the starry sky. The Sanluo umbrella prison was split into two. What did this person mean by his tone? So gentle? Could it be that he had taken a fancy to her? All kinds of thoughts were mixed up, and Xiaman didn't know how to answer. Elder Chio coughed and woke Xiaman up. She quickly said respectfully, it has nothing to do with you. I didn't know the rules and challenged you. Please don't blame me. Lu Yin looked at Xiaman and smiled. I was too heavy-handed. I shouldn't have done this to you. He waved his hand. Elder Chio understood and retreated. Xiaman's heart was in her mouth. What did he mean? After sending Elder Chio away, was this person going to do something to her? She looked down and saw a patch of snow white. She was wearing little clothes. What if this person wanted to do something to her? She couldn't resist at all. But how would she explain it to her master? She would die. But if this person was willing to take her away, her master might not be his opponent. What? Xiaman's face. She didn't want to refuse. Do you want me to treat you? Luin asked again, his voice gentle and magnetic. Xiamang raised her head, her face gradually turning red. It was very charming. Her eyes were watery, and even her skin gradually turned red. Thank you, sir. He looked at her strangely. What's wrong with you? This woman's attitude had changed drastically, from fear to concern that she was trying to seduce him. Sherman bit her lips and said in a voice so low that it was almost inaudible, Sir, my room is not far away. Luin was speechless. It was a misunderstanding. Ahem, I have a question for you. This little girl is very clean and has not been touched by anyone. Luin. Do you know how many disciples Jiawen has? Sherman felt a chill run down her spine, and the redness on her face faded away as she looked at Luin in shock. Luin looked at her. Jiawen, how many disciples do you have? Sherman's expression changed. Why do you ask this, sir? I'm just curious. I've been to the Stonewall tribe and recorded many things. I came to Flower City to see its history, and I want to visit his other disciples' family next. Sherman's eyes flashed, and she was completely awake. I don't know much about sect leader Jiawen, but Elder Qiu does. He stays in the Heartless sect for many years and has a good relationship with acting sect leader Ba Yu. He knows. There's no need to ask him. Aren't you here? Just say it, Luin said. Sherman gritted her teeth and bowed deeply. I don't know. Luin frowned. You don't know? I don't know. Lu Yin's tone turned cold. Jiawen is the Heartless sect leader. His recruitment of disciples should be a grand occasion for the entire Red Shirt civilization. How could you not know? Sherman's face paled. I don't know. I don't know. Lu Yin's pressure descended. Sherman was already injured, and she found it even harder to bear, but she still gritted her teeth and insisted that she didn't know. Luin didn't really want to hurt her, and her attitude was the same as Elder Qiu's. After a while, Luin walked over to the historical records in Flower City to check. Sherman heaved a sigh of relief and went to find Elder Qiu while Luin was looking at the records. Her gaze was fierce and filled with killing intent. Old thing, you set me up. Elder Qiu was helpless. If Mr. Lu wanted to come, I couldn't stop him. You didn't bring him here on purpose? I swear, I definitely didn't. Sherman panted heavily and suddenly coughed. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Elder Qiu said, quickly heal yourself. Your injuries haven't healed yet. Sherman's gaze was cold. If you hadn't stirred up trouble, I wouldn't have come looking for trouble. Elder Qiu knew that he was in the wrong and didn't dare say anything else. He had already paid the price. If he hadn't deliberately revealed the location of the Azure Wave Valley, Luin wouldn't have come looking for him. Sherman approached Elder Qiu and whispered, Did he ask you about sect leader Jiawen's disciple? Elder Qiu wasn't surprised. Luin had sent him away, and Sherman had overthought things. He knew that Luin wanted to ask about this. He had also thought about how to deal with Sherman. He pretended to be surprised. What? Sect leader Jiawen's disciple? He asked about that? Sherman whispered, Lower your voice. Elder Qiu panicked. You didn't say. Sherman looked at Elder Qiu suspiciously. He didn't ask you? No. Impossible. Sherman stared at Elder Qiu. Elder Qiu spread out his hands. He really didn't ask me. Why would he ask about this? What did you say? Of course I didn't say. What about your attitude? Don't let him think that you're hiding this. Sherman opened her mouth and her face turned ashen. Elder Qiu panicked. Don't tell me you're letting him guess that you're hiding this. You're so stupid. You could have just casually said it. How could you let him guess? Me. Stop talking about me. Quickly think of a way to make up for it. Sherman didn't know what to say. She felt that Elder Qiu's attitude wasn't right, but the old man refused to admit it. Elder Qiu wasn't stupid. Of course, he wouldn't admit it. There was no such thing as a wall that didn't have a crack. If the outside world were to spread this matter one day, he wouldn't be able to escape responsibility. He had to clear his name now. No matter what the outside world said, it had nothing to do with him. It was Sherman who had said it. As for what Sherman had said, it had nothing to do with him either. He had been following Luin all this time, and the outside world naturally wouldn't believe that Luin hadn't asked him. However, it was fine as long as he didn't admit it. He would lower his own sense of existence and refuse to admit it. Sherman tried a few times, but Elder Chiu refused to admit it. She had no other choice. She felt that she had caused trouble by letting Luin know that she was hiding this matter. If Sect Master Jiuwen heard about this, it would be her mistake. However, she was certain that Luin had known about this long ago. It must have been Elder Chiu who had told him. This old man was just pretending. After some time, Luin finished reading the history of Flower City. Flower City hadn't existed for a long time, and its so-called history was Sherman's history. She had lived for a long time, and she had reached the peak of power below immortality. It wasn't something that could be achieved overnight. He hadn't seen much about Jiuwen. At most, Flower City's history recorded what had happened in the Heartless sect, but he hadn't been able to analyze Jiuwen. However, over the years, Luin had read the history of the Red Robes beneath the Astral Continent, and he was almost certain that the Red Robes beneath the Astral Continent had joined the Unknown. Lu Yin's gaze grew heavy. That's right, this was something that he was almost certain of. During his conversations with Elder Chiu, he had often mentioned Jiuwen and the Heartless Path. He wanted to know more about these things, but he also wanted to know more about the unknown. In these histories, he had discovered a door, as well as some scattered records of battles with the unknown. Of course, it wasn't about the unknown itself, but rather the civilizations that had come through the door. Even though these records were very vague due to the passage of time, and it could even be said that there were only a few sentences in all the histories that he had read over the past 20 years, these few sentences were enough. He was certain that the Red Robes beneath the Astral Continent had fought with the unknown before, and it had happened right after the destruction of the Ninth Base civilization. However, if they had fought with the unknown, why had they disappeared in the past few years? The vague and scattered records were from a long time ago, and their history surpassed the history of the Tianyuan universe. Why were there no records of battles with the unknown in such a long history? The unknown's characteristics were very obvious. It was either a door, or if the unknown itself had appeared, it would even have divine power. However, these were all missing from the histories. In other words, the unknown had never appeared in these long years. The Red Robes beneath the Astral Continent had been chased away by the unknown? Did the unknown not dare to come? Impossible. Luin was gradually understanding the unknown. It was a terrifying collective, and the Red Robes beneath the Astral Continent could not escape from it. Thus, there was only one explanation. Just like the three universes, this place had been abandoned by the unknown. The only reason for this abandonment was that this place had joined the unknown. When he had first come into contact with the Red Robes beneath the Astral Continent, he had thought that he would face the Heartless Path and those few inhumane eternal realms. He would face the integration and contact between civilizations in the future, but now, it seemed like he had not seen it clearly. If his guess was correct, who among the Red Robes beneath the Astral Continent had joined the unknown? The answer was obvious: Red Hero. No, Luin frowned. It might not be Red Hero. Logically speaking, those who joined the unknown should be the strongest Red Robes beneath the Astral Continent. However, in the three universes, he had been invited to join the unknown, but Qing Lianyu had not. This could be the case for the Red Robes beneath the Astral Continent as well. Then? Jiuwen? Lu Yin's eyes flickered. This Jiuwen had more and more secrets. Mr. Lu. Xiaman bowed. When she saw Luin come out, she was worried that Luin would ask about that matter again. Luin grunted. Let's go. I'm done. Elder Chiu responded and hurriedly followed behind. Xiaman did not even dare to ask them to stay. She watched as Luin and Elder Chiu walked out of Flower City and gradually disappeared. She only heaved a sigh of relief when she could no longer see Luin and Elder Chiu. What is he doing here? A voice sounded behind her, startling Xiaman. She looked back with a pale face. Greetings, Master. End of chapter. Beauty Dan looked at Xiaman with a smile. Why is he here? Xiaman said, he came to see the history of Flower City. History? Beauty Dan looked into the distance. People had been paying attention to Luin all these years. They knew that Luin was reading the history of various families. Did he want to use this method to understand the red coats under the stars? That's it? Xiaman's eyes flickered. He met Beauty Dan's gaze and didn't dare to hide anything. He also asked about Sect Master Jiawen. Beauty Dan was puzzled. What about Sect Master Jiawen? Disciple, Xiaman said. Beauty Dan's gaze changed as she stared at Xiaman. You said it? Xiaman hurriedly knelt. Please forgive me, Master. I didn't say anything. Beauty Dan heaved a sigh of relief. What are you afraid of? Xiaman helplessly explained the situation. Beauty Dan listened quietly and said, he knew before he asked you. He doesn't blame you. Xiaman knew too, but Elder Qiu refused to admit it. Sect Master Jiawen? Beauty Dan said, it has nothing to do with you. Moreover, this has nothing to do with us. Since Luin wants to investigate, he will find out sooner or later. We didn't do it. We just don't take the initiative to say it. There's no need to help him hide it. Xiaman exhaled. Yes. Beauty Dan looked into the distance. Why was Luin investigating this matter? Also, how did he know about this? It was impossible for Elder Qiu to take the initiative to talk about it. He wouldn't dare even if he had 100 guts. Those who dared to tell Luin. Only Ji He. Had Ji He and Luin met again? On the other side, Elder Qiu arranged the next place for Luin. Let's go next. City Lordway. Elder Qiu was stunned. What? Luin said, which city lord was the person I trampled to death from? Elder Qiu replied, Mountain Wind City. Let's go there. Elder Qiu didn't know why Luin was going to Mountain Wind City. But he just needed to lead the way. Mountain Wind City was far away from Flower City, but for people of Lu Yin's strength, it didn't take long to cross the entire universe. At this moment, it was snowing in the city. The city was very quiet. Luin and Elder Qiu entered the city, but the people they saw were either rushing with their heads down or hiding in their homes, not daring to come out. Soon, they found out the reason. The entire city was paying respects to City Lord Wei. Luin was puzzled. Isn't it the Heartless Dao? There are still people crying for him? Elder Qiu said, although the entire civilization cultivates the path of heartlessness, the number of people who can truly master it is less than 1 in 1,000. Many people just pretend to be heartless, or try their best to appear heartless, but no one is truly heartless. Right now, the ones crying for Mayor Wei should be his family. Not long after, the two of them arrived at the city lord's mansion. The sound of crying had stopped, but it was replaced by an uproar. The two of them did not attract anyone's attention. There was no one at the door. It was noisy inside. The position of city lord should be mine. I am the eldest son of the first wife. Humph, your mother can't even enter the house, and you call yourself the eldest son? Get lost, bastard. What did you say? Come if you have the guts. Today, you won't be able to leave here alive. Inside the city lord's mansion, some people were paying their respects, while others were watching coldly from the sidelines. Other than a woman who was crying, no one else was sad. The two youths each brought a group of people to confront each other. The older generation also sent people to help, and they almost started to fight. A cough resounded like a sudden clap of thunder, resounding in everyone's ears and shaking everyone. A middle-aged man walked out from the courtyard. Everyone immediately bowed, Lord Hui. Greetings, Lord Hui. Greetings, Lord Hui. When the middle-aged man arrived, the situation was under control. Everyone bowed to him, not daring to raise their heads. Lu Yin and Elder Qiu were at the edge. Elder Qiu said in a low voice, this person is called Hui Kai. He is also a disciple of Parallel to Eternal Life and the junior brother of City Lord Wei. Lu Yin looked on with interest. He hadn't thought that there would be something like this. It made things easier for him, but why did this person walk out from the courtyard? Lord Hui walked to the front of the morning hall and paid his respects to City Lord Wei. He then turned around and looked at the two youths arguing. The two faced Hui Kai, not daring to raise their heads. Since my senior brother has passed away, Mountain Wind City should have a new city lord. Logically speaking, the eldest son should inherit the position. When the eldest son heard this, he wasn't happy. Instead, he clenched his fists because he knew that Hui Kai was helping his second brother. However, the eldest son's name is not in line and his words are not correct. Although the red shirt civilization cultivates the merciless path, we still respect etiquette. The position of city lord will be given to Wei Song. Does anyone have any objections? Wei Song was the second son of city lord Wei. The eldest son was called Wei Qi. Hearing Hui Kai's announcement, no one dared to object. The older generation of Mountain Wind City also bowed in unison. No. Wei Qi raised his head and roared at Hui Kai. The people behind him hurriedly tried to pull him away. Hui Kai's gaze was cold as he stared at Wei Qi. Do you have any objections? Wei Qi shook off the people behind him and glared at Hui Kai. The position of city lord should be inherited by the eldest son. Why is my name not in line and my words not correct? Since father brought me into the city, I have the right. Hui Kai was cold. Then you can ask the elders of Mountain Wind City and see what they say. Eldest young master, let's go. The people behind him hurriedly tried to pull Wei Qi away, but there were also some who stayed away from him and stood on the wrong side. Wei Qi's eyes were red as he looked at the elders. The elders were all silent. No one spoke up for him. Wei Song sneered, "Get lost, bastard. Don't let me see you in Mountain Wind City in the future. Otherwise, you will die without a complete corpse." Wei Qi roared, "You are the bastard. You are not father's son. Don't think that I don't know. You are the son of that slut and Hui Kai." These words shocked everyone. They all stared blankly. The crying woman's body shook. She raised her head and her eyes were filled with hatred. Wei Qi, what nonsense are you talking about? Hui Kai's eyes were cold. A monstrous pressure suddenly descended. Wei Qi and the people behind him were directly pressed to the ground. Their limbs were crushed. It was extremely miserable. The rest of the people subconsciously retreated. They looked at this scene in fear. Wei Song angrily stepped forward and kicked Wei Qi's head. "Bastard, you dare to slander me. I will kill you. I will kill you." Hui Kai clasped his hands behind his back. He did not speak and looked at the woman. The woman and Hui Kai looked at each other. Her gaze softened and she smiled charmingly. It made Hui Kai's mood much better. "All right, throw him out." Wei Song said, "Uncle, let me kill him." Hui Kai waved his hand, "Up to you." Wei Song smiled maliciously and kicked out. With a bang, Wei Qi's head separated from his body. He died extremely miserably. His blood splattered all over the morning hall. Some even splashed onto the memorial tablet. But at this moment, no one cared. Hui Kai supported Wei Song. Of course, Wei Song was the mayor. Hui Kai turned around and looked at the memorial tablet. "Senior, I can only help you to this point. Mountain Wind City will always belong to your Wei family." The woman's sobs became even louder. Interesting. I never thought that I would be able to see this scene. Luin walked out with Elder Qiu beside him. The surrounding people stared angrily. Who dared to be so impudent here? Hui Kai also turned around and stared at the newcomer. When he saw Luin, he was stunned at first. Then, his expression changed greatly. It was as if he had seen a ghost. Many people stared blankly. Who was this person? How dare you? You are courting death. How dare you be so impudent here? Wei Song angrily rebuked, "Men, beat him to death." Elder Qiu looked at him sympathetically. Hui Kai instantly appeared in front of Wei Song and sent him flying with a slap. He smashed into the wall and fainted. The sobbing woman was shocked. "Song-er." She looked at Hui Kai in confusion. Hui Kai took a deep breath and turned around to face Luin. He bowed deeply. "Greetings, Mr. Liu." Many people reacted at this moment and knelt down. "Greetings, Mr. Liu." "Greetings, Mr. Liu." The woman was stunned. "Mr. Liu? It was him? The person who had killed the mayor? No one had thought that Luin would come here. In his eyes, the mayor of Wei City was just an ant. He was an existence that could kill and live for eternity. Why would he come here? Was he here to laugh at them? It didn't make sense. Luin looked around and his gaze landed on Hui Kai. You're quite special. Hui Kai was shocked and hurriedly knelt down. Everyone except him in the mayor's manor knelt down. Greetings, Mr. Liu. Luin looked up at the memorial tablet and then at the unconscious Wei Song. Your actions are making things difficult for me. Hui Kai and the rest were confused and couldn't understand what Luin was saying. Luin slowly said, I'm here for revenge. Everyone was shocked and filled with fear. This Wei City's mayor killed dozens of my people, but I only trampled him to death. It's clearly not enough. My original target was his family, but his eldest son was actually killed by you. Who do you want me to take revenge on? I have no choice but to blame it on you. Everyone was shocked, and an elder raised his head. Mr. Liu, the mayor has another son, Wei Song. He's not dead yet. Yes, he's also the mayor's son. Please forgive us, Mr. We have nothing to do with the Wei family. The woman trembled and lowered her head. These bastards. Liu. Yin's lips curled up. That can't be right. He seems to be your son, Hui Kai, right? Hui Kai was shocked and looked up at Luin, his eyes filled with fear. No, he's not my son. He's my senior son. Mister, please check, he's definitely not my son. Luin said, but Weiqi swore that he's your son. Hui Kai hated the fact that the death guards were all present, but he hadn't expected this to happen. Mister, please check. If Wei Song is my son, then my senior is a powerhouse at the peak of the bitter adversity realm and would definitely know. Bloodlines can't be faked, so please check. The others also remembered. That's right, how could a powerhouse at the peak of the bitter adversity realm not recognize his own son? Mister, please check. Of course, Luin knew that Wei Song was the mayor's son. That Weiqi had heard someone's rumor and believed it to be true. He didn't know what level a powerhouse at the bitter adversity realm was. But was that important? He looked at the woman. Tell me, is Wei Song the mayor's son or Hui Kai's son? Everyone looked at her. End of chapter. Hui Kai turned to look at the woman. She raised her head and gritted her teeth. Sir, Song is Hui Kai's son. Hui Kai was shocked and wanted to slap this woman to death. Bastard, she had wrongly accused him. The others were also shocked. Madam, you can't say that. Madam. Elder Chiu watched quietly. This woman did not cultivate the path of heartlessness, she was protecting her son. Luin said, I heard that. Mother would not mistake the child's father. This is troublesome. What do you think we should do? Weiqi is dead, and Wei Song is not the son of City Lord Wei. I can't just come here and do nothing. It won't be easy to explain to the people of the Azure Water Valley. At this point, his gaze turned cold as he stared at Hui Kai. Either the people here die, or you die. No matter what, you are City Lord Wei's junior, right? Hui Kai was shocked, this person's target was him. Within the City Lord's manor, a group of people were begging for mercy. They would rather die. Hui Kai looked up at Luin and saw his cold gaze. His entire body stiffened. How could this be? As a disciple of the path of eternal life, he had never thought that there would be a day when his life would be in someone else's hands, and for such a ridiculous reason. If he died, what would the outside world say? Would he die at Lu Yin's hands, or would he die at the hands of that evil woman? He did not even know who to hate. A cold wind blew, and snow fell in the courtyard, gradually covering the blood. At this moment, Hui Kai was experiencing the most desperate moment of his life. Looking at Lu Yin's condescending gaze, he was completely shrouded in despair. Lu Yin raised his hand, and Hui Kai felt a monstrous pressure that felt like the Milky Way was reversing. Hui Kai did not even dare to move. The world was collapsing, and his life was slipping away. Hui Kai stared blankly. My master is the path of eternal life. The others knelt on the ground. The path of eternal life? If not for Jihe's eternal life, he would have died. Elder Chiu looked on sympathetically. If Hui Kai had not come, it would have been none of his business. who asked him to come and show off. Just as Lu Yin's hand was about to press down on Hui Kai, he stopped. The pressure suddenly disappeared. Snowflakes danced about on the ground, but when everyone looked over again, they saw that the ashes were gone, and so was Lu Yin. Only Elder Qiu was left standing in his original position. Outside Mountain Wind City, Hui Kai was kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. He had just experienced a moment of life and death, and his back was drenched in sweat. Lu Yin raised his head and looked at the man indifferently. This figure was like a giant. Hui Kai knelt down. "Thank you for not killing me, mister. Thank you for not killing me." Lu Yin replied, "I didn't say I wouldn't kill you." Hui Kai's body trembled. "I just have a question. If you answer it well, I might spare your life." It was as if Hui Kai had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. "Sir, please ask away. As long as this lowly one knows, I will definitely tell you everything." Lu Yin smiled faintly. "Even if you have to tell me the secret of your master's parallel sequence? It will only lead to a fatal disaster." Hui Kai gritted his teeth. "As long as I know, I will tell you everything. Nothing was more important than being alive. Right now. As long as he could get through this, anything was fine. He didn't want to die, not even for one more second. The more one had never experienced death, the more one feared death. He was an eternal life realm disciple. He had not lived long enough and had not enjoyed enough." Lu Yin's voice was calm. "How many disciples does the heartless sex leader, Jiao Wen, have?" Hui Kai's pupils shrank as he looked at Lu Yin in shock. Lu Yin looked at him without saying a word, but his gaze became colder. Hui Kai looked at Lu Yin for a while, his eyes flashing. "You don't want to answer?" Hui Kai gritted his teeth. "I don't know how many disciples Jiao Wen had, but I know that there were 6. "Tell me." "Xing family, Shay family, Marquis household, Stonewall family, Nanshan family, and Su family. A total of 6 families, all of which were his disciples' families. I don't know the details because other than the Stonewall family, the rest are all gone." Lu Yin looked at Hui Kai. "All gone?" Hui Kai replied, "Yes, all gone." He was very clear about what Lu Yin wanted to know. If it was just a casual question, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. Saying that he came to Mountain Wind City for revenge was all fake. He was just looking for an excuse to ask about this. It was worth it for him to do so. He had no choice. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said it. His master couldn't help him. Other than the Stonewall family, the other 5 families were all wiped out. "The one who did it was Jiao Wen," Hui Kai said slowly. Lu Yin's pupils shrank as he stared at Hui Kai. Hui Kai no longer hesitated. All along, the heartless sex leader had been Jiao Wen Yongxing. However, there was one time when Ji He Yongxing used some unknown method to obtain the heroic ancestor's support, allowing him to compete for the position of sect leader. Ji He Yongxing was the heroic ancestor's disciple, while my master and He Xiao Yongxing were all disciples of the heroic ancestor. Normally, Jiao Wen Yongxing wouldn't have been able to win. In particular, it was said that Ji He Yongxing had betrayed one of Jiao Wen Yongxing's disciples, using that disciple to blackmail Jiao Wen Yongxing and force him to give up his position. This caused a huge commotion. However, this commotion only lasted for a day. After a day, other than the Stonewall family, the other 5 families all died. The disciples and their clansmen were all killed. Blood flowed like rivers. Their entire clan was wiped out. Not a single one of them managed to escape. Hui Kai was horrified. Many people saw Jiao Wen Yongxing standing in a pool of blood and smiling at Ji He Yongxing. That moment was a nightmare for many. My master also saw it. He Xiao Yongxing and the others also saw it. From that moment on, Ji He Yongxing withdrew and gave up fighting for the position of the heartless sex lord. No one dared to mention the extermination of the 5 families. He looked at Lu Yin. 5 families, 1 million people, all of them died at Jiao Wen Yongxing's hands. Lu Yin's gaze sank. 1 million people didn't seem like a lot, and it was insignificant compared to a civilization. Some people could destroy civilizations by breaking the sequence string. However, if one personally slaughtered 1 million people, the meaning would be different, especially if they were his own disciples. Did all 5 of his disciples betray him? Hui Kai closed his eyes. That's the most frightening thing. Only one disciple betrayed him, but Ji He Yongxing didn't say who it was. Lu Yin sighed. That was why Jiao Wen Yongxing had wiped out all 5 of his disciples' families. The Stonewall family's disciples had died long ago, leaving behind only their descendants. However, as long as the Stonewall family's ancestors were still alive, it wouldn't just be 5 families that were wiped out, but 6. How ruthless, how ruthless. Wasn't he afraid of karma restraining him after slaughtering 1,000,000 people? However, karma restraining 1,000,000 people wasn't a lot. Eternal Realm cultivators only cared about karma restraints when the opponent was very strong or when a civilization had a large population. 1,000,000 people was far from enough to make an Eternal Realm cultivator fear them. However, the terror of personally slaughtering 1,000,000 people had become the nightmare of countless people in the Red Coat civilization. No wonder Elder Chiu, Sherman, and the others didn't want to fight. They didn't want to say anything. They were afraid of Jiao Wen Yongxing. Jiao Wen Yongxing had left a shadow in their hearts that was difficult to erase. Just because one disciple betrayed him, he didn't need to know who it was. He just killed them all. That was the true path of heartlessness. Jiao Wen's words kept echoing in Lu Yin's mind. There were right and wrong in being heartless. But what was right and wrong? Were the other 4 families wrong? He had wiped them all out. Was that his path of heartlessness? Jiao Wen's words and Ji He's words echoed in Lu Yin's ears. Some people seemed fierce, but were actually gentle. Some people seemed bright, but were actually terrifying. Jiao Wen had founded the Heartless sect, and the Heartless Valley had also been created by him. Massacres were nothing to him. Ash left, and Lu Yin already understood the situation. Not long after, Elder Chiu arrived. He knew that Lu Yin must have already known about this. He didn't know what the consequences would be. Logically speaking, even if one didn't cultivate the path of heartlessness, the cultivation world wouldn't be peaceful. To be able to reach this step, one's hands were also stained with blood. However, this blood was different from Jiao Wen's blood. Do you think that the path of heartlessness is divided into right and wrong? Lu Yin asked as he looked into the distance. Elder Chiu stood behind him, not knowing how to answer. Right and wrong? In the Red Coat civilization, this was a very laughable phrase. In the cultivation world, this was also a very laughable phrase. Sir, is your civilization divided into right and wrong? Elder Chiu asked in return. Lu Yin's gaze was complicated. Yes, was his civilization divided into right and wrong? The cultivation world was like this, and it had nothing to do with the path of heartlessness. If he couldn't differentiate between right and wrong, he would be like Jiao Wen. However, with his extremely high innate gift and his teleportation technique, who could do anything to him? Thus, people had to rely on themselves. However, civilizations weren't like this. They were divided into right and wrong, divided into fairness, passed down inheritances, and protected emotions. Even if there was injustice in the 3 universes, most people were still within civilization. He had made a great wish to guide people to do good, but it was actually very laughable. Human nature was the most unpredictable, but this person didn't refer to every single person, but to a civilization, a human civilization. To guide people to do good was to guide a civilization to do good. How could the path of heartlessness be good? Bring me to see the families of those disciples. No, only the ruins are left. Let's see. Elder Chiu felt that Lu Yin was very strange. The reason why they hadn't told Lu Yin about this was because they were afraid that Sect Master Jiao Wen would blame them. After all, this had become a taboo, and they weren't worried about Lu Yin. However, it seemed that Mr. Lu wasn't very satisfied with Sect Master Jiao Wen's actions. Right and wrong? Fairness? Truth? Were these important? Mr. Lu had cultivated to such a realm, so why would he care about these things? Elder Chiu couldn't figure it out, unless this person had only cultivated for a short time and his heart hadn't become numb. Mr. Lu, can we not go? Lu Yin looked at him. Are you afraid of Jiao Wen? Elder Chiu nodded. Those ruins are the same as this. They are all taboo, and no one dares to approach them. Lu Yin said, let's go. Jiao Wen won't blame you. I forced you to lead the way. Elder Chiu had no choice but to lead the way. The 5 families, Nanshan, Su, Shui, Marquis, and Zeng, looked at the ruins one by one. The land that had once been bathed in blood was now covered in filth, and no one dared to clean it. The locations of these 5 families were excellent, but no one dared to replace them. When the wind blew, the white bones turned into powder and were blown away by the breeze. However, the river was very clear. Time could wash everything away. No one knew where this river led to, but the longer it was, the more it could wash away the traces of time. Elder Chiu was outside the ruins. He brought Luyin here, but he didn't dare to enter. He looked around and left. Luyin didn't know why he had come to take a look. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly stopped. Luyin slowly turned his head and looked at a wall that was almost weathered. The pictures on the wall were long gone, but the imprints had not disappeared. He stared at the imprints on the wall and felt that they were very familiar. Where had he seen them before? It's the Qingming festival. Thank you, brothers, for your support. I'll update at 2 p.m. Thank you. He stared at the wall for a while before dispersing his consciousness to search the ruins. Because too much time had passed, almost nothing could be seen here. Luyin casually waved his hand, and Elder Chiu was dragged into the ruins. He wanted to resist, but he didn't dare to. What does that mark represent? Elder Chiu looked over. He thought for a moment and said, it should be the family emblem? Family emblem? Yes. It was the family emblem. The emblem of the Su family. Elder Chiu was very certain. I've seen them before. The Su family was also very prosperous back then. As the disciple of Jiu Wen, no one dared to provoke them, just like the Stonewall tribe. What does the family emblem look like? Elder Chiu drew the family emblem. The more he looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. He had definitely seen it before, but where? He fell into deep thought. He returned to the Valley of Storms and asked Elder Chiu to leave on his own. Several months later, using the light mirror technique, he teleported back to the 3 universes. This time, Luyin told everyone about the Red Coat civilization below the stars, the unknown speculations, and the wine. Unfortunately, the Azure Lotus Lord had yet to come out of seclusion. The Heartless Path's way of doing things made everyone's hearts heavy. Originally, Luyin had a much better impression of Tao Wen than of Parallel Order and the others. In the end, he discovered that the wine was just as cruel. People who cultivated the Heartless Tao were incompatible with them. Luyin had only told everyone about this matter, as they had the right to know. This would also allow them to make a decision on whether or not to make contact with the Red Coat civilizations in the future. He then went to look for Hong Er. The last time he had looked for Hong Er, he had wanted to use her karma to see some things, but Hong Er's karma experience had not been able to provide him with any help. This time, however, he wanted to find an answer. Hong Er did not know what was going on at all. Luyin had come to find her time and time again, but she had not said anything. Karma pierced through Hong Er again and again, peering into her past karma. This time, Luyin was much more serious. Hong Er also noticed this, but she didn't say anything. A few days later, Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he found it. He drew a diagram in the air. Do you recognize this diagram? Hong Er looked over and nodded silently. This is the symbol of the Red Coat civilization beneath the stars. Luyin looked at her. The symbol of a red coat under the stars? Hong Er nodded. A sign of civilization? Hong Er nodded, yes. Luyin frowned, he was wrong. This is the symbol of the Su family. When he was in the Su family, he saw the family emblem on the wall and felt that it was very familiar. At his level, it was impossible for him to find it familiar for no reason. There had to be some sort of cause and effect. Afterward, he found out from Elder Chiu that it was the Su family's emblem. The Su family was a red coat civilization under the stars. They had nothing to do with him, so why would he have seen their family emblem before? Luyin found the source, which was none other than Hong Er's karma. He had seen this diagram in Hong Er's karmic past. What was Hong Er's relationship with the Su family? Before returning, he had specifically asked Elder Chiu about the Su family. The Su family was not a powerful family, and their heritage was not even as long as the Lian family. Why would the Su family's emblem be related to Hong-Er? If the Su family was the family with the longest history among the red specters under the stars, then it would make sense. The red specters under the stars had split, and the Su family had split for the sake of their legacy. But the Su family didn't have such a long history. Other than this symbol, our red coat civilization has a few other symbols. Would you like to take a look, sir? Hong-Er did not know why Luin cared so much about this symbol, but regardless of the reason, it was still a good thing that Luin had set his sights on the red coat civilization beneath the astral star. If her civilization had not been destroyed, then there was still hope. Luin was surprised. There's a symbol? Hong-Er drew out 4 symbols in a row. Luin sighed as he looked at the 4 symbols. These 4 symbols represented the other 4 families of Jiao Wen's disciples. This meant that the 5 families that had clearly been destroyed had converged with the 3 universes. What was going on? Was Jiao Wen's destruction fake? Of course not, as Ji He and the others were not stupid. If it was fake, it would not have been able to fool them. But why would the descendants of these 5 families appear here? Was it Jiao Wen's doing? Or had someone else sent the descendants of these 5 families out in advance behind Jiao Wen's back? But how could so many people have been sent out? There were too many people in Hong-Er's karmic past. Although it might not be an entire civilization, it at least represented the number of people in a parallel universe. Wait, a parallel universe? Luin suddenly thought of something, and he immediately went to the red coat civilization below the astral star. After teleporting several times, he returned to the stormy gorge. He then went to the Su family and stood beside a pond. He took a step forward, and his figure disappeared into the pond. As he looked at the ruins around him, he understood. Sure enough, this was a pond civilization. The Su family had a pond civilization, and the other families that had been destroyed also had a pond civilization. In that case, Hong-Er's location could be explained. The red coat civilization below the astral star that she knew was not the true red coat civilization, but rather a pond civilization that had been destroyed by Jiao Wen's disciples. Her knowledge had always been limited to a pond civilization. The red coat civilization that had been abandoned by Qinglian Yu was one of the 5 families' ponds. Many things flashed through Lu Yin's mind: Jiao Wen, the pond civilization, the disciples' destruction, Hong-Er, Qinglian Yu. His thoughts were complicated, and he wanted to deduce the entire sequence of events, but he still could not figure it out. First, why had the 5 families' ponds been brought to the 3 universes? Who had brought them there? Was it Jiao Wen? Or someone else? What was the purpose of Jiao Wen's destruction? If he had brought the ponds to the 3 universes and met with Qinglian Yu, why? Did Qinglian Yu know that he had abandoned the ponds and not the true red coat civilization below the astral star? From the perspective of Qinglian Yu and Jiao Wen's meeting, Jiao Wen must have been the one to bring the ponds to the 3 universes because Jiao Wen knew where the 3 universes were. The question was, what was Jiao Wen's purpose? Had he used the ponds to deceive Qinglian Yu, or did Qinglian Yu also know that this was a ponds? Why had he brought the ponds to the 3 universes? There was no point. After thinking about it for a long time, Luin leaned towards one possibility: Qinglian Yu did not know about the true red coat civilization below the astral star and had been deceived. Jiao Wen had used the ponds to deceive him. Otherwise, Qinglian Yu would have told him about the true red coat civilization. Luin trusted Qinglian Yu, even if Qinglian Yu had concealed his meeting with Jiao Wen. There was only one person who was most suitable to understand Jiao Wen and the red coat civilization below the astral star: Ji He. The 100-Fist Mountain was a very special place in the red coat civilization below the astral star. It was not a famous mountain or river, but it attracted countless cultivators to kneel at the foot of the mountain, hoping to gain the favor of the person on the mountain and be accepted as a disciple. That person was Ji He. This was the place where Ji He cultivated. The 100-Fist Mountain was very ordinary, just an ordinary mountain. The only thing that was unusual about it was that there were countless fist imprints at the foot of the mountain, which had been left by those who had come to seek a master. Legend had it that Ji He was best at fist techniques. His fist techniques could break through the sun, moon, and stars, and even break through the distance of an inch. His first punch was the 100-fist mountain. The fist imprint was fierce, but it did not cause any damage to the mountain. The most difficult part of this punch was not its power but the fact that it did not destroy the mountain. A very ordinary cultivator would be able to destroy the mountain range of the 100-fist mountain. However, Jihe's fist imprint had penetrated deep into the mountain range, and the mountain range remained intact. This was Jihe's realm. Jihe had once said that anyone who could use their full power to attack the mountain without damaging it would be qualified to become his disciple. Thus, the 100-fist mountain attracted countless people. Bang! There was a loud sound, and the mountain shattered. Many people in the surroundings started to jeer. "Young Master Ling, you can't do it. Look at how the mountain has shattered. Take a rest." Ha 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 ha. The young man retracted his fist and looked around. "If you have the ability, come at me. How many people have been able to do this? This is just one punch. This is the 100-fist mountain. Jihe Yongxing can punch 100 times without damaging the mountain. Of course, we know how strong Jihe Yongxing is, but you can't do it. Go down, haha. Go down." Young Master Ling snorted and retreated into the crowd. This was only a corner, and the entire foot of the 100-fist mountain was filled with people trying to attack the mountain. The mountain was shattered today, but it could be repaired tomorrow. If not, the 100-fist mountain would have been destroyed long ago. Both men and women were trying, and some of the women were even more powerful than the men. Unfortunately, they could not do it. Some elders were also trying, and it caused a lot of laughter. Luin walked out from the crowd and came to the mountain. He touched it and found it to be a very ordinary mountain. No one behind him paid attention to him. There were too many people trying like him, and the entire foot of the mountain was filled with people. Who did not want to become Jihe Yongxing's disciple? It was a chance to reach the sky in a single step. Luin looked into the distance, where there was a fist imprint. Countless people were looking at it, trying to comprehend something from it. That fist mark belonged to Jihe. Luin raised his foot and took a step forward. When he appeared again, he was already in front of the fist mark. Someone was unhappy. "Kid, move away. Don't block everyone. What kind of person is this? Don't get so close. That's Jihe Yongxing's fist mark. Move away. Move away." Many people berated him. Luin raised his hand and approached the fist mark. Someone appeared from the side and grabbed at Luin. This person's cultivation was extremely high, reaching the primordial realm. He worshipped Jihe and guarded the fist mark all year round, not allowing anyone to touch it. The surrounding people watched the commotion. This kid was unlucky to dare touch Jihe Yongxing's fist mark. He was courting death. However, that person did not manage to touch Luin. His hand passed through Luyin's body. He was stunned at first, then shocked. He looked at Luin and slowly retreated. The surrounding people felt that something was wrong. What was going on? Luin placed his hand on the fist mark, and the image of Jihe's fist appeared in his mind. That fist had been interesting, but unfortunately, it could not do anything to Luyin's absolute strength. Although it could not do anything to Luin, that did not mean that the fist was not. Jihe specialized in fist techniques. Luin clenched his fist and punched out. His fist penetrated the mountain, but the mountain remained undamaged. Everyone was stunned. This guy had done it. He must have held back. Very few people can do it at full strength, someone said with jealousy. The others did not speak. Had he held back? That was possible. It depended on how many punches he could throw. Even if he held back, it would be difficult to ensure that the mountain remained undamaged. However, Luin did not throw out a second punch. A voice rang out from the 100-fist mountain. "Mr. Lu, since you're here, come in." Luin looked up and smiled. He then disappeared. End of chapter. Everyone was stunned. That was Jihe Yongxing's voice. Mr. Lu? Wait, could it be Mr. Lu, who had beaten up Jihe Yongxing so badly? The primordial realm cultivator's back was drenched in sweat. He had actually attacked Mr. Lu just now. Fortunately, this person did not hold it against him. However, why did this person come to the 100-Fist Mountain? Xinji Yongxing and Ji He Yongxing had a very good relationship. The 100-Fist Mountain was rather desolate. It was probably because there were people all year round that the forest had been flattened. However, the scenery on the 100-Fist Mountain was not bad. Ji He sat alone at the top of the mountain. His gaze was calm, which was a little different from before. Luyin sat opposite him. Ji He looked at Luyin. Sir, have you thought it through? Luyin nodded. I don't want to end up like his disciples. Ji He smiled. Jiawen is definitely not what you see. He was the one who established the Heartless sect. The Heartless Valley and the killing technique to join the Heartless sect all came from him. He is more ruthless than anyone else. You don't even know when he kills you. Also, I can tell you with certainty that he conforms to 2 laws. Lu Yin's eyes twitched. 2 laws? Ji He nodded and was very afraid. He is a terrifying expert who has lived since the 9 Bases era. If not for the suppression of the hero ancestor, the current Red Coat civilization would definitely be crueler and bloodier than what you see. Xinji Yongxing and the others who cultivate the Heartless Path have no humanity, but it does not affect the entire civilization. However, Jiawen's every move affects the entire civilization. The hero ancestor does not care? Luyin asked. Ji He shook his head. Master is the foundation of the Red Coat civilization. He cannot act rashly. Furthermore, Jiawen is very powerful. Even if Master can suppress him, the price he has to pay is not small. The only thing that will be lost is the entire Red Coat civilization. Luyin smiled bitterly. I did not expect this. From the beginning, he hated Xinji Yongxing and the others. They were indeed inhumane. However, Jiawen was the same. Ji He might have been the one who had plotted against him. Now, he had told him the truth. Of course, Ji He was the same as them. Luyin stared at Ji He. Aren't you afraid that Jiawen will cause trouble for you? Ji He smiled. Just like how my master was worried about Jiawen's strength and his own losses, Jiawen is also worried about my strength and his own losses, so he won't find trouble with me. Actually, I didn't see through Jiawen from the start. It was only when his disciples were killed that everyone saw him clearly. Ji He was apprehensive. Jiawen is more ruthless than we thought. Luyin agreed. That's ruthless. Ji He stared at Luyin. If you don't want your civilization to be controlled by Jiawen, then help me. Help me reach Jiawen's level, and I'll make sure that your civilization will still be yours. You'll never have to cultivate the path of heartlessness. Don't forget that I still have Master and those juniors. Luyin frowned, but he didn't say anything. Didn't Mr. Lu come here because you've thought things through? Ji He was dissatisfied with Lu Yin's silence. Luyin naturally hoped to bring Ji He to the 3 universes. If he went, would he still be allowed to speak? This Ji He wasn't a good person either. But now is not the time. Once he brought Ji He away, Jiawen would know his attitude, and it would not be easy for him to come to Understar Red Coat again. He would also have to face the unfathomable Xia ancestor. Luyin was troubled. I'm willing to bring you to my civilization, but will Jiawen let you leave? Ji He sneered. He can't stop me. But I can't come to Understar Red Coat's civilization anymore. Sir, do you care about this civilization? If you don't cultivate the path of heartlessness, this civilization won't have any interaction with yours. Luyin rubbed his head and was still hesitating. He was thinking about how to get more information about Jiawen from Ji He. Jiawen's actions were too strange, and there was no reasonable explanation. He would not do anything on his own. Ji He said, it seems like Sir still doesn't understand Jiawen's ruthlessness. Now that you know that he killed his disciples, Jiawen's attitude toward you will be completely different from before. What else do you plan to do with him? Luyin said, maybe there's a misunderstanding. Ji He raised his eyebrows. There's no misunderstanding. I still don't believe it. You. Ji He did not know what to say. Think carefully. I'm the only one who can bring you back to your civilization. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving. I bet that date will lose. That's only if you tell me the coordinates. You can't leave. Lu Yin and Ji He looked at each other. I can leave. Ji He said in a low voice, you definitely won't be able to leave. Jiawen won't let you leave this civilization. When the civilization behind you will definitely come into contact with the red coat civilization below the stars, it will be the time when he will let your civilization cultivate the heartless path. Countless heartless valleys will appear in your civilization. Didn't you say that he doesn't care? Ji He sneered. He doesn't care, but we will force him to come into contact with your civilization. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. You're forcing him? Ji He said, don't be angry. We're just taking what we need. So the root is still with you. Lu Yin's finger moved. Ji He's gaze turned cold. This is the path of heartlessness. The sky above the 100-Fist Mountain darkened. An invisible pressure made the people at the foot of the mountain speechless. Although there were no strange movements, they instinctively felt terrified. Mr. Lu, don't tell me you want to attack? Ji He said slowly, not caring at all. I didn't expect you to win, but the gap between the eternal realm is still huge. Lu Yin took a deep breath as if suppressing his irritation. He looked into the distance. You're definitely going to win. Ji He said, don't make it sound so bad. I'm also helping you. I told you the first time we met that I was saving you. This is the third time. Lu Yin nodded. I believe you. Okay, I'll take you to our civilization. Ji He heaved a sigh of relief. When are we leaving? When I break through to immortality. Ji He looked at Lu Yin in a daze. When? Lu Yin was very serious. When I break through to immortality. You're kidding me. Do I look like I'm kidding? Ji He's gaze was suppressed. How long do you have to wait until you break through to immortality? And whether you can break through is still a problem. Are you that anxious? Aren't you afraid that Jiawen will suddenly kill you? Lu Yin said, that won't happen. You won't let him kill me. Ji He wanted to say something, but he couldn't. That's right. They had forced Jiawen to find the civilization behind Lu Yin so that he could force Lu Yin to make a choice. They were using Jiawen to force Lu Yin. Now, Lu Yin was using him to control Jiawen. Even if Jiawen wanted to kill him, Ji He wouldn't agree because he wanted to go to the civilization behind Lu Yin. Ji He could threaten Lu Yin and think that he had Lu Yin under control. Lu Yin could also use Ji He to control Jiawen. At that moment, Ji He felt as if he had shot himself in the foot. He said in a low voice, time waits for no one. Once Jiawen uses the entire civilization to cultivate the ruthless path and reaches the same level as my master, no one can help you. Lu Yin was puzzled. Who said that Jiawen will definitely kill me? Ji He said, I said that you don't understand Jiawen at all. Then let me get to know you better. Why must you break through to immortality? How do I know if you'll attack me if you bring me to the core? At least it's safe here. Didn't you say that there's a huge gap between immortality realms? You. Lu Yin didn't even look at Ji He. Negotiate? How many times had he done so already? Ji He took a deep breath and suppressed his annoyance as he stared at Lu Yin. Do you really want to understand Jiawen? Nonsense. Ji He said, all right, I'll let you understand. Follow me. He then walked off in a certain direction. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He was finally going to learn something. The 100-Fist Mountain was not as ordinary as it seemed. There was a sourcebox array here, and it was not an ordinary one at that. Lu Yin had never seen a sourcebox array set up in such an untraceable manner. He had almost been fooled when he first saw the 100-Fist Mountain. Ji He brought Lu Yin to the peak of the mountain, and he slowly raised his hand with a solemn expression. The void was like a door that opened in layers, but it also disappeared in an instant. It was as if a gentle breeze had brushed past, leaving behind traces that quickly dissipated. Ji He did not turn around, and his tone was grave as he said, don't tell anyone that you've been here. He then looked back at Lu Yin with an unprecedentedly serious expression. Remember, anyone. Lu Yin was puzzled. What's here? You'll know when you see it. I'll remind you one more time, don't tell anyone that you've been here. Otherwise, both of us will be in trouble. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. This should be related to Patriarch Xianxia. Otherwise, Jihe would not have been so apprehensive even if he was drunk. Luin silently followed Jihe forward, and the two of them disappeared into the void without leaving a trace behind. Luin had arrived in another space. It was not a parallel universe, nor was it outside the current universe. Instead, it was a strange space that had been created by a sourcebox array. He looked around and saw the 100-Fist Mountain. He saw many people punching at the mountain range, and he saw flowers, birds, fish, and insects. There seemed to be only a screen of light separating him from all of this. However, when he looked around, he saw a dark and deep water prison that stretched far into the distance. He looked outside while looking inside. The two completely different spaces overlapped yet did not overlap at the same time. This was the effect of the sourcebox array. Lu Yin's expression became even more solemn. This sourcebox array was quite formidable. Who built this place? Lu Yin was curious. Jihe answered, the heroic ancestor. Lu Yin was not surprised. If Jihe was so apprehensive, then it had to be the heroic ancestor, and this heroic ancestor was actually an expert in sourcebox arrays. Lu Yin took a closer look and confirmed that the heroic ancestor's knowledge of sourcebox arrays surpassed his own. Furthermore, it was not an ordinary difference, but it was not to the point where he could not see the difference. Lu Yin was very curious about this sourcebox array, and he wanted to understand it as well. However, every sourcebox array was an origin array heavenly master's secret, and unless the origin array heavenly master passed it on to him, it would be impossible to learn it just by looking at it. There was indeed a gap, but the heroic ancestor had surpassed Lu Yin. It was impossible for Lu Yin to learn this sourcebox array just by looking at it. Suddenly, a maniacal laughter rang out. Ha 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 ha. Idiot. You're using 10% of your strength and holding back 90%. You're the one who's hurting yourself. How can you do that? Eh? This kid is quite something. Kid, hold back a little more and explode at the end. Yes, that's it. Take it slow and be patient. Don't rush, you idiot. You failed again. You've been here 16 times, haven't you? Why are you still so stupid? And you? You've been here 172 times and failed every single time. What's the point of trying? Run. Don't you see that your enemies have their eyes on you? Run. End of chapter. Jihe quietly walked forward, and Lu Yin quietly followed behind while listening to the sounds. Lu Yin looked ahead and saw a person bound in chains at the end of the prison. This person was sitting cross-legged, occasionally laughing and occasionally cursing. He looked around crazily. He could see the scene below the 100-Fist Mountain. This sourcebox array was like another world that covered the real world. It allowed the people here to see outside. The sounds were very clear, but the people outside could not see or hear them. This person had been imprisoned for an unknown period of time, and he seemed to be able to say something about every person who came to the 100-Fist Mountain. Some people came a few times, but they could not succeed. He would always say that it was a pity. Outsiders could not hear him. However, this person seemed to be enjoying himself. Jihe brought Lu Yin to the front of this person, and they were separated by a cage. Lu Yin watched quietly. This person was still shouting and yelling. He was speaking to the people below the 100-Fist Mountain, but no one could hear him. Suddenly, the person looked up at Jihe and reached out to grab him. The chains bound his limbs, and the sound of them colliding against each other was ear-piercing. Lower the difficulty. Lower the difficulty. Jihe looked at him calmly. Why should I lower it? These idiots can't do it. What does it have to do with me? Do I have to accept idiots as my disciples? No, I feel bad that they can't do it. Look at that kid. He came 172 times, and he was so sincere that even I was touched. Aren't you touched? Jihe sneered. Forget 172 times. Even if he can't do it 10,000 times, I won't accept him. Rang Yu, when did you become so easily moved? Lu Yin looked at this person. His name is Rang Yu? Rang Yu stared at Jihe. It's fine if you don't accept him, but you have to help him get rid of his enemies. Jihe was indifferent. It has nothing to do with me. Help me. I'm getting anxious. It has nothing to do with me. Rang Yu was furious. You cultivators of the path of heartlessness are too inhumane. Ji He smiled. You're not from the path of heartlessness? Rang Yu was stunned, and he blinked in confusion. I'm from the path of heartlessness? Ji He did not reply. Rang Yu looked at his hands and muttered to himself, I'm from the path of heartlessness? The path of heartlessness. I'm from the path of heartlessness as well? Yes. I am from the heartless Tao. That's right, the heartless Tao. Why should I care about him? Go and die. What does it have to do with me? Ha 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 ha, it's good that they're dead. Not a single one of these idiots is useless. Ha 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 ha. Luin watched quietly. This person had gone mad. He had been imprisoned for too long, and his personality had probably split. Ji He said indifferently, this person's name is Rang Yu. He lived during the Nine Bases era. Lu Yin's body trembled, Nine Bases era? Ji He looked at Luin, didn't you want to know more about Zhou? Just ask him. Luin narrowed his eyes and looked at Rang Yu again. When was he imprisoned? Not long after the end of the Nine Bases era, this universe calmed down. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, it had been a long time since he had been imprisoned. Why? It's a heinous crime. There's no need to pity him. He deserves to die. You don't have much time, so ask him quickly. If I ask, he'll answer? As long as it's about wine. Luin looked deeply at Ji He and then at Rang Yu. Just as he was about to speak, he paused and then looked at Ji He. Why are you still here? Ji He was stunned. What do you mean? Can you please leave? You can ask him. I can't ask with you here. Ji He looked at Luin strangely. I already know what you want to know, so why do you need to avoid it? Besides, this is related to Zhou, and it's a matter of the red shirt civilization. There's no need for me to avoid it. Luin saw that Ji He wasn't leaving, and he was a little distressed. If he didn't leave, how could he use karma to check? Ji He would definitely be able to see karma. Luin couldn't force Ji He to leave, and the more he tried, the more Ji He wouldn't leave. Helpless, he looked at Rang Yu. Some questions require skill, and I can't use it with you here. But it doesn't matter. You can stay here. He then took 2 steps forward and stared at Rang Yu. Hey, do you still remember me? Ji He's eyes widened, this person had met Rang Yu before. Rang Yu looked up at Luin with a deep gaze. Luin met his gaze. Yes, Rang Yu said. Ji He frowned, had this person really met Rang Yu before? How was that possible? Had he survived from the Nine Bases era until now? Lu Yin's expression was solemn. I succeeded. I'm not an idiot. Rang Yu grinned. You really aren't an idiot. You're much better than that idiot beside you. Ji He heaved a sigh of relief, so that was how it was. Indeed, Rang Yu had met Luin before. Luin had punched him once at the foot of the 100-Fist Mountain. Luin slowly said, since you're not an idiot, can I ask you something? No. Why? I don't remember. It's about Zhou. Rang Yu's eyes narrowed as he stared at Luin. Zhou? Luin nodded. Zhou. Ha ha ha, Zhou. I almost forgot that name. My name is Rang Yu, and you can ask Zhou. Ha ha ha, alright, go ahead. What kind of person is Zhou? Luin asked. Rang Yu's eyes widened. He's the most heartless and cruel person in the world. Luin looked at Rang Yu. How heartless and cruel? Rang Yu sneered and slowly explained his past. Just as Ji He had said, as long as it was related to Zhou, Rang Yu would tell him everything. Luin was completely shocked by Rang Yu's words, and he finally understood why Zhou was so heartless. At the same time, a figure walked out from outside the 100-Fist Mountain. It was Zhou. Zhou looked at the 100-Fist Mountain, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He took a sip of wine and slowly approached. Within the water prison, Ji He's expression changed. Not good, Zhou is coming. Luin did not respond, and Rang Yu continued to speak. Ji He looked at Luin and then at Rang Yu. After a moment of hesitation, he turned around and left. Luin listened quietly until he left the sourcebox array. Only then did his expression relax, and a karma spiral appeared at his fingertip as he sent it towards Rangyu. Rangyu was startled. Karma? The karma spiral pierced through, and Luin looked at Rangyu's past. Rangyu had told him a little about Jiuwen, and Luin had heard and understood. Now, he wanted to see what exactly had happened during the Nine Bases era. Jiuwen, Rangyu, and the Red Shirt Civilization. There was nothing more suitable than Rangyu. Rangyu was pierced through by the karma spiral, and he had a strange expression as he sized up Luin. No wonder you let that idiot out. He doesn't know that you've comprehended karma. Interesting. Kid, help me leave, and I'll keep your secret. Luin agreed. Alright, I'll help you leave. I need to see the past through you. Ha ha ha, finally, someone who isn't stupid. At the 100-Fist Mountain, Jiuwen arrived, and he walked out at the same time. Why are you here? Jiuwen looked at he. Where's Luin? You're asking me? he asked. Jiuwen stared at him. He's here. He's gaze turned cold. You're spying on me? Jiuwen did not seem to mind. Where is he? He left. Jiuwen frowned. He left? He left. If you want to find him, go find him yourself. When did he leave? Jiuwen, I'm not your subordinate, and I'm not your junior. I have no obligation to help you keep an eye on him. Jiuwen looked past he and behind the 100-Fist Mountain. He's heart sank. Jiuwen, leave the 100-Fist Mountain. Jiuwen stared into the distance. He can't have gone there, right? I'm warning you. That's where the hero ancestor is most concerned. If you let anyone in without permission, especially someone from a foreign civilization, you know the consequences. He's expression turned ugly. I know. No one will be able to enter. You can leave. Jiuwen stared at he, and it seemed like he had no intention of leaving. He stared at him for a while, and then he suddenly moved aside. Why don't you go take a look for yourself? Jiuwen's expression changed, and he walked forward. Within the water prison, Luin turned around and looked at the 100-Fist Mountain. He could see outside, but those outside could not see him. Even with his abilities as an Origin Array Heavenly Master and his current strength, he could only sense the existence of the Sourcebox Array. This array was quite powerful. Jiuwen could not see what was inside the array from outside. Luin stared at Jiuwen. Jiuwen stared at the array as well, as if he could see through it and meet Lu Yin's gaze. Luin clenched his fists. If Jiuwen discovered him, what would the consequences be? The past that Rangyu had mentioned made Luin uneasy. Perhaps he would have to completely escape the Red Shirt Civilization. Don't panic. He won't dare to enter. Rangyu smiled. Luin looked at him. Won't dare? Rangyu sneered. This is Red Hero's territory, and he's Red Hero's dog. He won't dare to enter. Ha 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 ha. Keep looking. Karma is really interesting. You can look at anything you want. Human history is beyond your imagination. Ha 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 ha. Luin was unable to see anything for a short period of time. Through Rangyu's karma, he had indeed seen the glory of Ninth Ramparts, but he had not been able to see everything clearly. After all, Rangyu had not been an absolute powerhouse back then, and he had seen more of Rangyu's own matters. The more he looked, the more Luin had to suppress his killing intent. Just as he had said, Rangyu was someone who deserved to be killed. This person had committed all sorts of crimes, and too many innocent lives had died at his hands. Luin had specifically searched for the karma of the Ninth Ramparts civilization's Great War, but Rangyu had not been able to find much. He had gone into hiding. This person had avoided the war and lived an ignoble existence within the Red Shirt civilization. When Ninth Ramparts was destroyed, he had ambushed and killed an expert who had inherited the Red Shirt civilization's legacy. He had survived, and this person deserved to die. However, even if he had gone into hiding, he had still been able to experience some battles. At the very least, Luin had seen the strange bird, Xianxia, hovering above the Red Shirt civilization during the Ninth Ramparts era. He had seen a powerhouse soar into the sky and attack the strange bird. Back at Hundred Fist Mountain, Jiawen had left, and he had not dared to enter the sourcebox array. He relaxed, but he did not immediately enter the sourcebox array. Instead, he waited outside until he was certain that Jiawen was not watching him. Only then could he enter, as Jiawen's gaze would occasionally sweep over him. At the bottom of the water prison, Luin stared at Rang Yu's karma of the past. As he watched the scenes from the past, his expression constantly changed. He saw one of the enormous ninth ramparts where the Red Shirt civilization had been defeated. He saw someone being used as bait and Rang Yu trying his best to escape. He saw some enemies that he had seen before, and some that he had not. The karma of the past continued to penetrate, and Luin did not know how long he would be able to see. Suddenly, he stared at the karma of the past and saw an unbelievable scene. End of chapter. Luin saw a person wearing red clothes and holding a red umbrella as he ascended to the sky step by step. Then, he knelt down in front of Xianling, who was entrenched in the starry sky. He stared at that person. He was kneeling and worshipping Xianling. Luin seemed to hear Xianling's excited cry. He watched as that person's red umbrella fell and crushed countless cultivators from the Red Coat civilization. One cultivator after another rushed towards him and was killed in grief and indignation. Blood splattered across the world. He seemed to hear countless people wailing. The scene quickly disappeared. Luin stared at Rang Yu. Who is that person kneeling and worshipping Xianling? Rang Yu was surprised. You know about Xianling? Who is it? Rang Yu smiled. His smile was extremely strange. Are you sure you want to know? That person was a traitor. He knelt and worshipped Xianling. He killed his own kind, but he was not drunk. Who is he? Luin gritted his teeth and asked. Rang Yu grinned. Save me and I'll tell you. Luin stared at him. Rang Yu smiled happily. This person betrayed the entire Red Coat civilization below the stars and betrayed Hong Shuang, the master of the second wall. He caused the defeat of the civilization and the loss of the turbid treasure. It's this person who became the disciple of an old enemy and caused the second wall to be defeated at ninth base. Ha 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 ha, it's not him. Why would ninth base be so miserable? With a group of people as bait, ninth base could have survived. At least, that's what I heard. However, this person betrayed the human civilization at the critical moment. Do you know how many Red Coat civilizations were killed by him? The heartless path is also divided into right and wrong. There's no right or wrong in this person's heartless path, only survival. Ha 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 ha, save me, and I'll tell you who he is. He's the greatest traitor to humanity and ninth base. Ha 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 ha. Luin looked at Rang Yu in a daze. The greatest traitor to humanity? At this moment, in a corner of the Red Coat civilization below the stars, someone opened his eyes. Uneasiness. Where did this uneasiness come from? He looked at the starry sky. He swept his gaze across the entire civilization. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on the 100 Fist Mountain. He looked through the sourcebox array and looked inside. Suddenly, Lu Yin's back turned cold. He felt his hair stand on end. He had experienced this feeling before, and it was not only once. During the battle with Patriarch Shan and the Longevity civilization. He had experienced it before. He turned around abruptly. Who was it? Run. You've been targeted. You can't save me now. Leave first. Rang Yu shouted. Far away from the 100 Fist Mountain, Jiawen's body trembled. Heaven and earth rumbled as a voice rang out, What are you doing? Immediately go to the 100 Fist Mountain and kill that brat. Jiawen looked up at the sky and exclaimed, Who is it? Luin. A rumble shook the heavens. Jiawen's expression changed drastically. He turned around and headed towards the 100 Fist Mountain. In an instant, he arrived. He took a step forward and raised his hand. He was shocked. Jiawen, how dare you? He blasted out a punch. The word between rushed forward, stacking up the void. Gray color flowed, and fist imprints merged in the void, as if they were going to penetrate the world. Jiawen raised his hand and forcefully received the punch. He did not retreat even half a step, but his attempt to open the sourcebox array had been stopped. He suppressed the force of his fist and glared at the wine. You dare to touch this place? Scram! With a loud shout, the void exploded. Jihe's mind buzzed and he retreated step by step. He looked up in shock. Master? Jiawen opened the sourcebox array and charged in, only to be met with a punch from Luin. It was another punch. After forcefully receiving Jihe's punch, Jiawen reflexively raised his hand to receive Lu Yin's punch as well. However, this punch sent him flying. Jiawen was very strong, but he had been caught within Red Hero's sourcebox array, so he had been sent flying by Lu Yin's pure strength. This punch was so powerful that it pierced through the heavens. Jihe was stunned. What had just happened? Luin had suddenly appeared in front of him. Before Jihe could react, Luin said, "I'll take you to my civilization." Jihe instinctively felt that something was amiss, and a terrifying force shook the surroundings. Luin teleported behind Jihe and pressed down with his hand. Jihe was not weak, but since they were going to fight, how could they not touch each other? Luin did not expect to defeat Jihe in one blow, he merely wanted to touch him. Jihe did not know that he would be teleported away if he touched Luin. He turned around and punched at Luin, but at the same time an indescribable feeling appeared. This was an invisible world. Luin watched as his surroundings turned gray. Time itself was changing. This was Jihe's strength. No matter how strong Jihe was, Luin still managed to catch his punch. Luin barked, "What are you doing? We're on the same side." Jiawen barked back, "Jihe, the heroic ancestor's order is to kill." As he spoke, the wine gourd faced Luin, and a drop of wine fell down, covering the sky. The wine contained the moon, and the gourd contained the sky. However, his attack missed, as Luin and Jihe disappeared at the same time. Teleportation. Luin had grabbed Jihe's fist and disappeared from the 100-Fist Mountain. Jihe was stunned. Teleportation? Xianling's innate gift? Luin grabbed Jihe's fist tightly, and just as he was about to teleport again, the universe changed. It was as if it had come to life, and it was filled with oppression and violence that came from a corner of the universe. Luin felt a chill run down his spine, as he had never faced such a powerhouse before. This was a terrifying strength that was compatible with at least 2 laws. At the same time, in another direction, a drop of wine was rapidly expanding. It came from Jiawen, and this was a strength that Luin was incomparably fearful of. It was compatible with 2 laws of the universe. At this moment, these 2 powerhouses that Luin could not face directly brought about an overwhelming pressure. In comparison, the war with the Black Apocalypse civilization seemed insignificant. Fortunately, he did not intend to fight head-on. He grabbed Jihe's fist tightly and teleported again. As he did not have time to use the mirroring technique, his teleportation distance was not too far, and he could not immediately escape the attack range of a powerful eternal realm like Red Hero. Luin did not know how this eternal realm was compared to Patriarch Xian, but he knew that if this continued, he would not be able to escape. He suppressed his breathing and could not relax for even a second. Fortunately, he would be able to sense the Pathfinder Stone after teleporting again. He had purposely left it far away from the Red Coat civilization, just in case. At that time, he did not dare to place it too close for fear of being detected. "Jihe, don't touch him." A stern voice resounded through the sky, shaking the entire Red Coat civilization. Jihe's eyes widened, and he took out a red umbrella with his other hand. Lu Yin's arm was withered, but he grabbed Jihe's fist tightly and did not let go. He looked up. "Red Hero, I'm a member of the Unknown. Do you dare violate the Unknown Edict and kill me?" These words caused Red Hero's aura to freeze. It was obvious that he cared a lot about the Unknown, and this also confirmed Lu Yin's suspicions. Red Hero had joined the Unknown, and that was not all. He was also the one who had knelt before Xianling. The moment the third teleportation ended, Jihe opened his red umbrella. Limitless Umbrella Prison stared at Luin with murderous eyes. He did not know what had happened, but he had acted on his own initiative to bring Luin to meet Rongyu. Now that the situation had changed, it was over. If he did not capture Luin, he would not be able to answer to his master. As he thought about this, the ribs of his umbrellas turned bright red, and he drew his red sword and attacked with all his might. On the other side, a figure walked out from the 100-fist peak. "Why can this kid meet Rongyu?" Jiawen respectfully replied, He brought him here, but I do not know the reason." "When did he come here?" "A few decades ago." The newcomer's gaze landed on the water prison inside the sourcebox array and then on Rongyu. "What did you say to him?" Rongyu laughed. The great hero ancestor could not even stop a child. Ha 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 ha. The newcomer was Red Hero, the current ruler of the Red Coat civilization. Red Hero gazed into space. "He can't escape." Jiawen asked, "Senior, did this kid just use teleportation?" Red Hero coldly glanced at Jiawen. This person did not recognize Luin, and he did not know that Luin had karma aside from teleportation. He must have known everything, and this kid could not be allowed to live. However, this kid had also joined the unknown, so Red Hero could not kill him. Red Hero had not expected such a huge incident to occur while he was in seclusion. How had Luin managed to find this place? And why had he brought him to meet Rongyu? He had not betrayed Red Hero, or else he would not have acted. However, something seemed to have spiraled out of control. Far away, beneath the red umbrella, Luin faced Jihe. Jihe knew that he had gotten himself into big trouble. He did not know why his master was so wary of this kid, to the point that his master wanted to deal with him personally. How did this kid know that his master had joined the unknown? But that was not important. All Red Hero needed to do was capture Luin. All 10 umbrella ribs were bright red. Under the limitless umbrella prison, any powerful enemy would be wiped out. However, in the next moment, Luin disappeared and reappeared outside the limitless umbrella prison. He was in a daze. A distant memory surfaced in his mind. Teleportation, specialized in breaking through the limitless umbrella prison. He had forgotten that during the humans' glory days, the celestial plume civilization had dealt with the red shirts beneath the stars in the final battle of the 9 bases. Only the celestial plume civilization was adept at dealing with the red shirts beneath the stars. Luin appeared outside the limitless umbrella prison. Not only was he not happy, but he was also very sad. The limitless umbrella prison was very, very strong. Once one was enveloped by it, one would need several times or even more power that exceeded one's own to break through it. This was also why the red shirts were known to leave nothing behind. However, their greatest nemesis was the celestial plume civilization's teleportation. They did not need to break through it at all. He saw this scene in the past through Ronyu's karma. Countless red shirt cultivators under the stars screamed in despair. Their limitless umbrella prison had lost its effectiveness. One by one, the powerful cultivators fell. There was no final brilliance. The celestial plume civilization had completely beaten them to the ground. If that person had not knelt and submitted, there would be no red shirt civilization under the stars at this moment. However, if they had a choice, those ancestors would rather the red shirts beneath the stars completely disappear than submit to those strange birds. The Red Hero was a red shirt beneath the stars, and he was the greatest traitor to the human civilization. Luin had never seen this person before, but his desire to kill him had reached its peak. A red light shot out from the limitless umbrella prison and pierced towards Luin. Luin wanted to teleport away, but he wanted to take Jihe with him even more. As long as he could capture Jihe again, he would definitely be able to do so. Jihe did not have a power that Luin could not resist like Jiawen. Taking Jihe away would allow him to learn many things. He had previously tried to take Rongyu away, but Rongyu's entire body was enveloped by the power of a sourcebox array. Luin had not been able to break through it immediately, so he had not succeeded. He did not want to let Jihe go. End of chapter. When he thought of this, Lu Yin's body shriveled up, and he faced the red sword with a cold gaze. Jihe, didn't you want to go to my civilization? Why aren't you coming with me? What are you trying to do? Jihe's sword slashed out, and it was much stronger than the parallel order. This attack contained Jihe's understanding of the merciless Tao. It was 10% red, while the parallel order was only 8. Luin instantly dodged. The red light suddenly spread out, creating layers of ripples. Jihe turned around and slashed out again. Streaks of triple firmament sword intent from the Divine Seal catalog met Lu Yin's attack head-on. Bang bang bang. Countless collisions rang out, and the triple firmament sword intent was cut apart. He had forcefully cut apart the sword river, and the merciless Dao sent chills down one's spine. Suddenly, he retreated. In front of him, Karma appeared. He was shocked. Karma? Lu Yin raised his hand, and the Go Lian slashed down diagonally. Surging vitality boiled. At the same time, Karma expanded. It replaced the starry sky. It pressed down on Ji He could not believe it. That vitality was clearly eternal, and this karma was something he did not want to touch. He had thought that he could capture Lu Yin. But now, he only wanted to avoid Lu Yin. However, Lu Yin could teleport, and he could not avoid him at all. Behind him, the Go Lian landed. He turned around and slashed out with his sword. Lu Yin suddenly disappeared and appeared on the other side of He endured the vitality entering his body, and the red umbrella shrunk to block the Go Lian's attack. His body was sent flying, and just as Go Lian was about to land again, Lu Yin suddenly paused. The entire void was expanding, and he was growing larger. No, the void was expanding. This was a world that he could not see. The Go Lian landed heavily, but it did not touch He at all. Red light flashed in front of him. The changes in the void made Lu Yin unable to see He's movements clearly. He could only teleport away. He's sword missed again. His face paled. How do you know Xianling's teleportation? That's impossible. You really think Xianling is your father? If those strange birds can do it, why can't humans? Lu Yin sneered. He teleported away, and the Go Lian slashed down. Vitality surged, and karma dancing freely. He kept on retreating, causing the void to shrink and shrink. He had to avoid karma, the vitality, and Go Lian's slashes. He couldn't relax at all, as the slightest bit of carelessness would bring him bad luck. This brat actually knew about this matter. Did he ask you to tell him? No, he had karma. He might have seen it. Thinking of this, the killing intent in He's eyes soared. He definitely couldn't let this kid leave alive. But he had teleportation. Lu Yin frowned, as he was very strong. After all, he had lived since the Nine Walls era. Even if he did not have two universal laws, he was definitely an absolute expert who had one universal law. He was not any weaker than Qian, and if he used the limitless Parasol Prison's inheritance, he could even fight against the immortal master. It would be very difficult for Lu Yin to win against him on his own, but all Lu Yin wanted was to bump into him. He had been on guard against being touched by Lu Yin, and since he knew that Lu Yin could teleport, how could he not know Lu Yin's goal? He had no choice but to use force. He refused to believe that he wouldn't be able to touch it. This place was quite a distance away from the Red Coat civilization. Even if Red Hero and Jiawen caught up, they would need some time. He released the starry sky in his heart, and the divine power star globe rotated. The divine power on the surface of his body surged, and a terrifying force pressed down on He's eyes narrowed. Unknown divine power? Lu Yin took a step forward, and the Go Lian slashed down. At the same time, his divine power wantonly expanded. He already had the heavenly Tao of karma, and now that he combined it with his divine power, the area that he could dodge was even smaller. He angrily shouted. You have an unknown power. You've also betrayed humanity. Lu Yin sighed as the Go Lian collided with the red umbrella. The red light swept out, and Lu Yin dodged it. He struck out with a palm, and his supreme strength combined with his divine power caused the void to rumble. He retreated step by step as he blocked the Go Lian, blocked the vitality from entering his body, and avoided karma. However, he could not avoid Lu Yin's palm. The power contained within this palm caused his blood to boil. What exactly was this brat cultivating? He was so difficult to deal with. Lu Yin was about to continue attacking when he suddenly felt a horrifying sensation that caused his scalp to go numb. It was as if a monster was approaching from afar. He was delighted, his master had arrived. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. He had not expected Red Hero to arrive so quickly. How could he be so fast? Even an expert who was compatible with two laws of the universe should not be this fast. This speed was only slightly slower than teleportation. Luin recalled the feeling that Red Hero had given him when he was with Ancestor 1 Russian and Xianxia. Red Hero's strength was unfathomable, and it was very likely that he was compatible with three laws of the universe. Even if he was not, he was definitely a peak powerhouse who was compatible with two laws of the universe. He had even surpassed the boss of the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad. Luin looked at Ji-He unwillingly and then teleported away. Ji-He wanted to stop him, but he could not stop Lu Yin's teleportation. Ji-He, where is he? Ji-He's face was deathly pale, and he immediately fell to his knees. He left. Master, he can teleport. Trash, Red Hero barked. He did not seem to have done anything, but Ji-He spat out a mouthful of blood as if he had been pushed into the abyss. Why did you bring him to see Rangyu? Red Hero barked. Ji-He was bitter. He had his own thoughts, and he did not want to be suppressed by Jiao Wen forever. He wanted to avoid Jiao Wen's ruthless cultivation, but this was not a reason to disobey his master's orders. He knew that he had caused a disaster. Please spare me, master. Please spare me. I thought that you would be able to hold him back. I overestimated you. Ji-He despaired. This brat can teleport, and he has comprehended karma. He also has eternal life and a weapon that conforms to the laws of weathering death. He has even cultivated an unknown power. I cannot hold him back. Boom. Ji-He was pushed down again, and his body began to crack inch by inch. On the other side, Lu Yin did not immediately teleport back to the three universes. Instead, he went to the space where the pathfinding stones were stored. These stones had been placed there by Boss. Many years ago, when Boss had been searching for Little 18, he would occasionally place down a pathfinding stone in space. Lu Yin had coincidentally sensed one, and at the same time, he had sensed the other pathfinding stones. He immediately used his mirroring technique to look at the positions of all the stones and found them. If he had just looked into space, he would not have been able to find anything. Fortunately, there was a pathfinding stone that he had just placed down. He teleported away. In space, the giant Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad sat on a meteorite and headed into the distance. It seemed to have fallen asleep with a lotus leaf on its head. Lu Yin suddenly appeared. Boss. The Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad was Boss, and it was startled by Lu Yin. Its eyes widened as it stared at Lu Yin. Why did you come here? Lu Yin said in a low voice, I need your help. Boss's heart sank. He was well aware of Lu Yin's strength. Lu Yin wanted his help? That would not be easy. He was thinking about how to refuse. Lu Yin had helped the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad before, but they had also helped Lu Yin several times. Little 18 had even gone missing because she was in a hurry. Although they did not blame Lu Yin, he had repaid a lot by helping them these few times. Lu Yin said seriously, this is related to the 9 Bases civilization. I know it's a bit excessive to ask you to help me so many times, but I guarantee that I will not be entangled with the enemy this time. As long as you can ensure that I take one person away, it will be fine. Of course, I won't hide it from you. I might be facing a powerhouse that is compatible with 2 universal laws. Boss heaved a sigh of relief. 2 universal laws. That's fine. Lu Yin's mouth twitched. He did not know if it was 2 universal laws. Wine question was one, but as for Red Hero, only God knew. From what he knew, only powerhouses like Patriarch Shan could quickly cross a long distance and chase after him. There was also that Xianxia from the Longevity civilization, who had given him such a terrifying feeling. Although Boss was compatible with 2 universal laws, he could not give Lu Yin that feeling. He could not compare to Red Hero. However, Lu Yin had already said that he might be compatible with 2 universal laws, but he was not sure. Boss was very confident that Lu Yin might be compatible with 2 universal laws. When Lu Yin fought with him, he should have been compatible with 1 universal law, but he was still able to make Boss wary. Therefore, he guessed that Lu Yin was compatible with 2 universal laws. In any case, it was impossible for Lu Yin to be compatible with 3 universal laws. How could Lu Yin escape from such a powerhouse? Boss, get ready. I see him. Luin looked into the distance with his mirroring technique. This technique could allow him to see the distance of an eternal life realm's speed in 20 years, and he was not that far from where Jihe was. However, Luin did not see Red Hero. He was very sure that Red Hero's power was there. There was only one chance. If he could not take Jihe away, Red Hero would be even more cautious, and he would not succeed. He had to take Jihe away. Jihe was one of the few powerhouses that had survived the 9 Bases civilization until now. Through him, Luin could understand the 9 Bases civilization. He teleported away. Luin suddenly appeared in front of Jihe's eyes and reached out to grab him. Jihe was stunned. How dare he appear again? Toad? Lu Yin's hand missed, and his expression changed. Not good, he had fallen into a trap. Above his head, a red light flickered and fell like a meteor. At this moment, Luin could not move. The entire universe was frozen. It was an indescribable horror. It was as if everything in the world had experienced the vicissitudes of time in an instant. He forgot everything, including teleportation. Boss's eyes narrowed, and he opened his mouth to roar. The roar shook the world, and the red light stagnated. At this moment, Luin came back to his senses and disappeared with Boss. Red Hero walked out of the void and was surprised. A powerhouse compatible with 2 universal laws? Toad? I think I've heard of it. The next moment, Jihe walked out. He was hidden by Red Hero, and the one who was exposed was just a phantom. He did not expect Luin to not let him go and attacked again. Red Hero snorted. Let's go. On the other side, Luin and Boss teleported back to the place where he had placed the pathfinding stone, panting heavily. Boss was scared. Is that the powerhouse compatible with 2 universal laws you mentioned? Maybe compatible with 2 universal laws. Why didn't you say it was compatible with 3 universal laws? Boss was furious. Luin smiled. Senior, I did not fight with him. I only fought with the person who wanted to take him away. Boss glared at Luin. Don't give me that. I'm not OL5. I'm not that stupid. I'm sure that you are not afraid of him. If I didn't hold you back, you would definitely be able to compete with him. That's why I asked for your help. Luin quickly said. Boss's expression softened. Of course I'm not afraid of him. Although he is powerful, he might not be compatible with 3 universal laws. Otherwise, it would be difficult for us to escape. End of chapter. Seeing that his boss's attitude had softened, Luin hurriedly said, Senior didn't run away. It was this junior who took the initiative to bring Senior away. I know. You moved a little too quickly. That's right. This. Senior, do you want to try again? Boss's eyelids twitched. I'm not going. Although I'm not afraid of him, fighting with such an expert will increase the karmic shackles too much. I still need to find little 18. You can go play by yourself. After saying that, he jumped up and ran far away. Luin sighed in relief. He looked into the distance and saw Jihe again. This time, it was definitely real. However, without Boss's help, he wouldn't be able to take him away. Even if Red Hero wasn't here, Jihe wouldn't be so easy to deal with. Thinking of this, he teleported and disappeared. He would return to the 3 universes first. He could not go to the Red Coat civilization for the time being. The Red Hero is a traitor to the Red Coats under the stars. Jihe was one of his subordinates. In addition to those people in parallel order. All of them cultivated the Heartless Tao, so it was not suitable for them to come into contact with them. From then on, they were like strangers. However, if one day he had the strength to defeat the Red Hero, he had to avenge the ancestors of the Red Coat civilization. He accidentally learned of Red Hero's betrayal. After learning the truth about the Red Coat civilization under the stars, however, when Jiaowen came into contact with the Azure Lotus Emperor, he still didn't know the reason. After several teleportations, Luin returned to the 3 universes. As soon as he came back, he immediately entered the Sea of Karma and came out of seclusion. Luin appeared in front of Qinglianyu. Before he could speak, Qinglianyu spoke first. Do you already know the truth about Red Hero? Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Red Hero betrayed the second stronghold. That's enough, Lu Yin. Do you trust me? I do. Lu Yin did not hesitate. Lord Blue Lotus smiled. Let's go and catch a few people. Who? Parallel order, He Xiao, Beauty Dan, Shi Shangfeng, Ji He, catch as many as you can. Lu Yin took a deep breath. The Reaper of the Azure Lotus knew far more about the Red Coat civilization than he had expected. If that was the case, why had the Azure Lotus never mentioned anything about the multiple crises that humanity had faced? It was because he knew that Understar Red Close cultivated the Heartless Tao and would not care. Or was it because it was too far? Since he understood the Red Coat civilization so well, it meant that he knew that the Red Spectre under the stars that he had given up on was fake. It was the pawn civilization of Jiao Wen's disciples. Lu Yin had had 2 guesses in the past. He had thought that Qinglian Yu had been deceived by the wine, but now, he knew everything. But would Lu Yin believe him? He still believed in Yu Futian. Not for other reasons, but because Lord Green Lotus had helped him too much. Without Lord Green Lotus, he would not be who he was today. Therefore, he believed in Yu Futian. Just the 2 of us? There are 3 of them. Qinglian Shangyu said. Lu Yin thought for a moment and blurted out, wine questions? Lu Yin teleported again and again as his mind raced. What were Jiao Wen and the Azure Lotus Guard doing? In the Red Shirt civilization below the stars, he had learned about Jiao Wen. This person had allowed the merciless path to spread throughout the civilization and massacred the families of his disciples. Through Rangyu, he had learned about some of Jiao Wen's past. This person, like Wang Su and the others, deserved to die. The Azure Lotus defense was different. Why would these 2 people team up? Using each other? There was no need to guess who they would be dealing with if they joined forces. Only Red Hero was qualified. Lu Yin did not ask any questions. He brought the Azure Lotus Guard to the Red Shirt civilization below the stars. All these schemes are for today. Lu Yin, I know that you have many questions, but don't worry about them for now. Capture as many as you can, and kill if you can't. Don't hold back. The Azure Lotus Guard took a step forward, and with his next step, the world shook. A suffocating pressure suddenly descended, as if the entire universe had been frozen. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He had never felt such a powerful Azure Lotus Guard before. At this moment, the pressure that the Azure Lotus Guard gave him was close to that of Red Hero and Xianxia. The Azure Lotus Guard had been hiding his strength all this time. Lu Yin had no time to think. His body disappeared, and he instantly appeared in a corner of the universe where Wang Su and the Merciless Path were. Ever since Wang Su and the Merciless Path had been defeated, they had not been guarding the universe. Instead, they had returned to their residence to recuperate. Lu Yin knew where they were. At the same time, in the Heartless sect, Jiao Wen's aura changed. He stepped out and headed for the stars. It was time to settle things. At that moment, Ba Yu, He Xiao, and the Merciless Path were all shocked. They felt an unfamiliar and powerful aura. Was this the power of karma? Who was it? They had clearly just experienced a battle and even felt the power of Red Hero. Now that Red Hero was not around, who had killed their way into the Red Shirt civilization below the stars? Underground, Wang Su and the Merciless Path raised their heads, and their expressions changed. What was going on? The world had suddenly changed, and it had become so unfamiliar. In front of them, a figure suddenly appeared and punched Wang Su. Wang Su's eyes narrowed. Lu Yin? He hurriedly dodged, but he had been severely injured by Lu Yin before. Now that he faced Lu Yin's full-strength attack, the entire void collapsed. If one looked at it from a distance, a corner of the Red Shirt universe below the stars had shattered. Outside the stars, He Xiao looked at the descending Azure Lotus Guard in a daze. Who are you? The Azure Lotus Guard raised his hand and grabbed. Endless karma turned into a finger wheel, and he pointed out. He Xiao opened his red umbrella and used all his strength to collide with the finger wheel. However, it was penetrated by the finger, and the umbrella was completely shattered. In front of him was the cold gaze of the Azure Lotus Guard. On the other side, Jiao Wen ascended the stars and arrived in front of the Merciless Path. The merciless path looked at Jiao Wen and hurriedly shouted, "Sect Master, a powerful enemy is attacking." Jiao Wen sighed. "The merciless path has harmed you. Don't worry, I will give you an explanation." With that, the wine gourd faced the merciless path. The universe's stars shrunk infinitely at this moment, and the merciless path was also controlled and grabbed towards the wine gourd. She endured the pressure and screamed, "Why, why?" With a bang, Wang Su spat out blood. Lu Ying grabbed him and looked up at the stars. He Xiao and the merciless path had been captured, and it was quite smooth. The Azure Lotus Guard did not expect it to go so smoothly. He grabbed the heavily injured He Xiao and headed towards the West Peak. Jiao Wen grabbed the merciless path at the same time and also headed towards the West Peak. The West Peak sat quietly in place. His gaze was as calm as water, as if he did not care at all. His merciless attacks targeted himself, and he used himself to temper himself. He truly did not fear death. At this moment, the universe released a scarlet light, and a violent voice resounded through the world. "Jiao Wen, you betrayed me." Lu Ying looked up. Red Hero had returned. The Azure Lotus Guard grabbed He Xiao with one hand, and his expression was solemn. Jiao Wen dragged the merciless path's hair and pressed her beside the wine gourd. He looked up and sighed. "Everyone in the red shirt under the stars, listen up." The universe was silent. Everyone in the red shirt under the stars looked up at the sky. What had happened? Chu Songyun, Xiaman, Elder Qiu, and the rest also looked up at the sky. Something big had happened today, and the world was being overturned. Ba Yu stood at the Heartless Sect's gate and looked into the distance. Her gaze was complicated. What had happened? The human race was at its peak. The 9 ramparts covered the sky, and everyone was in awe of them. However, after reaching its peak, it declined and was suppressed by the human race. Many powerful civilizations in the universe joined forces to fight the 9 ramparts. The human race fought to the death, and in the end, the 9 ramparts was destroyed. Not even a tenth of the human race's legacy remained. This is something that all of us know, but you do not know that the 9 ramparts can be undefeated. The 9 ramparts can be victorious. A glaring red light bloomed under the starry sky. It was a pagoda that kept rising and connected to the West Peak. At the same time, the Red Hero's voice resounded in the sky. "Shut up, Jiao Wen. You betrayed me and the red-shirt civilization. I will make you suffer a fate worse than death." Jiao Wen's voice shook the universe. He looked at the sky and earth as if he was looking at the past glory of the 9 ramparts. The 9 ramparts should be victorious. The human race should be invincible in the universe. However, the Red Hero betrayed the second stronghold at the critical moment and plotted against the base master, Hong Shuang. He caused the second stronghold to collapse and became the 9 ramparts' greatest weakness. "Shut up, Jiao Wen. You're courting death." Far away, the Red Hero's expression was ferocious. He grabbed Ji He and rushed back. The red shirt civilization was close at hand. Jiao Wen looked up and shouted, "It's the Red Hero." He betrayed the human race and the 9 ramparts, causing the human race to decline. He became the enemy's disciple, betrayed his civilization, and betrayed his master for glory. He is the greatest traitor in human history. He is the Red Hero. Boom. The red tower completely bloomed, and Lu Ying looked at it in shock. He had seen this thing before. It was a turbid treasure that was being controlled by the Red Hero. Rays of light shot towards Jiao Wen, Qinglian Yu, and Lu Ying. Lu Ying had seen it before in Rangyu's karmic past. However, in that karmic past, the owner of this turbid treasure should have been Jiao Wen. This was a tower made of human skin. Before Jiao Wen had achieved immortality, he had massacred many people. Even after he had achieved immortality, he had used his disciples to kill and skin the people he had killed and send them into the tower. This was also why Lu Ying felt that Jiao Wen deserved to die. Jiao Wen had done inhumane things, but why was this blood tower controlled by the Red Hero? Jiao Wen's voice resounded throughout the world. The red light was not enough to pose a threat to Jiao Wen and Qinglian Yu. As for Lu Ying, he could simply teleport away. It was also not a threat to him. Everyone in the red shirt civilization was dumbfounded. Ba Yu stared at the blood tower in a daze. The heroic ancestor was the greatest traitor to the human race? Even Xianxia and the others did not know about this, let alone her. They were also shocked and could not believe what they had just heard. Although they were also unpardonably evil, if what Jiawen said was true, what they had done was insignificant compared to the heroic ancestor. In the water prison of the 100-Fist Mountain, Ranyu laughed. Ha 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 ha, so that's how it is. Jiawen, you are ruthless. In order to gain the Red Hero's trust, you helped him kill and build a blood tower. You are really ruthless. Ha 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 ha, Red Hero, you will become a sinner for all eternity. The Red Hero had arrived, and the entire universe was covered in red. He had been flustered and exasperated before, but now, he was strangely calm. He looked at Jiawen with a terrifying gaze. Luin appeared beside Jiu on the Azure Lotus. Facing the Red Hero at this moment, he was filled with dread. The Red Hero was much more powerful than Huan. He could be said to be the strongest enemy Luin had faced so far. He was also one of the unknowns. Jiawen slowly rose into the sky and faced the Red Hero. He looked at Luin. Luin took the hint and instantly appeared beside him with the Azure Lotus Guard. The beauty pill had been given to Qinglianyu. At this moment, Xianxia was severely injured, but he was not at the point where he could not attack. Thus, he could not be stored in Mount Supreme. Mount Supreme could not withstand the attacks of an eternal realm. Once he was stored in Mount Supreme, Luin would not be able to capture him again. The beauty pill and he Xiao were the same. After all, there was too little time to seriously injure him. He could only personally control him. End of chapter 4309. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.